Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet.
Respect
from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along once again to the Oriez Regional Series 3 this time around. It's our very first day here, Ted, and I am really excited to get going, but we have to start it off, of course, and, kind of pour one out for one that has not made it with us, and sadly, that is Overpass. We've now made the step. We're back with us two back in the map pool. I'm going to get your thoughts on it a little bit later on, but it's a very, very sad day for Counter-Strike.
In case you were wondering, guys, that's why Jack is all red, because he spent the entire night just crying out his eyes for Overpass. But yeah, I'm doing great, man. I mean, we took, 2 days off, and now we're back with, 3 days. Yeah, it was 2 days off, actually. And now we're back with another RES European edition of the Regional Series. It's been a really exciting one, right? We had the number one where Fnatic were able to win it. Then in the second edition, Nemiga taking down Bleed in a 2-0 fashion. In the grand final, Bleed now being the only team that actually made it back-to-back finals, but both times ended up falling short. So a lot of interesting storylines going into the third edition of the tournament. With that being said, though, we are going to check out the groups and some of the teams that we haven't offered, because I'm going to tease it to you guys. We have a couple returning guys and a couple returning names in the groups.
Yeah, we do. We've got, the Gaming Gladiators coming back. Well, it's not a returning name, but Ecstatic have played here once before. We've got Alternate Attacks, who have been an ever present Nine Pandas and Passion UA, of course, in this Group A. So none of these teams are going to be making their debut, perchance or per se, in this event. But it's going to be really exciting to see that one, because this group, honestly, looks like a lot of trouble. Of course, Alternate Attacks and Nine Pandas couldn't make it out of groups last time around. Passion UA did make it through, and this is, the third, only the second time that we are going to be seeing that Gaming Gladiators core back in action. Group B is going to see Bleed once again. Unfortunately, they did fall short last time around. It's a two-time runner-up now, Ted. So forever a silver medalist in this competition, maybe looking to do a little bit better. They're taking on a debut side of DMS, a Bait and Alliance also in this group. So exciting times in that one for sure. And then moving forward, we should have Group C and D, but there's a lot of good teams in here, Ted, as per usual, and the groups are looking as stacked as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. They are looking as stacked as ever. We have Sinners, Zero Tenacity, Sangao, Parivision, a lot of teams that we are expecting to see. Sinners, by the way, being in the tournament is going to be interesting. And another team that will be making their debut in the tournament that I'm really looking forward to watching will be One Win. Now, we have the returning champions of Nemiga that just ended up winning the second edition a couple days ago. Now they're back for a little bit more. They will be facing off against One Win in their opening game in Group D. And of course, we have Dynamo Eclod, who are making their debut too. So a lot of new names, a lot of interesting names, a lot of teams that did participate in the previous edition and will be trying to rewrite their story, so to speak. Well, I guess for everyone other than Nemiga, that counts, as if they're able to win back-to-back events, that would be absolutely ideal for them. With that being said, though, Jack, we are going to take a look at the round one. Day one matchups, and it will be the opening games involve groups A and B, right? We're going to start it off with Gaming Gladiators taking on Alternate Attacks. This will take place over at group number A, or Group A. Then we have Bleed taking on DMS. This is a Group B matchup. Then we go back to Group A for the Nine Pandas Esports Passion UA. And then in our final game of the day, we will see Bait Esports take on the Alliance. So a lot on offer. Which is the most exciting one of the lot, though, for you?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, I like the Nine Pandas Passion UA game. I think that's going to
Sure.
play out to be pretty nice for sure. I'm excited to see DMS, because this is their first real chance at an international event. A lot of young CIS players, so that's a debut that I'm definitely going to be looking forward to. But that is going to be a tough game versus Bleed, as a lot of people will probably expect. There's a lot of interesting matchups today, Ted. I'm excited to see Gaming Gladiators. Haven't got to watch them since they've been playing under this new org, and of course they're coming up against an Alternate Attacks who we know too well in this event. They have been ever present. They haven't missed a single one, but as I said, they've been in this event twice and they're yet to make it out of groups, and it doesn't get any easier for them starting it off today, because this is probably one of the toughest matchups that you could be handed really on a day one. And I'm really just intrigued to see what is going to happen. Of course, this Gaming Gladiators side, we know them so well. They've taken pretty much the Counter-Strike scene by storm, moving over from Ecstatic a couple of weeks ago. Haven't really played too many events under the banner of Gaming Gladiators. They finished second in the Thunderpick closed qualifier, Ted, missing out just narrowly to Bleed. This is only their third event under this org, so they'll be looking to make a little bit of a statement here, in my opinion. They'll be looking to go deep in this event, looking to maybe rack up some relog points as well, which will count in the very end up and towards the LAN as well.
Yeah, I mean, as you pointed out, they've played only 14 maps so far under their new organization, and if you could associate Ecstatic with being an org that a lot of people, I guess, are expecting to do well in the tier 2 space, but no one is expecting big things of, right? Now you've pleasantly surprised everybody. You've moved into a pretty elite esports organization. So going into events like that, Gaming Gladiators, they will be looking to establish themselves as one of the best teams on that level of competition. And to be fair to them, I feel like now that you did what you did at the major, you need to kind of prove that you weren't just a fluke team. And I don't think it was a fluke, right? Because we've seen that those guys have been putting on some solid work over a long period of time. It's not like they just came in with that team 2 months before the major and had a miraculous run and made it into the main stage of it, right? They missed out on the playoffs, sadly for them, but they still put up a pretty decent fight, made it into the main stage of the major, so to speak. And I feel like that's been a long process for those guys, and it feels solid for me. So from now on, what the next step feels like should be is to start qualifying for big events consistently, and this will be their goal going into this tournament. With that being said, though, on the other side, we have a team that got formed fairly recently. We have a team that is filled up with pretty familiar names, but a team that got formed a couple months ago with the signing of Hyped, Arrow, and Sky from that big academy team when we were talking about alternate attacks. Now, Jack, going into this game, we were going to have a lot of conversations about alternate attacks, and we can still have them about the team in terms of the individuals, but we will be seeing a stand-in. Perks will be playing instead of Sky, which is a bit of a change. Now, for those of you that are unfamiliar, Perks used to be an alternate attacks player, and he was replaced during that shuffle when they brought in the trio from Big Academy. But having a stand-in in your opening game against such a team as Gaming Gladiators is not going to make life easier for you.
No, definitely not, man. It's not going to pose well, especially alternate attacks. They've been struggling for form. They've barely been able to, string consecutive wins together. And even the wins that they have been getting, they've been, pretty close games. So it is going to be tough for alternate attacks for sure. They're definitely going into this match the underdogs, but you never know. It depends what the veto will bring, Ted. And well, as we look forward and jump into this veto, it is a sad day because we're continuously talking overpass. It's not in the pool anymore. It's not in the active duty competitive map pool. So this is going to make things really, really interesting here. If we are going to see it, of course, it is going to be open for this event. So if teams are going to pick into it or not, we'll have to wait and see. But this could really play out to be very, very interesting for either side, because I mean, how much prac would you really had on that map? Not
I'm just gonna put it out there. We live in a really precarious world where the holy trinity of Counter-Strike terrible vetoes of Vertigo, Inferno, and Dust2 in the same game exists. Amen. That's all I'm gonna say, because from that point on, it's going to be like you're playing an anti-bingo here with CS in every single official game, and you're just hoping that's not the veto that you get. But for the sake of it, I actually do hope that we're gonna get to watch a Dust2, because it's been a long time, right? It's been almost 1 year and a half, almost 2 years since it replaced Anubis in the active pool. I am a little bit sad about Overpass being gone, but let's check it out. Nuke and Mirage we were never gonna end up on. Now, going into this, Anubis feels like the logical move for the side of alternate attacks, and we already have one of the bingo card. And guess what, Jack? We're going to Dust2 decider.
Oh no. Oh no. It's here.
Let's get it, baby.
It's
I'm
here.
all in for this. Give me that Dust2.
Oh, it's here, Ted. I don't know if we're gonna get to see it, but it is definitely in the veto. We can confirm that. Dust2 being a decider in the very first game, that just spells out trouble. Anubis and Inferno, though, Ted, I mean, we can only really talk about those two because Dust2 is going to be completely unknown. It was a completely different game, and it's a completely different time in Counter-Strike when that was still in the pool. Anubis, alternate attacks, it's probably their best chance, I would say, bar maybe actually an Inferno, which they're going to get to play anyway. So, to be honest, looking at this for alternate attacks, they're not getting punishment picked as per se, in my personal opinion, which is good news for them. So actually probably Dust2 being added back into the pool is probably good news for the German side, but it really depends how they perform on their first two maps, because if you're looking at Gaming Gladiators, you would be expecting them to really put the German side under pressure from the very get-go. Maybe, with a T side start on Anubis, we know how difficult it can be on the CT side sometimes to even get into the game, and that's what I do worry about for alternate attacks. If they don't get going early on map 1, then maybe, just maybe, they could be in a spot of bother and in a little bit of trouble. But I mean, it really depends then on the Inferno. Of course, Inferno is a map that's been has changes to it itself, so we're going to see how all the buildings being removed and stuff like that are going to play out, which is going to make that map even interesting. There's a lot of different storylines we can go with here, but I'm going to trouble you for a little prediction, Ted.
Oh, you know what? I actually feel I feel like we need to go for the gaming gladiators here. I honestly believe, especially with the stand-in situation right now that alternated sides are going through, the gaming gladiators should be going into this matchup as the better team on paper and in reality. Although you made a pretty valid point. The fact that the gaming gladiators are going into this one not really aiming to punish alternate attacks could be considered a two-edged sword, right? Because on one hand, you're playing with all of your confidence, knowing that you are the better team on paper. You go for your Inferno pick. You're just playing what you're comfortable with. Anubis isn't too bad for you either. It's fine. It's one of the maps that you've been picking into, right? You look at the maps that the gaming gladiators have been playing recently. You're looking at a lot of Anubises, a lot of Infernos, and sadly, a lot of overpasses, which is not a possibility anymore for obvious reasons. But I guess both teams are equally comfortable on those maps. So as much as it's good for the gaming gladiators that they get to play what they like, in the same time, alternate attacks get to play what they like, right? So let's imagine we live in a world where Alzik just has an outstanding performance on one of the maps, or hype goes absolutely crazy. There is a world where we go to 3 maps. I'm not sure if there is a world where they win. But at this point, if you go to a Dust 2, you just don't know what's going to happen, right? Imagine alternate attacks were just staying up all night practicing Dust 2 for that very moment so they can take us to a third and final decider of Dust 2. And then they bring out the, well, I guess, what can you really bring out of Dust 2, man? I mean, it will change a little bit, but yeah, let's not go that deep. I will go with Gaming Gladiators. I'm not. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go 2-0. I hope we get to watch the Dust 2 today, just for the sake of culture. But yeah, I gotta back the Danes for a 2-0 victory here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be 2-0, but I'm hoping it's going to be 2-0 because you know my feelings about those two. I was so happy when it was removed. Now that it's back, I'm
You know what's the thing?
Distraught,
I was
man.
happy when it got removed too. At this point, though, I will have that kind of a green card period of around a couple weeks when I'll actually enjoy watching it because it's something new. But I know what's gonna happen in a couple weeks. I'm gonna be back to my old feelings about the map. But
Yeah, I
for
mean,
now, I'm excited about it because it's something new.
it might feel stale though. You know, I don't know how it's gonna play out. That's the real interesting part, and probably the only part that I'm curious is that, you know, with the smoke updates and stuff like that, how the map is actually gonna be a little bit different. But Dust 2, it was never really, you know, a strategic in-depth map where, you know,
No.
like it's not like an Anubis, to say, like, to put it into a compare it, like, it's not an ancient, it's not something that you really need to be that strategically prepared. It is considered
It's not
one
an
of the,
overpass.
yeah, it's not an overpass. Yeah, it is considered just an aim map. So, you know, you are going to see probably a lot of CIS teams be happy about it, would be my initial thought. That's when I instantly seen it. It's like, oh, we're going to CIS Wonderland here. It's going to be back in action.
You know what? There's a couple. So you have CAS Wonderland, you have Serbian Wonderland, by the way. Serbians love Dust 2, and Balkans in general, I think, are gonna enjoy Dust 2 a lot. And I think French Counter-Strike 2 is gonna be really happy with it. I think this is something that a lot of people are looking over. French, Turkish teams too. There's
Turkish
a couple
teams, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple countries that they're going to be, even if they pretend to be unhappy on social media, they will be really happy as soon as we get into the nitty-gritty part of things, and they need to play Dust 2 as a decider, and then out of nowhere you look at Zantares just join the server and feel like he's playing deathmatch in 2016 again. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting, man.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, there is a little bit of a delay here, I feel, as it looks like we aren't going to be jumping in for just a moment or two. We are going to send it to a short little break, but we should be right back with our opening best of 3. And you don't want to go anywhere because Dust 2 is in the video. We might get to see it, but we will see you in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a prolonged break, but finally we are going to be underway here at the Oriez Regional Series 3 Europe. And thankfully, Ted, we are finally in the server because, you know, it was a little bit touch and go for a while, but we are on Anubis and we are going to get the ball rolling. Gaming Gladiators on the T side, alternate attacks on the CT side, and Perk starting us off. The stand-in, of course, stepping up with those Julies in the face of Queenix, but 2 refrags is going to grant Gaming Gladiators the A bomb site and definitely a bomb plant.
Yeah, bomb plant gonna be secured. No kit on the CT side, so this could be a little bit problematic. Flash through the smoke though. They're gonna go through straight up, but notice shuts both of them down.
Kragan thinking about it. Maybe following him to try and get a knife. Wanted to walk behind him a little bit, maybe toy with him, but decides, you know what? I'm just gonna take that kill, get that round over and done with, and get it on the board for my side. Really nice pistol there to start things off. Competitive though from alternate attacks' standpoint. They just needed to trade out a little bit better, or rather just win maybe one more fight. Slow Gaming Gladiators down, but going 1 for 1 wasn't really on them. When it came down into that 3v3 situation, big risk running through that smoke.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking about you,
oh
Ted.
my goodness.
Oh,
I didn't realize we were gonna be seeing that.
That's
Right.
crazy.
Okay, so for all of you that are unfamiliar with what the beautiful thing on your screen is right now, after today's update in Counter-Strike, when you hold the clip of a nade, this beautiful thing appears on your screen. Now, I guess we're gonna need some time to figure out whether it's good to stay on broadcast or not, and how to remove it even if we wanted to, but for God's sake, that was massive.
Yeah, I mean, takes up pretty much your whole screen. Could be a nice update though, you never know. We'll have to wait and see how
You know
people
what?
are going to use it.
I actually like that. I actually like that. It's just the fact that we weren't ready for it on the broadcast. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It just caught us off guard. I don't think it's a bad update.
No, I think it's going to, you know, just give us more points to really see, you know, across a map where, I mean, Freeze is going to tap the bomb here. Nobody's going to be near to hear this. Sorry to ruin my train of thought there. But, yeah, it's just going to really kind of put a lot more nades out there from a lot of different places. I think we're going to see a lot more nade lineups for sure.
Yeah.
Because there's, you know, there's a lot more you can really do with it.
Oh yeah, Robs is already in the kitchen. He's in the lab.
People are cooking things up. You know, I'm just waiting for just this massive Naruto here video just to, you know, be put up soon. Where you can just
Top
like
50 new smokes with the new crosshair lineups in CS2.
yeah, and on Inferno as well, you can just have like literally smoke everything from everywhere. It would be absolutely ridiculous. Paddy starting us off with a wonderful opening, HE towards middle. That's putting a lot of pressure now on alternate attacks who begin to move. They're going to look to take space, look for this information over towards A and a little bit towards Canals as well. Perks is going to walk right in. Queenix is going to claim that double. And the first gun round looking like it is going the exact same way over to Gaming Gladiators. But Arrow and Ozek still alive. And if they want to try this out, they might be able to turn the tide in this one. But it all starts with a kill onto Kragan, and there it is.
I think you just still save it though. I mean, even with finding that one kill, yes, all right. If you were to find another one straight after that, but you don't have a kit, even with the nades, even with the M4s, it's never really a go in a retake like this one. And Paddy is already looking to cut off those saves, by the way. Every single kill would be absolutely massive, and Paddy gets the first one. As it goes down, maybe a little bit more for the IGL there. It's just Arrow on the other side trying to stay alive. Of course, we did mention that we have that stand-in situation with Sky not being able to participate. Now, thankfully, Freeze, who did experience some minor technical issues, is back in action. So just the one change will be needed for alternate attacks. Arrow finds a nice little double kill to stay alive and hold on. There's the replay, though. Great work by Queenix. It was all triggered by the bait in towards middle, though, right? Getting that one first kill, making the CTs feel uncertain and uncomfortable in towards middle, baiting them into going for that A aggression, and Queenix was ready to punish. So a pretty decent start on the T side for Gaming Gladiators. Of course, this is the map pick of their opponent, so they would be hoping to do well, and so far so good. 3 on the board. 3 played out. You're up against a half buy with a hero AK and an MP9, so potentially even 4 if you deal with that half buy here for the CTs.
Yeah, you've got 3 players over towards B. Arrow is one of them with that AK, but he can do absolutely nothing with it right now. Ozek's going to pick it up and try and put it to good use, but that doesn't happen. Hype completely overwhelmed. And Gaming Gladiators continue just to roll over alternate attacks right now. That's going to be 4-0. And alternate attacks, a lot of weight does now go onto this buy round because they need to start doing something with it. They need to get the ball rolling at least on their CT side. They are at least finding a few kills, so it's not as if, you know, they are just being completely blown out of the water in a lot of these rounds. So I am quite hopeful that they can maybe make a game out of this, but it is now getting towards the stage that if they don't win this gun round, you do get a small bit concerned.
Yeah, also, if you want to go back to the previous buy round, technically, it was a buy round that Gaming Gladiators had won with 4 surviving, right? But they just lost everybody on the hunt, right? Those are the kills that they couldn't get. So, if you're alternate attacks from your perspective, you're desperately after an opening kill here. You need a favorable situation, and this is what Hype will try and achieve with that AVP and towards the main position. Oh, gun barrel.
Yeah, I'm just a lucky boy to get out of that one there. That really could have went wrong. If he decided to overcommit. You can see this is more of a spread default for Game of Gladiators. They are exploring a lot over towards A and B. You can see notice he was a little bit cautious to peek because he knew the op was over towards B, but once he sees that Hyped is elsewhere, he goes for the peek. It doesn't work out for him. And now we've got an alternate attacks with a 2-man advantage. Gaming Gladiators, though, if they're able to get over towards A here, there might be a little bit of a gap. Freeze is coming back, and you are running into the AWP. But if the kills go in your favor, this is still a very doable round.
Yeah, they still have a couple of smokes. That elevated angle is really good for the peak, but Hyped is just posted, and the rotation is coming in from Freeze. The CTs are going to be ready for this.
Oh, I missed the shot. Needs to connect on the second. Not going to be able to do so, but it's going to be Perks to line up a double. Drop the bomb in the meantime as well. He is anchoring that A bomb site to perfection in that round. He'll even save the op as well. Stand in, stepping up. First round on the board for alternate attacks. What more could you ask for?
Nothing. I mean, if this is how you're playing after 2 months on the bench, my friend, you are in with something special to offer in the server, right? For those of you that are unfamiliar, as we already mentioned in the pregame, but that was such a long time ago, Burks used to be an active player for alternate attacks for a pretty long time, right? And he got replaced when they signed that trio from Big Academy. Obviously, Arrow, Hyped, and Sky. He's been on the bench ever since, and that's 2 months' time. He comes in for his first official since then. And he comes up clutch for the first buy round to go in favor of the CT side. Now they need consecutive points on the board though, and it's not going to be easy, especially if the refrags are going in the favor of Gaming Gladiators. And so far they have been looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, bar that last round, you know, the kills have been going in their favor. Oh, Arrow.
Never mind.
Yeah, the perfect chance to get our first knife at the event in the first map, but doesn't happen. Perks, though, this time around over towards A. He's still holding on. He's a difficult man to deal with, but when 2 people peek him at the same time and they don't line up like they did last time, well, it's a completely different story. Ozek is going to at least take a peek, it would seem. But a 1 versus 3, I mean, this is very wishful thinking early on. And
not too big of a fan. Money's low too. He's probably going to try and hold on to the OP.
There's a lot of util just lying over towards mid as well. I know he's pretty much got a full util belt, but if he picks up another flash, that would be completely ideal. Not ideal for alternate attacks in terms of their odds. 1x bet do not have them in pole position to take this. Of course, if you want to take advantage of those odds, you can head over to 1xBet. Use our code 1XOriezEU when signing up and get up to 130% deposit bonus.
One of the big things that we haven't seen so far in this game, by the way, we haven't seen a hand switch, which is now an official thing that's in the game. It's automatically binded to H, as far as I know. And you know what's the interesting part? It's an in-game thing, so everyone sees when you switch hands, and your guns just reset. Your knife, your guns, everything resets when you do it. Oh my god.
My goodness. What has happened over towards middle? Hype was even shocked to see a Mac-10 in his face that quickly. But they wanted to split B there. That was the original plan, but Hype in that aggressive position towards middle kind of gives that away. And now Gaming Gladiators might just try something a little bit different. Queenix drop, freeze on that re-aggression. HE drops Nodius at least, but the refrags once again continue to go in favor of Gaming Gladiators. They're out on this B bomb site. They've got control. Freeze is low, and Perks is still a million miles away.
Oh, Salazar's heard that 100%. He needs to win that fight, but oh, Freeze having the advantage going into this one. Salazar just peeks into it, and now this is big. Patty needs to clutch it up. The in-game leader in the 1 versus 2. He knows where Freeze was. He's low on HP. You're now looking for Perks. Not spotted in towards tempo in the next couple seconds, though. Penny will start dropping, and now you will realize he's either coming in from CT or from a different angle, but Patty's moved into a really comfortable position. He just needs to pick on a good timing to get the first kill. There you have it. There it goes. First one is this. Molotov on top of the bomb is absolutely perfect. Perks was thinking about going for the stick, but the Molotov will seal the deal as the IGL to come in clutch with the 1 versus 2 for the 6th round of the Gaming Gladiators.
Lovely stuff. Lovely. Just well played. And it was probably unfortunate that I got down into that 1v2 there, especially with the low HP. But he's able to clutch up big time when his team need it. Keep alternate attacks down on just a single round in this first half so far. And alternate attacks, well, they'll buy up what they can. And it is a pretty solid buy, all things considered. Lacking a little bit of util in places, and in a lot of places actually. You've got 2 players without Annie, 1 smoke on Ozek. You've got the exact same round by Game of Gladiators. This time Paddy will get down with that Mac-10, try and get in the face of Ozek. He was extremely low from under the Molotov. Kragan tries to find that trade. Is it going to happen? No. Ozek sticks around, shuts him down. That is a complete and utter fold from that attack from Game and Gladiators, and the setup, which is too strong this time from alternate attacks.
Yeah, they even tried to switch it up, right? They tried to delay the two smokes, the rush smokes in towards the B bomb side, not to give it away, right? They wanted the initial contact to be made towards middle to try and drag the rotation away, fool the CTs in towards the B bomb side. It doesn't work out though, and now you're left with just 2 players trying to pick up kills around the map. Now 1 did go in favor of Salazar, and Queenix is hoping for 1 more, but the Ope is posted on the angle, and Hype is not missing that shot, so Salazar, a 1 versus 4, spotted out for the 2nd time. Alsik will face and will lose his life for it, but Arrow was in a good enough position to get that refrag. So alternate attacks, not only they get a 2nd round on the board, they keep 3 alive, and that was a good reaction. As you pointed out, Gaming Gladiators in this round, it kind of feels like they just tried to check how ready, how prepared alternate attacks would be for that round twice in a row, but yeah, it was a good response from the Germans.
Now the money is not in a fantastic position for Game of Gladiators, which is a little bit surprising. Super aggression from Arrow and Ozek going down to take control of canals. Nobody pushes through. Amen. Game of Gladiators are pretty content with just giving this one up, and it looks like they might fall back into a little bit of an ace split maybe a little bit later on, but you need to get those rifles into a position that they can really do some damage to. The Tech 9s and the P250 need to be up extremely close for them to have any real impact at all. A looks like the correct play here, but the longer they wait, alternate attacks are going to begin to make a move and look for that info.
Yeah, the thing is, they will push in towards B main, right? So Arrow can't really do anything to deny that play from happening. Even if they get the information, rotations aren't going to be quick enough.
Yeah, the map is just split down the middle as well. You've got pistols just waiting. The rotation has to go the long way around. You can see Hype sprinting, getting sand between his toes right now as he hits toes to try and get onto this A site. You see that molly go over towards camera. The flank is going to be good here for Ozek. if the Pistols continue to take their time, which they will. The Molly just keeping them in place, and alternate attacks have a great read on this one. All three of them nearly line up, and Ozic will knock them all down. Now it's just a one-pronged attack. Salazar is out. Queenix is already up close. Salazar has to try and do it all. Off is going to give him a chance at least, because he's claimed 2 now. 20 seconds. Hyped again with a jiggle. He's tempting fate right now, baiting at the shots. Arrow spams his body just to let him know. But alternate attacks, they're the ones that know. That one nearly got out of hand. Hyped has missed so many opportunities at kills so far. That's a worrying sign for alternate attacks.
It is, right, because everything works out so nicely. Everything falls into the right place in this round. We did mention that it could have been too late for that aggression to come in, but the Gaming Gladiators didn't know they had all that space to work with. They were even periodically checking their backs in towards middle for that B main being a possibility, right? But then the timing works out. You get a freebie in towards middle with that double kill. You have everyone in towards the correct bomb side, and it nearly falls apart. It is still CT side on Anubis though, so we can let them off the hook, right? They've won 3 rounds. They will probably get 4 as they're just up against the eco now. So if you're alternate attacks, you're still going to be happy with how things are moving right now. But as you pointed out, that was too close for comfort. It was one of those rounds that become extremely scary in the moment that you see Salazar pick up that second kill and Diopper is still missing shots. Interestingly enough, by the way, something that we haven't mentioned, the last time the cores of those 2 teams played against each other was in 2023. And it was such a long time ago that this is a statistic about the core of Big Academy. So you're talking about Hyped, you're talking about Arrow, Sky, if he was in the server. So with that core being gone, those teams actually haven't played against each other.
Which is a bit of a weird one, especially in the tier 2 scene, right? Because, you know, everybody has nearly played against everyone. You would, especially teams like this that have been knocking around for a very long time, have very rarely changed up rosters and stuff like that. The core has kind of always pretty much fundamentally been the same for the last couple of years. Freeze. Also try and get aggressive maybe in front of that smoke to see if there's any T's running at him. Well, he's going to hear them. Goes for the peek. Paddy doesn't go for that refrag. Kraken just falls for free. That's an advantage game for alternate attacks, and they're making a good go with their CT side now. It was looking worrying at the very beginning. Now they are at least finding the openings and make that a 2-man opening. Hype not going to miss that time.
Yeah, Paddy took his time with lining up the smoke. Wanted to make sure he doesn't bounce it off the door. And that cost him his life. Great defense in towards middle. Freeze being really aggressive on his lonesome, by the way. Getting that first kill, the bonus nade onto Paddy. That could have been a little bit too much there for a second. Nearly gave away. Oh my god. All right, Salazar. He's found one through the smoke, and Freeze is going to go down in the meantime. So they actually end up finding that double refrag, and now this round is in the air.
40 seconds, but they don't hear anything at all, really. Arrow thinking about going for a peek. This is a great freeze right now. Arrow's going to drop Queenix. The off is actually going to rotate away here. Salazar's going to hit this a little bit later, but Arrow, what a double that is. There's nothing Odious can do. If you walk through that main smoke right now, it's a massive risk, but you're running the clock super thin. You just don't really have the time. The bomb dropped, and now you just have to give it up. Save that AK, bring it forward into the next round. It's a nice hold from alternate attacks. A lovely start to the round. Got a little bit messy thanks to a little bit of good fortune. Salazar with that kill through the smoke in towards connector was absolutely ridiculous. But it doesn't cost alternate attacks their momentum. That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, that's some steel-like defense right now on the CT side. It's been extremely powerful, as you pointed out. You're looking at 4 consecutive rounds in buy rounds. That's not even on the back of winning the pistol when the conversions on your CT side on Anubis. It's not something that you see every day of the week. You're looking at a 5-6 score on the CT side. You would be probably guessing that they were able to get away with the first couple rounds like the half. Well, that wasn't the case. Now they're switching it up even further. Arrow going for that aggressive play in towards the canals. Might catch a couple players off guard, but Gaming Gladiators trying to bounce in towards middle. Hype, ready on the angle.
Yeah, and they bounce off the op. Kragan does anyway. Nothing he can do about that one. The game plan doesn't deviate at all for Game of Gladiators. They still want to try and walk towards A. They still want to try and split over here. The Utah's going to go down, freeze up close. Perks is going to be holding as well. That HE's going to land flush. Paddy finds a nice kill. Perks will not get away with his life. Oh, that's so fortunate. Ozzik dropping the close player. Doesn't realize it, but he was in a whole world of trouble. Much like Hyped right now, who deals with the first, swings out to find the next, and that's a lot better. Hyped took a little while to get going, took a little while to get warmed up, but it looks like he is here, he is present, and alternate attacks level this game up before the half is out. And what started to be, you know, an unbelievable T-side from Game of Gladiators, now we have to say, alright, it wasn't all that great. They probably should have got more out of that situation.
See, I don't want to be cosplaying this year, but with how things are going right now, all I'm gonna say is, we're one solid T side from alternate attacks away from thinking about those two being a possibility. And yes,
we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting ahead of ourselves, Ted.
No. You know what? After waking up to that update and seeing what they've decided to do, I'm not getting ahead of myself. I live in the world that we all live in. And this is the world where we get a minus overpass plus dust 2. And we still have Vertigo and Inferno and Vito too. Kragan, this round really important. Salazar is actually the one to double up and double down. So gobbling the kills. Good defense in towards middle. That's going to put a whole lot of pressure on Nodia's shoulders as he's hearing the bomb getting planted already. As far as he's concerned though, just staying alive and waiting for the rotations to arrive is his goal number 1.
Ozzik deals with the first, falls to the second. And now there's only 3 that remain for the CTs, but these 3 are holding on. They're retaking to perfection right now. They just need to deal with the IGL himself, and a one and done is all that was on the cards this time around for Freeze. Game of Gladiators are going to start the better on the CT side. They've taken both pistols now on Anubis, but the bomb plant means that surely we're going to see a force back from alternate attacks, and Game of Gladiators, they're not out of the troubled water just yet.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, you just win one pistol round, but you need the momentum to go in your way. The force buy is going to come in for alternate attacks. It could be a two-bladed sword, though, right? A two-edged sword, so to speak, for alternate attacks, though. You go for the force buy. If you end up losing it, you're allowing the CTs to gain more and more momentum. Now, with that being said, though, if you end up winning it, then it could be all over early doors for the GG boys. And I've just realized the abbreviation is just the GG. That's really nice. It looks cool.
Will they be saying GG though after this one? I mean, maybe after this round is a little bit too early, especially with Perks doing so much damage and collecting a kill. Advantage has to be in favor of alternate attacks right now. Arrow. Oh. That was instant from Nautilus. Hype there with the scout though. Perfect refrag. This is still a very competitive round. Game of Gladiators are not comfortable, especially with Queenix being that low on HP. HE isn't going to land flush on him. Goes a little bit deeper instead, but Freeze now knows that the M4s are getting aggressive over towards middle. He knows they're close by. Queenix taken down. Freeze is looking for one more. Shirley knows that Salazar's around here somewhere, but walks into that M4 and is going to fall. Ozzik has taken a lot of space in towards the safe side. Salazar doesn't realise it. Ozzik's able to react in time. A 1 versus 1. Kragan is tagged down, hyped extremely low. They're both on pretty similar HP, and the HE nearly lands flush here, but Kragan backs up to safety for now. It's such an awkward engagement. Scout versus M4, and both of them extremely low. Kragan, he needs to win this. Hype needs to get across into the site, but Hype hits the shot. Scout beats M4 this time around. 2 tags were enough. And alternate attacks, their force bite is going to reap them a lot of rewards, because Game of Gladiators, they've got no money and have to invest here.
He played it with so much patience too, right? He didn't get caught up trying to get onto the bomb site, rush into the bomb plant. He just waited. He realized that both of them were low on HP. realize that the best chance that Kraken has to win that 1 versus 1 is to catch him as he's trying to make his way onto the bomb site. Time was running low, but Hive just plays it with so much confidence. As cool as a cucumber, as they might say. Cucumbers are really cool usually. At least the good ones. Do you know how you call a cucumber that's not cool?
No.
A pickle.
Okay. All right. It's a little bit early in the morning for that, Ted. Will we move? Alternate attacks are going to move into the site with just one player, it would seem. It's just Kraken here alone. He's going to get that smoke up to try and defend himself. But eventually, the execute is going to hit him here. And those Mac 10s are going to try and get in his face along with the M4. Just do a little bit of damage and is still alive. Might be calling for the rotations on over, but GG are going to be still a million miles away right now. Although the damage is being done, Perks taking point and fighting. Bomb planted, smokes down. And if you're gaming gladiators here, I mean, you have managed to land a few tags, but still, this is not a round you should be going for. You need to save and play pretty much the exact same round minus Queenix in the next and hope that the Mac 10s don't come hunting for you. But an 8-7 lead now for alternate attacks and gaming gladiators for the first time really on this in this series and on this map. They're going to be on the back foot.
It will be on the back foot, and ideally in a round like this one, you could have probably wanted to contain them on the bomb side, try and get a couple of upgrades, try and get as many kills as possible, but then you realize you won't have anything to work with in the next round, so you can't really afford to go for anything aggressive like that, as you might have been wishing for. So yeah, wishful thinking, and now you're starting to look at this game in Gladiator side experiencing some issues. You will have to wait and give it a couple more rounds until you have a proper buy round, well, a couple more meaning one, and you're still not going to be having that AVP present. That is, of course, unless Salazar somehow finds a triple kill and stays alive and holds on to his armor. Then he might be able to purchase a big green. But yeah, things are not looking all too great, all too pink and colorful for the GG squad. On the other side, though, alternate attacks could be looking at a 9-7 lead on the D side of Anubis here. Up against the Pistols. Already putting a lot of pressure onto Kraken, and he's all alone towards that B-bomb side, trying to force them back into an A play, but as far as we can see for now, it's not really been paying too much dividends.
Yeah, it's the exact same round we've seen. And Kraken, again alone, again trying to make alternate attacks maybe feel his presence and force them back, but they're just going to be enticed to walk into the site, especially with that kill. You find Kraken, surely you just send at least one of the Mac 10s in, just to gather that information. Instead, you're just going to try to execute, walk forward, take the site together, get this bomb plant down, and now you can go for it if you're gaming gladiators, though, right? Now you've got a chance to maybe group up and go together.
See, that's what I was thinking too, but then I see Salazar starting to back
Yeah,
off.
instead of walk away. Yeah.
Yeah. It is a pretty okay. They will go for a couple exits. I guess if you're Salazar from an Oper's perspective, you're just thinking about holding onto the armor, and 3 of them have those armors, which is going to help out a little bit with the investment into the first buy round. So you're not really losing too much if you don't go for it. You are actually holding on to something. He's got a flash too, which he's gonna carry on. That's an extra $200 going forward. As you pointed out, though, a pretty standard anti-eco from alternate attacks, especially when you have just one player on the other side. But even if you don't, a lot of teams deal with those pistol rounds in the same way on Anubis. You just take connector control, you push the pistols out of there with some Uto, and then you execute onto the B-bomb side. Extremely difficult to deny if you don't have the Uto on the CT side, which, of course, you probably won't be having in a round where you just have the pistols in your ecoing. So 9-7, a technical timeout coming up. And in case you've been here since the very start, this is terrifying.
Oh, this is horrible. Hopefully it will just be Paddy restarting. and we get going once again. I think he's already back. So it would have been a lot worse if we seen like Freeze go out of the server. I think that would have been definitely worse.
Or more than one person.
Yeah, that. Oh yeah, don't even talk to me about that one. Let me just make sure.
Touch wood.
Touch the desk. Yeah, touch wood.
Do you know what we do? I don't know if you do that in Ireland, but in Bulgarian when we say touch wood, it's like the way that we say it, it's directly translated knock wood, like knock on wood. We don't say touch wood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we just start knocking on our heads if there's no wood around.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a desk around, you're just gonna knock on that, right? But if there isn't, you just knock on your head.
Yeah, well, like when I say touch wood, like I would be knocking on it, but obviously,
yeah, sure. It's just the phrasing of it, yeah.
Yeah, but like.
No, but we directly say knock wood.
Yeah, like we say that. We say that as well. We say knock on wood, like. But I'd say like touch wood. I actually don't even know why. I think we just say both of them, to be honest. Obviously, don't want to be knocking on wood in the middle of a cast because, you know, your guys' poor ears. But yeah, there's no difference in culture there. We both it's pretty similar. I do enjoy that you knock on your head, so that's
yeah. No, that was the purpose. That was the entire purpose of me sharing that little fact. Kragan, though, he will be touching on wood to get one round on the board, but look at that from Perks. The B-bomb side is just crumbling, and Jack, we were talking about different tricks to get you lucky. That's what the GG boys need right now. This bomb side has been absolutely petrified at the T's since the start of this half. I know a lot of them have been anti-ecos, but this buy round doesn't serve them too well. Kragan gets one, Nodius gets instantly deleted, and they're already on the hunt. This round is over. It has been over for around 15 seconds already.
Yeah, it was a good tempo change as well from alternate attacks. They actually do speed it up a lot more, and Gaming Gladiators just cannot hold once again. That's a horrible way to lose this gun round. You'll have enough money to drop over weapons, so you won't have to take the hit, you know, too heavily if you're Gaming Gladiators, but eventually you need to start putting these rounds on the board and stopping alternate attacks, who now have actually sliced the odds down from 4 point something all the way down to 1.92.
Yeah,
according to
4
one
point
expert.
something sounds quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much in half now.
Yeah.
Of course, if you want to take advantage of that, head over, click the banner down below the stream, 1xbet. Use our code 1xORESEU for up to 130% deposit bonus.
You see the instant change as well in the T-side's approach, right? As you pointed out, they go for something quicker because it's the first buy round and you can afford to risk it to shut them down straight up. And now you're back to playing the defaults and just looking for kills around the map. But that being said, though, Salazar will get the first onto Perks, and this is a good start for the Gaming Gladiators. This is exactly what they needed. You hold on to 3 guns in the previous one, you reinvest once again, you're up against an AVP. You need to get those rounds on the board, though. I swear this is a cursed image when someone has the pen off.
Alternate attacks are going to walk in towards A here. Bomb making its way over. The mid lurk from Freeze could be absolutely huge. Salazar wasn't actually expecting to beat him to be that close to, which is a little bit of an issue. Phoenix looking in that smoke, needs to react in time. Dink isn't really enough. And Freeze collecting that frag. He can just back away here. Ozzik has control of the site with his teammates. Salazar is still alive, but not for long. He's going to be taken out of place. And now 2 players on the flank. Freeze is just going to be holding Kragan, thinking about it, but just gets stopped. Nodius now tries to go for the trade. And Freeze, even on 13 HP, he will lead alternate attacks for the very first time onto Flames. They are on fire at the moment. And Gaming Gladiators, if they don't extinguish them in the next 2 rounds, they're going to be a map up.
I wanted to say, by the way, alternate attacks is on fire. Freeze is on fire too. That round was absolutely perfect from him. He gets that kill onto the fade of the smoke and then falls back, notice the way that he doesn't drop into canal straight away. He could have given his life away for free, right? He just plays it extremely safe, going all the way through T-spawn, makes it extremely difficult for the CTs to read into whether he's actually falling back or he's going to stay around middle. He's just wasting so much time, and even if he was to go down straight after, I mean, still, alternative attacks were able to get all the kills in towards that A-bomb side. So the T side looking extremely good right now for alternative attacks. Unfortunately, we are still experiencing some technical difficulties. Well, by we, I mean the players in the server, of course. We hope that everything is going to be resolved as quickly as possible. But yeah, man, alternate attacks, they've looked extremely powerful. And as you pointed out, going into this game, you have a pretty clear favorite into who you're expecting to win. And you might still be expecting them to do well in the long run. But with Dust 2 being the third and final map of the series, even if Inferno doesn't go in your way, I mean, going into a map that both teams haven't played, because obvious reasons, you never know what to expect. And for a team like Alternate Attacks that has been showing some promising games every now and then, but consistency has been a big issue, right? You're looking at the Enterprise and Ents Academy wins. Those were good results, but then you look at the fact that those are the only 2 wins that they have been able to achieve in their last six best of 3s in all tournaments. You're losing to teams like Permita, Mouse NXT, Sampi, Space, all of them pretty solid, but it's still games that you haven't been able to convert. So playing that type of solid Counter-Strike against a team that has been hot on their heels recently. I mean, you're looking at the last 2 games that they did lose, the Gaming Gladiators, but those are against Ashy and Bleed, who are 2 of the most informed teams in the Tier 2 space right now, so you can let them get away with that. We're still playing up against one of the best Tier 2 teams as of right now, and you've been playing a pretty decent Anubis against them. Money, pretty broken. Purchase coming up. A couple M4s, an MP9 for Queenix, a FAMAS for Salazar, no defuse kits in the equation. And this is for the map.
Yeah, it is the map. Really on the line. You think about where the money's going to be. Should this one go right? It's not ideal at all. Aggression is nice from Game of Gladiators. They are going to take a lot of control. They're going to smoke it off, but the T's are going to realise about all this control that they have. Might want to react accordingly. There's going to be at least points on the map that could be weak, but alternate attacks know also that Game of Gladiators can't hold on to this deep control for very long, so they are just going to wait it out, it would seem. Wait out the smokes, and then begin to make their move. And if you're Game of Gladiators, you're going to have to go for a piece of the puzzle, a little bit more information in just a moment, but if Nodius peeks here, he's going to walk right into the Oppa hype.
Exactly what happens. Paddy still able to get away with a double kill, and this is big, but he decides to move forward, and he's going to stay exposed to a potential refrag. Freeze needed that kill, and he gets it once again. It's a 2 for 2. You refrag efficiently, but with that being said, the B-bomb side has been completely lost. Big issues. Another precarious fight in towards the A-bomb side, though at least they keep it even, but the bomb is going to start making its way here, but Kragan already up close. And oh, misses his chance at a free kill. And now he's going to get mollied off, needs to reroute.
Yeah, that was his chance. I mean, Ozic was extremely low. Now Ozic has a chance to take down Queenix in a 1 versus 1 here. Queenix should be expecting this close-up angle, but still, Ozic, if he's perfect on this first bullet, this is absolutely huge. No, he's not. Oh, walks in completely blindsided, and then, yeah, Ozic just needs to survive here. He can let either Freeze play next or play next himself, and Kragan knows he has got no chance in this round. He doesn't have a kit. He's not even going to attempt to tap the bomb and draw a fight towards him. He's just going to fall away, save the M4, try and put it to good use in the next round, try and drop somebody at least something, so you're going to have plenty of util in the next round, because it could be your last on Anubis. Alternate attacks have 5 chances to close this one out, and you know, fair play to them, playing with a stand-in for a map that started so poorly as well. They were 6-1 down at one stage on the CT side. They've crawled it back, only lost 1 out of the next 12 rounds. Just very impressive.
Yeah, they've looked really, really solid. And even in that previous round, by the way, in case you were wondering, the reason the player coming in from Canals overlooks the angle is because Kragan spots one player pushing towards CT and the other trying to plant the bomb, right? And then he goes CT and he doesn't spot anybody cross from the side in towards the left-hand side. So, oh, okay, we are gonna get a reset. But yeah, technically, Queenix just assumed that there was one player aggressing in towards CT and maybe one more playing in towards main or tempo or whatever. He didn't think that they would have anybody in towards connector. All right, pretty sure there's no way this one is live. Yeah, all right. Yeah. We were just catching some Patty DM action. We are gonna get a reset. Unfortunately, I was like, did get disconnected from the server, but yeah, alternate attacks have looked like an extremely powerful team, and it feels like it's been due time for them to get a good start in one of those tournaments, right? Because we did mention that this is their third participation in the RES regional series. In the first one, they ended up losing 0-2 to Fnatic and 1-2 to Bedboom. And, you know, we could let them get away with it because essentially you're losing to the team that wins the tournament and another team that was top 4, right? And made semifinals. Then you look at the second edition, though. An 0-2 loss to Bleed. They beat Enterprise 2-0 and then they lose 0-2 to Mouse NXT again. So most of the time, they either get completely run over or they put up a pretty decent fight. And they are yet to actually win their opening map in this tournament. In their opening series. We've never seen them in the position where they're actually playing not for survival, but to qualify for the playoffs. And this is a wishful start. Of course, you still have a couple maps yet to be played out. Inferno coming up after this, so one map is not a guarantee for alternate attacks that they will end up winning the series. It's just good signs that we're seeing from the German team. Hype playing really nicely. Being consistent has been an issue, even though we know that his peaks are extremely high. Being able to produce that quality of op work in consecutive games has been a minor difficulty for him. You see him started off really nicely. The team around him is working pretty well together. One thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that obviously now that you have two really aggressive riflers, and Alzik and Arrow in the server, things might get a little bit more uncomfortable, and they have been uncomfortable for Alzik individually, who's usually been one of the most solid and consistent players on that alternate attacks lineup for a couple years now. The last couple of weeks have not been easy for him individually, but he's been playing really well. So yeah, the team just looking good. And speaking of Alzik, he's back in the server, so we're going to be going back to the swing of things as soon as possible. 12-7. 5 chances to close it out.
B has been a real weakness for Gaming Gladiators on this CT side. Haven't really been able to stop any pressure that's been going on towards that part of the map, and I'm still not used to seeing that on my screen.
Oh my god.
Takes me back to Modern Warfare 2 days where you had
Yep.
you were in the AC-130, man.
That's what I was gonna say, by the way. It looks like you're playing COD.
Yeah, it looks so similar. It's crazy. Still, will take a little bit of time to get used to. Have Gaming Gladiators gotten used to what alternate attacks are going to be thrown at them on this T side? They have to turn it around here, but that is not a perfect start. Perks with that opening to stand in, finding one of the most important frags for alternate attacks, because it could just lead them right now to an opening map victory.
It could be man advantage. And there goes the peak. Actually, the Opus Waver with the shot, and that's gonna let them get away with one. Alzik still looking for that refrag going through the Molotov, but Nodius doubles up and doubles down, and this is a massive multi-kill for the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Hyped misses an opportunity to just snatch one of those kills away. The refrag I thought was going to come in there as well, standing in the Molotov. Alzik doesn't get it, and now 10 seconds. What are you waiting for? You need to go onto the site, but it's too little too late. You have to save. You run the clock way too thin. You just don't have the time to go for this. And Gaming Gladiators will hold on by default, just finding 2 kills, playing it the correct way, going for that information. Alternate attacks, though, you have to feel that that was more around that they lost themselves in terms of they had the right call. They had 4 players ready, or 3 players ready at least, holding for a push, 1 towards middle and 2 towards Dark and Connector. You were waiting for that aggression. You should have found those kills, and the round should have been yours.
It should have been, yeah. They were really, really prepared for that. And as you pointed out, if the Oper gets the first one, then probably the second player that's swinging either goes down straight away or then they run him down. Now, this is a good way to bounce back, though. Pouncing with the double nade onto Kragan. Early opening kill aggression coming up, though, and the D's once again ready and waiting, and Hype is not missing this time around, and he's not missing for the second. Alternate attacks, they might have missed out on one chance to close it out, but they won't do it a second time.
And no, it's not looking likely. 2 players left, bomb still dropped, and still alternate attacks are just taking every necessary precaution right now. Waiting out any util that's up, just seeing if the CTs are going to get aggressive, because this is you can't just sit on a site here. You have to try and look for an opening, you have to try and look for a gap, you have to try and look for a frag here, and Paddy is going to try and play this one as sneakily as possible. Let's see how good his reactions are. That's a lovely flick onto the head of Freeze, but Ozzik is just going to try and catch the timing now behind him, and he's even waiting for the rotation. He's hearing Salazar every step of the way. Salazar will fall. Paddy is there as well. And Ozzik won't be the man to get it done, but this is even just a fake over towards A right now. Arrow is going to make his way out over towards B, and it seems like there's a little bit of confusion right now going on for alternate attacks. But now the penny is going to drop for Paddy. Surely he's going to realize that it's not A.
I mean, at this point, you've just seen so many nades, so many kills have happened, and now he's realized it. Yeah, now someone's communicated it to him, but this is so awkward. He's aware of the possibility of a player being in towards CT. It actually wins the first fight onto Perks, but being tagged down to 14 HP now, and Hype is already coming in from behind. This round should be done and dusted. As good as over. Paddy chasing that kill, loses the fight. Arrow shuts him down 13-8 as the alternate attacks pick their map pick up, and for the first time in the RES history for alternate attacks participation, they win their opening map in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a very slow start from them. We were expecting Gaming Gladiators to come out swinging from the gates. That's exactly what they did. But it just it fell a little bit flat for me once. Our alternate attacks began to figure them out, what they were throwing at them on the T side. You know, the defenses got extremely strong. They were able to, find the openings, hold on. B was just a bomb site that you weren't getting into, and then there wasn't really any positives that you could say for Gaming Gladiators when we look over towards their offense. I mean, rather their defense, they just couldn't keep alternate attacks out. The game plan seemed to work perfectly for the German side, and even playing with a stand-in Ted, they looked extremely comfortable, which is very worrying. Heading over to Inferno, which is one of their best maps in the pool.
Yeah, it is one of their best maps in the pool. It is one of the best maps for the Gaming Gladiators in their pool too, though, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be sending this one into a short bit of a break. The best map for both those teams coming up right after. It is the second map of the series, though, and the Gaming Gladiators need to answer back. And if they do answer back, we will be heading into Dust 2 for the first time since the addition of the map in the map pool a couple hours ago. So, exciting times ahead. If you want to be looking at this too, you're probably going to be rooting for the Gaming Gladiators, but hey, the Germans will probably be happy with a 2-0 victory here in their opening game in Group A. We'll see you after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
position. Quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the RES Regional Series 3 European Edition. We are ready to kick things off with our second map of Group A. It is the day one of the tournament, so in case you're just joining in and you're wondering how far we are in, well, not that far. You haven't missed a whole lot. You're joining in the most perfect moment of them all. So the Gaming Gladiators did end up losing their map pick, Jack. Did end up losing the map pick of Alternate Attacks, rather, in map number 1 on Anubis. But now they have their own choice of Inferno coming up. So are we expecting maybe a better showing from the Gaming Gladiators? And are we expecting for them to be able to take us to a Dust 2, which is the third and final map if we go to it?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be interesting. I haven't actually got the chance to have a look at the Inferno changes, but yeah, I do expect to see something maybe a little bit better from Gaming Gladiators.
Sure.
But Alternate Attacks, man, they look good. I don't want to put them down all that much, especially on that Anubis map. We know that they can play very well on that map, but with a stand-in to come out with a performance like that after being 6-1 down, I mean, that's very, very impressive indeed. But look, Gaming Gladiators, they should be a head and shoulders above Alternate Attacks. They should be a team that is just dominating this series. So that's why it was such a surprise to see map 1 actually, close out like that. If Gaming Gladiators don't perform here, I would be very shocked. I would be expecting this one to go all 3. So you might get what you're after, Ted. I think we might be seeing the very first Dust 2 since it's been added back in.
I mean, as you pointed out, Inferno has been the bread and butter of the Danes, and I feel like even if we're pleasantly surprised at the level of play that Alternate Attacks was able to provide on Anubis, map number 2 should be a clean cut, even though it is a really good map for the Germans too, right? So we're expecting it to be competitive. I don't really see a world where either one of those teams just runs over the other one. Well, probably if the Gaming Gladiators run over, I will be a bit more... I will understand it a little bit easier, I guess. But yeah, I'm expecting a competitive one. But still, you have to be favoring the Danes to take it over the line. Going into this map, though, ladies and gents, as we pointed out, the winner will be moving into the Group A winners matchup, and the loser will be moving into the elimination games of the group stage. Of course, GSL format. So you can afford to lose once, not twice, though. Definitely not twice.
Yeah, afford to lose 2 in the apartments here, and you have done exactly that. Gaming Gladiators are going to try and continue to sprint it forward. That's a really awkward engagement for Hype to find himself in, so he's just going to back out of that one safely. Perks hits a nice shot elsewhere over towards B to find the lurk. Kragan has jumped out and has presented the bomb and Hyped with a chance to kill him, but he decides not to take it. Just opens up the distance once again. Alternate Attack still in complete control of this round, despite losing the initial engagements.
Yeah, it gives them some time to reset right now with 2 versus 3, and even though you're in a man disadvantage situation, you still have something to work with if you're Kragan and Queenix. They have 2 smokes in the flash too, going for that contact play, but the position is great from Freeze. He can just spot the first one. Even if he doesn't get the kill, he's going to call for help. He's been spotted out. Second player in towards long can join in. Freeze gets 1 bomb. Whoa, gets stuck. So plant confirmed. And Kragan might be able to give this one a bit of a shout. A 1 versus 3 in hand, but Freeze shuts him down straight up. So the pistol round will go in favor of the alternate attacks. Gaming Gladiators at least get that bomb planted. So they will be securing that extra cash injection going into round number 2.
Counter-terrorists win.
And that can be put to good use. We've seen, of course, on the T side for alternate attacks of Anubis, they were able to force, they were able to win, and then put the CT side under a whole lot of pressure. And that's what Game of Gladiators are going to try and do. Alternate attacks are the favourites to take this game, unless my eyes deceive me, according to 1xBet. You want to head over and take advantage of those odds. You can do so by clicking somewhere below the stream. There will be a link. And using our code 1XORIESEU for first time signups, up to 130% on your initial deposit. This is a lot nice to see. The map does seem to be a little bit more open. It's a little bit brighter on Inferno, of course, with all the adjustments and the new additions, removing the tops of the building, so to speak. And well, Paddy is going to remove that player from top banana quick and easy. Alternate attacks do lose a bit of control over towards B, and now they have to kind of give up a little bit towards A. Queenix surely has been spotted here from Perks, so there's going to be no movement whatsoever. Hyped is going to try and creep in behind him. Queenix is trying to read into this one. He has done so, but Hyped collects the frag nevertheless. Game of Gladiators. A man down, but they're still going to try and hit out A.
Yeah, Smoke is going to give it away, though, and Hype's repositioning towards Pit as soon as possible. Catches Salazar off guard. This is a big round from Hype already. And it's just Kraken and Paddy left. The same duo from the pistol round. Kraken finds the first one, though. And this is a good way back. But now you look at the HP. You're looking at 19 combined. And now it's just 13 after Kraken goes down. This should be the save for Paddy. And 1 versus 3. The IGO is going to try and hold on to the Galil. Alternate attacks get 2 in a row. And as you pointed out, the map does look a little bit brighter. It does feel a little bit wider, too. The reason being, of course, the removal of the arches in towards the bottom of banana and in towards the top of middle, right? Those were the big changes. You saw it a couple seconds ago as Freeze did peek in towards middle. But yeah, overall, I think they're good, by the way. What's your take on those 2 changes?
I think they're good. I mean, Inferno didn't really kind of play out the same, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's definitely not a bad thing.
Yeah, Banana felt a little bit too claustrophobic at times, I feel like.
It was enclosed a little bit too much. I think, obviously, on first glance, I haven't got a chance to run through it. I haven't got a chance to play it. I don't know, how it's going to feel for the players in the server. But just on the eye test and the eye test alone, I think good. Very good. But probably still a little bit more, maybe a few more tweaks to come. Oh, that is insane from Nodius. What a shot that is. Yeah, maybe another tweak or 2. We are away from Inferno getting back to the glory days, which everybody is waiting for. Paddy was waiting for Freeze to walk his way down, tries to find a kill with that Galil. That doesn't happen. It's a quick and easy double for the IGL, who takes a lot of damage himself and will want to try and get out of this position safely. He is only a bullet away from death if that Deagle decides to tag him up towards the body.
Even the bonus HE on top of Salazar, right? So not only the 2 kills that go in favor of Freeze, but the bonus 30 HP off of another player who's on a pistol. And that's a bit of an issue. You've already lost your one and only rifle into the round, and unfortunately for you, it's not in a recoverable position anymore, so you gotta work your way with the pistols, and the pistols only from here on out. It's Salazar on a flash in the smoke. Everybody else just waiting for the support Yuto and hoping it's going to be good enough to at least net them 1 kill.
You're just going to swing out. You're not even going to use any of that util. You're just going to try and get onto the site, but that is never going to work. Not with the rifles in those positions. Alternate attacks. 3 in a row for them. Still a fantastic start on Inferno. Gaming Gladiators, I would love to get this gun round in their favor. Just to get things started. The last thing and the last place you want to really be is 4-5 rounds down when you're already a map down in a series.
Yeah, it's momentum is a big thing, and it might not be in-game momentum. It's the mental momentum, right? The fact that you, as you pointed out, you just realize that with every single other round, your chances are thinning and thinning even further. Alternative attacks now. Change up the approach a little bit. Expecting an early reaction in towards Banana. Great mid-round util, though. Even though it goes 1 for 1. Look at the damage that they were able to do with just an 8.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. And Kragan is not going to be healthy. Nodius is thinking about walking forward. Kragan's saying, no, let me go first. You're going to be boosted. Oh, you're going to be spotted, though. They're going to think about going for it again. That HE should land flush on 2. Kragan down to 7 HP. He's going to try and maybe step back. As Arrow, completely catches a wonderful timing where Nodius isn't peeking. Kragan's going to go down for free. Now Arrow's going to realize Nodius is still up close, and a little bit of miscommunication there, I feel, from Gaming Gladiators is going to cost them Kragan, but hasn't really cost them the round just yet. They still have a chance to get in towards this A-bomb site, but it's going to be very difficult. A pit player, and the peek from long. Ozic nearly lines up a double, nearly transfers onto the second here. Perks finds one into the side. Nodius catches a nice timing as well. No, well, now they know the op is there. That's been given away, and the hype's been dropped.
Yeah, that was a big kill, right? If Hype doesn't fire a bullet there, of course he gets flashed. He has no choice, but they might have assumed that he was in towards that B-bomb side still. The rotation was great, but now it's all down to Arrow. 1 versus 2 clutch. Doesn't have a kit. Doesn't have a smoke. Just the 2 flashes. Knows that one of the players is still in towards the back of the side. This is Salazar. If he can isolate that first fight and get that kill, he can start looking for the second player, but the swing from the apartments could be imminent. Arrow gets the first one. Bomb. Not planted for the apartments. He's going to try and stick it, though. Not enough time, and Notice can just run him down. He's going to finish off the kill. 3 HP to spare, so that was a close call. But even if he gets the kill, Arrow didn't have enough time. Ob's going to get saved up. Gaming Gladiators finally get there first.
There was a kit there. It fell just underneath the shutters. The Opera had a kit. Ozic had one as well. He died over towards long. That's just a little bit unfortunate that he didn't even pick one up there. He might have been able to play it a little bit different. Felt like he needed to go for the stick in that scenario. Regardless, Gaming Gladiators are going to take the round. They're going to be happy about this one. And they're going to go for a triple nade onto Arrow, and it's just a B hit. Arrow needs to get away to safety. He's a lucky boy actually to get out of there alive, but eventually that Tech 9 is just going to burst him in the face, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Look at Kragan go. He's going to take even more space. He realizes that they should be calling off a save here, though. So, probably not wanting to give a kill away too early. And now you realize the call was probably already made. So, you can actually send yourself on a bit of a hunt here. You're just on a pistol. You're not risking to lose too much. It was a straight-up shutdown call, though, right? They recognize the fact that you're probably not going to be working with too many grenades. And this buy round, if you're alternate attacks on the back of losing the previous one. So they could try to take that banana control a little bit rapidly. A bit more rapidly, should I say, compared to the previous couple rounds where they were getting obliterated by the CT side utility. So they get ahead of the play, catch them off guard. Arrow goes down, round over. All 5 survive. Kragan is going to pick that Mac 10 up. So no casualties for the T's. Now looking pretty good on the T side, starting to rack up a bit of a recovery. Still, alternate attacks have been able to hold on to those 3 rifles. Interested to see what Hype has to offer. He's been pretty proactive around the map so far on both Anubis and Inferno, trying to constantly be ahead of the play, as we like saying. We'll have to surely step it up in this round if he wants to turn the tides, and he's got a good spawn to go for an early peak.
Go for the aggression, maybe peeking towards second middle. Eventually he's going to have to give that up, so was looking to hopefully net a kill early on with that op. Doesn't really work out that way. Instead, Gaming Gladiators have taken a lot of control here over up towards B. Salazar in position. AWP is going to be wayward. Freeze doesn't want to tempt fate here and give him another little jiggle. AG tags him up, but still the rotation has gone over towards that A site. It's going to stick around here. They're waiting for a peek towards brackets, and they're correct. It's going to be coming in just a moment. They just need to be in this patient situation. Actually, Ozic was waiting for a flash in. Doesn't work out and go to plan. And now, Gaming Gladiators, they should just accelerate in.
U2 is good to slow them down, though. That's going to win time for another rotation, but because they've slowed it down, Freeze has walked back in towards the A bombs, or towards the B bomb side. They need to rely on the rifles, but Berg gets one. There's the team kill in the bigs, and somehow they're making this one doable. Hype misses the first one, might not get too many more chances, though, and he's surely going to get run down. Finally, goes down to the M4 of Queenix, making it really scrappy there for a second, but it's just Arrow left in a 1 versus 3 here. And that should be a tight game. Unless Arrow produces something miraculous here. Oh, timing is a little bit awkward. Ammo and the M4 not really present, but thankfully Quinix was there to back up his teammate.
Yeah, that's 3 now for Game Gladiators, 3 in a row, and they're back in this game completely. Alternate
Can you
attacks.
smell the dust too?
Oh, maybe. I don't know if I want to, but it might be there.
Smell it. Just feel the sense. It's coming. It could be. I mean, it's too early, right? We're just six rounds deep. There is plenty of time before that. But so far, so good. New Inferno. Not looking too bad. I mean, it's the new old Inferno, to be fair. But it's just the pistols this time around. Kragan taking a whole lot of space, and he should be getting away with a double kill. Textbook banana take by a single man in towards B from Kragan. Opens up the round. That's going to be a 4-3, and from here on out, alternate attacks who have been able to pick up 1 M4. To be fair to them, on the back of that kill onto Queenix. We'll be trying to get the remaining of those pistol players on guns too. Hype, probably already thinking about the save.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he'll get quite close, but he might just try and save out and T-spawn. Game of Gladiators have done quite well. Once again, alternate attacks are going to be looking for this instant response to at least keep this game level for as long as possible. And although it's been pretty good for Game of Gladiators so far, alternate attacks could still pack a punch, especially in the second half as well. This one finishes 6-6 or maybe 7-5 before the half is out. Alternate attacks still in with at least a little bit of consideration that they might be able to take this 1 and 2. Investment is going to be good. Lots of utility. Alternate attacks are going to be able to take banana control with ease. Or rather, in theory, should be able to take it with ease. But with Patty on this Mac 10, he might have other ideas. He might want to try and go aggressive here. This might be the perfect play call. Flashes need to be good. Freeze has to try and back up away. He's been triple naded down. Arrow tries to get the Molotov up. Patty's already through it. Jumping above him. And for the first time, a winged Mac 10 is going to be spotted. And it was just too much for Arrow to deal with.
Yeah, I love the pace. They were just never ready for it, right? You just see a good old B rush. You see the spawn. Patty just calls it for himself. I've got a Mac 10. I'm going to run up. I deploy that smoke to extinguish the Molotov. I just bounced it off the wall. You guys just double nade. No, triple nade. The yellow angle. So if there is a player there, he's going to be dead. And the second one was already low on HP. That was a great call by Gaming Gladiators. So quickly scaling up banana. No chance for alternate attacks to react to it. And now you're just on the hunt, on the prowl, making sure that those guys are not going to be able to save up what they already have. Now, Kragan will go down, and Perks doubles up. So the M4s, or, well, an M4 and an AK now after Perks picks that one up, will be saved up. But this is Gaming Gladiators on fire right now. And what a round to solidify the fact that you're on fire, too. It was a great call, too, because of the fact that alternate attacks have been... At least it has seemed that they have been trying to hold on to their initial util, right? Because the Gaming Gladiators, a couple rounds, tried to wait it out. Then alternate attacks readjust to that. They start waiting out in the first 5 to 10 seconds, not really deploying too many HEs and Molotovs in towards the top of Banana because of how methodical the Gaming Gladiators have been towards that part of the map. So you just switch it up completely with an awful spawn rush call, and it catches the CTs off guard. Now, this is not a call that you can go for a back-to-back probably, but... it's a good one to shut them down occasionally, and it works out perfectly.
We're back live at least, and continuing to see just a great T showing from Gaming Gladiators. Alternate attacks, they need to come back with a response here very quickly, you feel. And that is a lovely way to do it, to start things at least. Salazar just going to be overwhelmed. The swing down Banana, enough from 2 players. Freeze collects the frag. They're going to get that deep smoke down. Good response though from Gaming Gladiators as they take control of apartments.
Yeah, finally you get that banana control, you push them back, and now you're making them scale up towards the A-bomb side, but you still have the triple man setup here, so you are ready for it. On paper, you should be able to deal with that taken towards mid.
You should be, but you've been forced off by utility, which is a little bit of a problem. Freeze. Oh, he needs to get out of that Molotov. He's just going to burn up. Yeah, he thought the smoke was going to land at his feet, but it just didn't. Instead, it went a little bit deeper. Went for bottom Banana when he really needed it to save himself. And Game of Gladiators are going to be forced into this A play here. Hyped. Actually hits that wall bang, but not going to be able to drop Patty right now. Ozzy uses a little bit of chaos and confusion to net a kill of his own, and they continue to push her. Yeah. Oh, they think maybe trying to bait players in. Perks is just going to open up the distance. That's wonderfully played from him. And he'll back up now. They just play from the sides. They don't really need to do anything more. They've done their job. They've held on. Queenix not going to be seen there. Maybe spotted on the mini-map as Perks goes back to look, but just wasn't ready. Hype is going to fall as well. You've 8 seconds to get in on the site and get a plant down, and then you just stick it. The CTs are nowhere near right now. It was looking so good for alternate attacks, but it might just fall away.
Bomb planted. One of the players low on HP, and Queenix should be the big difference maker. He's repositioning towards the pit, and he's just going to be holding the cross towards the bomb side for Patty. This is a standard approach into the round. If Queenix can get the first kill and then fall back and just hide in towards the pit, the round is over. And the CTs are separating. Alce coming in from the apartments. He's not going to spot out Queenix, though. If Arrow goes down, the round is over.
Arrow finds that kill. Patty's just sat on the site. Do they realize he's in towards the apartments?
No way.
They're going to clear him out. Find the insta headshot. They needed to. That was going to get very scary if Patty found a singular kill. But finally, alternate attacks are going to stop Gaming Gladiators. They're going to keep just within touching distance. 1 round in it. Although it did get a little bit scary from this 4 versus 2 situation.
Yeah, I mean,
from Queenix.
Queenix wasn't patient enough towards the end, right? He finds that massive double kill, gets them into the pole spawn, but he just thought that they were saving. He didn't see anything for such a long time. He gives the peek away, and if he doesn't go for that swing there from pit, they probably still win the round. He probably still gets that first kill, and it was going to be a done deal, but he just thought that they were trying to hold on to their money there. The late retake working out perfectly for alternate attacks. It all had to work out so perfectly though, right? And this is the main conversation you're going to be having with those late retakes. Is the same thing that we're mentioning when it comes down to teams that love playing slow and methodical CS on the T side. You're leaving things for the last couple seconds of the round. You just need everything to go in your favor perfectly. You need every star to align, and this is exactly what happened here for alternate attacks. Short player was ready for the swing. Then they both just scale their way up onto the bomb side, and as you pointed out, the moment that Patty doesn't get a single one out of there, the round was pretty much over. So alternate attacks finally put an end to that winning streak of the Gaming Gladiators. It was still an expensive round though, from the CT side's perspective. You need consecutive rounds on the board. A one and done won't be good enough, especially with the Gaming Gladiators already having 5 on that T side and looking fairly solid still.
Taking a lot of damage because of HEs once again. Game of Gladiators are doing a great job with their utility. As I say that, Nodius is, I believe, going to miss his nade that lands at his feet. He isn't going to take too much damage, but maybe just the caster curse coming into fruition once again. Brax control going to be contested here. The CTs don't want to get it up without a fight. And Hype is going to creep his way in, but Salazar holding with that AWP, ready for that aggression. Flash, nothing peeks behind it. Still, you might be baited into thinking this is a weak bomb site, but it definitely is not. You've got 3 players here for alternate attacks. Make that 2. The entries just continue to keep on coming. Perks is in trouble.
Oh, and that's not gonna make life easier. Arrow finally gets 1. Perks has been dealt with. Arrow in a 1 versus 5, but there's just too many bodies on his screen. Gaming Gladiators bounce back perfectly after the previous round. It's a big double from Kraken. We did mention Queenix looked extremely sharp in that previous round. Kraken here with a big double. The duo of those two, by the way, that has been like one of the dynamic duos of Danish Counter-Strike, especially in the tier 2 space when you think about it, right? Kraken and Queenix, they've been playing together for such a long time. I actually have a bit of a history segment here. They have played 676 maps together, and the first time they played together was in 2021 in the IM Summer Qualifier. They've been playing together ever since. That was on the 9th of April, so a little bit more than 3 years ago. They had an anniversary quite recently. Been together for 3 years.
It's a very long time. It's a very awkward engagement towards top banana, but it kind of works out for alternate attacks. Phoenix has cleared all of this A bomb site. You surely know that apartments is definitely a possibility, so you will be just a little bit cautious about it. But the longer you take to clear out the site, the more trouble Salazar really is in here. Perks is going to be spotted. Salazar is just going to be dropped, and Perks is even going to get away here. Oh, this is really awkward right now. Ozzy collecting that AK, but Queenix's movement perfect to get through the window. Perks never really seen it coming. With 40 seconds, Queenix is expecting the rotation maybe from CT, but Ozic is just going to sit ready and waiting in Mexi. Where's the bomb dropped, I wonder?
I think it's down there.
Oh, it's actually in Mexi.
No.
Oh,
yep,
no.
round over. You're just gonna drop down, unsuspecting of Ozic's position. That was so cheeky. If the bomb is up there, if the bomb is up on middle, then there might have been a chance, but alternate attacks, they just do a half by away. And that's a big one. This is what keeps you competitive into that CT side. You could be looking at 6 apiece at the end of the first half, and this is not going to be too bad, honestly. Especially considering how dominant the Gaming Gladiators did look when they were winning those consecutive rounds. You see it on top of your screen. It's a pretty similar story. I guess it is a different map, so you can't say it's the same as on Anubis, but it feels like once again the Gaming Gladiators have had a streak of extremely comfortable rounds, but somehow alternate attacks are still able to keep it competitive.
And they have a real chance of tying this up here. Especially with that opening frag. Hype has taken a lot of damage, which is a little bit of a problem, but smoke gonna land right at Ozek's feet. We've got banana control. Gaming Gladiators just making a lot of noise right now. They're gonna try and go back over towards B, but look at that timing from Freeze. Runs right through the smoke, claims 2 for himself. They had their backs turned. They were thinking about turning around and going back towards B, but that timing was near perfect. And now, Arrow, all he has to do is try and stay alive here, because the help is coming. If he can get one and stay alive here, that's perfect case scenario. The CTs don't want to make a step behind him. They don't want to give it up too quickly.
This is so quick though. Arrow, they have no idea. He's towards the back of the side swing. Comes in from Banana. Arrow times it perfectly with the backside swing. And Queenix and Nodius go down straight away. Alternate attacks once again have salvaged that first half. They level things up 6 apiece as we move into the second one. And now you could be starting to see the nerves for the Gaming Gladiators. It's not looking like a clean-cut Inferno anymore.
It's not. It's not at all. This is looking quite terrifying as well when you really think about it, right? For Gaming Gladiators, because not only have you lost your last two officials 2-0 to Sashi and Bleed, now you could be losing this one to alternate attacks, which with them playing with a stand-in is definitely probably the worst result out of the three there for
I mean,
sure.
even if they didn't have a stand-in,
It's probably still the bottom result.
Yeah, for sure. Alternate attacks, though, have looked incredibly solid, and this pistol round is not starting perfectly. They were so ready for this. The flash from Freeze is absolutely impeccable, and Alzek triples up and triples down. This is terrifying for Gaming Gladiators right now. Alternate attacks on the back of playing a great first half. They were completely ready for that pistol round. We can start getting worried now. We might not be going to Dust 2 after all.
Yeah, this is a kind of case scenario right now where it looks like it's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets a whole lot better, unless this force buy works out. Alternate attacks currently the favourites according to 1xBet. If you want to head on over and take advantage of those odds, click the banner down below the stream. Sign up using our code 1x or ESEU, and you can get up to 130% deposit bonus on your initial deposit.
You know what? I'm still hopeful. Even if this ends up in 2 maps, I'm still hopeful because we have Bleed playing against a Russian team. That's an open qualifier demon team in the second game of the day.
Yeah, maybe.
So I'm still hopeful for a Dust 2. Fingers crossed.
That could still happen in this series. We're not done
It
just
could.
yet.
Yeah. You gotta trust in the Danes, especially when they're on a force buy.
Especially if they walk into this SMG. It could go alright. It could go wrong. And it looks like it is going to be an A-Rap. I don't mind this at all here. As Arrow is going to try and spot out a few players. He's just spotted Queenix moonwalking back, looking at the apartments. Nodius on the site is the only player left, and that is just to perfection there from alternate attacks. Get a little bit fortunate on the timing with the moonwalking player trying to get in towards Big Pit, but still, when they pop through that smoke, they take the risk, they run on through, they just split onto the site, and just the sheer amount of numbers is too much for Gaming Gladiators to handle.
The last 2 rounds have been a perfect example of all the impact that you're gonna get from Hype being on your team too, even if it's not the killing department. The flashes in the pistol round, all players being blinded in towards middle, and now going into the bomb site once again. He just blinds everybody into oblivion. This time around, there might have been one more player throwing them because he was on a Mac 10, but again, the supporting utility, the flashes from alternate attacks have just been great so far this game. Of course, this is something that you're going to be associating with German teams most of the time, and it has been the case in the history of the game that when you see a German team, you just associate it with great flashes, good util in general. But those flashes have been terrifying for the Gaming Gladiators to deal with. And we're talking about a Danish team on the other side. We're talking about a team that, well, not a team that, but we're talking about the duo of Kraken and Queenix that has been terrifying to play up against on Inferno for such a long period of time, especially Kraken towards Banana for many years. Has been haunting down teams and players in their dreams. Well, nightmares, I guess, turn with his util damage. So far, though, so good. T-side getting the first 2 on the board. Up against just the pistols now. You could be looking at 9.
Paddy, he's not making any secrets about getting deep control of Banana here. Jumping down, making a lot of steps, which could be a little bit of a problem as we go later on in the round, especially if we still have mollies in play on Arrow and Perks. So he is just going to now open up the distance a little bit. This is just gamble right now with the pistols, and it's looking like the 50-50 is not going to go your way, which is very unfortunate when it happens.
It's not a bad call, though. It's not a bad shout. I mean, it's a straight up gamble, but you've cleared out Banana. You put Paddy to jump spotting towards the car to try and fake that he's going to be all alone. Unfortunately for you, the T's have already cleared out the majority of that brackets area, and they have committed to the A play, so things are not going to work out necessarily. And still, you can see how diligent alternate attacks are being with it. They just sent the Mac 10 of Hyped on a scouting mission in towards A to clarify exactly what's going on, and now he's confirmed that there is indeed not a single counter-terrorist playing in towards that part of the map. So, bomb's gonna go down. That's going to be a 9-6 lead. The only question here being how many kills do the Gaming Gladiators get before they get absolutely mauled down by the rifles of Arrow and Alzek. There's one.
Okay. There's a second. But I think that is going to be about the height of it there.
Did Alzek not have head armor? Or he
It
just got...
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'm not actually quite sure. But
He
the
could
way
have just gotten, you know, double, triple headshot straight away, but...
I thought it was one.
I think it might have been 2. Because it might have been a really quick double dink. But
Maybe.
it
Yeah,
did
maybe.
look like... It did look like it was
quick.
too easy for the pistol to win that fight.
Yeah, it was very quick is the thing I was worried about. But
Yeah.
I mean, Kragan saving a Mach 10 here. He's going to use it. Usually, you kind of look at that and go, "That's it." Like, it's not a good save. You should just buy a rifle anyway. But not Kragan. Honestly, just send him down banana.
Yeah.
And just let him get in
Spawn
the
is
faces
not great
here.
for the occasion, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you can still go down a little bit later on, especially with Paddy
Oh my god.
supporting you. That has to be distracting.
Target acquired. You know what?
Has-
For some nades is alright, but then
Yeah,
for
but-
others,
Yeah, it has to be really distracting, man. Especially when you're not used to it. Like, how much prac would you really?
you know what
put
that
in,
looks
you
like?
know,
That looks like
throwing
the Air
nades?
Force system when they're trying to locate their next target.
Yeah, literally.
Airstrike incoming.
The air supporter util lands in. Salazar still creeps a whole lot closer, expecting some brackets presence to be felt, but the T's haven't made their way out just yet. This is still uncomfortable for Gaming Gladiators right now. They haven't really seen what the plan is from alternate attacks. They might have a rough idea, but nothing has come really into fruition. A play's about to happen. Queenix gets into a great spot up towards the apartments, but if Perks takes him down, this could be a completely different round.
It's a big Molotov that Nodios can check in towards short right now or long, and he can make that a one-dimensional take. But he needs to be perfect, and Salazar needs to hit the first shot quick enough. That's great.
Yeah, Nodi's going to get back on the site as well. You've got 20 seconds to get in here if you're alternate attacks and you need to find the kills. You're waiting for the long player. That's going to be Ozek. He's going to take down one, spots out Queenix, who drops down, and now is under all kinds of pressure. Salazar still on the site, but he's still hitting all these shots. Salazar with 3, but Perk still has a chance. AWP picked up, not enough time, and now he has to get away here. Alternate attacks, they make a good go of it, and they do a lot of damage to Gaming Gladiators' economy, but unfortunately, it was not the round that they were after, and not the round that they were looking like they were going to get, because that long play was absolutely perfect. They managed to take down 2 players and get in onto the site, but just enough distractions caused by those 2 players, so Salazar can hit not 1, not 2, but 3 op shots.
Yeah, not the round that you were after, but I guess that was the play that Salazar was after. You weren't expecting the Opers to just go absolutely crazy from the middle of the bomb site, turning around and picking up fights towards long, towards short, towards the apartments, getting every single kill that he needed there. And for a player that has been having a fairly quiet game in Salazar, now he's up to 9 kills. That was a big round to get, boost up the confidence. Your team will need you if they want to make that comeback work, but it's still a round in which you lose 4 players. You're not going to have the AVP moving forward, and alternate attacks still recognize the financial threat they've been able to put their opponents in.
Threat here is going to be on the A-bomb site once again. This is a lot quicker here from the T's. They don't have to get past the AWP, but they still have to get past all these crossfires, which is going to be a big problem. Queenix waiting for the swing out, lands that dink, and they're just being cut apart by Famas as Ozek's lurk this time around is worth pretty much nothing. And the AWP, it's being scavenged for, and eventually it's going to be found just in the nick of time. So Salazar will get his hands back on it. That's 2 in a row now from Gaming Gladiators. Important rounds in important moments, and they are picking them up and still just keeping themselves alive in this series.
Alive still, according to 1xBet, even though alternate attacks are in the role of the favorites, but going for that eco, Gaming Gladiator should be able to level things up. Of course, if you want to capitalize on those odds, take advantage of them, make sure you head over to 1xBet, click the banner below the stream, and use our code 1XRESEU to get up to 130% bonus. But stay responsible. And you have to be of age. So at least 18, that is. You have to be as old as Jack 20 years ago.
Toxic, but we move. Much like alternate attacks in towards this side here. The
Experienced.
missiles all looking for the damage. There's a double link. There's a chance here. Ozzik has found another once again. Paddy is running out of ammo here, and eventually he's
No
going to be
way.
overwhelmed. It's down to just
Oh
Kragan.
my goodness.
We glanced over this round completely, and Game of Gladiators might have done exactly the same. Alternate attacks shouldn't have had a chance in this round, but now they do. They've got a 2 versus 1. They just have to find where Kragan's coming from, and the op is going to be holding
Not
for him.
like
Ozik's
this.
going to hit it. Oh no, Game and Gladiators. They've played so well to get back into this game. Won 2 rounds in a row. They've looked pretty solid doing it. They maybe got away with one, sure, with Salazar putting up a performance, finding a triple kill on the site, but this one is one that they will want to forget about. It hands that advantage back to alternate attacks, and now even worse than that, on top of that, Ted, they've got no money and they've a technical pause to just sit and wallow in it.
It would be one to try and forget, but it's got pretty nasty aftertaste left, right? And it's the financial aftertaste. Look at the money on the Gaming Gladiators. You were just starting to make your way back into this game and making it a competitive affair. And now you're back to square one. No money. No chance to go for an investment. You need to just stay back and look at alternate attacks as they pick up their 11th round probably. Unless you can eco them yourself. Not like this. Those are the rounds that, especially in the second half of a game like that, those are the rounds that make the game just run out of your control. Those are the rounds that make it slip. And they know it. It's a devastating one. Could have been a comfortable finish to that Inferno, and now you need to be fighting an uphill battle from here on out. Technical timeout not going to be too long. But it will be a long day for the Gaming Gladiators if they end up losing that Inferno because of this one round against the Eco. And as we said, it's just pistols. Queenix is the only one that's purchased anything. And it's a P250.
Nobody is going to be wielding it. Oh, and he's already dead. Arrow just collecting these pistols. No fear being shown right now for alternate attacks. They're looking for this 11. Kragan looking to be sneaky through the apartments. Does a little bit of damage where he's Arrow for a moment, but just rifles doing what they do best. Hitting shots, winning rounds, and alternate attacks. They're going to be 2 away here, which at the beginning of this series, said if you told me that we were going to see a 2-0 in favor of alternate attacks, I would have called you absolutely mental, especially with a stand-in. But this is the position that Game of Gladiators find themselves in, and it's not an ideal one at all. Paddy, nice shot on the first, dinks up, freeze as well, tags him down incredibly low, but that is the only positive I feel that we're going to take from this round at all.
Yeah, and
for the
you're
side of
thinking
Game
that
of Gladiators.
if you're on the side of the Gladiators, you're thinking this is how the previous round should have gone, right? You're thinking, okay, it should have been us picking up a round with just one casualty, potentially just getting into a single messy fight and then taking it over the line fairly easily. Maybe with a couple guys on low HP, but it should have been the extent of it. And now his roles reversed. Alternate attacks are just 2 rounds away from stealing this one away and taking the series in a 2-0 fashion over the Gaming Gladiators. It's the first time that the Danes participate in this tournament under that organization, under that banner. Last time they were ecstatic in the first edition of the European Regional Series. And it could be their downfall. Of course, it is just the opening game of their group, so they will have plenty of chances to still bounce back even if they end up losing, but you ideally don't want to be going down there on the back of not picking up a single map. 11-8, they need to start winning again.
Oh my goodness. They need to start winning again, Ted, but I'm already extremely worried. Paddy is lucky to still be standing, and I mean, that is a small positive to take out of that situation. Alternate attacks have done exactly what Game of Gladiators were doing on their T side against them. In those rounds that they want to get aggressive towards, be early, they're triple nade towards the yellow wall. And Kragan and Odious are going to try and get aggressive here. Retake Util is going to be in. Alzik is going to be forced away. So that control is going to be taken back here. And that's a lovely opening to find for Queenix. But he needs to be so careful about getting away. Especially with alternate attacks all over the apartments. Oh, he turns away. The timing doesn't work out.
Oh,
Patty's
no.
going to be caught on the timing as well. Arrow's looking for one more, but Odious shuts him down at least. However, bomb can be picked up and B can now be hit. It is just Kragan here. And he's just above half HP.
Yeah, they don't need to rush it, right? Nodis is going to try and clear out brackets any moment now. That's going to give them bonus information, but Kraken's going to be all alone. They're going to try and chase him down, and Alzik gets the kill. This should be it. You need to be calling this one off. It has to be a save. You have no money left.
He can't go for this. Ozik's low, yes, but hyped on the AWP. Salazar is going to get a little bit closer as well. Game of Gladiators are going to risk this. They're going to go for it. Nate opened the smoke, see if anybody is there. Hyped is going to be mollied out of position. And, well,
That's it.
he was caught going back. That was your chance. That was your opening. You needed to find a kill there. If not, now you fall away and save. And they have to. It's one that stings, Ted. You were talking about an aftertaste. This one is going to be as horrible as you are going to taste. But it's just one you're going to have to swallow. 12-8 alternate attacks have a chance to close this out 2-0. And deny a Dust 2 decider for the first time in a very long time.
Well, we might not be getting us out of this one after all, ladies and gents. We might have to wait a little bit longer for it to be picked into in another series, but alternate attacks have just looked extremely solid. Gaming Gladiators. It could be a painful one. It surely is a painful one, and we have another technical timeout now. Salazar, I believe, is experiencing some minor issues, so we're gonna give him some time, but this is not gonna make life easier, man. They feel like they should have had a chance to take this one to a third here. They feel like it. And you never know, right? Those rounds, that's why we said it. Those rounds are the ones that change so much. You're starting to win consecutive rounds on the CT side, getting that money up. The confidence is going up. Everyone's feeling better. For the first time in a while, you're feeling that level of comfort. You're in the driver's seat, and then suddenly is the sound of pistols. The terrifying sound of pistols ringing in your head round after round, again and again. You can't get it out of there. And it could be Oshiro 12-8. You need 4 in a row on the CT side. At least you have an investment to work with, but it's not even full util on all of your players. Salazar on an AVP, 3 guys on M4s. Queenix will be down to the FAMAS. You have just 2 defuse kits to work with, which should be good enough. But it's the consecutive rounds. This is the terrifying part. You need 4, and that's just for overtime.
Yeah, you will still try and take banana with what you have. You will still try and use all that util. Oh, but Ozzik, he's not going to respect your smokes. He's going to push right on past. He's going to take a nade on the chin for his troubles, but he's happy just to grab that advantage here. He's going to pull rotations away from this A-bomb site, even going to pull a second away. If alternate attacks accelerate and hit this A-bomb site, it's just Queenix. He only has a smoke to delay here. Game of Gladiators have gone for a big risk, and it's looking like it's not going to pay off.
It might not pay off. Queenix all alone, and now the rotations are starting to come in. Kragan has been left all alone. He's jump spotting towards the top of car, and he knows nothing's going on. He's got the util to delay too, and the rotations will arrive in time, but they need to hold on.
Yeah, they do. The shots need to be good. Salazar is in no man's land with that AWP. Nodi is trying to stop them from making their way out of the apartments, but this A-bomb site has been just dominated once again. First by pistols, now by rifles. Slow on the trigger, but Hyped makes sure that this does not go to a third. Alternate Attacks, for the very first time, are going to win their opening game here at the Oriez, Ted. And what an impressive scalp, really, to take. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they looked a shadow of themselves, and Alternate Attacks, even with a stand-in, able to punish.
You know what? We can have all the conversations that we want in the world about this eco that the Gaming Gladiators did lose, right, in the second half. It could have been a completely different game, but I feel like it's going to be even disrespectful to overlook the fact that the Alternate Attacks did play a good series from start to finish, right? Even without that eco, it could have still been a close map. I'm not saying they could have closed it out in the same way that they did. They probably wouldn't have happened. But in the end of the day, you're looking at the bottom line. Bottom line is we were going into this game with a lot of question marks around the Alternate Attacks. A team that lost and got eliminated both times so far in this tournament, in the first and second European edition from the group stage. A team that has been relying on Hype's really high peaks, but those haven't been consistent. The rifles haven't really been able to show off. We saw a great performance by Alzik, something that we have been missing recently. We saw a really good performance by Arrow. A stand-in, as you pointed out, didn't really seem to disturb the system that much. Alternate Attacks just played a really solid series all in all. Both maps 1 and map 2. Had we gone to a third and final map of Dust 2, it could have been a little bit random, right? And if Dust 2 goes their way, then you could be having the conversation about just the Germans being a little bit better with just adapting to a change, right? We didn't even get to it. We played maps that the Gaming Gladiators were really comfortable with. We go for an Anubis, we go for an Inferno. Those are 2 out of the 3 most comfortable maps for that team, and they weren't able to pack a punch against a really well playing Alternate Attack. So yeah, man, applause to Alternate Attacks. Didn't expect that clean 2-0, and they will be participating in that winners matchup, and we already have our first big surprise of the tournament. That will be that the loser of Passion UA and 9 Pandas, and I can't stress enough how disappointing that would be for the team that ends up losing that matchup, will be playing for their life in the tournament against the Gaming Gladiators.
It's such a horrible, horrible game, right? I mean, it's not one that you want to be facing in the lower bracket. Of course, 9 Pandas didn't make it out of groups last time round. Passion UA were a playoff team, so, you know, that's just a really, really intriguing game, to be honest, when we do get down to that. But that is, of course, in Group A. We're going to be jumping over into Group B now in just a moment, Ted. We should have about a 10-minute break until we do go live with the pre-game. But we've got Bleed taking on a debuting DMS side, which we're a little bit excited for, but we are kind of jumping into the unknown, I suppose, as well, because this DMS side haven't really played all that much in terms of, HLTV games. It's just been qualifiers. This is the first real big event that they've played as a 5 for sure, and it should be pretty exciting. More on that to come, of course, but ladies and gentlemen, we will be sending it to a short little break, and we'll be right back in about 10 minutes time.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Short little break before, between game 1 and game 2, and we're nearly ready to jump into the action once again here at the Oriez Regional Series 3 Europe. Ted, it's been an exciting day because, you know, we got the news as well that we're going to be playing Dust 2 in this event, and, you know, a lot of people are going to be.
I thought you were going to
intrigued
say
in
we
that
were
one.
going to be playing Dust 2 in this matchup, and I was going to lose my mind, but we don't have the veto yet.
No, we don't have the veto just yet, so you know, we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that one. But you know, it's really exciting times. You know, seeing that it's actually going to be played. I thought we were going to be waiting, you know, a little bit longer till we get to see it. Nearly saw it in game 1, and game 2, maybe, just maybe, there is a chance because we've got a CIS side taking on Bleed. We know Bleed have a 7-map veto, of course, Overpass being removed. They might want to risk it. Kassad had a tweet a little bit earlier today as well saying, you know, thank God they removed Overpass and now Dust 2 is in the mix. They might want to give that a bash early on. But this game, it should be really exciting, and as well, not just for the Bleed side of things, runners up in not just Res 1 but Res 2 as well. DMS, brand new team, we haven't really seen all that much for them. It should be very exciting.
It should be very exciting, right? And if you're Bleed, I feel like I will disappoint you a little bit. Obviously, there's some time until we start talking about that, but I don't think if you're Bleed, it is the right time to be experimenting in a matchup like that. You're taking a look at the runners up at both the first and the second edition of the RES for Europe. You're playing up against the team that's making its debut in a tournament like that, right? A team that has played only officials and open qualifiers. You want to get that victory here in that opening game. You want to play it safe. And of course, facing off against the winner of Bait and the Alliance will give you the chance to qualify for the playoffs straight away. But what I'm saying is Bleed is one of the big favorites going into this tournament once again to make a deep run and potentially finally win the entire thing. So I don't feel like you should be experimenting in a matchup like that, but hey, who knows? I mean, as you pointed out, Kassad did make us blush a little bit at the start of the day. It got me really excited when I saw that tweet. So is that the first time that you can actually cross long with just one smoke on Dust 2? And I was there being like, oh, you're not cooking that Dust 2 pick. But yeah, I mean, you're probably expecting to see that more from a team like DMS, right? This is the exciting part. You're looking at a Russian lineup, 5 guys that most people are not going to be too familiar with. A majority Russian lineup, should I say. There's a couple guys from other countries too in that team. And there's a couple names that might be a little bit familiar, Jack. You're seeing a couple guys that used to be a part of the Cloud9 Academy. Of course, the most recognizable one out of the lot should be Kalash, right? The Kazakhstanian 19-year-old who was a part of Bait. And then that Rune Eaters lineup where he played with Duke Fischera in... I think it was Ice, the other one. So a couple recognizable name in the story of it, but all in all, a pretty new lineup that's just played a couple open qualifiers pretty much.
Yeah, you've got Height, you've got AW and SFade, who seem to be like the core. They've played together for quite a long time, you know, on a few different teams. You've got Smet, of course, joining in from C9. Well, he was in C9 Academy a long time ago, played a little bit with Arc Red and Amiga as well, but, you know, just kind of standing in mostly, not really been there for a very long time. So it is exciting. You know, it's always an unknown when we kind of go into these games. We haven't really seen them play all that much. It is just an open qualifier team. Sometimes they can be really good, you know, versus some of the top teams. Sometimes it doesn't go their way. And well, speaking of top teams, Ted, this is what they're going up against. You're going up against a Bleed lineup that have, you know, started off really poorly. Everybody was saying that, you know, this Bleed team is never going to work. Now all of a sudden they're just such a massive threat. You know, the addition of Laden, we keep talking about it every time. You know, this team has just gone from strength to strength, and I would say to anybody, I dare you to pick out any player on this team that is not playing well and not performing, because it's just not possible. You know, Hampus we're seeing putting up an incredible level. Cirque has been improving. He's been putting in solid performances on the AWP. Maybe not in the kills department if you're going to be, you know, extremely nitpicky about it, but he is doing his role, doing his job. He's providing space for the aggressive riflers, the likes of Cypher, the likes of Vladen as well, to get the job done. And then, you know, we can't forget about Favin as well. So, you know, I mean, look, Bleed in tip top form. This is not a team that I'd want to be facing, though. DMS, a completely unknown side. Yeah, I'd want to avoid these at all costs.
So we're gonna move into the veto. There's a couple of rules that you must be following when you're playing against a CAS side that is an open qualifiers nightmare, so to speak. You're avoiding Mirage and you're avoiding Dust 2. So for Bleed being a team that plays all 7 maps in the pool, the Mirage instaban needs to come in straight up. And that makes a lot of sense. Inferno coming in from DMS, I guess you're peeking into one of the what used to be one of the best maps for Bleed. Initially, now it's become a bit more of a pocket pick map that they like playing as a decider, but it's still a good map for them. Bleed go for the Anubis, which has actually, I think, replaced Inferno from being that comfortable third and final map to being their perma pick. And if we go to a third and final map, we will see the Ancient. And again, it is the thought process that we did talk about. We see that Bleed was actually the team to have the choice between going for a Dust 2 or an Ancient, but at this point, you're Bleed. You know you're the big favorite to get that victory here. Most likely, you'd be looking at the Inferno and Anubis thinking you shouldn't be going to a third and final map, but even if it does end up going to a third map, you don't want to be risking playing a completely, well, I can't really shake my soul and say that Dust 2 is a completely new map, but you don't want to be playing Dust 2 for the first time against a team like that you know nothing about, right? Especially when there's a couple of CAS guys that you know are going to be the so-called face-it demons from open qualifiers that you just want to dodge. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Bleed to be going for that veto. And as you pointed out, for DMS, we know that a couple of those guys know how to play Team Counter-Strike because they were a part of that Cloud9 Academy team. We know that a couple of them were parts of teams that you pointed out, like Bait, like Nemiga that you mentioned. So they should be good players all in all. But in the end of the day, if you're Bleed, you're going into this game, you're expecting a pretty flawless 2-0.
Yeah, you're expecting it, but like if we're going and looking at the results, I mean, like that DMS do have on HLTV in those open qualifiers.
Oh, we're looking at all those 6 maps from open qualifiers.
Yeah, but man, look, I mean, they beat Bait on Mirage, right? I mean, look, that's a good result. Exanita, you know, they lost 2-0 to them. Then
they beat the Eyeballers, right?
They beat Eyeballers 13-7 on Inferno. And then they took Apex the distance. 13-11, they ended up losing on Mirage. Like, they're not horrible results. I know, like, you say, oh, open qualifiers, anything can happen, but man, like, you have to put a little bit of respect on the results recently that they have been picking up. So, you know, it's not like Bleed should be walking away with this.
Sure.
And, you know, it should just be walking into this game going, oh, we should run over these guys. Yeah, this should be absolutely no problem. No, I'd be worried, especially you don't have much film to go off. You don't have a lot of, you know, demos to really watch and see and go kind of, okay, well, what do they really play like? What's their play style like? Have we ever played against these guys before? Because more often than not, the answer to that is going to be, I don't know. We haven't played them that much. We don't know what they're going to do. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting in that regard. But I do feel that the Inferno pick from DMS, although they did beat Eyeballers on it, it's a big risk because you're picking into one of Bleed's best maps.
Yeah, the counterpoint to that could be you don't know what's going on, but I guess the mindset that you should be having as Bleed going into this matchup is knowing that you're the better team on paper, knowing that, well, not on paper, practically you are the better team. You have the better and more experienced individuals. So you should be going into this one just thinking about you yourself playing your own game, right? That phrase that players love saying so much when they're given interviews, we'll just be playing our game. Well, this is exactly what Bleed need to be doing in a matchup like that, and they know it, right? Just go into this one completely relaxed, focus on what you're doing, focus on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. There should be no way, if you're playing your game nicely and good enough, I'm not going to say perfectly, but if you're playing to 90% of your potential or 80% of your potential, there should be no way for you on paper to lose this matchup. And this is something that I feel like they realize. I think it's a pretty normal conversation to have before a game like that, because as you pointed out, you're not going to be able to guess what they will do. You're not going to be able to anti them. You're not going to be able to counter anything that they're doing because you haven't played against those guys. You don't know what to expect. So what you can do as far as Bleed are concerned, as far as Bleed know, is to just focus on the things that you can control. And what you can control is your own performance, right? So yeah, it will be an exciting matchup. I am looking forward to that. Inferno, as you said, it is an off one if you're looking at it from our point of view, because you're looking at a team picking Inferno against Bleed, which has been one of the best teams on this level on this map. But then if you ask DMS, they will probably tell you, well, you know what, Mirage is our bread and butter. They removed that. And the second map that we feel really comfortable with, that we were able to take down the eyeballers on, was Inferno. So we know we're playing up against Bleed, but this is what we can offer. This is the best that we've got. So it will be interesting to see how they do. Maybe if they get to start, I don't know, if Bleed for whatever reason decides to start CT side, then the CAS boys can start T side. They can get the momentum going. There could be a world where we see a couple interesting rounds and a couple good plays from certain individuals. But yeah, as you pointed out, if you're Bleed, you're looking at an Inferno being your opponent's map pick. You're looking at Anubis being your own map pick. You should be good, right? You got to be feeling that you're good going into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you should feel it, especially, you know, you're able to remove Mirage, which is, you know, one of their best picks, because when you're an open qualifier team, or like it's really the only experience that you have as a 5 going on to HLTV, usually the case is that you don't have a very deep map pool. So when one of your top maps gets instantly taken, you're kind of like, oh, we could be in trouble here. We might have like one or two that we're like extremely, like not extremely comfortable on, but like pretty comfortable on, but definitely not to this level. Like you get pulled into the depths really quickly when you start going into these events, and you might think, oh well, it's only a small little jump up. We might be playing in advanced, we might be playing in these open qualifiers where we're getting these results,
Sure.
And it's like, no, when it's in a best of 3, in an event like this, you definitely kind of feel all that pressure, and they can definitely pull you into a map where they will cause you all kinds of problems. But Ted, it seems like we are just still going to be waiting around here. Do you think this is Bleed quick and easy 2-0? I'm going to trouble you for a little prediction.
I think so. I really believe so. I feel like Bleed have shown us that they are showing every now and then tendencies of dropping maps in games that they shouldn't be. Obviously, I'm talking about that really famous Ancient that they did lose against Passion UA when Zinchenko was playing in there, but that was a long time ago. You know what? That was a long time ago, and Bleed ever since has been one of the best tier 2 teams out there, right? There's a couple that you can name. Nemiga obviously is another really good shout, but I think Bleed is going to be going into this game and showing the difference between the two teams. One thing that I wanted to focus on a little bit, something that you touched upon, and we have a little bit of time to actually brag about it and just turn that pre-game show into a podcast of myself and yourself. So welcome to the Ted and Zerfer podcast, everybody. You can subscribe to our podcast on both Spotify and what was the Apple one called? I forgot. But yeah, Apple Music. Yeah, sure, that's the one. So Cirque is one that you mentioned in his individual performance. I actually wanted to bring in some numbers, because this was one of the main criticisms towards the performance of Cirque initially with that lineup, even when the team was winning. The fact that he was most of the time bottom of the scoreboard, he wasn't getting all the impact in terms of kills. Obviously, we did have the conversation about the communication being really good, him being a really helpful teammate, but the fact that in the previous res, actually, he was the 5th highest rated player of the event and the highest rated player of Bleed in general. It was his first really, really good event, his best event up to date with his team, on 1.24 rating. And just to put that into perspective, he was the highest rated player in the tournament before the grand final against Nemiga. He was standing on 1.32. So Cirque is starting to actually put some good form in terms of numbers and kills too on the board, and it will be exciting to see how he does in this edition of the tournament. With that being said though, Jack, enough of the podcast. We're good to go. Whew. You know what? Actually, this morning I was starting to get worried that I'm losing my skill to talk too much without stopping myself, just continuously having that flow state of talking. I'm calm now.
Yeah, it's definitely not going anywhere for sure.
No.
Slow T-pistol from DMS. Still looking to maybe just find an opening here. well, Vladen might get a chance here to drop down Clash, and he was carrying a lot of util, not carrying the weight of the round, but now with Hampus seeing that presence and hearing the steps being made, his Fede is not going to clear out this position. Oh, Hampus is going to try and line up ahead. He misses him, but gets the most important player in the round down. That's the bomb carrier. Claims one more. Now can back away to safety if he wants, but he wants to continue to take these fights, and now he's going to have the support. Bleed look in complete control. Eventually, there's a bit of life being shown as AW drops Cirque over towards that B bomb site, but surely he's going down any moment now, and indeed he will. Bleed will start off Inferno great with the CT pistol.
Yeah, that was a little bit hairy there for Hampus for a moment, but he was still able to recover really nicely. Misses the first one, doesn't make a difference because the second player was actually the one with the bomb, right? So the first one had to go back. Pre-fire didn't work out. A nice double there from the IGL, and a nice double for Vladen too. As we are heading into a bit of a technical timeout, but still a good start for Bleed. As we pointed out, Inferno has been pushed away. I don't want to even say pushed away. They just haven't been picking into it that much, right? It has been pushed as a secondary option maybe at times. They feel really comfortable with it going to a third and final map. Of course, the results haven't been too bad. They did lose it to Namiga in a 9-13 fashion. Before that, of course, they did play it 2 more times in the second edition of the RES Regional Series Europe, and they won both of them. It was a 13-11 over Bait and a 13-3 over Mouse NXT. So, all in all, looking good. And you did mention 1xBet. I guess it's no surprise to anybody that Bleed is the favorite according to them.
A little bit awkward long range for Cirque, but getting the job done. That HE should be perfect for a double. And as expected, this round is going one way and one way only. Height had a chance taken away. Not even a single lick of damage being done to Bleed. As we are going to get into the gun rounds a little bit early on. As Fede is going to purchase up a Mac 10. So it's looking like they're going to go for maybe something quick. As Fede, at least, maybe trying to get aggressive banana control and maybe make Bleed respect them a little bit more, which I suppose is something you have to do in a game like this.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's a couple ways that you can approach it. I'd say that probably the best way to approach it is to actually not give them a lot of respect. If you're a DMS, just play it as wildly as you want to, and this could be the definition of it. Fate gets the opening kill. Trapped in the corner though, and he's gonna get that nade from Cypher. A lot of damage done, but still a 5v4 early advantage, and they're looking to actually capitalize on that presence in towards B.
Yeah, really nicely done from them. You know, you just get aggressive with that Mac 10, you find that opening kill, and even if you don't push into the site, now Bleed, they are forced to respect you. There's no other way about it. You know that is definitely a possibility, something that you can be worried about for sure early on in the round, but now you just need to be worried about where this round is heading, because it could be heading into the back pockets of DMS before we really even get going. Aggression from Bleed here is going to be good. Flash is going to go in. CTs are going to go for this swing. AW boosted up. Cirque is going to try and backpedal with that M4 in his hands. And, well, the teams are sticking around here. Cirque doesn't read into it too much. Hampus is just going to be ready and waiting with the M4 in hand. Has util to delay as well. But Bleed are making the correct call because DMS are going back.
Yeah, this is really good decision. Hampus has the smoke too. He's going to confirm that nothing's going on. Cirque's already rotated towards the back of the A-bomb side. They're really, really ready for this.
Yeah, Vladen finding that kill. Cirque with a nice headshot. Vladen locking it down, dropping the bomb as well. You have 20 seconds. Smet to try and find 3 quick kills. Vladen still staying aggressive. Actually goes against him. Smet was ready. And now, Cirque in the apartments. Does Smet read into this? I mean, he doesn't have a lot of time. He's going to waste a lot of time clearing out all of these angles. And eventually, Cirque is going to strike. He's 6-1 already. And the big Bulgarian ready to get going. Bleed already performing.
Yeah, it's a Bulgarian and Serbian delight right now in the server, right? Vladen on 5-1, Cirque on 6-1. They just combined for 4k in towards that A-bomb side. It was an instant decision for the rotation, as you pointed out. Cirque gets that kill, instantly sprinting towards the back of the A-bomb side. He gets the first one, Vladen with 2, and Cirque with the final one of the mix. Just exchanging blows. It was like they were playing table tennis. or as normal people call it, ping pong.
Oh, this time just perfect counterplay, right? I mean, you've dropped so much utility. If they want to go aggressive towards Banana, it is going to hurt them an awful lot.
Yeah, that's not gonna work 2 rounds in a row against the proper team.
No, not at all. Might catch them off once, but you know, if you continue to do that over and over again, Bleed are going to punish you. Hampus, caught in no man's land towards middle, he's going to give away a weapon, which of course is going to help things, but what is going to help is Cypher's already claimed 3 kills. This time, this one being through a smoke. And DMS are going to try and test Favin here, I believe, in just a moment. M4 and Galil in hand. But Favin in this position might be good for 1.
They were thinking about swinging through the smoke there for a second, but I think Reason said something, so... Waiting it out. Favin still has the smoke and a flash to work with. He's just going to be jump spotting towards the back of the car. Oh, actually didn't catch the player across, but I think he's realized the timing was a possibility. Actually, he's probably seen him because the rotation is coming up, and with 35 seconds, now he's going to start hearing the steps. It has been confirmed, and Favin knows that there's at least one player on the other side of that smoke. Now he knows his suit. CT smoke spotted. They could try and boost on top of it. First one doesn't work out. Spam coming up, but Favin should be good for at least 1 kill. He's waiting for his moment to strike. There it goes. Height goes down, and Cypher will join in with the final kill of the round. Just 1 going down. That was the full investment from the T, so Bleed getting a 4-0 start potentially. 5-0-2. Unless DMS want to send it with a triple AK and double MAC-10 purchase. It was a good counter from Bleed, though, as we pointed out towards the start of the round.
Yeah, really good. Really good stuff. Warning signs for DMS for sure. You're 4-0 down. You are going to send it with 4 Galils, 1 AK. Fast Banana isn't going to be your friend, I feel, in this game. Anywhere at all.
No. And you're playing against Cypher, right?
Yeah.
You're potentially thinking that you can surprise all of those teams with the way that you're playing in a wild fashion, but this is where Cypher thrives. That's what he's comfortable with. I mean, look at it. He's just running at you with a USP. Can you really surprise him? Can you really take that man to the depths? I think he's been born there.
He was born in the dark, molded by it. The way of the push, the way of the whole W. And that's exactly what he's going to try and do once he collects that AK and get out of Banana. It is not retreating. He is just advancing in another direction.
Strategically repositioning.
Yes. Jump spots. Favin. Steps are being made. And Favin's just going to go down for free here. That's big trouble for Cypher. He is very low. Doesn't have any util to delay. Hampus has all the util in the world, but he needs to try and get it down just to offer Cypher any kind of support at all, which is a little bit of a problem. Flash goes high. HE is going to do a lot of damage as well. The util continues just to pile in on the players as they make their way through. Banana, Cypher proving very difficult to deal with. Eventually, Height is going to do exactly that, and he needs to get a bomb plant out of this situation, which he will. Vladen, fast up Banana, is going to be in support of Cirque in just a moment, and Height is just a bullet away from death. This would be a monstrous way to get your first round here if Height is able to claim a 4K and a 1 versus 4. And there is the third. Has to get the reload off. Repositions completely. Vladen is being heard. Well, rather heard Height every step of the way. He's closing in on him. Does Height realise here comes the swing? Vladen is going to hold his nerve. Hit the shite. Or hit the shite. Hit the shot. Well, that's happened. That might be the best slip up I've ever done, by the way.
You know what? That's one I would be proud with. He's absolutely hit it.
Well,
No chance.
It has begun to hit the fan a little bit here. You're 5-0 down against Bleed. That one goes very close. If you win that, it's a completely different story. But DMS are going to continue to force by now, back and back again.
I'm sorry, that would just... It just caught me off guard a little bit.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? Oh, well.
Yeah, true. You know what? This is, yeah. That's how the best things in life happen. Spontaneously. Cypher Going for another opening in towards Banana is going to be good for one, but Favin thankfully in a good position for the refrag. So again, you get away with a man advantage. You push them back from Banana. The bomb carrier just going to deploy one Molotov in towards the top of car, but Smet making some noise is not really going to help. Hampus is aware of that position. He's still thinking about going for the peek in towards Boiler, though. They should be aware of the possibility. Vladden's still in towards the balcony, and oh yeah. Target acquired. Pixel, ready to deploy the Molotov. And Hampus is already in a position where he can pounce off of that, so playing on the contact of each other, Bleed, looking good. Up against the apartment's wall.
Yeah, I mean, timing isn't really going to work out the way I was hoping there for DMS. Hampus is just going to claim a double for free. Vladden's going to spot out height now. And now I know why the slip-up kind of happened as well. It's height. Height threw me off.
All right, yeah.
I was wondering what it was. I was like, that is just not like... I went for a
thing.
You know, I went for a combination of height and shot, and yeah, the rest can speak for itself. But that's it. Like, it literally took me that long, by the way, for my brain to go, why did that happen? Yeah. And Bleed might be wondering why DMS have picked into this one, this map. It hasn't really gone their way whatsoever. They haven't really been comfortable, haven't really even gotten into a bomb site, bar once, a little bit of heroics from height. And excuse the pun, but that has been about the height of it for DMS so far on this T side.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, a couple rounds in which they've been able to get it into a 3 versus 3 or something like that, but then you can instantly see that Bleed just has the better protocols, which is supposed to be the case. Still. Some damage being done, I guess, from the T's occasionally. They're hoping to be able to pick up at least a couple rounds here on the T side of things, but down to the pistols you go, and it's majority Deagles here, just hoping for the 1Ds to connect. The flash is actually really good from Fade, and it will set up AW for that opening kill. A nice refrag, but Favin with a double in return. Second one, courtesy of the Flames.
That double refrag is huge. Stopped them from really gaining any map control. Stopped them from gaining the site, most importantly. And now Vladden is alone here. This is a little bit scary. You're only up against Eagles, though. So that's something that he has going for him. He's got Cirque moving back over into position once again. And DMS still a little bit uncomfortable. Cirque, is he going to get this timing right, though? This could go completely against him. If he peeks now, he could catch the bomb out in no man's land. He's going to spot out the first and then jiggle for the second. Nearly gets caught by Smet's Deagle. Flash in. Smet is going to try to dodge it. Cirque wants to just keep him at bay here and continue to take this fight. Vladden is going to inch closer. Vladden could be in trouble here. And Smet, did he see him? I believe he did.
Yeah,
he's spotted here. He's had to step, and Smet tanked down a little bit lower. The headshot will do, but it's a headshot found for Vladden. The round, I wouldn't say rescued, but saved from going into a scary spot into a 1 versus 1. A 7-0 lead for Bleed. Heavy favourites according to 1xBet. If you want to head over and take advantage of those odds, you can click the banner down below the stream. Sign up using our code 1X or ESEU. And get up to 130% deposit bonus on your initial deposit.
We go again. Unfortunately, the D's haven't really had a lot of money to work with, so we haven't. We're yet to see height on an AVP. Usually, the one that will be wielding that for the side of DMS. Hopefully, we're gonna get the chance to watch him play it on the CT side. Of course, they will need to get a couple more here in the first half if we want to get to it. That's a good nade on top of Zerg, but he's still posted on the angle, and they haven't really spotted him out so far in towards the B-bomb side, so not ready. Might give him a free kill, and there's the reaction. Great headshot. Zerg is out of there. No chance for a refrag. Player didn't even try to swing on the back of losing his teammate there. Fade just holding on to his life. Makes it a lot easier for Zerg to reposition. And we are hearing some typing in chat, so I am praying that there's no technical difficulties right now for anybody that's alive and kicking. It will be a B play though for DMS, and Bleed have already been able to smell their intentions and have a 3-man setup towards that part of the map.
So Holden AWP nearly takes down 2, but it's a great headshot, at least on the first spot's nothing else. But Smet is going to get a whole lot closer. Favin needs to get there to try and help out Cirque, but Cirque doesn't need any. Maybe the distraction helps out a little bit, but Cirque is going to get the majority of it done by himself. That's an 8-0 lead. Cirque is 11-3, and Bleed are just having fun out there, it would seem. DMS, welcome to the show.
Yeah, you can tell that Cirque is having fun too, right? Someone tell him that he doesn't need the headshots in order to get a kill with the AVP for the first two. Just nailing the shots. And this was the most dangerous, I guess, with Bleed. Obviously, it's a conversation to be had under different circumstances. We are expecting Bleed to be winning in that specific game, right? But just in general, a conversation about the team itself. I feel like the better it's going, this is just going to be a massive snowball team, right? You have so many people that just love it when and they're thriving when things are going well for them. And you remember what type of a player Cirque was back in the day when he was, I'm talking about the good days in EG at the start, energy. The mood in those teams was always really good. Hampus is that type of a guy. Cypher is that type of a guy. They just have a lot of players on the team that thrive when the atmosphere is good and when everything is all right and everybody's smiling and laughing about it. You're starting to see that a little bit. And of course, as we said, we're not using DMS to prove that, Rue, because Bleed is supposed to be winning that game on paper, and they are. But it feels like the atmosphere in the entire team of Bleed is in general just going up with every single game, right? It's not only about this map. It's just a general observation.
Yeah, it is for sure. And if you are new to Counter-Strike, you did not mishear. EG used to have actual good days.
They were #1 in the world.
They used to have good days.
They were #1 in the world for a week or so. You ask me why I remember that? Because I used to be happy about it back then. Then I wasn't so happy no more.
Oh. Seen a little hand switch there. Cypher seems to be the only one throwing that into the mix there. Did you see that? A little left and a right. I thought I seen it once before from him. We haven't really seen it all that much.
Give me that TikTok brain syndrome.
Yeah, literally.
Just go for the switch. The scene, by the way, I actually, it's really fun when you're, alrighty, that's not fun. I was gonna say, when you're switching hands and you have your knife out, it looks like you're sprinting. But let's not fool ourselves. This could be the first round for DMS. This is not looking too bad. Yuto is good. Cypher really uncomfortable just burning and being flashed into oblivion. So he will go down. Hampus is up close though. He can try and deny that bomb from going down. Spam not quite accurate enough. And Hype gets that kill. So it's either a Vlad 1 versus 3 or DMS will get their first round on Inferno.
And it is their first round on Inferno. Their first round here at the ORES. DMS are on the board. They can make this one at least a little bit more competitive.
I was just gonna say DMS rounds. Well, not anymore. Now it's DMS consecutive rounds.
We'll see if they are going to be able to get it. Hampus is going to be relegated to just a deagle here, which is not completely ideal for the IGL. But if it was ever somebody that could make it work, it was probably going to be him. But util being deployed once again. A very deep counter utility right now from Bleed. They want to make sure that DMS have no space at all. And they have very little to maneuver.
Yeah, instantly you're getting pushed back. Cypher up close and personal towards Banana. He's been left alone for now as Favin is trying to pick up some nades. So it's a little bit risky for Cypher and he's going to walk off. Doesn't feel too comfortable staying up close and personal. He knows that they've got the util to force him out of position too. So doesn't really need that close angle. And there's the Molotov. Good awareness by the Brit. Counter Molly coming up and Cypher's now repositioned into an angle where he can easily just get one kill and fall back.
Yeah, it's a lovely one and done spot that he has here. It's one fall away. Doesn't have any utility really to drop behind him. There's the first kill, and then he will fall. Favin has that smoke that he can deploy, or he can just leave it to Cypher to do. And they're going to just boost once again in a different position. Cirque fully flashed, finds that kill onto Smet. And that's going to be just triggering the B play in just a moment. Cypher.
Target acquired.
He's waiting. Flash is going to go high, and here comes the swing. Cypher, how many does he get? It's just a one. Favin, is he going to go unnoticed on this boost? Oh, that's so messy. But he eventually drops the bomb. Cirque didn't really seem to be ready. He actually hit the shot there to land the tag. Bomb is going to be tapped, and Hampus is going to collect that final frag. So consecutive rounds are going to elude DMS. But that is just really good preparation there from Bleed once again. Just some lovely setups, some lovely protocols that they have, going from boost to boost over towards B, and then Cirque even hitting a shot over towards A. Just makes that round a whole lot easier. And DMS, I kind of feel for them a little bit here, because this is a baptism of fire that they're really going into in their opening game. I know they have to...
Yeah.
It looks like they have to pick into either Mirage or an Inferno, and to pick into Bleed's best map, who are a runner-up in the tournament, not once but 2 times in a row. Yeah, man, like, it's a very, very long map one for sure, but you never know what might happen on Anubis. You never know what might happen. They might begin to turn it around. They might have a great CT side and get something going. I just want to see them playing with a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, as you said, I feel like sometimes, obviously it's a baptism of fire because you're playing up against a team that I don't think would really underestimate. I don't think Bleed is that type of a team that would let you get away with more than you're supposed to. Maybe other teams on a similar level could overlook a team like EMS a little bit, and that could create a little bit of chances, but Bleed Aaron, well, Cypher will give them a fighting chance at the start of this round, but it's just a 1-for-1. But as I was saying, Bleed seems to be a team that's taken all of those games really diligently, even if they know that they are supposed to be winning at 99% of the time. They're still not really playing it too wild, not running at you, just going for aim fights and stuff, which feels like an awkward thing to say after what we just witnessed from Cypher, but in general, this is not how they would approach situations. And you know, this is better for DMS, right? Because they are getting the proper treatment of a proper team that's playing solid Counter-Strike and fundamentally good Counter-Strike, just playing as they would against any other team in any other different circumstance, which is what DMS need right now.
Yeah, like I remember, you know, in certain scenarios, we used to play endpoint in back when I was coaching, and when you know, like way back when, and we were trying to get like just a little bit of experience in the UK leagues, and you know, endpoint. Not that they weren't taking it serious, but they weren't playing to the full standard, so you couldn't really learn that much because they were just that much better than you. They were destroying, but this is Bleed playing how Bleed play. DMS have actually caused a little bit of confusion here. I like this approach. They've pulled all the rotations away from the B-bomb site. Kalash is going to collect this kill and keep a lot of people busy. He's going to take down Cirque, and nearly turns on Favin as well. Hamp is realizing what's going on. He's just going to call for the rotation. He's going to play this one close and silently, and then executes. Hide. Molly doesn't land at Smet's feet. He is now losing positions though where he could possibly be. Dark is definitely going to be cleared. It is on the checklist right now for Bleed. Flash goes in, it goes very deep, spotted. Hampus just drops him. Retake, perfect. And Bleed, so far so good.
It is the right way to describe it.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
Back to that point though. You know, you'd nearly prefer a team to play like this against you. You know, to take it seriously rather than just. You know, I know we're seeing some mad plays from Cypher, and you know you've already touched on that. But
you know what? That's how he would approach. Like, there would have been. I'd argue there would have been more madness if they were playing against a top tier 2 team. To be fair, like this is the type of player he is. You are getting the normal treatment. But yeah, I completely agree with you, and I feel like this is. Obviously, this is how you learn a lot more, because you see how proper a Counter-Strike is supposed to be played out. So yeah, I mean it's good for DMS, and respect to Bleed for still holding on to it. Of course, we say respect. You are supposed to be playing like that if you want to win the game as easily as possible, and that's exactly what's been going on. But I was gonna make the point I believe that if you're DMS going into this game, you could be a little bit starstruck at times. And after getting obliterated on the first map, sometimes it's a bit freeing for you going into map number 2. So hopefully this is what's going to be the case here. And hopefully we see them play with a bit less respect shown towards Bleed on the second map. For now, though, we're still on Inferno, and we're stuck with Faven just going for those rephases towards Banana and just tormenting AW. And for everyone at home, before the start of this, I was really excited about the way that AW's nickname could be pronounced, but I'm going to save that for another day.
He was very excited. I can confirm that for sure. Some great some great banana utility, Ted. I just want to touch on that so far that we've seen this first half. It's made this game a whole lot harder for DMS, right? If they go fast, if they go slow, if they go kind of at a walking pace up banana, nothing really has worked out, and you're losing just so much HP. And even all the necessary precautions that Bleed are taking right now, the flashes in through banana to take that control, the flash in towards the apartments. Eventually we see a sign of life, and it's Kalash with a quick double, and he's got them out on this A-bomb site. He'll get them at least a plant in this situation. Kalash is looking for a little bit more here, arguably one of the most experienced players in this DMS lineup, but Hampus, as experienced as they come, deals with him. Cypher collects that last kill. And seeing the new left-hand view model being switched left and right as that defuse pulled off. Yeah.
It's so unnatural to be able to look at this as someone else is doing it, right?
Yeah. It doesn't feel right, but...
No, it absolutely doesn't. Well, get used to it, because Cypher's going to be one of those players, I can already tell. 1xBet, as you might have guessed, still favoring Bleed to take this one over the line, and this is not their map pick. This is the map pick of DMS. So, yeah, things have not been looking great for the CAS side of things. As you pointed out, there is a couple interesting players on the team. We kind of touched upon that in the pregame, but we can go over it once again. A lot of potential on that team, especially when you look at people like Hyde, like Smet, who were a part of the Cloud9 Academy. We know that Alpha came out of the Cloud9 Academy, and now he's playing with the main team a little bit, or he played a couple of games with them just recently. So surely those guys do have the potential, and it's going to be interesting to see how they unveil. But you mentioned Kalaj. He did spend a couple months on bait last year. He did play on that Rune Eaters lineup I already mentioned, but he did play with people like Duke Fishera that we remember from the COVID era, right? The 100 ping gods.
Of course.
That's a name. That's a name that rings a bell. So you have a couple teams, a couple projects that you can associate those young guys to, but in the majority of it, what I like about that team is that it's just overall just youngsters that can shoot really well. They're terrible to play against in open qualifiers, but then obviously you need some experience. But I'm not completely overlooking that team on the back of that one map and thinking that they won't be able to deal some good damage, potentially on map 2 or in another game here in the tournament. What you need is individually for things to go well for you. Unfortunately, they haven't really been going too well, and Bleed haven't really been giving you too many chances so far in Inferno.
But the pistol is technically a fair fight.
Technically, yes.
We could see DMS find something here. AW backing away to safety for now. This is still a slow approach from Bleed, although the damage exchange, this is a lovely push right now. Height has disconnected, which is a big problem for DMS. They're cut down to just 4. And that's probably why the aggression is going to be coming in here. As Bleed are going to be holding maybe for the aggression. Again, they could be caught in a horrible timing here. No, his fade out is going to be spotted. He's going to be tagged down a little bit. But DMS know it's going to be B here. And they can just batten down the hatches with 3 players and hope for the best. Bleed are walking into a stack. This is a little bit of an issue. Molly's going to land in. He's going to flush a player out. Kalash is in a little bit of trouble. He's the man with the kit. He's instantly dropped. And, well, AW, he's trying to run away and open up the distance for himself to maybe get a favourable fight. But Faven just shuts him down completely. And his fade out, the man that was spotted towards second middle, he's already up close. Cypher, well...
might have been disconnected there. Or had to take a sip of his coffee. We're not going into a technical timeout. He's already purchased, so I assume it was probably the latter of the two. You know what? We haven't given enough love to those boxes on the B-bomb side, so he he thought about giving them a slight little kiss there. And by the way, what was that laugh? That was the most sincere laugh I've ever heard from you.
Oh man, I just knew he had his hand off his mouse there. Oh. I just knew, literally. Once I seen him staring at the wall and go down like that, I was like, that's just vintage Kai, really, isn't it? It's just great. Thinking the round's over and done, then he gets punished. And this map could be over and done with. AW tries to be a little bit sneaky in the mid-smoke. Campus is just going to shut that one down. Cypher now looking to really put the final nail in the coffin here with a few more kills. He's got some support, but it is smoked support. So DMS will actually get this man advantage back into a favourable fight. Hamp is still extremely low from that early engagement. This is still not completely done and dusted right now for DMS. Or rather for Bleed. DMS could still hurt them. And they are going to go for a little bit of a gamble rotation once again. Smet is all of Banana. Bleed are going to be waiting. It looks like they're going to walk in towards A. And this could be an issue.
Yeah, the only issue with that is that you have no information on the CT side right now. So you either go for a push or you just start rotating people back towards the B-bomb side. And this is what they're going for. You think you have a read, you're rotating 2 people back towards B, but it's not the right call unless Bleed actually commit to a split. And that looks highly likely. Hampus is still in towards T-spawn. That could be the call here for Bleed. And this is the call. DMS is one step ahead of this.
Yeah, they're going to hear the steps every step of the way, surely. Fade boosted up here. Vladen just deals with him. Surely you're going to clear out 3 now. Vladen is going to see him anyway, so it's just a 1-for-1 for height. And Hampus dropping Kalash. Last player is just going to be on the site here, but Smet can't do it all. He needed that double, then there was a chance, but unfortunately that chance taken away, and the map with it. A 13-1 domination for Bleed. I don't want to say that we weren't expecting it. I wasn't expecting it to probably be that clean, Ted, especially with the performance of Eyeballers versus, or rather, against
DMS
Eyeballers.
Against the Eyeballers,
yeah. Only a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, look, it's definitely a tough one to take for DMS. They're gonna need to just wipe that from their memory, bounce back, and hope they can do something T-side of Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, what we got was straight up a classical Bleed performance, right? And this is I feel like the reason that was such a one-sided game. This is the difference between the two teams, and it's supposed to be like that, right? Bleed just took it really seriously every step of the way. They played an Inferno game that they would have played against, let's say, a Bed Boom or a Fnatic or whichever one of the top teams in that space you want to call out, right? They would have played the exact same way. And honestly, this is, again, respect for Bleed that they're taking this one so seriously. And I feel like this is the experience that you can actually learn the most if you're on the side of DMS. But as you pointed out, sometimes going into a game like that, you're going to be a little bit nervous because of the names that you see on the other side of the server. Now, for those young guys, what matters the most is, as you pointed out, shake that dust off. Make sure that you're just forgetting about that first map. The final hurdle is back in your past. After getting only 1 round here, I don't think the expectations are going to be that big. So you could actually go into the second map maybe feeling a little bit more mentally freed up, so to speak. With that being said, though, ladies and gents, we'll have to give it a bit of a wait before we get into that Anubis. We're sending it to a short little break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple of minutes with the second map of the series. It is Anubis, and we're hoping for a bit more of a competitive showing from the DMS boys, but we'll catch you after the break.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect.
Welcome back, folks, to the RES Regional Series 3. I was going to say 2, by the way. No, it's the third one already for Europe, as we're just flying through them. The second one ended a couple days ago, and now we're back with number 3, and we're right in the middle of our second game of day 1. It is Group B opening matchup. It is Bleed taking on the CAS side of DMS, and if you haven't heard of those guys, don't you worry, we're going to clarify things as we get into proceedings on map number 2. Long story short, though, Jack, Bleed were able to completely fly past their opponents who picked into Inferno against them. Quite unfortunate for them, as we might be suspecting. They didn't really have the depth of the map pool to actually evade Inferno, which is a really good map for Bleed. So a 13-1 on map 1, expecting probably something similar on map number 2 of Anubis, which is the map pick of Bleed, right?
Yeah, expecting something similar. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful now. Of course, DMS are going to be able to show us, what they can do. I always feel bad for teams when it's kind of their first, invited event and they come in and then they just get absolutely picked apart, and then, they're never really the same after that first game. They get destroyed maybe in game 1, and then all of a sudden they just can't do anything more with it. Because I would like to see something. We've seen some glimmers, especially from Kalash. Kalash had some, nice openings, some nice moments, some nice entries that he was able to find. But Bleed are just a better team here, and I expect to see more of the same on Anubis. Haven't really seen all that much. Anubis is a map that we haven't seen DMS actually play on HLTV, so we don't really know what to expect if they practice map, if they play this map. Or what the real story is. Of course, this just being a qualifier team for the majority of people that are looking at this, but you never know. Anubis might be one that they've had in their back pocket, might have been preparing it a little bit, but we just know how dominant Bleed are.
Yeah, probably expecting something similar here. Pissed around, ready to start us off. Smoke in towards the connector coming up. Tempo 1-2 fighting for CT control, and Hampus has recognized the util. So he's going to open up the distance a little bit, set himself up for a nice first kill, potentially a second, but he has to just focus on staying alive right now. They will make their way into the bomb site and potentially get a bomb plant off of it, but Cypher's already shrinking the circle coming in from the backside of B lobby.
Yeah, you have to take a risk here. You have to take a chance. Where do you want to push to get control of to find these kills? But the kills just keep racking up for the CTs. Cypher with the last, as Bleed will get there first already. Don't do it, right? Don't. Okay. There's no need for that. I was hoping he wasn't going to do it.
In his defense, I'll say that at this point, you're probably... This is probably you just being in the flow of things, just enjoying things, more than you trying to actively BM your opponent.
I can see that. I can see that.
You're just having fun. You're not doing it in order to do something bad to the other guy. You're just, just enjoying the stay. And by the way, I did do some digging, and as of right now, DMS is playing on ESEA Advanced, so they are actually playing more officials, just not HOTV. And they're 5-1 in Advanced. They've been able to actually take down NOM Esports, a UK team that goes by the name of Verdant, that is going to be fairly familiar to you.
Indeed.
Yeah, so some alright results. The Verdant game, because I know you're going to be a little bit more interested in this one. It was a 13-4 on Ancient in favor of DMS.
13-4 on Ancient.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty solid result, I can't lie. Of could be a pretty solid result here if you're able to do something with this entry here. Out middle, DMS are going to go, and they're going to take a lot of space here. This is a little bit of a problem, especially with AW dropping Favin like that. Hampus is going to have to come back and collect Clash. The problem with this one is the scout has been spotted with the bomb. Hampus, oh, he's just going to get ran down here. Height will not be able to get away. The T's need to try and come back and collect this bomb, and it's going to be easier said than done. Fladden has locked sights. Cypher wants to try and get in position to just spam, and they can just waste so much time here, especially with Cypher trying to hold on. Fladden, if he just keeps him off the bomb here, that's going to be the round. He walks right through. He hears the player in CT, but AW, he's going to be able to get it done. A 4K from him, and sometimes in these games, you just need a little bit of individual magic. AW is able to produce it. 1-1. We're level already, and now it's time to maybe build up your T side.
Can I say it now?
Yeah.
Ow. That was a sick 4K. And as you said, I was really nice. You know what? That didn't sound as good on broadcast as I imagine it would be. But,
As it was all morning to you.
No. It sounded way too flirty. Yeah.
That's, by the way, that's all I was hearing this morning.
Yeah.
Before we went live.
Well, it is a nice 4K though, and as you pointed out, sometimes in order to keep a game like that a little bit closer, you need to disturb a little bit more and try to individually just turn the tides and put yourself in the driver's seat. It was a big round from AW. Or OW. As we already clarified. Moving forward though. Forced by for bleed. A 4-man lean in towards that B bomb side. Now Cypher will start making his way back, so Fate needs to be careful. Cypher does go for a slight peek, but Vladden's all alone in towards A, and I'm not sure if he's actually spotted Fate cross. No, he hasn't. So Vladden is a dead man. Target will be acquired any moment now, and unless he deploys that smoke straight up, Fate just gets that kill and the A-bomb side is lost.
He's in a better position now. He's going to spot him close. He's going to get that smoke down. It's Faded's actually going to just rotate away. They're playing this one to perfection right now. They pulled all the rotates off B. This is going to be a second round here for DMS for sure. And Bleed, you might be even better off just holding on to these weapons. There's no point really even attempting this retake right now. Unless Favin collects a kill, and then you get one in towards Canals. Maybe there's a chance. Favin, no, he goes down for nothing, and that should seal it.
Yeah, that should be about it. Smet doesn't really want to be losing his gun here, though. I mean, it is a forest buy, and you won the round, but you want to focus on keeping all 5 alive. You do have the rifle, so it's not really worth it to invest too much into the hunt right now. Maybe if you had the MAC-10, sure, but you don't really want to throw your guns away right now with Bleed that are trying to save and hold on to their pistols in an MP9. Might as well just let them. That's going to be a 2-1 lead, and it is the first time that we're going to see DMS in the lead here in that series. Already showing us that they can be a bit more competitive than they were on Inferno. Still giving away a rifle, though, which is not going to be ideal. Hampus will pick that one up, and he's going to be able to drop that Deagle of his over to Favin. So Bleed gets to actually replay a pretty decent half by all things considered going into round number 4. You have the Galil on Hampus. You have the MP9 on Vladden.
It's better. Not even arguably. It is just a better round that you had last time.
No, they had an M4. They had an M4.
Oh, they did have an M4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, arguably similar.
I'd say it's the same. Yeah.
The Galil not as bad as it once was.
Oh, the Galil is crazy, by the way. It's got the same fire rate, the same damage, higher armor penetration than the M4A4, and more bullets than it. So it's cheaper. It's like a better M4A4.
It's just a spray you have to deal with, but even that isn't really all that bad in comparison to the A4, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess the accuracy is a little bit lower. This is what the M4A4 has going on for itself.
Let's see how accurate the Galil is going to be out here, and it is very accurate to drop Kalash. And Hampus is going to go back looking for a little bit more here. Cypher out towards mid has collected that frag. AW gets in the face of Favin as well, so he is cut Bleed from 5 to 3. And Bleed are rotating away here from the wrong bomb site. Now Cypher's realizing it. Vladen is going to maybe just go and make sure that everything is clear, and in doing so, pick up a rifle. If he can. DMS look posed and set though. This could be a third round for them. But if I'm Bleed, I want to at least give this a go. I want to get here as quickly as possible. See if your Deagles can find something. Height not showing. Smack there with the AK. Oh, destroyed by Cypher. But it's not going to be enough. Cirque spotting out one. Vladen is close. Was he spotted by AW? I believe he was. Yes, it doesn't matter. Still, Vladen.
Hello there.
There's so much
He's
damage.
dead.
Yeah. You take the rifles out of everyone's hands. Cirque saves nothing, but it doesn't matter because you're going to be on a bite. And you have managed to do some just massive economic damage. DMS called their first tactical timeout.
That shot from Cypher was nasty. That was some
Ridiculous.
vintage face-it Cypher there for you, ladies and gents. A nice 1 Deeg. Vladen, of course, doing God's work there with... I'm going to say the double kill on the MP9. I mean, he doesn't get the money bonus for the second. But you kind of get the bonus in the form of just forcing DMS to reinvest onto every single player. They've won 3 in a row now on that T side, and you look at the money, Kalash, Fade, Smet, all of them in triple digits. Height and AW will be a little bit better than that. They can actually get an AVP too if they want to. But Bleed going for their first proper investment here on the CT side, and this is where it's supposed to start falling into place. A technical timeout though. Some minor issues that we hope are gonna stay that. Just minor issues. And I think that's the case.
And we look to be back. Big news announced there from a UK org side. Endpoint confirming the additions of C-Shot and Crucial as their last 2 players.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Crucial, the UK menace. He's back.
He's back. Back at Endpoint once again. Joey in for another stint.
Let's get it. It's kind of like Poland's Last Dance projects. It was exciting the first 5 times. Now it's... You just expect it. You just see it coming.
Don't see that coming, especially through a smoke. Cypher collects that kill and needs to just back up to safety. Hasn't even got the reload off, but the USP is going to do in this scenario. And now he will get the M4 up and try and put it to more good use. Should he be tested once again, but he's passed it, both of them so far and collected the mid control with it because DMS, they've just given it up. They're not going to walk in. They're going to try and approach over towards A, where Cypher is here already to offer Vladen some support.
Yeah, they haven't spotted anything towards the B-bomb side or heard anything, so Cirque will be able to move in closer and cover middle, and Cypher will be ready to pounce on Vladen's contact in towards A. Bleed, not looking too bad for this one. 35 seconds, Nate will come in any moment now. Only 1 flash for Kalash though, and oh, that's a really well-timed Molotov here to put an end to the play. Thankfully, they didn't use any of their nades before it got deployed, but now Bleed know exactly what's going on, and that smoke has failed.
Yeah, Vladen is just going to be flashed in. He's in the faces of the T's now. Doesn't actually get a double from this, but Cypher is going to play around this failed smoke, and, well, DMS are going to call a save here. They know there's no way in hell they're going to be getting into this A-bomb site, so try and bring these rifles forward. If I'm Bleed, though, I'm sending at least one person, maybe, to try and take them down after time, but the most aggressive of the lot of them, Cypher, is going to turn and go the other way. So it's a second Bleed round. Money maybe not in that situation just yet, where they can afford to just throw players at it single-handedly, or sillily, should I say. Wonderful piece of counter utility. Not just the molly, but that flash as well. Lovely ideas from Bleed once again, as they claim their second, and money is now an issue for the T's.
Yeah, that's the thing when you're playing up against a team like Bleed and you're on the T side of Anubis, you slow things down, but a lot of the time you haven't really done too much work to force that initial utility off of their hands early on. And they will be having those extra bits and bobs and flashes and Molotovs later on when you want to go for a late execution like that. A lot of you to exchange. Fabian testing the op actually tags him down fairly severely, and Hyde fires the shot. Of course, really difficult to spot, nearly impossible actually. When a player is jiggling behind a Molotov like that, DMS looking for a straight up B play, but Bleed once again seem prepared. One step ahead, and again there is an abundance of Yuto on the CT side to still use.
Yeah, Molly down. AW won't be able to go on the approach. Hampus was actually getting aggressive there. Spotted out a few players, chucks a HE, a smoke, opens up the distance once again. The rotations are going to be here. Cypher pushed all the way through middle. He's trying to take a fight here and keep them at bay. And, well, he has done exactly that, but hasn't really got the intended result. He was looking for more than just a one. He does drop the bomb, and DMS are going to be forced into this B play here. The problem is, Bleed are just ready and waiting to receive. With 3 players here, M4s and AKs. Esfede, first man in, dealt with. Second one, not. Cirque falls. Hampus claims 2. And now, Vladen, close by. Did they realize exactly where he is? Yes, they do. As Height hits 2 shots, actually. DMS will claim 4.
I'm not sure what happened towards the back of the B-bomb side there. I'm not sure why Hampus couldn't peek and cover a connector straight up. I guess he was just waiting to make sure that he has that kill under a lock and key, right? He was waiting for Cirque to get that first kill onto the lobby player and then potentially stay alive for a little bit longer. The connector player to just walk out and try and look for the refrag, so then Hampus can peek and get that kill without an issue. But it ends up costing his teammate's life. Perfectly played in the 2 versus 1 too, right? They didn't underestimate the situation. Vladen gets the first kill, instantly refragged by the Oper. So DMS now winning their 4th round on that T side. And you know what? This is not looking bad. This is what we wish for, right? A much more competitive game, even if it ends up with a victory for Bleed right now. If you're DMS, you can be a lot happier with the fight that you've been able to put on. And we've seen some good stuff from some of the individuals. Hyde with a really good round now in the most recent one. AW's had a couple big rounds with opening kills in towards Connector especially. You're just seeing a completely new level of individual comfort, I guess, on the side of DMS. And they're looking to switch it up with an A-rush, by the looks of things.
This could go in their favor. But let's see how the protocols are going to set up. Bleed here, good smoke. HE is going to nade it open. Cirque is going to try and take point here, but the T's, they're going to risk it all going through it. That's a massive problem. Cirque is going to spot out a few more. He's actually going to be mollied out of position.
How is he alive?
I have no idea. He does get away with his life intact, just about. But DMS, they try and switch up the tempo, but Bleed are just entirely ready. Even with the weak util sets that they had, they're able to put a stop to that pretty much with ease. And now they've an advantage to play around with, which is not going to be ideal for the T side.
Yeah, the CTs were getting ready for an aggressive setup in towards A main, right? And they could just instantly reposition into a fairly aggressive defensive setup as soon as they hear the nades and they confirm the steps are coming in towards A. Good counter user too, and as you pointed out, DMS have now put a stop to the play. Fav, it actually misses out on a pretty decent timing in towards mid. Needs to be careful. Oh, that's been heard.
Yeah, this could completely undo the setup right now. This is a big problem. Cypher's not looking the right way, neither is Cirque. Needs to react in time. Cypher has to go clear him out of this position. He's done exactly that, but the distraction is enough to get them in to at least a position that they can do some damage, but that's what they exactly need to do. The op needs to connect on one of these shots. Cypher is still up close, and because of the low HP, he should just chew up both of these. Gets one, but Favin will clean up the rest. Bleed are back with a round, arguably, that they should have struggled a whole lot more in. DMS are going to be kicking themselves that original plan didn't really reap any rewards.
It was equally, I'd say, lucky and unfortunate for DMS in that situation, because the timing that they were able to cash towards middle was absolutely perfect. But that one player, had he actually had the chance to use a rifle in that position, would have probably been able to win them the round. But now you go down to a lower buy with the Tech 9s and Mac 10s, and it's a quick pace one, fast pace one in towards middle. They decide to stop for a little bit though. Cypher's heard all those steps, and he's gonna go for the pounce. Actually goes before the flashback even pops, and he's gonna flash himself, but still gets the kill regardless.
Fayday finds one. Hampus, the refrag is good. Bomb's going to be chucked across. AW's going to have to go back and plant this. There's an alert coming in, but that is, you know, going to take forever and a day to get even close to this one. And AW back turn tries to make his way through Con. Hampus is going to shut him down as well. Height cannot peek right now. He has to wait for Smet to get into position. How long until Bleed read into this, if at all? Vladden's going to go down for free. Now they know Cypher might want to try and get on the spot. They have to go and try and pick up the kit. Smet is now doing the damage. Cypher's low HP, and Cypher is absolutely nowhere to go right now. He's going to tap the bomb, look for these fights, but it's just so awkward. The T's just create a little bit of chaos over towards B, and Bleed cannot do anything about it. That's going to hurt their money completely, and that might be DMS's route into a very successful T side.
Yeah, or at least competitive, right? The fact that they get that opening kill in towards connector straight up, I think Cirque was trying to go for a peek there, but he just gets denied by the Tech 9. Smet doing God's work on that flank, winning that one versus one against Hampus was everything. Hampus was just going for the swing, but Smet nails him straight away. And you look at the money for Bleed. It's pretty bleak right now. You just have Hampus on an M4, everybody else on upgraded pistols, a couple smokes to work with. It is a handful of them, but DMS are in a great position to reset that CT side economy right now. And as you said, Monster up a pretty successful D side, which starts us off with a great opener onto the only rifle in the round for Bleed. Oh no.
Oh, it was looking good for a moment. That's not looking great now, especially
That's
with the CTs gaining all that control. Yeah, Cypher's hearing this. He's hearing all this util as well. Over towards the A site. He's going to try and get there and beat it, maybe. He has that smoke that he can maybe play around with, but there's a rifle already pushed past it. Flash is going to be okay, but AW can still see, and that was not an ideal circumstance. Cirque and Favin, they both have guns. I might even want to think about attempting this, but with the lack of a kit, I'm not so sure. And with the economic situation of Bleed, this might just be where they stop. Post up for the night as DMS have 6, and I have gotten my wish. They are a lot more competitive in this game. This is a whole lot better. And Bleed, they haven't really blown me away on this map either with how they've been able to deal with some of the stuff that's been thrown at them.
I mean, I feel like Anubis is in general a map that provides a lot more possibilities for individuals than Inferno on the T side. You can rely on solo plays a little bit more, right? You can rely on those cheeky quick drops in towards canals, the 1v1s in towards connector, towards the A-bomb side, even towards B main every now and then. So there is a lot of chances for individuals to open up the game, and we're starting to see that DMS have a lot of firepower. And this is something that was completely, well, it was undeniable going into the first map too, right? You see a mix of 5 players from the CS region that is, what, 4-1, 5-1 in ESEA Advanced. You know those guys are going to be able to pack a punch individually. But now they're starting to look like a proper team more and more. AW has been having a great game too. Opening kills have been not really evading him necessarily. And as you said, DMS could be good with an opener. Cirque going for the swing out middle. Gets denied. And the refrags are not looking too bad for the T side. Able to hold their ground. I'm gonna take a wild guess. Well, it's not a wild guess, but I'm pretty certain that what Cirque just went for is called Greyhound. I think I've heard a couple players call it like that.
I've no idea. I didn't know it was called anything like that.
Yeah, it's just a wild swing with when you have a hero AK or even in a buy round, just the right-hand side, just hugging the wall and going for a swing.
Cypher's got an unbelievable timing here.
Where does he want to go? Oh. Are they thinking about going back?
Yeah, this is going to work out for him, though. He's going to just look down into canals and spot out two of them.
Oh, he's hearing the steps. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's one. You get a second. You might need it. You know one player is up close towards A main, though. If this is thrown a massive spanner into the works. Wait, actually, no. They picked up the bomb. They will get the bomb plant. Yeah, AW's just run back. He picked it up, and he will confirm the bomb plant, but look at the low HP on Kalash, too. This round is on.
Steps being made. Cypher going in to try and clear this site. Hasn't seen anything just yet. Hampus is close by as well. Still lots of steps being made. They don't have a kit. They've cleared him in. They must be so worried about Temple. Now as Hampus is going to shut down Kalash, and now surely they're going to turn around. It bomb tapped once again. Hampus can't do anything about it. They were out of time. AW just playing it to perfection, hiding in the corner, and he's been very impressive on this map. Cypher, he went to clear it out, didn't clear the deep angle, and that was always going to be a possibility. Had the bomb here, was very worried, and he does get a little bit unfortunate. I will say he does get a little bit unfortunate in where the bomb drops. When he kills the op, the bomb drops and rolls about 3 feet just towards Con, so it's just an easy pickup and run over towards the big bomb site. And I don't think Cypher was really aware of that. Regardless, you make that round close. However, DMS are really putting it up to you. How about that for an entry, though?
He committed to that spray through the smoke too, by the way. He had already received the big nade. He's seeing the tracers of the AK spamming the other way. He knows that he's one bullet away from going down, and he commits to it and gets the opening kill. Cirque, once again, starting the round off being posted in towards the pillar. Gonna get mollied out of position, not spotted out though. Enough patience to wait. Smet still trying to find that equalizing kill. Bleed for the first time in a while, get an early opening here on the CT side. And once again, Smet is trying to test them in towards A. A lot of spamming going on in this round. But eventually, he's going to have to give it away. Flash indicates the aggression from Vladen, but it's just been a much more delicate and slow round from both those teams so far.
You 30 seconds to try and get in on this site here. And Hampus, he just has a molly that he can drop at any time, and more often than not, he's just going to drop it now. Burn him up, realize, yeah,
go
it's
one
probably
more.
going to be a B here. Yeah, another one coming in on top. It's going to extinguish, so AW is going to get a whole lot closer. Fab and Hampus are in a little bit of trouble. That spam is going to be perfect, though. You have 10 seconds to try and get this bomb down, and the CTs are surely just going to swing. How about the spam? That's going to be enough to deny. Round is done and dusted. You need to make sure you don't go down after time, but you might not be so lucky. Kalash is just peering left and right. He's going to fall. Smet in towards the connector is the only one that survives, and it's just about money. An issue for the T's. Bleed might have just rescued their half with that round and that round alone.
Yeah, it's a lot more competitive of a game than what we saw on Inferno for sure, but the fact that Bleed is still going to be able to, well, be in a great position to get away with 5 rounds potentially on the CT side should be good enough. We're not overlooking the great performance from DMS. It's been a really, really improved showing from those guys. You still could end up allowing Bleed up to 5 rounds, and that would be a little bit discouraging going into the second half, especially if you end up falling flat in the pistol. You're taking a look at the limited investment that you have going into this one. 3 upgraded pistols, a MAC-10 for AW, and just 1 hero AK in the hands of Smet, who's going to be looking for an opening in towards the A-bomb side once again. But again, an opening that's not really being offered to him by Bleed. Not giving him too many chances to try and create any space for his teammates going into this round.
Nades are being juggled. Nades are being lined up. eventually this A play is going to happen. We haven't said Cirque's name an awful lot. That flash is going to... Oh, no. That flash was perfect.
That's awful.
Yeah, he just countered a molly.
It just
completely.
turned into a Molotov.
Yeah, and now they've no molly to clear out that pillar position. This is going to be so awkward right now. They're going to chuck HEs. That one's going to fail. Molly down now. Vladden just playing in front of the fire around the smoke. Is actually going to go down for nothing, but the refrag there from Smet as he takes down his teammate. Cypher is still here, looking, holding, doing lots of damage. The loud op shots eventually are going to stop because Cirque has fallen. You are going to get a bomb plant, but Smet, you're not going to get off this site, surely. HE tags him down. They miss him completely, but eventually Fabian spots him out, closes out this first half, and Bleed have at least 5 on this CT side. My question is, Ted, do you think it's going to be enough for DMS? Those 7 rounds on the T side, of course, we haven't seen what they have to offer on the CT side yet at all, but usually, from our experience of watching, especially in these events, it's very difficult, especially against a team like Bleed.
Yeah, it will be difficult. I mean, it is wishful thinking to believe that DMS will still be able to close it out. What we need to give them, though, is the benefit of the doubt, because they've been able to make this game so far a lot closer than what map number 1 was. And, you know, after a 13-1, you could be expecting another similar affair, but they have been really competitive. They have looked pretty decent. Of course, AW having a lot of big rounds to his name, too. You need to be putting a lot of value on that pistol round. Oh, and Smet, oh, they bait him in so nicely. They just heard him, allowed him to hit him with a couple of jiggles, and they just triple peek him straight out of nowhere. I'm pleasantly surprised. Same for Vladden, but that's the confirmation, I guess. You spotted that push towards middle. The single player just jiggling in towards the B-bomb side. The commitment needs to come in any moment now.
Yeah, you lose a little bit of util, but I assume it was just to fake over towards A. Cypher going to go clearing the site with the bomb, get this one down. DMS are going to give this retake a go. They've got a smoke, they've got a flash, they've got a set of Julies. No kit, unfortunately. So if they're going to go for this, they need to go quickly. And Cypher, I believe, being told to stay on the site, didn't spot out the CTs to make their way a whole lot closer. Cypher is still going to be here. AW has collected at least 1 kill. Cypher needed that one, you feel. And now Cirque and Favin are in a whole lot of trouble. Nice shot from S8. Favin now dinked up a little bit. He's being put under all kinds of pressure now. If he finds this shot, there's a chance. If not, they have it. DMS. They take that CT pistol. Bleed, of course, are going to come back with everything they have in terms of economy. This is going to be a force buy. But still, it's a good place to start. And if DMS are able to take this next round, then we can start having that conversation about map 3.
Yeah, a couple wayward shots there, right, towards the back of the side. Nothing more to it, nothing less. It all came down to the drills, as you pointed out. The CTs are going into that retake with just 1 flashbang and 1 flashbang only. Not a single smoke, no kit, no HEs, no Molotovs, no nothing. You're just able to best them in the 1v1s. Horse bike coming up, an AK for Hampus. Glows for Cirque and Cypher. Vlad on the Mac 10, and Favin, of course, the one that did drop the AK over to Hampus as a good teammate. Downgraded to the pistol. Playing on a team with Hampus kind of feels like playing on a team with Jame at times, right? Although you're not dropping a hero AVP, you're dropping a hero rifle to your IGL. It's a similar vibe, though, especially in a round like this one.
It feels like it. And I mean, you're not going to deny him. Hampus is one of the best players on this side. Okay, Cypher and Cirque, the Galils. It's not the AK. That combine for a quick and easy double. Height is in all kinds of trouble, man. A flank from Svede at least drops Cirque. Vladden is going to have to turn around and look at this. They are collecting frags on the site and fending them off for the minute. Kalash gets a whole lot closer, and he's actually crept past this smoke. This could be a big problem for Bleed if they don't read into it, if they don't realize it. But Hampus is going to spot it early at least. Kalash still sticking around. And they're looking to continue to attempt to go for this. They don't have a kit, though. I don't know if there's one dropped on the site, but they're going to have to go searching for it. Need to find these kills. Need to wait out this smoke. Bleed. They want 6 here. DMS do not want to let them get away with this round. But the longer you leave it, eventually it just might tick going over into the favor of Bleed. And with those 2 kills, it definitely will. Bleed survive with 3. And they have put DMS in a horrible situation. You have to force buy. You're on double eco. If not, this is Bleed now, where we should see the experience come into play.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty straight up round for Bleed, right? Even though they were the team on the force buy, Cypher just clears out the right-hand side angle. He was aware that there was a possibility of a player being in there. I was going to say that position was the round there for AW. He just gets completely deleted, cleared out straight up. No chance for reaction. The swing comes in from connector. Cirque was holding for it, so just good communication from Bleed's side. And from that point on, it felt like it was going to require something quite special for DMS to get back into the round in the 3 versus 5. They nearly made it really competitive. Nearly did it. It just fell short at the end. So now it's a force buy coming up for the CT side. And Bleed back to just controlling the map, being a little bit more steady. 2 players in towards middle. Fabian holding B. Cypher holding connector, Vladen showing some early presence in towards the A main, making sure that there's not going to be any aggression coming up, and then rejoining with his team in towards that B bomb side. So pretty standard, pretty textbook Counter-Strike right now from Bleed in this round. Just wanting to make sure that you don't get surprised, and even though the mid-round maneuver is coming in from DMS, it's going to be a perfectly timed play here for Bleed in towards B.
AW's been the best player though so far for DMS. Let's see what he can do, and jump past through that smoke is probably the best option, especially when he sees the amount of pressure that B bomb site's going to be under. Really goes down, double naded. Smet is going to find at least some success for the CTs. Looking for maybe a little bit more, trying to get his hands on a rifle and get out of here. This is going to be a 7th round for Bleed for sure. Just great awareness, great call, great game plan on this T side being executed so far from Bleed. And slowly but surely, just clawing their way back into this game. And have a wonderful opportunity to level it up.
Yeah, right. And this is the first time in the series that Bleed have actually been in the position where they really need to take things seriously. I mean, it's not like they weren't on Inferno already. I don't think they were at the start of this map either. I think DMS just probably won a couple rounds and a couple fights that Bleed weren't ready for. But in general, this is the first time that if you're Bleed, you really feel contested. But that T side has started off really nicely. You did lose the pistol round. You win the straight up fours. Now you're able to solidify and convert that second round after winning the force buy. You've reset the CT side economy. We should be looking at a side-up game every moment now. And it's probably where this game is just supposed to, on paper, shift massively in favor of Bleed and end up being a pretty comfortable finish to that entire series.
Double ding from the USP. Did worry Bleed for a little bit, but not now. Smet has collected a Mac 10. Can't get any kills with it, no money bonus or anything like that. But money is going to be great for DMS right now. They'll invest. They've got this gun round. And this is where Bleed are building up a little bit of momentum. If you're DMS, if you're able to stop them here, this is absolutely massive. Because, as you said, you know, Bleed, this is the first time that they've really had to take this game, you know, as seriously as this. And if DMS win this next round 100%, it's just going to get a whole lot more serious. But not only that, there might begin to be just that little bit of a bit of doubt in Bleed's mind, because so far in this game, there probably hasn't been that doubt that they might lose this series or they might lose a map. But it is getting to the business end now. It is getting to a worrying stage. Whoever drops this round is going to have a problem on their hands. More so the CT side, as their economy will be completely turned over, put back, and in the bin.
I wanted to highlight something, by the way. DMS haven't been shy of using their tactical timeouts. They used all 3 of their tactical timeouts on map number 1, and now they've done the same here on Anubis. So those guys are trying their absolute best to be as competitive as possible, right? Not losing presence of mind. They are trying to use all the resources that they have on offer, and this is a great sign for a young team going into a game like that. One of the reasons that they're probably that competitive on map number 2, and this is a great piece of aggression in towards the B lobby, but Faven more than ready for it, and the reaction from Bleed needs to come through in towards A main, and this is what they need to be ready about. Height gets flashed off the ankle. It is a well-coordinated play with the Oper in towards the A main and the aggression in towards B. You can cover a lot of ground with that AVP, but still, sacrificing presence in towards middle. And you can see on the minimap, Hampus has already capitalized on that.
Yeah, Hampus is just one that you have to be so worried about over towards middle. He just takes so much space, and it doesn't matter if it's Faven with him, anybody with him at all. He can do it alone. So many teams we've seen in these events have problems with him. Just like that, Hampus finds an opening. Kalash is going to try and find a timing to come through a smoke here to maybe drop one more. Vladen finds the only A bomb site defender. Height is down. Flash up close. Hampus not ready. And that might entice maybe DMS to stick around. I say that. They're happy enough just to pick up the AK and get out of there. And that's probably the correct call. You've been bested. You aren't going to have the money, as we highlighted already. And now you're going to be 9-8 down. This is your chance to really show everybody what you're all about here in this event. You are very close to upsetting Bleed on a map. Need to really just lock in.
I'd say very close could be a bit of an overstatement in that context.
It's a very competitive game.
Yeah, no, it is a competitive game, but 8 rounds CT side Anubis, I wouldn't say very close is the right way to put it, but they haven't been able to they have been able to show that they can be dangerous under certain circumstances. If they get a couple more rounds here on the board, then sure. So far though, they've done a good job. They've taken it all the way here, but now you're up against a pretty difficult task. You're up against the T side of Bleed on the most T-sided map in the pool. And this is where you really have to step it up if you want to take this one to distance for real. Bleed though, keeping things simple. That's going to be a straight up A play.
Fairly simple. Flash is already going to be spotted. Needs to get that smoke down in time. Yeah, I mean, if the HGs land flush on him, he could be in trouble. He is still standing. And the CTs just cut them apart on entry. This is huge from DMS right now. There's a flanking player. Fade had already got one. And Cirque has to go back and look for him, surely. They're so worried right now. The smokes are going to make it incredibly difficult. That HG is going to land. Kalash is going to be spotted. And actually, the CTs aren't as close as I would like them to be. AW gonna throw a little bit of a lurk smoke out. Smet is hoping that they go back over towards B, and this might just happen. He's in a great position right now. If they decide to walk all the way back to B, I don't know if you clear out this spot.
This is a difficult angle, and they might be walking close enough for him to be able to line both of them up. MP9 to close range. Faven, do you clear it out? You think about it? Absolutely not. He's going to overlook it. First one is it. Cirque, though, quick enough on the reaction, and it's a 1 versus 1 between himself and AW. AW has been playing outstandingly so far. Currently on 17 and 11. Top frag for his team. Top frag in the server alongside Cypher, and it's a 1v1, and he wins it up against Cirque. DMS level things up once again.
Alright, now I'm listening. Now I'm listening to the DMS. That's the round that you needed to win, especially about how it started. You had a lovely hold there on that A-bomb site. Kind of got a little bit scary towards the mid part, but we don't worry. AW clutches up in the 1v1. Bleed have plenty of money though, so Ted, as they do say, if you're going to have to do it, you're going to have to do it the hard way against buy after buy after buy.
And you can chunk in one more buy in there.
After buy.
Yeah, that sounds quite good. I mean, loss bonus will be racking up. They probably get a couple bomb plants in there, so yeah. You're going to be up against the AKs pretty much every single round, especially considering that Cirque decides to hold on to the rifle instead of going for the AVP. That's going to save up a lot of cash in the long run. But it's a big 1v1. The issue with this one is that was a 4v2, right? And you still end up losing a lot of players there. You got to be careful about it. Hampus thinking about going for the swing, and Fade was holding for it. Not sure if he spotted Hampus. Now he has. Now he's seen him for sure. So middle doesn't feel like safe territory anymore. might want to give it away. At least for now. But still trying to stay competitive. Still trying to at least deny Bleed from getting that map control for free. And they have been doing a really good job at least making Bleed wait it out for the first 30 to 40 seconds of the round. Not really allowing them to go too quickly with their initial plans. But Hampus might not really respect that smoke all too much.
The smoke to fade. Oh, that's a perfect flashbang at a horrible time for his fade out. He just gets overwhelmed. Hampus runs him down, guns him down. Now he can split in towards A. If Height doesn't find at least 2 kills here, that's a big problem. Cirque is going to try and get across, and he's just going to claim that frag. They're even going back, Ted. They're going all the way around the world, but they don't really have the time here. They'll leave Hampus over towards middle. He collects yet another frag, and now he's going to give it up. There's maximum 1 person on A. He's been spotted. He's been found, and that is just such an incredible round from Bleed. And DMS can't believe it.
Yeah, this is when you know that Bleeder for real, right? This is when they throw a round like that at you, you feel like you're a proper part of the tier 2 space. Welcome to the big games, my friends, because this is what Bleed look like when they're in the zone, locked in, and they want to win that map here and now. Technical timeout straight up. Gonna give us some more time to talk about the round, though. I mean, the way that they wait out the initial Yuto, they show their presence in the form of a boost, get that initial information, the chain flashes as well, because the first flash is the one that the CT hears, right? So he's dodging the first one, goes for the peak, chain flash was straight after the first one, so there was no chance for him to even spot a glimpse, catch a glimpse of Hampus there before getting blinded for the second time. He's instantly white the moment that he turns the angle. Timing couldn't have been perfect. They get the first kill. They leave Hampus in towards middle. Cirque on the way back even gets a kill that he's probably not supposed to get by design. But then it becomes a 5 versus 3. You reroute and send 4 people in towards main. Hampus even gets 1 more. And then Cypher, I guess the final kill was just the cherry on top. But even if Hampus doesn't get that bonus kill, even if Cypher goes down straight up, there would have been players to get the refrag onto Cypher. And it still would have been a heavily advantageous situation for Bleed. It's just a great round by design. I know a lot of variables in terms of fights go in their way, but even if Cirque doesn't get the kill on the recovery, even if Cypher goes down, you would still favor Bleed to take that round home. Not a lot of chances provided to DMS, really.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. I mean, Bleed they can't afford to give them chances. You know, they have to pull out those rounds out of the hat to try and really just close this game out in 2. And it still mightn't happen. DMS could win an equal round like this. This would be a horrible way to go, but you're walking into a pistol stack. This could go horribly. It's a whole lot easier now. Cypher, knife out, needs to get his gun up. Are they going to continue to run in towards A here?
Yep.
This is a big problem if they do. 3 pistols are going to be here. Height is waiting to peek out. Blindsides the first, looking for Favin, but Favin gets that refrag at least. Takes him down. Still 1 player playing around the smoke. That's going to be Smet. Not seen just yet. Has a P250 in hand, but Favin, he's just going to be watching this like a hawk right now. He is not planting until that smoke clears, realizing that's exactly what's going on. An AW. Mollied off. Will reposition. Bleed will get this bomb down. This is looking like round 11.
You know what? Brain fog is a big thing. Because the moment that you said AW, I was like, why isn't he saying the P? Like, why'd you get stuck midway through?
To be fair, with some of the things that came out of my mouth today, yeah, you know, you were definitely within your right to kind of question that. But I was talking about your friend,
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, not a great friend to Hampus. He's gonna shut him down, and that's not what you do to your friends most of the time. Sometimes, maybe, but not quite often. Bleed. This one was looking a bit hairy for a second, but they're still able to deal with it fairly comfortably, and now we're just 2 rounds away from closing things out. DMS have been able to pick up a cheeky round here and there on that CT side, if of course you're including the pistol round, but all in all, it has been Bleed domination in the second half, so another buy round could be the final one that we see out of DMS so far in Anubis. It has been a much better showing, but they would be hoping to at least get up to double digits. make the game feel much more competitive. Hide on an AVP. And AW, he slowed things down a little bit, but we know what he's capable of, and that would be the perfect moment for him to go nuclear with another multi-kill round.
Molly lined up. Op is going to go aggressive. They're going to molly back just to make sure the Hampus hasn't gotten to a close-up position that they need to be extremely concerned about. HE, Svede sees nothing, and now Hampus will begin to move. Just playing off the timings over towards mid-head. He's so good at it.
Yeah, and he's given enough time for his team and to himself to actually have leverage to call into the round, right? He can call them back from the B bomb side and in towards A right now. It just depends on what he can achieve and how reactive the CTs are going to be and what's going on. 50 seconds. They are starting to make a move in towards the A bomb side. Issue is, Bleed can't really go back though. They have no vision in there. They have no clue that aggression is in play.
Yeah, but they can just throw the smokes here, and Hampus can just lurk around the back line here. Cypher.
Surprise.
Drop. Yeah, nasty surprise. Hampus needs to really get a move on here, but the longer this goes on, the more DMS is surely going to be realizing that mid is open. He could be lurking behind us, unless they just don't expect Hampus to be right here. Smet thinks about it, considers it. Now Hampus just needs to survive. They're going to swing to try and take him out of the round. Height is holding towards main and connects on the first shot. Hits a second as well. Height with 3. Hampus is low and he's the last player standing. Hits the instant headshot, but 10 seconds. Needs to find all of these kills. He's not on the bomb. Doesn't even have it in his hands just yet. Oh, they give him the fight. That is risky, but they're able to find the kill, find the round. Bleed, stop for now.
I mean, quite literally taking this one to new heights right now for DMS. What a triple kill that was from the Oper. They were able to hold on, and as we said, the play from Hampus was great, but it's the A aggression that disturbs it so much, right? Because you're seeing the initial execution, you get the kill onto Cypher, Bleed are aware of that aggression towards A, and for whatever reason, they're not playing with the nades. So suddenly, you're starting to think, what are they waiting for? You start looking around, you get that information onto Hampus, and even though he gets one, the Oper is just ready to shut them down. Hampus was hoping to get more than one kill, but he doesn't get away with it. 11 to 10, DMS making a game out of this now, making Bleed sweat. Aggressive Molotov Fabian will be forced to extinguish this one. Aggressive maneuver in towards the B lobby, not really netting them anything. But at least you're making this one a much closer affair than what a lot would be expecting before the start of this. Flash, oh, the timing from Vladan was perfect on that nade. Exposed his face position. 1 second later with that nade, and he probably would have been dead by the flash in the peak. Still though, man advantage going in favor of Bleed, and now they can slow it down and regroup.
Yeah, now they have this advantage. They should be aware though that DMS are going to push something and go for a small bit of information. You see that little bit of damage done to the door, or rather the spam done to the door. Just faking out, maybe nobody's pushed middle. Do they read into this? Oh, Kalash just gets caught in the timing. That's so unfortunate. He has spotted the bomb. He's got that information now for his side. But still, you need to hold on for this execute. I believe they're just going to hit it with everybody. There's no lurks this time. They're not waiting for Hampus to get into a position. Everybody's just going to go in, and all they really need to find here is 2 kills. AW towards the back of the site. The Famus is going to swing through that smoke. Smet is going to come away with 1. AW needs to stand tall. He claims 2 at least and gives Height a chance with the op. He hits some shots over towards this site. Last time round, this one is a lot more difficult. He's not on the site. He has to try and force his way on. Walking in, scoped in, Hampus spotted, flick missed. Oh, this time it connects, but it's not going to be good enough. Hampus, he can just wait, tell his teammate to swing off contact, the crossfire setup. This could be absolutely perfect, and it is. Cirque will shut him down with that AK. Not even going to save that AWP. Cirque doesn't want it. They want the rifles in the mix for this one. And Bleed, they've 12-10 lead to close this one out in 2, Ted. 2 chances.
Yeah, and this is perfect, right? You know that the money on the CT side won't really be there. There's going to be no AVPs, barely any rifles as well. I mean, you're seeing the Famuses, but those come in with great sacrifices in terms of util. So Lee just focusing on keeping the AKs, and it was a big reposition. A big risk from Hampus to actually decide and move in towards CT, but then Surge spots it. repositions accordingly towards the back of flats to make sure that there was no way that Bleed ended up losing the round. And this one is already starting to look really nicely. Hampus with a big opening kill. AW fights back with a response, but it is a 1-for-1. And in that situation specifically, more than ever, a 1v1 heavily favoring the T side.
Yeah, for sure. Especially now when you see the adjustment being made of 3 players being pulled over to that B bomb site. Kalash is completely alone here. And if Bleed just get into a position to execute, man, I don't know if Clash is going to be able to hold on to this. Help is coming. Help is arriving. But I don't know if it's going to be there in time.
Even if it is, I mean, you're looking at the util that they have. You're looking at the weaponry. You need those support flashes to be perfect. And that MP9 long range from Brokey, what can you really hope it would achieve?
Another flash dropped over to Favin as he gets ready. Primed. Flashes are coming in from both sides as the SMG swings, lands a dink. The HE tries to finish the job, but it doesn't happen. Cypher's going to get this bomb plant down, and we're into a retake. 4v4. No kit. 2 flashes left on DMS. They need to go quickly. Vladen wants to try and get up in towards the heaven. Cypher aggressive here. Now gives up that angle. Has to open up a little bit of space. Vladen looking for a kill to make this one a little bit more doable. Jumping FAMAS kill as AW continues to aggress. Cirque and Cypher sat on the site. Cypher trying to hold on with a double himself. Needs to have it all but won't be able to get it. An ace from AW, the man to step up for DMS when they need it the most, comes in clutch. Defuse collected. And round and map saved.
If I had told you at the end of Inferno, if I had told you after a 13-1 Inferno victory for Bleed in the end of map number 1 that we could be going into overtime on Anubis, would have you believed me? Cypher just turning around and getting all the kills. You feel like he was in the zone. You feel like he was in a flow state and he was going to be able to close it out on his lonesome. But one more person in the server was in flow state, and that one was AW. This man has been spectacular so far. 18 years of age. And speaking about flow state, interestingly enough, this is the name of his only proper team so far. He's been a part of a couple projects, but unlike his other teammates, he's not been a part of Cloud9 Academy. He's not been on Nemiga. He's not been on Arcred. He's not been on any of those teams. He's not been on Bait. He hasn't had the chance to play that Counter-Strike. But now that he's in the server, he's shown great potential. What an ace. What a moment to get that ace as well for AW. And even if this one doesn't go into overtime, even if it's a 2-0 victory for Bleed at this point, AW, he's impressed so much with his performance on Anubis. Single-handedly being the difference maker right now. It is a little bit crazy that we could be going into an overtime here. I mean, that was not on my bingo card today. I don't know about yours, but didn't have that circuit.
No, I had this one done and dusted in less than probably
I needed to take my time with the circuit one because I haven't really played bingo a single time in my life.
Bingo's pretty fun, man. Can't lie.
I've played like bingo like with a specific topic, you know, when I was a lot younger. So it's like, let's say, because I used to study Japanese, so let's say they'd play an anime and it'd be like, okay, you're playing bingo with a couple of characters, and when you see that character, you circle that, you know. I haven't played typical bingo with numbers. I haven't played the good old school bingo where you have the little bowls that you're I know you're just mixing up. I'm not sure what the machine is called.
Oh, that's a great question. I don't even
It's
know
like a
what that's
mixer,
called.
a bingo cage or whatever. Yeah, a cage mixer.
Yeah, cage.
Yeah,
it's like a roll cage.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I've never played bingo with that.
We used to do. So it used to be when I was in college. They used to be like in the student union. They used to do like musical bingo.
Sure.
So like you get a bingo card and it'd be a load of different songs on it, and then
All right.
you win like free drinks and stuff.
You know
like
what?
That.
Let's play bingo right now with the chat for the final round. I think that would be fun. So everybody, write down 2 names that you think are gonna get kills in this round, and let's see who gets it spot on. Or you know what? We're gonna make it more interesting. Let's make it 3. All right?
3 kills.
No, you're
3
taking
people?
no 3 different people that are gonna get kills this round, and see if someone's gonna get it. I am actually writing down names right now, by the way.
Yeah, I have. You know what? I think we should say them out loud so we know we're not cheating because I don't know.
All right, say yours.
All right. I'm going to say Hampus.
Sure, I have him too.
I'm going to say Vladen.
All right, I don't have him.
And I'm going to say Sfede.
All right, so I have Hampus, Sirkin, Smet.
Okay. Right. We both didn't go for AW after that ace.
No,
Which is, yeah.
I think it would be the boring thing to go for. I mean, you go for the guy that's 25 and 15, sure. With that being said, though, guys, jumping into the final round of regulation here. Bleed just one away from closing things out in the 13-11 2-0 fashion. DMS one away from Heroics, enforcing LT against one of the best teams that we have in the tournament in their first ever proper tournament that they've played in. But it might be a quick play towards the A-bomb side, and Kalash is all alone here. He needs to be perfect with that counter Yuto.
Spotted out. Clash is going to drop that smoke. He's going to be Molly. Looking for a kill. Vladen is going to find the first. And are they going to accelerate into the site? It doesn't look likely. Hampus getting into position to cut off these rotates. This could be absolutely massive right now. With Hampus in this position, he's heard a lot of steps, but you can see how focused they are. They know that Hampus is probably going to be here trying to cut them apart. Height is going to try and walk him down, but Hampus finds the headshot.
They're going
B.
B.
Reroute to B.
Yeah, this is a big call. They've slowed it down so much. He's gotten down one kill, and now you know, even if they realize what's going on, they're not going to have more than one person in towards that B-bomb side, right? They need to have at least one A, one occupied in towards middle, and AW is all alone here. S-Fade has been able to drop Hampus in the meantime towards middle, though. Bomb's going to go down, but AW is already so close.
Will this be the bingo for Bleed like it just was for me? I don't know. Cirque holding, Sfede being heard every step of the way, and AW now just trying to find out these players. Sees nothing on the site. They don't have any util to try and smoke off this position. They'll drop a flash. AW is the only man with a kit. Cypher's going to get aggressive. Just catches the perfect timing. The flash was too late, and DMS might be too late. Looks like it was a great attempt, but Smet not done. Wants to finish with a flourish. Not going to be able to do so. Bleed just showing their experience, showing that this is maybe going to be different in this event. They are looking to do it all once again, Ted, and it's a great place to start with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, you know what? It's really solid for Bleed. Even though map number 2 goes too close for comfort, we were talking about the 25 kill performance from AW. Hampus matched that, by the way. Hampus was up to 25 kills too, so it was a great performance by the IGL. Cypher stepping it up too. At times, it just felt like, I feel like map number 2 just, as we said, DMS came in with little to no pressure, especially after that 113 loss on Inferno. I feel like that was a massive relief, and we got to see the best out of that CAS lineup. And you know what? If this is the best out of them, I'm looking forward to watching their losers matchup in this group, because I feel like they could be in to show us something quite exciting in the next couple of days. Still, though, in the end of the day, Bleed, the team that we expected to get the victory, do get it in the 2 old-fashioned ladies and gents, which means that they will be waiting for the winner of the Bait and the Alliance matchup for a potential spot in the playoffs for the 3rd consecutive time. In order to, of course, figure out who they're gonna be playing up against, actually, you have to stick around though, because that Bait and Alliance game will be our 4th and last matchup of this day.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm just gonna say it. DMS, you know, I'm very impressed with what I've seen from them. To be honest, you know, for their first time playing in an international tournament that they've been invited to go the distance versus Bleed. We'll forget about Inferno. Maybe a little bit of nerves, maybe a bit of just Bleed just being a better team on Inferno. There was probably a little bit of both. But coming into Anubis, where it is a very dominant map for Bleed, to put them under that much pressure, to make sure that they have to be switched on at any given moment. There was no, you know, parts of that where Bleed could really afford to switch off. Yeah, man, that's a very impressive debut for sure. I think, to be honest, looking forward, they've already beaten Bait in a best of 1, if I'm not mistaken. If they play Alliance, man, I think they're going to be a very, very troublesome opponent if you're playing against either of them, to be honest. I really think DMS might be a little bit of a dark horse to make it out of this group. I think you might think maybe it's a little bit wrong, but you know, I was just really kind of taken aback by what they were able to bring to the table, and I think the individual level on all of those players, I mean, second to none.
Yeah, it was really good, right? Pretty much what we expected from a CAS team full of young individuals, right? We expected those guys to be able to pack a punch individually on a pretty high level, and mechanically they were really good. I'm not sure if, of course, we're gonna get to see them play against both those teams because, well, there is a world where they actually get a Bleed rematch, right? I mean, you never know what's gonna happen, but I'm completely on with you on this one. I feel like whoever loses that matchup between the Alliance and Bait is gonna be in a whole lot of trouble going down in the lower bracket because, again, as you pointed out, you've just given them a sample size of one best of 3. That's all the footage. So people are still going to be struggling to actually prepare for you. And then in the same time, when you have individuals just going absolutely crazy, this is something that you can pretty hardly take into account when you're going into a matchup. With that being said, though, Jack, this was the end of our second match of the day, and it is a 2-0 win for Bleed. So moving into the winners matchup, we still have 2 more games on offer, though, and those 2 more games will be happening a little bit later on. Now, I believe we have been able to actually get right with the schedule, and yeah, we have been able to actually fight against that little technical delay that we had before the start of game number 1. We actually have a prolonged break before the third game, which will see the 9 Pandas take on Passion UA. Of course, that's back in Group A for all of you at home. And then we're going back in Group B for Bait, taking on the Alliance. And you know what? As per usual, because we're not going to be covering the third and the fourth game, and we still have plenty of time before they start, I'm going to trouble you for some quick-fire predictions on what's going to happen.
Ukrainian dominance, I think, Ted, to be honest. I'm having a look at both of them. I think we're going to see Passion UA and Bait, beat both, I think.
Sure.
Passion UA are going to beat 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas struggled to get out of groups last time, weren't really all that impressive. Alliance, a good team, but have been struggling for form in games that Robin hasn't been really dominating. So yeah, I'm gonna lean towards Bait and Passion UA.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna join you in with the Bait prediction. I will go 9 Pandas for the first one, though. I believe we're gonna see a new face out of the 9 Pandas. So I'm not copying you. I'm not copying you fully. I'm gonna switch it up a bit. With that being said, though, guys, thank you for being with us for the first 2 matchups of the day. As we pointed out, this is the first day of the 3rd edition of the RES Regional Series for Europe, and we still have a lot more action to unveil. Only 2 matchups in, and it's already looking hella interesting, and we still have 2 more games to go. We have around 55 minutes of break now, and we're going to be right back with the 3rd and 4th game of the day. We'll see you then.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rest Regional Series for Europe number 3. We continue on with day 1 with our opening group stage action in Group A and B continue to roll on throughout the course of our next 2 best of 3s. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual to take you through the second half of today's proceedings. And look mate, it seems like the dawn of a new era in Counter-Strike right now.
Indeed, Overpass out, Dust 2 in. We are the first tournament on HLTV to be running Dust 2. And hopefully, Jay, we get to see it today because we had a chance in that first game, but it didn't go to a third map decider, so we haven't seen it just yet.
Well, maybe one of the 2 teams involved with our next 2 matches will be able to give a chance at some sort of way they could punish pick or... No, it doesn't. Don't know, punish pick is really the right word for it, but curveball pick into a Dust 2 perhaps in the veto process. Of course, our opening 2 matches today have seen at least one surprise in the Gaming Gladiators losing out to Alternate Attacks, but Bleed dispatching of DMS. Those are your 2 opening winners of Group A and B. So they'll be moving on to the winners matches to take on the winners of our next 2 games as well. 9 Pandas versus Passion UA and Bait Esports versus Alliance.
I was really surprised about that opening best of 3. That was a comfortable 2-0 victory for Alternate Attacks against the Gaming Gladiators, which is probably one of the stronger teams in Tier 2 right now. One of the guys that are trying to push themselves to Tier 1 opportunities. So maybe it could be a bit of a day of surprises.
Well, perhaps it could be. I mean, look, we've always seen surprises in online competitions. I guess the rest circuit has been a bit more stable in that respect. But for everyone involved in our second 2 matches, our second half of the day especially, we have a little bit of a look at them over the course of the last handful of tournaments because they've all been involved in rest events before, and a good run here and now could be providing some of those all-important points if they can make it to the playoffs, Dwight.
And I assume for a few of these teams, it's about redemption. For Bait, it's the redemption of not making it to the final. For teams like 9 Pandas and Alliance to not make it into the playoffs. So a lot of teams are striving for a lot come this third tournament.
Well, 9 Pandas are in action next here on stream, and it's very important for their own redemption arc because taking on the Passion UA, so their team that went towards the top 8 of the last event. But the 9 Pandas lot, they almost went towards the major, right? They qualified to it. They made all their way up towards a spot in Copenhagen, but they weren't actually able to attend the event. So now for the rest of the fallout off the back of that, their whole goal is going to be trying to establish themselves as a top-end team within at least a Tier 2 environment.
And this is definitely a playoff contending team that's struggling recently. It's currently 7 best of 3s lost in a row for 9 Pandas, and they've lost to Secret and One Win, Aurora, Sinners, Saw, Sangul, and Alliance. A lot of those teams, maybe outside of Aurora and Saw, you wouldn't even contend towards the higher end of Tier 2. So for 9 Pandas, they've hit a bit of a rough patch, and this is the kind of tournament to get back to winning ways, because this is a team on paper that should be making at least top 4 in this kind of an event.
Well, I mean, they didn't quite make top 4 in the last event. They were out in last place in Rest EU2, so a lot of work needs to be done by the 9 Pandas side. And you mentioned, of course, the lineup itself does look like it should be getting results. So I have no doubt that there is a future in which these 5 players can mount up some sort of offensive and get things going. I mean, you talk about the experience of the likes of Seed, for instance. He's obviously going to be leading the charge when it comes to educating the lesser-known guys and imparting that experience of however many majors he's played at. But I'm not sure specifically what the issue is as to why 9 Pandas haven't been as good lately.
Yeah, they've got some very good players. Glowing had quite a reputation for a strong rifler on One Win. And we saw Idis Balance on Spirit and Omega and K23. Klax had played with Seized quite a bit in that Cyber Legacy, Trident, and Singularity roster. And then Dilly Dez is an up-and-coming rifler that's been a part of the team for a couple of years now. 9 Pandas actually have not made a single player change for over a year. This has been a team that's grinding hard, a team that's looking to be at the higher end of Tier 2. And at any time you qualify to the major, you make that statement in troves. But since coming back to the online portion, it has been rough. There's been a lot of group stage exits, a lot of underwhelming performances. So things need to turn around for this team.
Yeah, certainly don't want to get upset like they did in the last particular series. As for the opponents on the other side, the Passion UA Cam, those guys had quite a hell of a run last time. They went all the way towards the quarterfinals, which certainly could be one thing that you could give towards their favor, right? But I think about how that match went down, how their mental was really broken against the likes of Bait, and I think about as well how just in general, like the group that they were playing in wasn't as strong as the rest of them in the last res.
I don't want to say it's a fake top 8, but it's one of those top 8s where they didn't have to play the strongest of teams to get there. And they really let me down in the quarterfinals. They were 12-9 up against Bait. They literally had the opposition on the ropes. They were weakened buyers for the last few rounds of regulation. They couldn't close. They couldn't even win a single round in overtime. They then go into their map pick of Ancient, and they just looked tilted. They looked off the page completely. It was aggressive. It was just running into bomb sites. And as soon as I saw the first few rounds of Ancient, you could just tell that it was over already. So that would have been a wake-up call. That would have been a real learning lesson in the quarterfinals for them.
And with the idea that you're taking on a set of players in Bait who were a lot more experienced as a unit, experienced as individuals as well. I mean, obviously, some of the players on the 9 Panda side aren't quite as much, but thinking about Season, again, all the times he's been at the Tier 1 environment, I know that Glowing hasn't had that same level of professional experience, but he's still an older guy, right? He won't let those intricacies and those doubts sort of get towards him. So when you think about the composition of the 9 Panda side, I mean, there's a good chance that actually that could possibly happen in this kind of best of 3 again.
Yeah, I would say that these guys are much more experienced than Bait for 9 Pandas. So that's an added sort of I suppose, element of pressure, maybe for Passion UA. They came into the last tournament. They had a group stage where they got tested on maps, but they actually comfortably won the series. I'm not sure if that's going to happen this time around, though.
Well, let's talk vetoes, Dweg. Dust 2 is obviously the thing we're looking out for the most. Do you think it's going to come through here?
I doubt it. One aspect I do want to mention quite a lot is that for 9 Pandas, Jay, their go-to map in the pool was Overpass, and I feel for these guys. When your number 1 map is Overpass, when you pick it almost in every single best of 3, what options do you have? Inferno's been picked? Never. It's never been played. It's one of the weaker maps in the pool for Passion UA, so it's a punish pick. I would say Anubis and Ancient are on the stronger side for 9 Pandas, so to at least get Ancient as that final map decider is quite a positive for their sake.
Yeah, I mean, the back end certainly feels like it might have some capability about it. I'm not certain about the Mirage, obviously, for the 9 Pandas side. You're definitely looking at the punish pick for the Inferno to start things off. But as we've talked about before on the show, and we'll talk about it again, the punishes can often lead to a lot of risk, and that's one of the next key concerns when you think about the level of form that we have for the 9 Pandas side. I remind everybody at home, when it comes to their win rates recently, they're on a 6 best of 3 losing streak. So just the idea that you've got all this like negative attention, all these issues when it comes to winning matches, and then you've got to take risks in the likes of Inferno, which could go awry, that you've got one of your strongest maps in the pool out of the field because of the nature of the changes. There's a lot of concerns right now for 9 Pandas in my eyes.
Yeah, there is, and I'm sure they realise it themselves. They're going through a rocky patch, but this would be the perfect game to get a win on the board. You're not facing against high-end Tier 2 competition in your opening matchup. You're kind of going against middle of the pack, an inexperienced squad that's only just starting to generate some results. I mean, even for Passion UA, they've only won 7 out of their past 20 best of 3s on HLTV. So for me, I could see 9 Pandas winning it in 2, but it probably is going a 3-mapper affair.
Yeah, I don't know who I'm going to lean towards in terms of my predictions, though. I might just lean to 9 Pandas because of what we saw during the quarterfinals for Passion UA. But this is really one of those matches where it does come down to on the day who's going to show up, who's going to have that level of form and that mentality game. But have to find out how far things will go for Passion UA and 9 Pandas. Pistol round of Inferno going live.
Something to note early here, Jay, is we're running the newer patch of Inferno, which kind of takes away the building structure in the middle of brackets. Now, a lot of teams use that building for nade lineups. So I do wonder just how many set executes and how many good pieces of util we're going to see without that building.
They don't play it all that often, so it might not become as much of an issue, especially as Eschilla gets involved in the opening kill. Glowing takes 2 back on the 9 Pandas pie. Dakasmo gets involved alongside Zerofix's distraction. You have got seized over at Graveyard, who I don't think is detected where Zerofix is at. Bomb will try and get planted, will be denied in an instant. His patience pays off. The lack of info hurting the 9 Pandas camp. Clax in a 1-on-2.
That's just such a hard bait setup. Zerofix does not help out Jambo or Jackasmo or even Eschilla on the bomb side directly. And Clax has got the goosh out there towards Library, so knows where both players are.
He's going to try and track down Zerofix and push him out into the open, win a fight against him, and possibly see if he can win out the round itself. But the distraction looking the wrong way, the perfect timing on this USP gets himself a 2K, and Zerofix can push the pistol over for Passion UA.
Just 2 wins and 6 losses in the last 3 months out on Inferno. I would say it is the weakest map of the pool outside of their Instaban of Nuke. So 9 Pandas have to reinvent their map pool. And this has got to hurt for an experienced team towards the higher end of Tier 2. And we say it quite frequently, Jay, when a new map comes into the pool, it's going to affect vetoes. Whether it's going to be punish picks, whether it's going to be your best map going out of fold. For 9 Pandas, they need to now need to get into a position of what is our best map? Like, where is it going to be?
Well, I guess time will certainly answer that question.
And they picked Overpass in both of their officials last rest tournament when they took on Sangul and Alliance. So maybe, depending on how their Inferno goes down, we could potentially see it in the next best of 3.
We are up against a team that have only won it twice in the last few months, so certainly would be a case basis for winning this matchup, whether it holds itself as an actual strong map. Again, time's going to have to tell there for the 9 Pandas side. But now they are down by 1, losing out that pistol. We're not going for the force buy in the second round either, so seeing this a bit more commonly in Tier 2, the lesser aggressive forces in the seconds and the conversions.
Oh, I don't know about that. I would not agree. I mean, it depends on the situation, doesn't it? I mean, for T side, if you're not getting bomb plant, you're never going to buy. And for the CT side, I actually think we see quite frequent force buys in the second round.
Well, 9 Pandas making some noise out towards Banana on the part of Glowing. Did get a Deagle in with his 2 kills of bonus cash. But playing behind those smokes, not really finding any sort of contact. Passion of playing this to perfection.
Yeah, they just don't want to give anything up. I mean, as soon as you start dropping players to a round like this, you can get anti-ecoed on the reset almost immediately. You could just get yourself into a very uncomfortable situation of where the money is. Glowing is at least pressuring out on B, but it's not pulling the rotation from Zerofx.
Gets himself with those 2 kills. Eschilo with SMG at range, finding 1 Jambo with another one onto Clax. Bomb dropped in the open, 1 on 5 for Glowing. Deagle to try and look for a headshot or 2. The CTs know, however, to hide for the time, but for time 0, get him after the fact. I think no, actually, he did fall after time. Wonderful stuff from Eschilo, who will pay patience to the 2-0 start, and for 9 Pandas, to cause more economical hurt.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it? That's the last thing you want on a super light invested round. Passion UA have to look at that one and say, yeah, Glowing's going to be definitely down towards the pistol. They needed to get out towards the A site slightly quicker, and you can even feel the CTs just are trying not to fight him, aren't they? They're trying to tuck for as long as possible.
Now Hide's going to work for them. P250 on Glowing for the 3rd in this map up. 4 AKs at least come through for the rest of 9 Pandas. If 1 player goes down, surely Glowing will pick up that rifle. If they get a kill against the CT, then surely Glowing will pick up that weapon as well. Only 2 rifles in play for Passion UA, though, playing a definitive bonus round here.
Zerofix out to the cubby corner. Does not have a teammate for a bait and switch. Players are actually getting very close to the edge of the smoke as it fades.
See, swings, finds Zerofix. Read the cubby corner right. And now it's MP9s on defense, and from pretty far range in the case of Jambo, and noise being made by Clax out towards apartments.
No, this should be a free kill onto Fair.
Checks it, kill found, sees the double up, now Jackasmo. Incendiary again, is going to charge ahead of it and almost get away with a kill onto Glowing, but didn't connect many of those shots at all. Advantage most certainly taken by 9 Pandas. Those entries are wonderful.
And Passion UA have been punished, I would say, quite frequently in their losses, just down to pure strong fundamentals against some of the higher-end teams in Tier 2. And this is a Ukrainian squad that's only just starting to get a taste of playing at this level and probably getting an idea of, I suppose, how the schedule even works, what time we're going to be scrimming, how we're going to be scrimming effectively, how we make choices of getting our officials in place, on how many tournaments we want to play. Outside of Fear, no one else is familiar with that. Maybe Kane as the coach, but it is a new aspect of life for these guys. And come the first gun round, that was very clean and very effective on the default.
Glowing got himself 3 kills in that round. 5 total. 9 Pandas with a very confident opening rifle, and Passion UA not too keen on the reinvest. Some players with not enough cash to go for the definitive buy, so they'll upgrade their pistols, a handful of smokes, and try and go for the true guns in the next round.
Hey, talk about the heartbreak of not being able to actually go to the major after they qualified. Think about not even having stickers in the game. Thinking about qualifying to that sort of tournament and not having your piece in the actual game itself.
Might not ever happen again for some of these players.
It's very true, especially someone like CS who's getting on. For Nine Pandas, that it is a heartbreaking story, and it still hits home. But it's all about the grind in Tier 2, because we see very few Tier 2 teams qualifying to tournaments like that. You have your odd team like a Saw or a Movistar Riders, and now the Ecstatic Gaming Gladiators guys. But it's not all that time. It's not that frequent.
How heavily does that weigh on the minds in a Nine Pandas side? Just in general, let alone in these matches. I should just find C, so they're just starting. Veteran down, rifle can get picked up by the CTs later. The incendiary is going to stop them as they start the rotations to the B-bomb site.
Fear with the re-smoke. Oh, there is a massive gap, so Glowing's going to be able to just tread around it.
Jambo's picked up the AK out towards Bracket, so best case for him is probably to hold on to that weapon. You have got Jackasmo involved alongside Fear, but easy pick, Fighters balance, no armor across the CT side. It was a much harsher eco position. They do find Glowing through that smoke, so credit to Jambo on that respect, but 4 versus 3, still with very little on the retake.
Yeah, they might as well at least attempt to try and potentially hold on to the AK, but throw bodies at it to make it expensive.
Even if you catch players on the bomb blast, that would cost things for the Nine Pandas side. Dinadez and IDB running a tight vertical crossfire between Dark and the Shire, but they don't see anything. No CTs are going to prod. Zero Fix trying to hold the range game with his Deagle first and foremost. The AK of Jambo does see them crossing with that pick back. Dinadez can return fire. Zero Fix going to get involved in this one. Fear gets caught, and now he just runs for it. Hold on to the AK. No, doesn't escape with his life. S-Chiller getting nothing towards the exits. But it was an eco round for Passion, and they still got 4 kills.
And I suppose, as well, knowing that the reset opportunity can come in so quickly, this is where Nine Pandas need to strengthen on the gun round like they had with their first round victory, where they're working opening man advantages, they're pulling over rotations. You mentioned IDB. This is sort of not a second lifeline, but a second real burst towards the higher end of Tier 2. I think he had it quite rough for a few years playing out there on the Mega and K23, but we remember how solid and how striking of an AWP he was with Spirit and playing it quite frequently the Tier 1 level.
He returned heads back before the Never Times. Seized, however, getting involved to turn heads towards his direction. A kill found on Jackasmo, tagged up to 2 points of health. That Incendiary is going to catch him for dead if he doesn't fall back, and indeed he does. Man advantage taken and held together by Nine Pandas.
Oh, they're just drawing so much counter you two, aren't they? Passion UA are just dropping everything. And this is a really solid start to the round. Even though Seized is down at 2 points of health, you've got a lurk from Clax out there in the apartments. You've got deep banana territory. You know the CTs aren't going to have a huge amount of utility left, so you can't expect incendiaries on the retakes or even on the set executes. Long smoke goes down. S-Chiller in pretty much a one for done position, so needs to get some help from Jambo with the AWP.
Less than a minute on the clock, and they're going to start committing towards this B-bomb site as the stack and gamble starts to set in for Passion UA. Now hero that utility coming in and realise, well, unlucky this time, lads, but there's no sense in going for the retake. Even though Seeds might be down at 2 points of health, there's no guarantee you get those frags, especially with the positions that they have. Just concede it. Have 4 rifles to play with in the next Jackasmo. See what you can get together with the loss bonus. It won't be a massive amount, and unfortunately there's no savings really for the Passion UA side, so an unfortunate set of circumstances, but it is what it is. Nine Pandas will take the lead.
And I'm sure that Seized and the guys here on Nine Pandas are working very hard in the recent history to get out of this slump, to get out of this rough period. Because even the qualification to the major itself, they were able to beat Saw in a best of one. They came very close to beating Koi. They beat 3D Max. They should have 2-0'd Amcal and instead got pushed towards the EU decider bracket, where they absolutely pumped Astralis and had a really close series against Gamer Legion where they beat them 2-1. So when you're kind of having those results on LAN against high-end Tier 2 caliber teams and even Tier 1 squads, you know that the results are there and you know that you can play to that level. It's just about doing it consistently and doing it on home turf where the Tier 2 teams can strive online.
Didn't know CS2 emulated CL left hand as well.
Oh yeah, did you not know that?
I wasn't aware of that part.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I guess we're going to see a bit more accurate about the players' POVs.
They have been asking for that for so long. Literally since CS2 came out.
But it's like in Global Offensive, even when you had CL left hand, enabled, you didn't have it in GoTV. So like they have had this on CS2 as well. That's what's fascinating to me.
Brevis saying CS2. I can't believe you're saying that.
It's not GoTV anymore.
No, it is. It's gotta be.
The IP says CS2, like, no, not allowed. Oh, Jambo, that was a bit of a weird flick, but it worked. Klax, first of all, easy pickings. It did look like in the end with very little damage done in return. Incendiary is going to force Glowing into the open, force the fight, and does go down to Jackismo, who lines up Dilladez right behind him in the smoke. IDB and C's tagged heavily here.
And Fear is aggressive and by himself. I gotta be honest, I'm not a huge fan of this in a 5 versus 2. Nine Pandas are going to try and retreat off and hold on to the weapons into the next round. I do wonder how greedy Passion UA are going to get. Do we start seeing some overextensions to try and hunt down these last couple of T-side players? Because if that is the case, it could start getting a little bit expensive.
No movement as of right now for Passion UA. Have to consider the losses, have to consider if they want to sacrifice this money.
What do you think of some of the new changes, Jay? I saw that there was the crosshair one where you line up a smoke. If you pull the pin of any piece of util, it gives you like a graph almost of the crosshair. Have you seen that one?
I haven't looked into that one all that much because I've sort of been like reading over the patch notes. I haven't seen him in action yet.
Yeah,
so,
it's a bit weird. I mean, I feel like that takes away all the skill. I mean, I know you can have the custom crosshairs where it literally is the entire screen when you pull out a smoke. Bob has been, I know a lot of people have been talking about CL_Bob and that it needs improvement. They said that there was some improvements, but I actually haven't tested it to see exactly. I know there isn't a command for it like there was in Go.
Need to take some time to investigate later. I've been focused on the matches today.
It does make me think though, Jay, if Valve this early on is already happy to make a map change, then how soon is it going to be until the next map changes?
Well, I hope soon, because I want Overpass back, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it caught a lot of people off guard. I mean, I personally think that this is one of the weakest map pools in CS history right now, with Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage still in here, no Train, no Cash, no Cobble. But we'll see. We'll see what some of the changes may look like over the next few months and maybe moving into next year.
Negative Dust 2 Mirage plus Cobble, not Cobble, Overpass and Train, and that would be the perfect.
Train would be good. I think Train would actually work really well in CS2.
Yeah.
The breaking of the util would be kind of cool.
Idis, Balance, and Jambo all fight to go and get the opening pick. Man down to start. Very clear and defined advantage. Nine Pandas. Another opening to gain.
And Nine Pandas look extremely set when they win opening duels. Just the way that they're conducting themselves on the map, the timings that they're working, the crossfires. It's a very well-drilled team, and you'd expect that. I mean, these guys have been together for over a year for the entire squad.
Work that chemistry to a slow pace. Nine Pandas starting to commit the bomb or think about where they're going to commit the bomb. Footsteps heard by Jack as Mo. Dilladez is going to call in the idea that actually they might have completely left the A-bomb site, gone for another gamble stack, which seems to be the case right here. Smokes will come down at Moto as Passion UA are going to quickly realize once again they made the wrong call at the wrong moment. Glowing will try and prod. does lose his life, so that's a little something to gain back at the even man standing, but with no presence on the A bomb site, again, you have to question whether or not they go for the retake here.
Yeah, no, they can't. This is a position for Passion UA where they hadn't taken brackets and they tried the gamble stack, but they're rotating over. They're making so much noise. And because you don't have brackets, it's a lack of info. So as soon as it was one individual that was kind of brackets to the long entrance, literally just hears everything. Just hears all of those footsteps running away. You could not have asked for an easier round there for 9 Pandas.
Taking a 4th and a lead as a result on their T side line. Passion. Very unfortunate that the timings and the positions and the fact that they've gone for these gamble stacks onto the wrong bomb sites. Have to just hold on to their weapons, which will actually give them a very good and stable economy state. And by the AWP on Jambo, see whether they can apply this, but ideally we want to get some rounds on the board soon.
I feel for Harvuje, a team that's been struggling a lot recently. They basically kicked all of their veteran players. They were Dust 2 Warriors. That was one of their best maps in the pool. We're going to start to see over these next few days who, on the previous iterations, who in maybe the previous cores liked this map to try and introduce it in the Team CS. I mean, even some of the util usage, some of these guys have got to learn it all over again.
And Harvu to become a top 20 team again, like that's what Dust 2 is going to do.
That's what the Finns want.
Well, 9 Pandas and Passion are not really going to be beneficiaries of Dust 2 as of yet. Here on Inferno, AWP in position for Jambo. Is going to try and win another AWP fight against Idis Balance. He was able to pick him up over towards long. This time a flash to go over. Refaces, slow peeks into Idis Balance, who wins a man advantage again.
Yeah, IDB's got his number,
yeah,
hasn't he? This is starting to become a battle, which is kind of one-sided. Jambo's got to be careful about refacing into a lot of these angles, because that is just an easy bait and switch. Flash over high, Idis Balance leans back into the angle, and it's an opening man advantage where Jambo falls and no one is in trading positions. No one's even close out there to Porch to put emphasis against the AWPer. Easy kill for Seized out in Arch and towards the bomb side. Estrel is just caught in the open and dropped immediately.
Zero fix alone on A is only good for that one pick onto Clack. Instant trades from Diladez. Wow, these rounds are getting overwhelming now for 9 Pandas. 5-3 on the board. Fierce just got to hold on to his rifle.
Yeah, this could be a slapping, right? I mean, just looking at the way the rounds have kind of unfolded, it's not been close. It's not been competitive. And for 9 Pandas, this is the first time that they've picked Inferno because they have to try and get an in. They have to look at this best of 3 and say, right, well, we don't have Overpass anymore. Some of our other options were probably Anubis or Ancient, but we feel as if we might be able to kind of throw that to a decider. Nuke is also another map that we sometimes play, but it's the insta-ban of your opposition. So you have to be calculated and say, right, let's just go in with a punish. Let's just go into the weakest map for Passion.
So far, it's working well for him. T-side start was at least a little bit contested with the pistols that they started off with on Passion, and that one round where they caught them just that individual rifle opportunity for the Passion side. 9 Pandas, since then, have been in full control, and as you mentioned, confidently in full control here. Money's still a little bit awkward for him. AWP shot from IDB does get missed out. At the flicks back over Cooked, Glowing, and Fear also go back and forth. Advantage is taken by the CT side this time.
Very aggressive for Passion. They try a complete change up with the accelerated pace. And Passion UA start rotating Zero Fix back out from the B bomb site over to long. 9 Pandas, though, have full banana, and they're working Clacks. Now, if he can get a pick here in brackets, if he can recover this to a 3v3, this round could be recoverable.
Start to group up here on the T side. Max has to be wary of taking fights because he is on almost half HP. 9 Pandas getting the AWP in the hands of Glowing, seeing what he can do with this.
I don't see Glowing on the AWP all that frequently. Fear playing anti-flash. Out there to Coffins. Now, full brackets has been taken and seen. Jambo is rotating, but silently.
Utility starts coming in loudly over on the T side contact. Molotov's down towards First and Dark. The new box position specifically, sees burning a little bit to the Molotov here, knows that he's close. Jambo swings out, sees with a kill. Fantastic headshot, but Klax runs right into the Molotov, dropping that bomb down there and all AWP at range, landing leg shots. Seas goes dropping and Zero Fix punishes going for a secondary face as Passion UA are able to clap back.
And maybe that is the in for the CT side. If you look at an avenue of approach of what's been successful, some of those aggressive maneuvers in at Banana have warranted opening kills. So this might be something that Nine Pandas have to be recognizing of maybe saying to themselves, okay, first 5-10 seconds of the round, let's just not get into Banana early. Let's just give them Banana. We can retake it afterwards. Passion with a good 4th round.
It's otherwise been a slow game for them. They've had to pick up the pace. Get encouraging signs out of it. How the Nine Pandas respond. AWP of Jambo so ready for C, seeing him jump facing, but unable to connect the shot. The nades will come back against him and actually do comparatively very little damage. 75 HP on Glowing, 84 on Seized. It's Dilladez that took the majority of the HP. They stand off behind the smokes at Banana. Klax works into the apartments, uncontested here.
Yeah, Klax has not been in a position to strike all that frequently in the apartments. No one's really given him aggressive duels. Jackismo, though, up against the retaking util. Glowing just respects it, does not get on the front side of that half wall.
Now they had the body block. CT is allowed to push them back, put a smoke in the way. The AWP is so ready for the shot.
Ooh.
No, not easy at all.
Yeah, that should have been. I mean, Jackismo just literally crossing out in the open. No utility, no teammate in sight. Idis Balance, he's going to be fuming at that one. He knows that was an easy shot.
You've been winning AWP v AWP battles left, right, and center, and then that one just didn't come through for them. Awkward stuff indeed for Nine Pandas. Slightly awkward smoke that does actually cover off the majority of the cross, but I think there's going to be some moments where the smokes will fade and they won't be able to spot, or they'll be able to see a big gap in the left-hand side. Not abused by Nine Pandas, not taken by Jackismo at the 30-second marker. They're going to have to go in for the hit here.
Now, him and Fear need to work a good timing on who takes each other's contact. Is it Fear to strike first out from CT? What happens if he gets smoked? What is Jackismo going to be able to do?
Swing forward, flash and smoke in the way. Damage done towards several T-side players, but Glowing is the man with the kill counts. 10 seconds. Plant will need to be secured. Smokes are in. Spam up against C's. They're going to catch him. They think that might have denied the bomb plant, but it hasn't. It's a 4v3 on the retake.
Glowing in a strong position of a 1-for-1. Up high, out to the dark position. He can look down to CT or from Coffins. Lack of nades on the retake. They've got no smokes and no incendiaries.
Passion UA haven't gone for these retakes very much at all here. Always gone for the save. Now at the man advantage, they have to commit towards it. Dilladez with a missed shot on the AWP, but another one connects to 2 to make amends. Fear will return back to a 2 versus 2, but Passion have been stalled for this. There's nothing left as Jambo misses his own shot. Fear will try swing back on Glowing. He will get that kill, but Nine Pandas will have the round.
And just the perspective of that round, the Idis Balance misses an easy shot, he gets punished, and yet the CTs can still not come up involved. Both of the B players struggle out there from CT and Coffins. There's a position where it's a man advantage on the retake, and while there's a lineup out towards Coffins, Fear, the third player, hasn't really come in to trade there, or at least immediately. Not an easy round for Nine Pandas to work, but they've been very successful in this T-side. They're not giving many opportunities away.
Pulling ahead with the 6-4, can only tie up the half of Passion UA. Look at the damage done to the CT side as well. Yes, it will be limited bites for Nine Pandas. It's still an SMG on S-Chiller. The AWP of Jambo held in from the previous round, tries to take its first fight, but not finding anything here. And the AWPs haven't been all that, specifically on the CT side, about getting the opening kills. At least he's beating Idis Balance in terms of the frag counts themselves. The S-Chiller giving up the opening fight to Dilladez and the AK instead.
Oh, Jambo's going to be up close and personal. Flashes around the corner. He can't see a thing.
Zero Fix does catch one of C's. Dilladez does take Jambo, dropping down into mini pit. Advantage taken for the T side. Smokes will keep him suppressed. One player walking brackets might become a threat, but the plant is going to go down.
Yeah, Idis Balance has got a late lurk in from bracket, so he might be able to cut off this rotation from Zero Fix and make it just slightly more expensive. Oh, they've just missed the timing of one another, so the M4 does escape. And for the NWP, it's just the worst position in the world. If you're short and there's an aggressive approach towards brackets, it's fine. You can back off, you can get into the middle of the bomb site, and you can fight again. But when they know you're short and you hear them running apps, what do? you try and get to mini pit, you try and work around, you're just going to get blinded by the flashes. So very uncomfortable for Jambo. He got dealt with easily.
Nine Pandas will have the advantage of the T side half. 7-4 on the board. Passion. One last round in the half to try and insert a respectable differential. Good thing they held on to those 3 rifles, because I don't think the money would have been there to go for the truest of buys without them. Even then, SMG still fresh chiller.
And Nine Pandas have to look at this scenario and say, let's get 8-4. Let's really stretch this lead. Let's give ourselves a favorable position going into the second half to probably close this map in a one-sided fashion. I mean, outside of maybe if Passion can win the pistol in the second half, they have lacked success on the gun rounds.
Early suppression's good from Passion's utility. Stopping them from getting into the apartments. They're hearing footsteps as well, so they know that they're out here in second mid. Clax, 2 players in the boiler to try and discover flash forward. Gets that kill, turns back in with the second. Chiller's at least able to trade it back and get to another rifle. Idis Balance, however, watching for an overextension, which he's not going to get.
Yeah, Glowing has been able to maintain all of Banana while this pressure's ensued out to brackets in the apartments. Fear and Jackasmo towards top car, and when that smoke clears, if Fear gets tempted to get aggressive, that's where Glowing can punish.
Prods forward, Fear undetected, has no fear. When does he take his swing? When does he make his move? Right up until he takes contact. Oh, they're walking, no one's checking car. Fear swings and sees punish.
How does that happen? He should have been able to get 1, probably even 2 kills there. And Jackasmo's got no smoke for the molly either.
Molly at dark. Sees execute. M4 does have to fight, and indeed he fights well against the first man. Can he isolate the next 2 fights? Perhaps he might do. Sprays back from his teammates. Certainly going to aid him as Dilladez drops. USP's brought out. Seized will get the kill back, but he's dinked down to 10 points of health, and now he's isolated and alone. A mid-fight here from Jambo. Idis Balance needs to win that shot, and he does. But S-Chiller quickly up on the bomb site. Going to get towards the defuse here. He's got the kit and everything. Flashes are sent. Idis Balance, he's not going to make his way in there in time, and Passion UA with enough info, enough HP advantage, turn the 5th to close the half.
Yeah, Idis Balance just hoping that he taps that bomb and maybe freaks out a little bit in that 1v1. Doesn't draw the fight immediately. S-Chiller just sticks it. Passion UA. The most uncomfortable circumstance for me in that first half is that all the gun rounds were just individual, right? As soon as they have one chance, it's an instant equalization or just a response from the opposition. Nine Pandas, they'll be happy with 17 rounds. That's a good performance.
Great opening half for them. As you mentioned, setting themselves up for a possible one-sided affair. Still is plausible with the 7-5 advantage. Certainly more likely for the 8-4 and the pistol win for the 9 Panda side. 1xBet certainly feel like that's the most likely outcome here. Having our veteran team as the favourites in this series. Can Passion UA defy the odds?
And Clax, bit of an off angle with the Julies out there from the apartment stairs. Not tucked, but in the open.
Zero fix, shoulder baits out the Julie's set, does reface and refight. Dilladez going to calm himself down over towards Boiler and try to fend brackets directly. Clax is going to get overwhelmed. USP spams away, does so much damage, but unable to get away with any picks. Now Caesar's going to have to try and back him up here towards Wine. Faces and fights. S-Chiller is caught. Dilladez with taps for days, but can't hold on to a man advantage. Overwhelmed, the bomb should get planted.
Dilladez has done insanely well to be able to get 2 frags there. Seized just where he tries to walk out there from Moto in the 3v3. He gets caught by Jackasmo.
Advantage now for Passion UA. Glowing, trying to tap another head off of Jackasmo. Julie's of Idis Balance also inbound towards Shore. Got no util to go in for this. They'll try and prod. Jackasmo swings for contact. IDB revealed now. Jackasmo gets spammed down of entry, reducing the man advantage to an even stance. And the USP tried to tap up the likes of Jambo, but no, his kill's not found. Just damage against the T-side player. 2 headshots for Fear and Jambo as the pistol is taken by Passion UA.
Unfortunately for Dilladez, he just doesn't get enough support, does he? I mean, he loses his teammate at Clax in the apartments quite early on, and then even Seized, who's kind of fighting out from Moto and Library, he just can't initiate that crossfire for damage. So left in the bomb site pretty much by himself. A decent effort, but overwhelmed. And Passion UA go 2 for 2 in pistols.
All important legs up to try and keep this competitive against the Nine Pandas side from a scoreline perspective.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Nine Pandas, much like in that last pistol loss, will not opt for the force buy. You mentioned the T side and the potential with the bomb plants, but in this case, no such presence, no such cash. A couple of P250s again for IDB and Dilladez, but that's about it.
Fear is doing a bit of searching. The last thing they want to do is run into a stack. Now, Klax has got a flash. If that gets timed right, this could actually be quite damaging.
Flashes forward, engagement fights on a MAC-10, Dilladez caught. There's the backup. HE's come down as the smokes will clear up for the time being. The bomb's going to try and commit towards this, though. What can Nine Pandas pull out of the hat, if anything at all? MAC-10 spots one from the Coffin's boost. Glowing, also seen. Does get away with one pick back, but that's about as far as it will go. Damage respectable across the T sideline. I mean, look at the HP bars, but none of those kills came in.
Now, this might sound insane, Jay, but I actually look at this best of 3 and say whoever loses this game goes out in last place. I look at the opening upset that we had in Group A of alternate attacks beating Gaming Gladiators. I actually think the Gaming Gladiators can push this to potentially a semi-final, maybe a grand final. They are an extremely good team. And I now get the idea that with pressure on them being in sort of the elimination and decided best of 3s, they're not going to lose. They're just going to beat everyone. So for Nine Pandas and Passion UA, this isn't vital for the idea of getting closer to the playoffs. This is vital to not have to play the Danes in the elimination game.
Yeah, loser of this series certainly is in a lot of hot water, to say the least.
The Gaming Gladiators are 19th in the world right now on HLTV. They just got off of that grand final in the Thunderpick World Championship where they lost to Bleed. We saw a very good major run for them. So yes, there will be a lot of teams in this competition that would fear them.
Well, alternate attacks didn't, but that's a story for another day. Passion UA and Nine Pandas stand it even to try and edge out an all-important map up here. What is going on with that smoke? That is a very weird situation, but I think I should landed underneath the barrels there. Okay.
No, I think that's just a CS2 thing, Jay. I don't know. There's no explanation of how that happened.
All right, fine.
Don't give me under the barrels. That was the whole point of these smokes, that they're meant to go everywhere.
I don't know what the situation was.
Yeah, no, definitely a bug.
Well, regardless, Nine Pandas aren't affected by it. No one's going to fire through and take them down. There's not going to be any sort of return fire either towards the top end of Banana. Damage on the HP advantage over the likes of Fear, but still at 64, and still Nine Pandas opting not to continue fighting.
Dilladez is using the crack angle there, so he's just spotting a pixel of contact out to top Banana, and that's when he can strafe back to the left-hand side and get over to safety.
Footsteps are being heard. Instant smoke comes down against the T-side line. Will that force them to counter to put the smoke out towards Cross, one towards Coffins? Molotovs coming in, the force glowing out into the open, and they'll be successful in that respect, so they make their moves in. Blind sprays, not fully covered off by the new box, but Dilladez still gets 2, almost 3 kills against the likes of Fear, but the bomb plant is still secure in a 3-on-3.
Seized aggressively, caught on the reload, but still somehow gets the fight against Zerifix.
Spamming up the smoke, knowing the Fear must be low. Jackismo, however, is high HP, fighting onto Klax successfully. We go back to evens again. Flashes will enable C's to make his way up towards the bomb site. Jackismo is watching there, going to have to take a fight from around the corner. He's dinked. They're both low, but Jackismo still gets his headshot and his 3K to maintain 8 HP on the board of the 2 players and 8 rounds on the board of Passion UA.
And that was a wild round. So first off, Dilladez does insanely well to get 2 kills. And then secondly, you kind of think about the HP numbers and go, there's just not much way, is there? Jackismo had some really good repositions. He had a bit of an off angle at first oranges. He gets himself a good pick. He can fall back off. But for him to get 3 on red HP is actually crazy.
Nine Pandas now down on the scoreline here. Pistols will try to get close, and actually do catch S-Chiller of all players to get, not the man that was forward face at point blank. But that means that there's no real way to recover the rifle. The trade was pretty instantaneous. And not much major done towards the Passion UA side yet.
And Nine Pandas have invested fairly heavily on a few players, so you're looking to get maximum damage out of this round.
What kind of damage does that take hold of, though? Molly will force Idis balance away from Quad. Backed up alongside Clax, the two players on short, third man towards long, and Glowing defending the B bomb site if it does come into effect. But Passion UA is still feeling out these players. Where have they placed themselves?
The last thing they want to do is start running into a trap and an aggressive setup in the late round. Working away, putting some util down to A, but starting to regroup out to Banana. There could be an info play from Clax, and he's cleared out all the bedroom. He's just seeing nothing. So they should start to rotate quite heavily to B.
Well, second man's on his way there. Third player's going to start to make the move. There's also a rifle that Clax could go for. I think it's still down there on at the body of the man that fell. Flashes come over, HE's down. Jackasmo and Zero Fix make quick work of the B defenders. Idis Balance and Clax, best they can do is exit frags. They will try and make their way up to position to try and do so, but this round is certainly going the way of Passion.
Immediate entries as soon as they get into that B bomb site. And from a scoreline point of view now, this is getting quite threatening. You've come out into the second half, you've been able to win pistol, the anti-eco, you've worked the first gun round, you get yourself into another anti-eco, you've won that one. If you can win the next gun round, it's probably shaped up to be a map steal.
All right, it's Balance getting no damage out of this. You probably are right about that. Talked about the risks of punished picks, and Nine Pandas were feeling like the risks have paid off for a bit, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. CT side switchover was their chance to close things down, but losing the pistol, and this time Passion have converted upon that, not just to the eco and the follow-up, but towards the rifle victory, follow-up eco as well to Nine Pandas. They'll now have another chance to buy back into this matchup. Only a couple rounds between the two, and the tactical is taken.
They get some advice from the head coach of Nine Pandas. Zoma was the analyst of Gambit Youngsters, the assistant coach of Windstrike, and the coach of EPG way back in the day. Has followed both Clax and Seized, a little bit of Dilly Des too, on sort of that Cyber Legacy Trident roster. So you've got a Core 2, Core 3 plus coach in different iterations that have actually been together for a few years now. So they'll be very much on the same page with what needs to be adapted and how they can get a lot out of it. From the perspective of Nine Pandas, they have to look at this and say, finally, we've got a good gun round. We're going into round 17 where we've got IDB on the AWP, we've got M4s across the board, we've got good util sets. There is a lack of kits, though, so if it does come into a retaking scenario, we have to discuss the possibility of whether it's going to be successful or not.
Flashes send, Zero Fix, first man forward. Idis Balance sees the flashing clearing up just in time. Quick swing back to the second kill, does get punished by S-Chiller. Clax forced to use a smoke to protect himself back in mini pit, sees that bomb carrier and calls in for backup, but he's known to the T side, so they can overwhelm him in the end. Advantage taken by Passion UA. Nine Pandas need a kill pretty quickly. Jackasmo will provide.
Recover. Seas gets on the other side of that smoke out there from Library. There's a player in Arch, though, of Fear. This is undetected.
Well, they start to read it. Focus on the center of the bomb site. S-Chiller going to provide a chance for his teammate Afear to swing in soon. Sears has no idea. Kill found easy. Vikings, the two, start walking out of the apartments. S-Chiller finding Dilladez and Glowing now to hold on to the AK to run for it and save. Nine Pandas have been overwhelmed again.
And I would have really liked to have seen a flash assist from the mini-pit player there of Clack. So IDB has a lot of attention drawn towards him. He gets that first kill out from long and just re-peeks back into the angle. If there was just one flash from Clax, it would have initiated probably an easier secondary kill, made it less uncomfortable for the big green. And even Clax himself, I know the role is A anchor and A lurk on T side, but he's had a poor game. 3 kills and just 10 deaths. He got overwhelmed from the big pit, mini pit position. Passion UA knocking on the door of an upset for map number 1. And for Nine Pandas, this could really be another threatening series where the slump is continuing.
The 1xBet odds have shifted in their favor as a result here. Passion now rated as new favorites. Fear moves, Glowing's going to take that first engagement, but Fear immediately claps back, removes that AK in a position where Seized can't realistically get a hold of it. Going to have to use some smokes and block off vision to grab that gun. Caught by Fear, though, he knows.
Yeah, this eco was felt pretty underwhelming from the outset. 3 players out towards B early round. Try and put some emphasis on fighting the half wall and fighting aggressively. They get themselves 1 kill and that's it. IDB and Clax know that the B site's going to be compromised. So 2 options, hold on to the upgrades and the armor or look for a couple of exits.
(11-7). Passion UA have not let a single round go in this half. 9 Pandas. Very disappointing CT side, I do have to say. Very proactive over the course of that first half, but just not seeing the same sort of levels of confidence here and now. And I start to wonder, like, you remember how Passion UA started to take aggressive fights and they really tried to get involved in some of these early phases in the early portions of the rounds. Started to change their fortunes in that first half. Maybe when the rifles come back, 9 Pandas could try something similar. I mean, they have to throw something on the wall and make it stick because they're running out of opportunities here.
And the issue is they've lost 6 rounds, but only 2 of them have been gun rounds. And that's just the unfortunate nature of CT side, isn't it? Where if you're not winning a gun round, you're going to be ecoing again. And with the pistol and the anti-eco conversions, it just hasn't allowed frequent decent buys. And 9 Pandas need to give themselves a round streak soon. Otherwise, this game's going to be wrapped up. Giacosmo was probably the most impactful player when it came to the last Res event, and he's showing what he can do again.
Fast out of the T side. Jambo seeing those smokes coming in. Glowing's going to have to get distraction from Diladez. Spray through the smoke, revealing himself. Jambo's going to punish that advantage taken again by Passion UA.
Diladez has had quite a few multis out on this B side, but he's alone, so it's more uncomfortable to do so in a position where he wants to start throwing some util, but they need a pick. They need a returning kill somewhere. They need to pressurize brackets. They need to make an info play. Clax is quite aggressively in the boiler position. Seized has still got a smoke and an incendiary at CT.
Counter smoke from Coffins, meanwhile, comes up to try and block them away from the B execution. Meanwhile, Eschiller starts walking. Timing is everything, and Clax has no idea that he's just snuck past. How much is he going to find on this walkout here? He might be telling his teammates to hold and wait for him to make his move. As Clax goes dropping, 1 player's left on the bomb site. Rotations are called back from 1 player slowly in the case of Seized, but I think they know it has to be a B hit.
Diladez repositioning out towards a fountain. Seized with the util with the drop. Incendiary, or I should say smoke goes down first, then incendiary. This could actually still be workable for 9 Pandas.
As soon as they see the utility coming out, Seized will pop out that fire. I think it landed in amongst the smoke though. Fear still pushes through towards CT spawn. Now they recognize Idis Balance is all alone, surrounded by T-side contacts. Still a man advantage for Passion UA as Jambo drops. Idis Balance catching 2 important frags though and stalling them out. The bomb is going to try and commit towards the site. The spray is blinded from Seized, providing covering fire. Idis Balance makes his move as Giacosmo trades it back to a 2 versus 2. IDB is known about, and he finds Zero Fix with a round defensive of a lifetime from him. 9 Pandas finally break the streak.
And that's vintage, isn't it? That's Idis Balance at his very best. Now, we saw in that entirety of the round, there was still 2 A players. They did not over-rotate. Now, Clax did get caught out to the apartments, but Idis Balance did not leave his post. He didn't go aggressive down brackets to set up the backstab. He didn't reposition out towards CT spawn, and he knows as soon as he starts hearing those footsteps, it's on. They're coming right towards me. Great reposition out there towards boiler. Great angle to come out towards the balcony and drop down to the bomb site directly.
That was such a sick play. Idis Balance throwing the balance off of Passion UA perhaps. Rifles back in for them. They've got plenty of cash, of course. The jump faces spotting one towards top mid. Fear blind through the smoke, utilizing all that info to catch Seized to start.
That's just a straight spam. Diladez getting into a scenario where he can chuck over that extra incendiary to his teammate out to short, but players are compromised in the apartments and boiler.
Incendiaries out, or smokes out rather, for Zero Fix Molotov that should force Clax into the open here, out towards short. Player in apps, Eschilla the strike, clacks to eventually fall, and Diladez from range. 2 kills found with his quick burst. It's back to a 3 versus 3. Now he's pressure from 2 different angles, can only fight for damage. Advantage again for Passion UA.
And they've got a late lurk from Fear in brackets, so if Glowing comes and transitions from short and tries to get out to long, he'll probably get dropped. Another save call, and do you know, I actually feel for Diladez because he's had some really sick rounds.
Yeah.
He's had some great holds of multi-frags, but again, he's just not getting that support. Seized on the bomb site gets nothing. Klax gets overwhelmed too.
To think all the work he's put in to come up fruitless, and the fact that Idis Balance had such a mental round in the previous and it wasn't followed up upon.
I mean, even that first kill, that was Fear legitimately just spamming bottom mid through the bracket smoke, and C's just got dropped.
And what more do you say to that? 12 to the board of Passion UA, map point taken on Inferno. 9 Pandas punished into this one. It feels like they're gonna feel the risks coming to meet them head on. At least there's a buy here, but I'd like to see one final tactical, at least to try and get some final parting words from the coach, from Zoma, and just in general to reset your mentality. Because Passion UA have truly run away with the second half, and 9 Pandas, very little resistance shown.
Passion UA have been in these kind of positions before, Jay. 12-9 in the quarterfinals, couldn't close. 12-8 here in the opening game. Let's see if they can do it.
Smoke set. HE's down, Incendiaries and all Molly's set as Diladez makes his move in. Fear burning, that's a good start, at least the opening pick. But no further contest. Passion UA instead work around the utility. Jackismo is caught off guard with that.
Just when they tried to get that trade-off towards Banana, it's an individual maneuver. Doesn't have a teammate to flash, doesn't have a teammate to peek on the contact. IDB out to Boiler, does get baited, but for Passion UA, they've got brackets. They've also got the 3v5.
Seized, hearing footsteps of Eschilla. Boost up, enabling the kill to come in pretty easy against him. 5-on-2, 9 Pandas. Another defensive that looks to hold itself. And a pretty confident defensive at that. Contrary to what we've seen from them so far in this matchup. Passion should hold on to these weapons here. There's no way they win the 2v5.
And this is probably a position where Fear needs to take a tactical and speak to Kane, because we have seen games where Passion UA have struggled to close. I mentioned that bait series in the quarterfinals. What about the Young Ninjas one? Do you remember that one in the winners matchup out at Mirage? They were 11-3 up, and it went down to 13-9. Now, Young Ninjas didn't come back, and they didn't send it towards an overtime or anything, but there was a good round streak and quite a few gun rounds where you started to get seriously concerned. You started to get into a position where, are they actually going to win this game? There's no surprise that there are struggles to close for such an inexperienced team. But it's moments like this where you need to jump at the opportunity. With Mirage calling next, a map that I actually think is fairly weak for Passion UA. I know they've picked it, but I don't think it's one of their better maps in the pool. I'd look at their Ancient and their Anubis as being stronger than their Mirage. So there's a bit of risk involved in that scenario, so you got to take Inferno, especially in this position.
Well, it's 12-9 up for Passion UA on their opponent's map pick. Where have I seen that before? 9 Pandas starting to come into their own. Is this going to return to OT, though? Can Passion shut it down? Just got to win one good round. They've still got cash and spare, so outlook is still pretty positive for the further buys and aggressive takes that Fear is going to take against the likes of Diladez, Jambo, and Jackismo, utilizing his anchor point of the kills found in the round. 5-on-3 gains.
Aziz is trying to pummel all of that util to stop the B hit, stop them advancing straight into the bomb side. But it's actually a straight up cancel as soon as they get those 2 kills. They actually don't advance anywhere. And they freeze up. And for Idis Balance, this might have to be where he stays strong again. In a position with the AWP where he's going to take first contact towards Boiler or brackets. And the assistance from Klax out to the pit. They've got to work together on this one.
Slow to the approach of Passion. 3 players are tagged so low here. Eschiller and Zero Fix might have to be the ones to force out the fights and force out the Initial engagements here. Utility's been sent back by the likes of Fear, who offers himself up to the kill count. Seized, dropping him. The Orb provides balance. Get zero fix next. Eschiller caught on the walkout. 2 players left for Passion UA as 9 Pandas have once again fought back.
Oh, they've just trolled the 5v3. They've trolled the best round to try and close it out. Jambo, Orb v Orb battle. Idis Balance isn't even peeking into the angle. Orb v Orb does go the way of Jambo this time around, though.
Clack's pressured, but again, they're such low HP. He's caught off guard, but Clack still wins that fight on the adjustment. He is low, as is Jambo. The HE does not get the pick, and now Caesar's been given time to rotate back. 10 seconds. AWP scoped in. Seized, offers himself up. The plant can now come down. Clax is forced to make a move. He's making noise towards it. Jambo's pistol's pulled out, but where's Clax moving towards? Default, left side, right side. Over the position. The clock takes the fight, but Clax is able to win it with the automatic rifle. A triple in for him, and 9 Pandas stay alive.
I do wonder to myself what the mental state must be right at this position for Passion UA. They had a 5v3. It gets down to a 1v1, and you're not winning it. You're not closing out the rounds. Even that one, I think I've said it so many times, Jay, for Passion, I want to see a pack. I want to see just the immediate trades when they've got a 5v3, and Fear's getting, what, flashed into the B bomb site by himself? There's no one else there. It's just a bit of a solo mission. I actually think quite frequently I see it from Passion UA where they overcomplicate rounds. Why? I'm not sure. I don't know if it's a fundamental point of view or maybe just getting caught in the moment. But they overcomplicate rounds in huge man advantages.
Survival moment for 9 Pandas. Took the tacticals just to keep themselves on track. They've got the buy-ups. They're going to face more buys at Passion UA, at least for round 23. Round 24 might hinder on the bomb plant bonus. Utility sent HC's very nicely placed to Jackasmo. 38 points of health for him. Utility will try and block them away from making further progress here on the banana.
Jackasmo is in a stance where he kind of needs to be a bait right now. HE down there towards a half wall deals with him. And T's lose an opening pick, and even out towards long. Idis Balance is going to make it too.
This is a walk contact from Eschella's punished in an instant. No util support. Dead to rights. Advantage extended now by 9 Pandas. Passion UA just desperate to get a pick. You see Jambo dry facing into the bomb site, glowing. Shoulder bait to get the info against the man. And it just slows them down with more smokes.
Yeah, they've already used the coffin smoke, so they have to commit. They can't really cancel.
Oh, glowing just sprays through it. Blind against Jambo, still picks him up. The flash just sends zero fix down, knowing that Dez, who still peeks into his contact, gets his double up. Oh, it's happening again, Dwag.
Yeah, it is happening again. I legitimately think that this is going to go to overtime, and this is going to be a 9 Pandas victory. The mental game is getting tested, and moving into round 24, you do have limitations. Chiller's down on a Mac 10. Jackasmo's probably going to be on a Deagle or a Mac 10. 9 Pandas have looked pretty comfortable in that last round. I know obviously the one previous came down to a Clax 1v1, but that gun round, man, just decent crossfires and just getting opening kills quite easily, just off of the basis of util. I mean, those HGs that came towards Jackasmo's position at mid banana and half banana was just enough.
Passion heavily pressured at this juncture. Things are looking very, very awkward for them. As you can tell, however, they have the seed from server, so they'll wait a minute before they can get back on track. Things are, again, looking eerily similar to how that quarterfinal went down, though, Dwag. Like, I'm just thinking about how similar the circumstances were. I posed the question to you at the start of the show, right? The idea that they had their mental get crippled by a team that was much more experienced than them during the last rest series, and now here we are, opening game of the next series, and literally the exact same thing is happening, even down to the scorelines being very, very similar.
Yeah, I don't know, though. I don't know if it actually correlates, to be honest. I don't know if it's the thing of experienced teams that they're playing up against. I think it's just the bottom line that these guys struggle to close out games. They struggle to get that finishing blow. This is going to hurt if it goes to overtime, because when you get to overtime, you feel like all your advantages, they've just disappeared. They've literally just gone at that point onwards.
Well, look, they lost 7 in a row in that Mirage opportunity in that last map, but at this point it would be 8 in a row because it was the 12-8 where things started to come together for the Nine Panda side. So look, it's still not as clean cut and dry, obviously. Like, there's several opportunities they still got to try and insert themselves. I mean, even if the next buy has to be a force buy and they get back in at round 24 and win it at 13-11, that would still be enough to push them past the finish line. So it's not out of the woods just yet, but it's just so eerily similar to me in the way things have gone down.
And for Nine Pandas, they obviously have to look at this scenario and saying it's a really good position for us to be in. Let's try and close out Inferno. Let's push it towards an overtime. Let's make it uncomfortable for the team that made the playoffs. And again, for Nine Pandas, I do kind of look at this competition. There's a lot of teams that actually were in the playoffs last time around. We've got Bleed back. We've got Zero Tenacity back. We've got Nemega back. There's going to be a lot of teams that I would say all expectations is to go deep. But when you've got, I would say, almost the entire playoff bracket here in the group stages of the game, there's only going to be so many opportunities to actually make the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you only need 2 wins at the end of the day, but just the idea that you're facing off against players that have already done as well as they have done and obviously gotten towards the playoffs in the past. I mean, obviously, I think we expected a lot more out of Nine Pandas in general out of this circuit, but they haven't been able to place themselves on the points board. Passion UA have. So whether that's an indictment of them as a team or whether or not you can take a look at the overall run itself and say whether or not it was weakened or not is a question that we could probably dive into in a minute's time. But we are jumping back into the matchup, so we won't have time to entertain that at this moment. So Passion UA broken by for round 24. 3 AKs, a Deagle and a Mac-10. 9 Pandas, a chance for OT.
HE placement out there to the apartment stairs only does chip damage. The Mac-10 goes quite aggressively to search for that opening pick against Clags. This is actually a very defensive round for Nine Pandas. They've got some retaking util of a flash out from Coffin, some Dilladares. Glowing does not see anything towards the car or the half-wall position.
Still prodding back forward. Flash sent. Did he see Jambo? He has done now. And opting not to stick around and take the fight. Smoke's unavailable to him to try and stall for time, which has been working very well for Nine Pandas so far.
Well, they've got 2 smokes on B. So when the first smoke goes down, if they still feel pressured, they got the second one. And by that point onwards, Idis Balance probably will rotate by CT spawn. Now, the CTs are making the info play. They're going aggressive into brackets. This is the read. They know it's a B play now.
How far will they extend before they make rotations happen? Not that far at all. Third man's on the way. Glowing's going to try and block that smoke. And how effective it will be, though. It's just barely giving him enough vision. He's forced to take a very wide angle on it. He's actually have to make his way out to the open of the bomb site. Flashes now make their way in. Chiller. Mac-10 gets involved, heavily damaged. Dillades finds the headshot. The second player takes them both back. Advantage now for Nine Pandas, and the rest of the CTs are on the way. IDB swings with the AWP. Dillades gets one more before he finally falls. And even a dink on Jackismo for good measure. Nearly a quadra for the man. But his impact will certainly ring true towards what is guaranteed at this point to lock into an OT for Nine Pandas. Clacks there with the closer. It's happening again, Dwayne.
And honestly, I'm surprised that we don't see more tacticals on the map point when we're in that position. I know we saw one of them, but I don't even mind dropping all of them. Literally even having a double, having a back-to-back tactical, because we know their struggles. They must know them. If we're looking at them, right, Jay, and we're saying we know that they struggle to close out games, they've got to know themselves. And for Nine Pandas, they can now reflect on this situation and say, I can't believe you've let us back in. I can't believe you've allowed us to get to overtime. We're going to come out here, we're going to take Inferno, and we're going to give you a good run for your money on Mirage now.
12 apiece. 4 map points wasted for Passion UA and Nine Pandas. Trying to repeat what Bait did only a few days ago. Upset on Idis Balance, M4s for the other 4 players. HE sent down range, will do very little damage to Passion UA. It's Glowing that's caught first and foremost.
Jackismo to be able to get the entry out towards Banana. We saw in a lot of regulation rounds that he was able to make 5v4s happen in that area of the map. Over rotations quite heavily for Nine Pandas. They're bringing 3 over to B now.
Upset for Idis Balancing. His teammates setting up the retaking nades. Shots ring out. M4 fight for Dilladares. Knows exactly where 2 players are. Even gets a 3rd kill out of this. Chiller fights back. Advantage for Nine Pandas still maintain as smokes are in the way to block them. Passion UA have got to commit.
Oh, Dilly Des has done it again. So many multi-frags from him across this entire map. Can they deny the bomb from going down? Seized deep in coffins. Fear is going to try and get the high ground.
Bomb tapped, M4 will take its fight. Fear revealed, Seized will drop 2 versus 2 now, but a smoke towards CT is going to see where the next player is at. His scope in is going to time this well. No. Shot rings out blinded, the bomb can cross and plant.
Oh, Klax with the incendiary to break open the smoke. Fear struggling, but just about deals with Klax.
Idis Balance now up for the retake. AWP versus 2. It's not the best weapon for this, and they know exactly where he is. I think he's thinking better of this. I think he's thinking for the save. Passion UA get their 13th, but probably a little bit too late here. 9 Pandas involved in this overtime. Did incredible work. And again, the guy you feel for the most here is Dilladez. 3 kills in the open. And the entrance to the B bomb site, and still the round doesn't go the way of 9 Pandas.
And that is just a tier 2 classic. The team that struggles to close out in regulation wins the first round of overtime. We see it. I'd love to be able to get a percentage of it. I don't know how you'd be able to do the data mining of it, whether you'd have to do it manually, but it seems so high to me that it's always the case. Passion came in very tough. Fear struggling with that duel towards CT, but it was just enough. And you're right about Dilladez. He set up that round. He put in a huge shift on B.
Let me hit Nero up and see if he can run a little set of numbers on
someone needs to do
HLTV.
it.
Just to find out. Oh, Passion UA won't be complaining about it. Oh, Jambo again, blind through the smoke, an opening kill found out towards mid. It's not the first time that's happened there for Passion UA. That will be the last of this stage. Klax, look at his insertion. This is a bit of a first. Oh, this is so well timed. 2 players to catch, 0 fix. Adjusts for Siege, just makes his way in towards Boiler in time to catch the trade to a 3-on-3.
And that could be one of the most impactful rounds that Klax has had all game so far. He's been underwhelming, hasn't been involved. But that one, you could pretty much grant him 2 kills. He got Seized involved with the trade. Jambo, aggressive in the apartments, bomb tailing behind. Now, Seized is extremely passive at long, so if they short wrap or they come out of the apartments, he can't really do anything against it.
He's starting to look more down towards this this Bracker's position. Jackasmo is not going to lean into Brackets, join his teammate out to the apartments and go for the hit. Meanwhile, 9 Pandas have walked banana.
All about timing, though. Seized, if they do come out of the apartments and they get the bomb down, he needs to stall them for just enough time to get the rest of his teammates involved in the retake.
The Moto smoke is cleared, so he's going to hide himself back in the corner here. Or scene 1 catches the shoulder of Jammer. That's good enough for the kill. Second player pops out, and now Glowing is up here on shore. Close quarters against Jackasmo, doing damage. 20 seconds remain for the T-side. Jackasmo gets involved, and 1 player at quad will cut Fear down, drop that bomb, and now they have to stall for time here. 22 HP, 10 seconds for Jackasmo to clutch this round. Try and get a bomb down at least. Sees compressed as soon as he hears that bomb getting tapped. He's going to play a safer game here. USP's pulled out because he knows that he's low HP. A triple for the AWP. And 9 Pandas equalize.
And for Passion UA, they would have felt, after getting that opening kill, that we deserved that round. We literally got a pure spam, AK through the smoke, dropped the impressive AWP of Idis Balance. That's a huge opening into the round, but they don't capitalize enough on it. Klax with pretty much 2 kills. And then Seized recognizes the position. My teammates are coming aggressive banana. They're setting up the backstab. They can't be short. They can only be the apartments. So just a very good mid-round call to make that info play.
Even stance, last round of the OT half to try and look for the advantage. Hearing players coming in real quick towards Brackets, though Idis Balance is very, very passive. He's going to get all the way back towards the long corner. Strike on 0 fix. AKS Chiller is going to overwhelm Seas, though.
Idis Balance is going to smoke off Moto. Klax and him need to try and work out to the short players.
Doesn't see the headshot of the player in the apartments. Has seen Fear, though. Adjustments only good for the damage against Jackasmo. 12 HP, 32 fresh Killer, 49 for Fear. That's 3 out of 4 players versus 2 of the 9 Pandas retake.
And they don't have an incendiary for the retake. They've got a HE that could do some chunk damage. S-Chiller down to 20 now.
HE's back. 1 player on bomb site, popping his head up for a moment. I don't think he was seen there by Glowing. Pixels away from spotting a smoke deeper to try and provide some extra cover. Dilladez starts walking, flashes are sent. He's not going to act towards it, knows about fear. AK spray on the first. Second player caught back. Time is to the essence. They're going to make their way in. They're going to find where Jambo is. He cuts down one. Dilladez with a triple again. A quadra round the corner. Oh, Jambo's dead. But Dilladez, does he have time for it? It's a down to the wire defuse. I think just comes up good for Passion UA.
Oh man, these guys give me a heart attack. Honestly, it is so rough watching Passion UA. How do they have a 4v2 post plot that comes in so close to being around victory? Oh my, the nerves must have been kicking in there.
I'll give you one answer. Dilladez, a quadra for him. All 4 picks came in on the retake.
If that bomb is just default or cold zero plant, he wins that round for sure.
Yeah. Man alive. Dilladez on 29 kills, isolating each of those fights. Wonderfully played by him. It's just such, again, it's such a shame. He's doing such great individual work and it's still not winning 9 Pandas the advantages here.
And before he kind of made his name known on Singularity with Seized and Clax, he actually played on Hard Legion and SG Pro, but not the teams that people are familiar with. The Hard Legion, everyone remembers the Forester and Facecrack and Savat roster. The SG Pro, people remember sort of the Roofire and Kisei and obviously Fame, but he wasn't involved in either of those lineups. He was just involved in those organizations having lower tier Russian teams. A guy that's been on 9 Pandas now for coming up to his 2nd year. He's been here about 19 months, 20 months or so. A really good talent. Now, he's going to be required if they want to push this into either another overtime or a map victory in the second half.
He's a monster. 9 Pandas. Right now, that's what they need here. One to the good on the Passion UA side. Obviously, it's still one. Get to the map point again. 9 Pandas, however, switch over to that T side, which was so successful for them in regulation here.
Yeah, and we should add successful in gun rounds. Okay, now we might look at the scoreline and say it was only 7-5. They allowed single individual gun rounds from the perspective of Passion UA. They were kind of in a stance where the only success was coming from the pistol and the anti-eco conversions. So I've still got quite a bit of faith for 9 Pandas on T side in overtime.
Yeah, I do too, honestly. Like, I could see them... I could see a world in which they start to run away with this, right? We're just considering how well they were playing against the opening picks, how many times Passion UA were falling apart at their hands whenever they had those opportunities available to them. Considering OT is going to be nothing but rifles. Imagine that 9 Pandas on paper could do the exact same thing again. It's on Passion UA to try and find a counterplay.
I'm sure the Gaming Gladiators are kind of looking at this matchup saying, oh, we're going to get the chance to play 9 Pandas again. They played each other in the closed qualifier for the RMR and had a 13-11 result in a best-of-1. So whichever way that goes, do you want to go up against the Germans of Azek and co that's been working hard? They've been grinding like there's no tomorrow. They are literally accepting every invite. They are playing every single tournament with their new players.
Well, it worked pretty well for them to start. How far we'll go in the rest of the group, I guess we'll find out later on. For now, getting ready to get back involved in this one again. Passion UA lead the charge against 9 Pandas on Inferno. 1 round separates the two. 2 rounds for Passion UA to take this map away from 9 Pandas as punish. The second half of overtime goes live.
Now, Passion UA would love an opening kill from maybe a Jackismo. Very involved when it comes to the Passion UA side for opening kills. Not even a contest out towards Banana, and unfortunately another stop call. So I'll ask you this way, Jay. Who do you think is a favorite to make the grand final this time around? Bleed have done it twice. Do you reckon they're maybe cursed? Do you reckon they're maybe not bound for the grand final this time around?
I mean, look, it's 2 for 2, so I can't necessarily.
It is also 0 for 2 with winning the grand final.
Well, look, making the grand final is different from winning it, Dwayne,
That's
and that
true,
I will
that's
admit
true.
to you. And you only asked me whether or not who's going to make the final.
Okay.
So Bleed certainly is in contest for that.
Nemega's one of them.
Yep.
Gaming Gladiators, I think, would be another.
Between those three seem like the most likely of the pack that we have. So now it's down to who we think are the underdogs in this environment. And
I mean, maybe Mouse NXT. I mean, they're a team that constantly make the playoffs. They had a pretty decent best of 3. I don't know, Zero Tenacity were really good last event. They were really surprising.
yeah, I mean, look, that's a very good dark horse pick in my eyes to make to the top 2, just because of how well they've been doing.
Maybe top 4. I don't know if they could go all the way for top 2, but I reckon they could at least make the semis, because they impressed me quite a lot in their playoff games.
Well, again, dark horses more than actual people or teams that I expect to be in the grand finals more than anything else.
There's some newer faces as well. The new one-win roster with Jo and Nealon and Latic, they're here. DMS, I'm not really familiar with a lot of those guys.
Number of teams trying to prove themselves here in this event. Obviously, they are all the teams that you mentioned. The newer faces have yet to climb up on the board of the rest circuit. So.
Even Dynamo Eklot, a team that is most known in sort of the Czech scene, has gone slightly international by picking up Kriaz and Blitz. For Perivision, I think people are hoping that when's it going to click? Could it just be one tournament run where it finally happens? At the Sinners side, since sort of bringing Neofrag into the roster, they've been fairly consistent towards the higher end of Tier 2. Even Sangul, to be fair to them. I mean, we had that conversation in the last Rest event where Jota had just been added out on loan and Samey, first international team, is just standing in. He's still playing with Sangul, so probably getting closer to the conclusion that he's maybe their new 5th player. Same for Alex, potentially on bait.
It was top 8 as well for Sangul and top 4, of course, for the bait side in the last Rest event. So, again, these are all teams that you could certainly see in the playoffs come time. But only here in the opening matches of the group stage. We've got a long way before we see that happen. And, of course, we'll be following those teams as and when they have to play their matches over the course of the next week or so. For now, we jump back in. 9 Pandas seemingly ready to contest against the Passion UA side. 1 round again separates them. The flash in to allow Fear to separate them by 2 picks instead.
A lovely flash assist out there to Banana. That's an easy couple of kills for the in-game leader. And now the pressure starts ensuing out to brackets. Where can 9 Pandas find the response elsewhere?
Clax trying to look down towards that short position. Jambo's AWP is almost revealing himself to it, but I think ZeroFix has an inkling that there's a player out there that's walked. If he's going to move, then the T's out towards the long are going to have to force the AWP into position. Instead, they wait.
It's all about timing. As soon as Jambo moves, if he just gets closer into the bomb site, Clax should drop him.
Clax starts focusing attention towards the bomb site itself and the pit player that is there.
Oh, they're walking sure.
Nades up. Smokes in the way of Clax. A flashbang as well towards Short. Dilladead starting to make his move. Bomb is on his back. Clax now setting up the crossfire alongside ZeroFix. It's utility thrown down. Jambo's AWP doesn't know exactly where to aim to here.
Oh, Dilladead is just searching for this opening pick. ZeroFix is going to give him a tough time. The jiggle comes out. The win comes in.
Clax revealed by the smoke as it clears. As Chiller clears him up. And Idis Balance is alone in the 1-on-5. Passion UA about to go to 15-13 map point again on Inferno. Good predictions from IDB, using the jump face to get info above the smoke. But unfortunately, it won't lead to a kill, and there's not enough time to try and make amends for that much. Might even get hunted in a second here. Yep, Jambo keeps 4 players alive, and Passion UA are back on point.
And this is where they need to close, Jay. This is the round to do it in. And 9 Pandas, it's been a map towards the tail end where there's been some stop calls, there's been some tech pauses, it's kind of dragged out longer than it maybe should have. But could they force another overtime? We've already seen 4 map points, they've got 2 more now, so a total of 6 to close.
They missed out the first 4, will they miss out the next 2?
Here we go again.
That's unfortunate.
It is, and it's one of those maps where I don't want to say it's an excuse, right? But sometimes the teams at the end of an Inferno say, "Oh, we lost it because it was so stop-start, wasn't it? You know, we kept having these tech delays, and that's why we weren't able to win out the map." I always hate that because it takes the success away from the victor.
I mean, yeah, that certainly is true. We talk about momentum so much in this game. I mean, it still is something to have to consider about it. For Nine Pandas, obviously, they will have to sort of wait this out before they get their chances at grinding back to that second overtime. How much is the certainty? Passion. Don't want to let anything get in the way of their victory chance. And again, to discuss what we're talking about here in terms of this series, this is the Nine Pandas pick. This is the punish against Passion. Certain points, but it felt like they've really held it together. Other points where it really hasn't been the case, and this is one of those points where it hasn't been the case, but only 1 in this half still. 2 in a row required for the Nine Pandas squad. Let's see if they can do it.
A lot of players going towards Banana early and dropping quite a bit of util in spawn, but Fear is going to be the only B player. Now, he can start recycling the majority of those nades, keep re-smoking off the top of Banana and giving more of a tell that there's more B players than there actually are. Jambo in quite an advanced off angle. Now, he's got a teammate very close by him of S Chiller that's playing Anti-Flash at the top of Porch.
Ready and waiting, S Chiller. Playing anti-flash, Jambo's AWP. Now to receive what's coming his direction. AK tries to adjust S Chiller with a double up, nicely held. C is getting 1 trade back, but Jambo's also involved against his man. 4-on-2 situation, it's closing time.
Indeed it is. Idis Balance trying to take that timing and space out towards long. He's got mass players that are going to try and peek him at the same time.
Oh, almost on it. The collateral glowing. It's 1 for 1. S Chiller's there to close out 2. 16-13. Passion UA have finally done it, taking map 1 of Inferno in this series.
And well done to Passion UA, Jay. I had some concerns about closing. There were certainly some struggles in regulation, but I can't be too hard on the guys. I can't be too critical because they didn't lose the map. They ended up taking it when it mattered most. As soon as they had the 2 final map points to be able to get it done, they only did it in the first one. So for Passion UA, it's a very good start to the best of 3 series.
Yeah, on the run up towards overtime, I think we saw a little bit more of those concerns that we saw from the quarterfinal match where it felt like they were making things a little bit too difficult for themselves and maybe mentality was a thing that was starting to come together. But once they started in overtime, that's when it was like, okay, well, these guys still have something left in and they still have a chance to make this happen. And it still felt like they had the turnaround against the Nine Pandas. And even though it took a while to get there, they did manage to get there. And of course, that has ramifications for the whole series because it's their map pick next.
Yeah, but I would say the Mirage is a bit... it's not their strongest map in the pool, I'll put it this way. So Nine Pandas will look at that scenario and say, let's try and push it to that third. Let's try and get into more comfortable territory. But for the Ukrainians, you couldn't ask for a better start. I mean, stealing Inferno is the best opportunity that you've got in this best of 3.
Well, Passion picked into Mirage for good reason. We're going to find out what that reason is after this short break, so don't go anywhere as map 2 will continue when we return.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, it does seem like that the Nine Pandas side have been set back a little bit. Their punish pick of Inferno going awry as Passion UA take control at the start of this series. Now we move to the Passion map pick, where on paper it would be saying, right, they've got their chance now. They've taken their opponent's map pick. It's into their own with the opportunity for the 2-0 for the Ukrainian team. But I don't think it's nearly that simple, Dwight.
Yeah, this map to me has been very 50-50. There's been some okay wins, but then just some losses involved. The way that they've played Mirage in the last Rest event, I wasn't really that convinced. So this could be a good opportunity for Nine Pandas to kind of come back in the series and send it to a third map decider. But I don't know. I mean, this should be a top-end Tier 2 team. And even looking at Inferno, I couldn't really spot what was missing. I couldn't really see that many major mistakes. And yet they've got Dilladez that nearly dropped 30, and yet they can't win the game. I mean, losing both pistols probably did hurt to an extent to not be able to bring it back. But I don't know. Nine Pandas are just in a bit of a slump right now.
That's the reason why I say it's not that simple, because it's like, yeah, if I look at the two teams in terms of the lineups, then by all accounts it should be Nine Pandas taking this series every day of the week. But it's like, at the same time, you think about the 6 series they've lost in a row. You think about the maps that they have involved in this one. And yes, you've got positive win rates for the likes of Mirage. So that's obviously a point towards their favour as well. But again, you are right about the qualitative aspect of this team in terms of how they played out map number 1. And I think in general, across the Nine Pandas history, you mentioned the slump. It's not just this one map. It's not just this one best of 3 where they're having problems. They're having problems up and down the shot. So I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get to see more of it out of Mirage, whether they lose another opening game. Aggression out towards the apartments is going to feature Glowing on first contact.
Seeing the first 2 players of contact firing away when the USP. Dilladez gets involved in this one, seeming to put up the numbers like he did previously. Yes, Chiller drawn out of first blood. Seized will be able to follow suit, but he's gooshed down to 6 points of health. Dilladez taking some more damage. A 5-on-3 still ensues. The HP bars do not conduce to frags against the Nine Pandas side as Passion UA try and make their way out into the B bomb site. Zerofix has tons of info around the corner. He'll take a fight against Dilladez, but Glowing is very fast to respond. Seas gets one more before he drops out of the round. And now it's Jambo alone. 1 versus 4 scored that first kill. Seas known about towards the second. Taps to those Glocks down, just revealing exactly where Jambo's holding from, and Glowing can be there to close it out. So, pistol game by Nine Pandas.
And that is actually a sick pistol setup for Nine Pandas. So they boost up a player aggressively to take an opening challenge out to the apartments, and Glowing tells straight away it's going to be the B play. Just the contact and how quickly it is into the round. He drops off. There's another player on the balcony, and Seized is the 3rd player on the bomb site ready with a flash. As soon as that flash comes in, that round is just over completely. Yes, it might be only 1 kill out from the balcony itself, but it's the readability of that round and a stacked up bomb site from Nine Pandas.
Well, Passion are going to take the polar opposite to Nine Pandas. His lost pistol strats and go for 4 spies into round 2. Tech 9's available with Deagle's also out for Jackers. Mo smokes down towards Connector and Jungle going in for the A site here. Taps and sprays of Glowing, going to try and catch kills. It's Dilladez's MP9 that gets the opening pick. Fierce Tech 9 catches Glowing on the reload and gets a rep him back to a 4 versus 4.
This is pretty good because Fear's actually in a dangerous position. M4 maintaining window can cut rotations from both Market and from Connector.
Even man stance for this retake. Swing forward of Klax tries to get involved to spot one player in the open. IDB playing close towards Zerofix, but unawares of where either player is at the moment. And Nine Pandas off the back of that initial spot are actually going to go back for the passive call. They're going to hold their weapons here. Passion UA are going to be allowed to equalize. Seized at least keeps the weapon in check.
A back and forth force buys, perhaps. Will it be back and forth success, though? It gets quite expensive for the end there, Passion UA, so it's only Jambo that can actually hold on to armor, which means there's actually going to be quite a lack of AKs in that next round. And probably be quite a few Galil armor players to try and get some extra util across the board. Nine Pandas threw in the towel pretty quickly, and I suppose nothing was presenting, was it? I mean, it was a 4v4 for a while, and no one from Con, no one from CT is striking out with a fight, so they just decide it's better to try and hold on to as many of the upgrades as possible.
So a slightly rifle round as a result. 2 Galils out for Passion UA versus the 1 MP9 of Nine Pandas. Deagle does take its fight back, however, from range to the Des. But HE's down on Jambo as well. Low HP for him to start.
I'm quite surprised that there's 3 AKs here and maybe not 2 or even 1 to just get Galils out with more util. I mean, what's left? 3 mollies, 2 smokes, and a single flash. That's not going to be easy to get into a bomb site.
The setup for the execution positions just go in. Smoke goes down towards mid-window instead, so now there's only 1 smoke for the XE. They are starting to form up, though. Short presence is being taken. Diladez is just baiting for information. Another smoke goes down towards connector, so it's just flashes and the Molotov, or the Molotovs and the flashes, rather. Go in for the B execution. You've got C's ready to receive. This is going to come in pretty early for him. Hearing those footsteps to zero fix. C's in popping out. AK gets the fight. Glowing now from Market with 1 frag back. Got a hold back against S Chiller, who does overwhelm him.
Yeah, S Chiller is actually a person in my eyes, Jay, where we've cast a lot of Passion UA over the last few weeks. His stats don't always have the most amount of kills, just because some of the positions he plays, he's a much more supportive piece, but he wins really important rounds. He wins key fights for this Ukrainian squad, and that kill for him in Market, if he drops to the Market player of Glowing, that round is probably on for Nine Pandas. That's the one trade that actually seals the deal.
Forces out the man advantage, and of the Nine Pandas, they had no real rotation room. They will be sticking around here towards mid and towards the top, specifically for Klax, who's hoping for exits. Mass number of T-sided players, though. How much is he going to get? That HE comes in a little bit too shallow. So no further picks and no further reason for Passion to press. So no further exits for the CT side. 4 players left for Passion, and they can take the lead early.
Just to give you an idea of Mirage, Jay, Passion UA are currently playing their 36th best of 3 on HLTV in the last 3 months. And this is the 3rd time that Mirage has been picked. It is always Ancient. And if it's not Ancient, it's Anubis. And if it's not Anubis, it's Vertigo. And if it's not Vertigo, it's Mirage. This is a very 50-50 map in the map pool for them. We often see it as 3rd map deciders. We don't frequently see it as map picks.
Well, here it is for the Nine Pandas side. Engagements against the man disadvantage. Passion UA. That is a hell of a set of mid-fights that just absolutely goes awry for the pistols and rifles. USP of C's does catch Jack as well. That's a little something to gain out of this. So Galil in his hands. But 1 player per bomb site for this defense.
I am a little bit nervous. I mean, I know it's a 2v3 and Glowing's got armor and C's doesn't, but I don't know. Something about this round is still giving me the irks at the moment.
Slow to contact now for Passion. Trying to be careful that C's does not become a major threat. As Molotov's in to reveal his rough angle of defense. There's low HP for Jambo as well, so a good lineup could cost them. He's been spotted, now seized. Has no choice but to take that fight. Jambo goes falling. AKO Zero Fix also known about. He's got to call in attention because the T's are making that move and Glowing hasn't really got a whole lot to work with. C's gets overwhelmed soon enough. And a Deagle versus 2.
This actually is very expensive for a round that probably shouldn't have been. I mean, that was a 4v2 with the mid-fights for Passion UA.
Very similar to the second round as well, where they were forced out of the bomb site. Kept the economy limited, but they weren't able to punish off the back of that. This time, Glowing is actually going in for the retake, though. Smoke and Kit. Zero Fix spots him and removes him from play. So In the grand scale of things, yeah, 9 Pandas can be happy with the damage, but on the scoreline, it's 2 up now for Passion.
And this is a Passion UA side that's currently competing in ESEA Advanced, 2-1 in their regular season, up against 9 Pandas, who actually had a very good group stage in ECL, an uncomfortable stage 2 of the tournament where they lost out to Sinners, and then lower bracket from Saw pushed them into the lower bracket of the playoffs. 1 and 3 out here on Mirage. Idis Balance back on the big green. We saw some really good high-impact rounds from him on Inferno, but overall, he didn't have a huge amount of kills in that first map.
Once again, Passion are being slow to this. 9 Pandas have all those rifles. That Impact will try and get involved, but it is a very slow T side.
Another thing that I'm considering, Jay, is which of these CIS teams are going to get picked apart to rebuild Cloud9? I mean, we were talking about the AWPing situation. I was convinced it was either going to be Deco, Artfrost, or Idis Balance as a third pick of who could be the AWP. But now that Riflers are gone too, they're going to start picking from the tier 2 teams.
We can speculate that in a moment, because Glowing's going in for the opening fight. He wants to become one of those potential riflers. Frag found, AWP of Jambo missing out here from Passion. The responsive is not there. Jackasmo, only player out towards ramp. Teammate is about to join him as they try and look for the A-split.
And Klax just needs to catch that first vision and then could have put a HE out there towards A-ramp.
Counter util, just trying to block them, stall for time, 30 seconds on the clock here. Passion. Molotov missing out the player towards the top end of Palace. Dilladez catches another kill on Jambo. Shoulder bait trying to force Fear to make a mistake. Bomb is trying to make his way up to the bomb site itself. Kill found. Glowing does still find a pick outside of the dark. Doubling up towards Jackasmo. Fear's going to get overwhelmed with the numbers alone. 9 Pandas come away with a confident second.
Passion UA's T side of Mirage has been questioned, I would say, quite frequently across this tournament, Jay, or the rest circuit. You can kind of compare the last 3 months and say, oh, actually, the T side win percentage is just about 50%, so it's actually pretty good. We have seen some games where there's been some struggles on it. The map against Young Ninjas, the one against Bait. The slow, passive T-side defaults worked out nicely. Good opening kills that Glowing was able to find, not only from ramp for the first start of the round, but also transitioning to the balcony and underbout position from Palace.
That's the set piece for the Passion side. 2 smokes in for Jambo, trying to cover off, connect the jungle stairs. Clax are going to see that utility coming in. The flashes are sent over. The T's are yet to act, though.
Now, Clax doesn't have much ability to fight as, I suppose, the lone A player. He has to be defensive about this. If he loses his life, they just open up the bomb site. But it's actually turned into a double pump, and this is now a situation where 9 Pandas have got all of mid, they've got a deep sight line into the apartments, and they're spotting nothing.
Second wave of util will come down, so now they're going to be well aware of what's happening. Connector and CT is smoked off. Dilladez gets ahead of that smoke, tries to fight from stairs, but damage is done against him. HEs will try and reveal information from CT. Bomb yet to cross. He's trying to get some map control out of it. Mat 10 of Eschiller close. Jambo does make his way up to the bomb site, and it will be uncontested. Retake on.
Oh, this fight is key, but how long does Idis Balance have of patience? How long until he finally comes in? Even this backstab of Jackasmo, he's yet to get a kill in the game.
AWP now revealed, damage done to the Palace player, but the swing from Eschiller cannot quite get the killing blow. Jackasmo may have a couple of killing blows of his own. Tap up onto Glowing, drawing attention to himself into Connector. Clax gets involved very quickly. They clear out Con, but time is of the essence here, and his players at low HP. Seized is not one of them, but still Zero Fix taken down with particular ease. The defuse being stuck. Tap up, damage done. Clax is still on it though. Zero Fix's Glock gets the all-important pick and will deny the defuse and deny the round itself. And 9 Pandas, everyone from Passion will fall, but it's 2-4.
And they actually can count themselves quite lucky that they went out that post plant, Jay. That defuse comes in quite close from Clax with the spam. There was a huge level of hesitation. I mean, for Idis Balance, he legitimately gets baited with the AWP from Palace, and then Eschiller, who had the Mac 10, kind of doesn't strike straight away and then goes in for the kill, and that's just a freebie to Idis Balance. right at the tail end. They weren't able to stick the whole 5 seconds. So for Passion UA, giving 9 Pandas the pistol, 1 gun round, and instantly responding, they'll look at the start here of Mirage and say, we've got them on the ropes. We're actually in a pretty strong position.
Or perhaps they are in the scoreline, but the money line says a very different story. Tactical's coming in. They took 5 players worth of casualties, so the lack of loss bonus on the T side, a good confident round from 9 Pandas could easily turn this back.
It's definitely a swing round.
They themselves also don't have cash, but they recognize the position that Passion UA are in, so a punish would certainly be on the table. Have the AWP from the previous round. M4 coming in for Clax, a couple of FAMASas. Dilladez yet to buy, but he should try and join them as much as he can.
And I know that this could sound really sort of futuristic, right? But if 9 Pandas lose this series, go up against the Gaming Gladiators, and lose this next series, they go back-to-back rest events of last place exits, the losing streak continues, then the conversation comes, do we need a roster change? Yes, we did very well at the RMR, and yes, we qualified to the Major, but since coming back onto the online atmosphere, I mean, the 7 best of 3s in a row, the 6 games in a row, aren't even against strong competition. So this is a side of Passion UA that they should be beating. Doesn't matter what the map pool looks like. Doesn't matter if you're going into some weaknesses or some strengths. They are the much more superior team against the Ukrainians.
Both teams by swing round and a half. Giacomo aggressed on by Clax, who just fights immediately. Mac 10 ahead of the Molotov. Fear gets away with a kill on Glowing. He's such low HP. And Dilladez, he's trapped. He's caught up on Geometry. Back at Dark has no idea about any potential forward faces. As his vision clears, he'll see the smoke and realize that no one has made a move. Passion UA are backed away.
And that was 2 different pressure points at 2 very close areas of the map. Palace and Ramp being exploited aggressively from both teams. And now it slows down. Now they've got plenty of time to get themselves into a default to start pressurizing elsewhere. The issue is, for 9 Pandas, does it turn into a little bit of a gamble? Where do we see that next info play for them? Jambo's in underpass, bombs coming up towards top mid. And just the spot of Clax on the jiggle is seeing nothing on a boost up or any players getting to short right now.
Clax. M4's watching for the T side line. Passion. Start moving up. A site is the target. Dilladez. Famar still holds against them. 4 versus 3, making it 3 on 3 as Eschiller and Jambo get involved to those responsives again. That mid will working towards the sniper's nest, and now Seized has seen the bomb carrier. His spray is good. A tag from the AWP at short has caught damage on Jambo. Seized finishes the job, and Fear 8 points of health to clutch this. Passion UA in deep trouble right here. 10 seconds to the clock. He's just going to back off. What a round from 9 Pandas.
And fundamentally, Passion UA actually did a lot right there. So they boost Jambo up on the ledge to window, and they allowed the con players to peek first. And what that means is that if you're being watched from window, because of that con distraction, it should pull eyes away. It should pull enough to allow Jambo to come in on that cross. And it does. The issue is they get to a 3v2, and there's a couple of players that are caught with their knives out. You'll see it from Seized's point of view. Eschiller not even with the weapon drawn, and Idis Balance does help out with a leg shot. That AWP just finds enough of a connection to do mass damage on those 2 stairs individuals. And the swing round turns into now an investment of the saved in FAMAS and just pistols. The money's wrecked.
Mentioned the risks that last round carried and issues that would follow up are very apparent now in round 8. 9 Pandas a key chance to equalize and possibly even go further than that. Passion slowing this one down to a crawl once again, trying to find an aggressive face from Dilladez or someone else that might offer it to them. Heavy-handed towards mid for the T side. The M4 doesn't go that far.
Dilladez would like a first contact. Resmoke off towards bottom con. The Deagle might just try and strike before the smoke goes down, and he's done damage to a little bit.
Well, there's a FAMAS now in play towards mid. Damage sustained. Eschiller Behind the smoke, expecting CTs to press over towards ramp. It's a still slow approach, and 9Pandas are not that overly aggressive. Idis Balance has finally called a kill. Zero Fix has been seen by Diladez. Now his pressure might turn up to a very awkward position to connect to jungle.
Diladez is keeping eyes on both attributes, but the likelihood of being able to crack this site open seems uncomfortable.
Especially now that the ramp presence has been removed. Diladez plant not really close to position. His reload will indicate his position. Zero Fix will get caught for it. Jambo drops Idis Balance, gets involved against Jackasmo. Triple for him, double for Dilly. 4 apiece for 9Pandas.
And for 9Pandas, this is where, from their point of view, they need to start running away with this game. You've got yourself into a swing round, you've won it, you've then got yourself up against the anti-force buy, and you've won it comfortably. You haven't given them a bomb plant, you haven't taken many casualties, so bang, get in here, start growing that money, start keeping as many of the AKs that could be alive from the one of that round, then transitioning into the next rifle for Passion. And there's going to be very little upgrades. Fear has gone down to a single Deeg.
Quick out, Clax has seen them. Palace dive attempted. Fear released, Eagle shot does connect onto Clax, but Idis Balance is there to try and cut them off from the bomb site. The bomb is nowhere near A, though. They eventually do start to rotate it, but the B side's been left completely open. This is a perfect chance to get that bomb plan out of this round. And instead, 9Pandas are standing off against Passion.
It was a bit weird, because the bomb was actually in the apartments for it to be an A fake to then go down on B, and yet they get the kill, they pull distraction, and then the bomb goes back to A.
Don't know what the thinking was. Passion now losing all presence on the bomb site. The overextension out towards CT is left to the casualty against that man, and Diladez is finally involved for his picks in the round. 9Pandas deny it, the bomb plant bonus, deny the cash on Passion, and they deny the lead on them as well.
And Passion UA getting stuck into another rifle round, and when we normally look at their Mirages, I would say that it's Jambo and Jackasmo as being the two guys that are going to open up the majority of rounds, get opening man advantages, get important kills into the fold. Jackasmo's been very quiet, and he was probably the MVP player for Passion UA in the playoff games that we saw previously and some of the deeper runs. Even the first map he did very well.
Idis Balance, straight shot on Jambo. X-Chiller able to trade back the fight on Slacks, but IDP still going here. Even re-peeking, allowing Diladez to get involved as Fierce Distraction leads to his demise. 4-on-2, very early for 9Pandas. Passion UA's fastest pace has not worked out.
Not at all. Try and go aggressive and go straight to the hands of the AWP. Jackasmo trying to scale the top of the stairs, work around that con smoke, but there's a backstab being presented from Glowing already.
Yeah, this is all a matter of time now. Unless the fights come in perfectly at the perfect moments, it's all over. Zero Fix does check the back, but Glowing wins the fight anyway. AWP does get caught by Jackasmo, but now revealed to the CT side with bomb in their control. There's no way he wins this clutch.
They might as well just save, honestly. I think going for this is just not going to grant anything.
Money's in the state. Still tries prodding at CT, so 9Pandas will adjust accordingly. Yeah, grab the AWP might be the best option for him.
If he can. I mean, it's out towards short, so he might think to himself, if I get out to short, I'm just going to get spotted from the side directly.
He has a smoke in his pouch, so he could put that down. Creeping forward towards the... Oh, he's walked past one CT. This could get very interesting. Now he's seen, adjust towards C's, traded back by Diladez, so it's an expensive round. But that's not what Passion we're looking for.
And just that straight-out explosion, all the attention gets drawn to the back triple position, and then the AWP can just strike on the contact. 9Pandas look pretty comfortable in that last gun round.
Indeed they did. And now the pistol's right in play for Passion, to probably concede a bit more back towards them.
Your favorite, Jay?
Why?
Well, don't say why, Brev. It's a mistake.
Just
what,
don't
you think they're
click.
going to do it on purpose?
Just don't click when you're in spawn, for God's sake. Just hold discipline for 10 seconds. That's all it is.
I love it when Jay talks about the knives.
Watch you get him lost here right now. Glowing's fallen to Fear. That's a start. Seized. He's posted out towards the B defensive as well. Bomb is in the apartments and all. Tech 9 from S-Chiller. Looking to try and get the split play in.
Well, they've actually worked a timing where they are up top con, and there's not even been a contact. Finally, Clax on the bomb site is getting overwhelmed from the split.
AWP shot from IDB misses. Sees S-Chiller second one misses out as well. He's backed out of there. Jackasmo close to contact. The M4 from range, Idis balancing, nothing making his way from the murder hole. The plant will be secured. This is a 5-on-3 for Passion UA.
HE placement's pretty good against the Tech 9, but Jackismo's just not giving them a fight. No one's giving them a fight. Finally, Fear at least brings in a fold. Now they might start committing to the retake.
Jackismo behind the smoke, sees his first port of call. HE's down, revealing vision, giving Seized all the information he needs. The M4 of Eschiller doing damage to the AWPer, trying to fight onto these low HP players. Zero Fix is also low for the T side, but he is hidden. And Jambo, Tech 9 at range. Smokes trying to go down towards the bomb plant position. The defuse kit is on Diladez, but Zero Fix takes him back. And now 9 Pandas are out of there. Passion UA just stole the round.
Well, it comes down to Idis Balance pretty much missing just 2 shots from jungle, doesn't it? I know that there's a bit of a swarm there from Klax and that he's kind of stuck at default. He's trying to maintain A main and connector, but for IDB, he needs to hit one of those 2 and just gets overwhelmed as soon as the AWPer misses.
For a guy who's hit some much more impressive shots in this series as well, it's surprising that those are the 2 that he wasn't able to connect. And as you mentioned, and I agree to it, probably the ones that cost them the round. Means that 9 Panda's best case scenario is no longer 8-4, it's 7-5 if they can win round 12. But Passion UA have found a window back in to at least end off the T side half with an even stance.
And 9 Pandas have not had an easy time of Mirage. And that swing rounds, when it was at the 4-2, that allowed themselves to get a bit of a streak together, but they've been getting tested. Passion UA, 5T rounds, even 6T rounds, I would say is a pretty good marker for success.
All right, it's balancing, glowing, gets straight in. Kills found towards mid with the open M4. Aggressive shots and aggressive stances leading to kills as appropriate. Even the HE timing on Jackismo, less than half HP, head of the smoke. Caught off Seized, doesn't get away with that pick somehow. I'm very stunned at that. Advantage still sits with 9 Pandas, but glowing. Now being joined by backup here. They'll try and make their way out. They hear those footsteps. Eschiller will also get heard out. Zero Fix gets caught. Jackismo with a responsive. That bomb should get to the bomb site.
Yeah, Eschiller to resmoke off the market window. The backstab, though, is coming in very quickly from Diladez.
Very quietly as well. No one from Passion hears this coming. Eschiller, oh, he's watching for it, though. He gets his headshot back to a 2 versus 2. Are Passion going to bail themselves out of this one as well? Surely not.
Yeah, Idis Balance showed that he was out towards market and is now actually doubling up from short. Him and Klax are going to go together.
Front of the head of HE for Jackismo. They're going to make a face against the man. Kill found finally. Eschiller instant response on IDB. And the burst through gets 3 to close out the round for himself and for Passion to make it 6 apiece at the turn.
So that scale out there to the apartments was actually quite clever. Anytime you get re-smoked at that sort of position, you can actually use the chair just on the other side of the wall to give yourself a slight height advantage. And it was just enough of an off angle to open up the B bomb side. They needed a bit of a recovery on the post plant, and it's Eschiller once more to stand tall. That was an impressive round between him and Jackismo.
Odds at 1xBet, still our Passion series favourites going into the second half of Mirage. Done extremely well on the T side, as you mentioned. 6 is a very good scoreline to stand at. Now, will it go further from here? Will the second half start to test them? Will they have issues closing out this map like they did on map number 1? There's first man into the execution for the 9 Pounder. Side pistol set in on Jackismo and Eschiller. Find those picks supremely easy. Headshots do struggle on the 3rd and 4th faces. Damage has been done as Jammer takes IDB down. Low HP on C's. Klax is also tagged. The flashbang keeps them all blinded though, giving C's the perfect chance to get a double, but not the triple and not the quadra as Fear and Zero Fix close out the pistol for Passion.
A 3 for 4 in pistols across this best of 3, and Passion UA had one of the highest pistol win percentages out in the last rest tournament. Very strong in situations from opening halves, and knowing CT side of Mirage, you win pistol. If you can win the anti-force buy, then you can start getting away with searching in on that 13th. I mean, I would say that this is quite an unorthodox second round, where it's a force buy to get a hero AK out, and to be fair, it is in the hands of Diladez, but you need damage, don't you? You need to do economical turmoil. You'll need to get a couple of kills to warrant this kind of an investment.
And there's one man to trust with it. It would be Diladez. 13 kills so far, and this map up top of the board for his team. Top of the server in general right now for Nine Pandas. As you mentioned as well earlier on, his first map of Inferno was unbelievable. 29 is how deep he went on the kill counts. So we've got plenty of time to make those numbers happen here on Mirage. He's forming up with his teammates towards mid.
Jambo hearing the distraction towards underpass. Fear does get overwhelmed. Jambo with the trades needs some help from his FAMAS player.
Doesn't know who to focus towards though. Underpass control noise being made. Seeds is going to get tagged up, eventually taken down by that USP. Scout player USP gets involved against IDB. Glowing will close out, or will be closed out by Jackasmo. So nice attempt at the AK, not to be though. 8.
Not really that successful either. I mean,
Yeah.
1 kill, you want more with that kind of an investment.
Like you said, you need to cause economical problems, and that didn't happen. I'm going to go into the buy rounds for the true gun round of this half. The Galils will be out for Diladez and Idis Balance, a Mat 10 for Seized. AKs for Glowing and Clax. Passion. Hold all the main rifles in play, including that AK on Jackasmo.
They're watching out there from the top mid box on the right-hand side. Missed incendiary towards the boxes, and that disallows the scale around that top mid angle.
Falling back out for the CT side. Jambo trying to spot Seized as well. Took damage to the HGs earlier on in apartments. Nothing that indicates any sort of true opportunities for the kill yet. He's just going to wait.
That Glowing, trying to see if he can strike out from short. It's Jambo to get that first kill. Jackasmo, man advantage, getting on the other side of the smoke. Chiller caught aggressing. Jackasmo with Util out in the open, and Fear is alone on A now.
FAMAS versus the world, basically. That bomb's not committing through connector, though. It's going all the way back around towards spawn. So his insertion here at ramp actually might catch the man off guard. This could actually win them the round.
It could do. Jambo needs to pull enough distraction. Does the bomb go Palace, though? Oh, it's going to go Palace. It's going to evade him completely.
That will be heard. Zero fixes to pull attention towards him. Diladez watching the back lines are. Fear is going to be frustrated with that. That could have been his moment. But in the end, he falls, as do the rest of Passion UA, to Clax & Co. with the AKs involved. A triple for Clax in that round. And the first T-sided round of 4-9 Pandas.
Chiller will be fuming at himself, because that's probably the kill that loses them the rounds. There's a good tempo out there from Connector. There's a good advance. If Fear has another player on the bomb site, he can establish a bit of a crossfire. He can maybe play that round differently rather than just tucking himself into A main. Passion UA have got a R8 out again. We saw this in the last tournament.
See whether he can get anything with it.
It's so strange to see an R8 investment that's not troll.
I'd be impressed if he did land a kill.
Let's have a look.
He's playing packed up with the rest of the A-side defenders. Jackasmo, he's got a Deagle in his hand and did take the initial headshot against Glowing with a kill.
At least we're not in the buy menu of previous where you could only have the Deagle or the R8, because that would be even more troll that he's got the R8 over the Deag.
I sometimes forget that that's the case, so it's like, always think, oh, maybe he should have set his items up earlier. Ooh, IDB. Almost Molotov off the R8. The fight's taken, Fear gets nothing. That's unfortunate. Oh well, 1 on 5. Zero Fix got nothing in this one. Ecos should lead towards the guns in the next, although Zero Fix was on double eco status. But the money should still be fine for them.
And we saw it in the first rest tournament as well, that Nafany on BetBoom, City side of Nuke, he quite likes the Negev. So you get the odd team and the odd player here and there that from time to time do throw in some, I would say, unused weapons in CS.
Wonder when we'll see them next. That team, of course, within the tie position for 4th on the table, so...
Yeah, currently at Pro League and doing quite well, able to beat Falcons today.
Might be at least a couple series before we see them, but they've still got chances available later on down the road. I guess we'll find out. AKs. available for 9 Pandas. Passion UA have rifles, including the Orb of Jambo, in effect for round 17. Mollies are sailing right past Giacomo.
Advanced off angle out there from Palace. And Klax is giving him more utility while the rest of the players slow walk into Connector and actually HE the smoke to break it open.
Fear fight sprays through, Glowing. He's just known about both sides go without dishing a single point of HP damage. Deladez was open up a chance there, but didn't quite get spotted by the CT over on short. Flash is sent as Fear continues working in amongst this smoke, but is unable to spot them.
It seems to be a bit of a misread. They've actually got a lot of players out to the B-bomb side. Giacomo is the only individual on A directly.
Well, now with the utility and the noise that was made, perhaps they'll start to shift their attention over, but it will be slow. Fear still suspecting there's some sort of mid-presence going on. There isn't. There's a player, however, towards jungle. Glowing was just heard. His footstep goes down. Meanwhile, the bomb to make his way up to the bomb site. Giacomo and Zerofix might try and find their angle. Checked on Fear. Glowing still wins that fight. And Jambo's Orb unaccounted for. S-Chiller goes falling next on the Passion side. 5 on 3 for 9 Pandas.
And that is just such an insane duel out there from Glowing. And he is still maintaining jungle. He is not overstaying. He is not overfighting. And Jambo is so patient to wait for this duel. It finally comes out, but it's too late. There's too much time off of the clock already.
They've fallen back from CT spawn, 3 on 3. Hold on to these weapons, keep the AK away from CT hands. Right call to make there for Deladez.
I just can't believe Fear doesn't win that duel. He
Yeah.
knows exactly where he is.
Very surprising. Again, frustration from the veteran of the Passion side, as they now concede the lead back to 9 Pandas. It was fun while it lasted for the 2 of the first of the half, but 9 Pandas now on a roll.
And even for someone like Fear, I know that he's obviously played at a pro level before with Na'Vi Jr. and the Witches, but he'd never played at a high end of Tier 2. So even this must be a new challenge for him to try and get this young squad to be competitive at this level of Counter-Strike. 9 Pandas are in a strong state where even they're looking to try and threaten a Mirage to move it to Ancient as the decider.
Nine Pandas stacked up in apps. Hearing the jump faces of that pistol player, of course. Deladez just waiting for a moment to try and get a headshot. Spots him, but doesn't quite able to find the frag against. Damage has been done by the pistols and the rifles. Actually do work up to a decent kill. A double up, in fact, for Zerofix. Klax gets the trade back, but it's a 2-for-1 favor the CT side. 5-7 known about. S-Chiller gets away with very little HP damage done towards him. And meanwhile, Glowing has inserted himself at Sniper's Nest.
Back to A could be the mistake, though, because that's where the AWP is playing out from. Not a huge amount of time left on the clock, and Jambo just catches enough vision onto Glowing.
Glowing saw him and he thought he could stick around for a refight, but in the end, the Orc caught just enough info, just enough of a kill count. 2-man advantage for Passion UA, S-Chiller and Giacomo. 2 rifles, M4 and FAMAS. FAMAS out in the open. Klax has no idea. Giacomo catches him, and the Orc of IDB is all alone.
AWP on the jump spot, gets away with 1. Committing into the bomb site. He's actually going to try and attempt this.
AK recovered, sees the player towards market, still unaware of exactly where S-Chiller is repositioned to. FAMAS on him. 15 seconds, flash is sent, he starts to back away, maybe go back for the AWP if he can even find it. He does do so in the end. Passion have evens again, 9 apiece to this hole, and a very well held one at that, given how little they really had to work with.
That's a very good round. Idis Balance is going to get hunted down after time. Fear is not going to quite commit all the way. And they've got a bit of a B-stack involved. They left the rifle of the M4 and the AWP to pretty much hold up against the A site, and then it gets to a position where there's a bait and switch, the jump spotter drives distraction, you've got a FAMAS in a close tucked in angle, M4 rotates out for market, so good round from Passion UA. I want to see more, though, because all we've seen from them in the second half is pistol, anti-eco, and an eco steal. They're yet to win a gun round.
Orp seeing the player ahead of the smoke does go down. The boost up of Idis Balance will look down onto Sniper's Nest, expecting Jambo to reface, but Jambo reads what's going on himself, expecting that there might be some sort of trick up the sleeve of 9P. 9 A-piece. Passion UA want to break the stalemate. Will they be able to do so with this mid-fight? Glowing does get caught. Eschilla with the opening. Jackismo with the follow-up. M4 gets involved as Zero fixes. Idis Balance can only find that one trade. Bomb's been left back towards spawn. Someone's acting out towards the A site, but his backup is nowhere to be seen, and Passion UA are already all over this.
And Klax might have to keep fighting just to be able to allow the time of Seas to go back to spawn and pick up that bomb. Aggressive fight out from mid, and it's quite chaotic for Passion UA. They're fighting from short, they're fighting from connector, there's a swing from window. Very good idea of just capitalizing on that initially. Klax has been seen, but he has not been able to draw a fight just yet.
Caesar's got some util he can throw down here. Goes out towards jungle. The flashbang sends Klax into a kill back on Jackismo. So one man negated, but now Zero Fix can strike from CT. It's all left on C's. Fear fought first, but that spray does not connect enough as Passion UA make away with 10.
And 9 Pandas should buy here, but it's going to be weak. I mean, Idis Balance, Glowing, and Dillydez can all get AK armor. Seized is probably going to be Deagle armor, and Klax either Deagle armor or Tech 9 armor. It's, yeah, not a good investment if they buy down all the way, but I think they should do.
Does carry its risk, though. If they buy down and they don't win it, then you're looking at potentially nothing for the last round. They're going to map point again against Passion UA, but Klax's Deagle is good enough to start things off for 9 Pandas. They don't invest fully. They start off with the man advantage.
And they need a little bit more off of this one. They need one of these other Deagles to strike. And Dillydez aggressively out from the apartments, does get caught by Eschilla. Jackismo from the stairs has got IDB in Palace, and the majority of guys are regrouping to ramp.
Passion. Seeing the utility coming in, Idis Balance pops out of Palace. Deagle, no Glock rather, back on C, is able to get the pick on Jackismo. Zero Fix also responded to by Klax's Deagle. So 2 versus 2, very expensive round, but one that does go the way of Passion UA. And they've got plenty of money in reserve.
And honestly, for Passion, I'd love attack right here, because you're in a position where you are a couple of rounds away from winning out this series in 2-0 fashion. Reflecting on previous games, reflecting on Inferno, you struggled to close. You're up 12-8, went all the way to overtime. In this position, they know, win this next gun round, we just win this 2-0. Lose this gun round, and we keep fighting on. And we actually might give Night Pandas just enough to send it to a third map decider.
Tacticals indeed are called out for the Pandas. Two to the good on Passion UA. We've seen them get pressed all the way on Mirage in the past. But surely with the economy lining up where it is for the T side, this should be Passion's chance to just close it out in the next couple of rounds. Take this 2-0 and progress towards the winner's match of this group.
And 9 Pandas are going to be desperate for an opening man advantage in a round like this. Fear aggressively getting down from mid. They're going to try and fight this.
HG's positions held, or watching for a boost, which won't come his way. 9 Pandas have backed off entirely. Glowing flashes at the ready, hearing the player being so close. The AWP ready. IDB catches Fear.
The setup the 9 Pandas are ready for. Jambo can assist with more utility, and Zerofix can maintain a fairly aggressive sightline. Double play under bench. Zerofix might be able to spot out this boost. Jambo needs help.
The one blind spot, allowing the kill to come forward. Zerofix needs to go massive for the 2 trades. He only gets the one of them, though.
Oh,
advantage now for 9 Pandas, but look at Eschilla. Utility sent this direction. So many players around this corner. Glowing's core. He can't double up, though. Zerofix back on shore. So wary of the mid-fights that might be coming his way. And back up rotates. Dillydez catches him at the murder hole. 1-on-3 for Zerofix. Last known location was on short. Dillydez gonna try hunt from him. He dives down to the fight, which he does not take. 9 Pandas with a round.
And we've been quite critical to some of the inconsistencies for Idis Balance in this best of 3, Jay. But in such a pivotal round, in such a key round, he's the one that gets the opening man advantage. The strikes with that big green defensively in top mid, waiting for Fear to get hyperly up close and personal. And Passion UA, they know that that was the round to win.
Closing stages causing calamity. Passion UA still have a bye. Nyan Pandas have got a little bit of cash in reserve, but a good win for the CT side could still set them up on map point, and 2 of them for match point. Set piece, bring it back to basics for what could equalize things on Nyan Pandas. Incendiary is trying to counteract as Fear gets involved. Glowing is the first of 4, and they stall things out, but they're going to recommit soon enough. Surely, Jackismo waiting for Dilladez. Spray, blindness, catches both players up, but Jackismo comes out on top, sees with a response, a 4-on-3.
Eshtil's got the backstab out from T-Spawn. The rest of the A players just need to stay alive and waste some time. Deny that bomb from going down straight away.
Zero Fix caught the only angle of a kill. The headshot on the player back towards ramp. Seized, catches a dink back, but Eschilla is dead. One more man reduced on the Passion UA side. Jambo is up. Now with Zero Fix out in the open. Clax has been undetected here over at Sandwich. The M4 could catch the low HP of C's though, and that would drop the bomb. He presses forward into his demise. Surely it's a 2v2.
Oh, they're throwing the round once more. This was clean up. This was such an easy one of the 4v2. The backstab comes in too quickly to strike out from A main before contact's even gone down, before the bomb's even been planted towards A. And for Seized and Clax, they know this round is on.
30 seconds to rotate to the B-bomb, so they have to move quick right here. When the Passion start making moves of their own.
They're getting out on front. C's can get into a very strong position. If he gets aggressive market, if he gets himself in an angle where he can fight the rotators, this will help try and generate the 2v2 success.
Plant will just come down in time outside of market. Now they recognize what's going on. Smokes are in the way. Small angle for C's to work with on the AWP. He's watching, he's creeping. He's pixels away from spotting that gun barrel. The shot goes right underneath the CT contact. Fear takes that chance to catch him. He was low HP. Now Clax is in the 1-on-2 for a 3K in this clutch. Unknown to the CT side, who don't have a Molotov to drive him away from this position. He's hiding. They're checking. Noise being made. Smoke can go down on the bomb. They can try and go for the defuse. Sprays awkward. Fear gets in the way of his teammate. Should allow just enough time to get this one together for Passion UA and go to map and match points.
They don't make these rounds easy on themselves, do they? Just in the end, it goes out from Passion. Great body block of the defuse. Very good initial hold from both Jackismo and the M4 out there from stairs. Maybe some overpeaks. I mean, definitely some overpeaks. What am I even saying? Passion UA nearly throw away that round in itself. And for Nyan Pandas, at least they get the bomb. At least they get that cash injection. That helps at least get more utility forward and a stronger buy for Dilladez, who's only on a pistol.
They're going to need everything that they can get out of this one. 2 map points, match points for Passion UA. Understanding in the position they hold, especially as Zero Fix finds the opener on Glowing.
They're Seized in a position where he can try and trade out from mid, but it all comes down to timing on when he's going to be able to strike. He needs some distraction for the A players.
Fear gets caught off, Seized with a kill back to return. He just gets caught in transition away from the mid presence. Everyone was retreating there for Passion UA. Good flash to get info on Jambo, but he just turns back into the bomb site over on A. Looks up at Palace. Idis Balance caught! Oh, what a headshot that was! Clax! Brains splattered all over the bomb site. And Seized and Dilladez. 2 versus 4. We've seen this position before, but not like this.
Even Seized in the apartments is short range against an MP9 on 38 points of health. There actually should be no way that he gets this kill. He's going to wait for Dilladez to come with him and they can trade 1-for-1. Nyan Pandas, this looks like collapse. This looks like the losing streak of best of 3s is only going to continue, Jay.
6 losses in a row coming into this series, about to go towards 7. At least they've given Dilladez that AK. Sees Deagle will actually be playing back. The AK for entry, SMG Just trying to bait for info, just trying to catch the information. Diladez gets the pick back, but he takes so much damage in return. 20 seconds, they have to commit. The M4's involved, the zero fix. Bats up at the arches, finds the fight. Diladez wins it though. 2-on-2. Jackasmo faced on C. Spray transfer on Diladez. Not even a bomb plant allowed for 9 Pandas. Not even a map allowed for 9 Pandas. Passion UA start things off positive in the European Series.
For Passion UA, last time around, they were able to get top seed in their group. They won their opening game against Permitter. They went up against Young Ninjas in the winners matchup and got themselves into the playoffs. They've now set themselves a very good territory of a 2-0 against a high-end Tier 2 team. But for 9 Pandas, the slump continues. This winning streak's getting out of order. The transition from the RMR to now to online competition, something's changed, and this is extremely concerning for the team.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about like how tragic it must be given how well they did during that RMR run and how positive things were looking going into the major and then not getting a chance to make it towards the major. And as you rightly point out, since that point, it has been so awkward for 9 Pandas. It feels like that their major run of form, quite literally, has just been lost on them as of late.
And for Passion UA, I mean, you can even see in this best of 3, this team is missing certain quantities, and yet they can still get a 2-0. They couldn't close when they were 12-8 up. They struggled in a couple of key rounds. They throw away a massive amount of man advantages of 5v3s and 4v2s, but yet that team can still beat you. So for Passion, this is obviously a project that we're now starting to see. It's got legs to go far. It's got very good fundamentals. They still have a long way to go, but if they can keep up at least pressurizing some of the stronger teams in Tier 2, I think we can constantly see them as like a first-rounder playoff kind of team, where they can make the playoffs, they'll probably get eliminated pretty early on, but they can at least strive for that as a goal and for an expectation.
Yeah, I can agree to that, given how well they did in the last series and all. Like, I could see alternate attacks being a fairly fun battle, honestly, for the Group A winners match. So look forward to that one when it comes about. It's winnable for both sides in my eyes. So hats off to Passion UA for continuing to develop themselves, because you mentioned how these guys are still very new by comparison to the rest of the Tier 2 scene. Obviously, we've seen a lot of them over the last few weeks, but in terms of their own individual histories, they're still a very young team and a very young set of players. So I think they've got a bright future ahead of them. I think you are right in terms of where their potential goes, but it's more of a case of the long term seeing that potential picking up here. In terms of the short term, though, 9 Pandas up for elimination again against Gaming Gladiators. You mentioned earlier, Dwayne, you don't see them winning that series.
No, I don't think so. This could very well be back-to-back last place exits in Res, which I look at 9 Pandas, they are a playoff contending team. They've got the depth of players, they've got the depth of results. They're just in a slump, and to not even take a map off of Passion UA, that's going to be hurting them. Because again, when I look at the losses, I mean, just to kind of count off some of the HLTV rankings of the teams that they've lost to in the best of 3 losing streak, Secret 150th on HLTV, 1 win 112. They've got the Sangle in there at 80, Alliance at 73. The only strong teams are probably Aurora at 28 and Saw at 16. When you're taking losses to teams that you should never be losing to, and I would say to Passion UA, maybe not the never, but they should be beating Passion. Like, they are the much more experienced team. They're a lot more overarched, sort of successful players in Tier 2. So yeah, to not even take a map off of these guys, it's going to hurt. And it's going to feel as if they are just going down in the ground. They're legitimately just taking loss after loss right now.
And soon enough, we are going to start having those discussions that you mentioned earlier, Dwayne, right? About the ideas of roster changes. I mean, there may be a case of roster changes forced upon them. I mean, Diladez did such a great time, and with the idea that there's rosters in the CIS scene looking to rebuild up the ladder, right? There's a good chance that he might not even want to stick around for this project if it continues on. So this slump needs to end very, very soon. I don't know if it really will do. For now, it's another 0-2 loss in terms of today. For 9 Pandas especially, again, they'll be disappointed about that.
Yeah, they will be. And for Passion UA, like you mentioned against alternate attacks, they actually were meant to play one another about 2 months ago, and it ended up being a forfeit. So we didn't actually get to see that best 3 on HLTV. So it'll be nice to see it the second time around. For Bait and Alliance that we've got up coming next, I think for Alliance, they would have felt underwhelmed to not make the playoffs last time around when they had a really close game against Sangle in that decider matchup. And for Bait, they would have felt underwhelmed to not be in the grand final. That game against Bleed was very winnable for them.
Didn't quite get it past the finish line, so perhaps a decent run towards the playoffs once again will put them in a prime position. They are within the top 4 tie right now with the 25 points that they have in the rest circuit. So a good win to open things up is going to put them in good form to try and take that winners match in their group, and of course to try and make a run to the playoffs to add upon their rest circuit standing. So all that to come after this short break when we return with our final match of the day between Bait and Alliance.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And welcome back to the European Regional Series as we continue on with our opening day. We look to close out the opening day, in fact, with our last best of three of today's proceedings. It's been 2-0s across the board with a couple of surprises here and there, perhaps. But certainly our opening match is setting our way in for a great couple of winners and losers games, certainly, Dwayne. Our final game of the day will be seeing Bait versus Alliance to see who is going to, again, try to see if they can join the top 10 of Group B.
And this is a couple of teams that I would say are in fairly similar proving grounds where they can both kind of make the playoffs. They can both get into some early exits. We're just kind of yet to see some of the further developments. And maybe after Bates' run in the last tournament, they might start overtaking that conversation against Alliance.
Oh, perhaps certainly so. I mean, Bait obviously would love to get themselves back into the semi-final positions once again, which is obviously their key sort of like factor from last time about. They've made themselves quite a name for themselves as a result of that particular run. Again, they are on the tiebreakers within the top four of the table of the European circuit. So a win right here would set themselves up for a run. Obviously, that run's going to be trying to contest it by the likes of Bleed, who also made it to the grand finals last time about. But look, for Bait, obviously, they are kind of walking in as favourites in my eyes.
I'd love to see a Bait versus Bleed rematch because that is the rematch in the semi-finals. So a winner's matchup in the group could generate one of those teams in making top seed. And for Bait, just on reflection, right, they got absolutely slammed in their opening game last time around. They went up against Zero Tenacity, legitimately got 3 rounds in that entire best of 3, and then came back really nicely. They beat Harvu, they beat Perivision, went into the playoffs, had a bit of a tough game against Perivision on map 1, but closed that pretty comfortably. And then against Bleed, I said it during the broadcast, I said it live, they should have won 2-0. They should have been in the grand finals. So for Bait, they're in a position now where use that as fuel. Use that as a bit of fire to say, do you know what? We actually could be one of the strongest teams in this comp.
And the notion that you could be facing off against them again very early on in the competition could actually try and not necessarily eliminate one of your biggest threats, but try and set one of them back very early on during the tournament's proceedings. So for Bait, a lot of their challenges, certainly in my eyes, are going to line a little bit later on in the day. But you are right about using that whole performance as fuel, right? Because that really is sort of the way that you kind of want to look at things for the Bait side. The idea that maybe a couple of rounds could have made it a 2-0 against the likes of Bleed, and the fact it didn't go down that way is an opportunity now for you to prove to everybody else that actually, yeah, you did have it in you.
And Captain Kirker played very well across the last tournament. Hetrick had some good rounds with the AWP, but it was actually Alex that caught my eye. This guy used to play on Bait. He's just standing in. It's now coming to a position where you nearly made the grand final. He's playing yet another event. Okay, he's pretty much going to be their 5th player. I mean, that's the way I look at it, right? I mean, Alex is still here. He's still putting in good performances. If they can get another deep run, if we can see another good performance from Bait, Alex is going to land up on this team for sure.
Yeah, certainly so with the way that he's performing. I'm just going to treat him as the 5th for the time being, right? Just because we are seeing him the most amount. I mean, if that changes, then we'll address that as and when it's appropriate. For now, let's talk about the likes of Alliance, because we're talking about top 4 for the likes of Bait. Obviously, great run during the last rest event. Not the same can be said about the Swedes here.
No, they went down to Nemega in their opening game, and that was a team that won the entire tournament. They bounced back nicely against 9 Pandas, who we've just seen are in a bit of a slump, and they narrowly missed out a victory against Sangul in that decider game. They came to a 3rd map decider. They had an 8-4 half of overpass. I just couldn't quite get it over the line. It's a lineup that we're familiar with. It's players that have been around the scene for a very long time. I just wonder, has Alliance potentially reached their ceiling, Jay? Because the progression doesn't seem to be there for the Swedes.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something you have to ask yourself, given where we've sort of just looked at more the international success than anything else, right? Because locally in Sweden, they're doing good. You know, they're in Svenska. They went 3-0 in that particular league's a Swiss season. But you think about Compass, for instance, that was a 1-3 loss during that particular main Swiss. The European Pro League, that was another group stage exit in very similar fashion to what we saw from Res as well. There's not really a whole lot of results that make me think to myself that they can that they can go any further, right? Alliance certainly have had a lot of opportunities towards them that they haven't really been able to take, and I'm certain about in terms of the tournament placings that things aren't quite as good anymore for them.
No, and they are struggling. Again, Nuke is always one of those maps that they just don't enjoy at all. I know for Bait, they don't like their Vertigo. Both teams love their Anubis, though. And when you get into a best-of-3 series where Anubis is the go-to map pick for both of these squads, it does kind of make you question if it does come in. If we do get an Anubis pick, who's going to win it? Is it a risk for either squad to go into that map?
Well, certainly could be an option. I know that in the last head-to-head that they had, it was Inferno and Mirage that was played out. That was only 4 days ago when they decided to make that happen. So I guess we'll find out as things go. Dust 2 also in the pool, so could be an opportunity to try and play that as a curveball. In the end, though, both picks, Standard, Mirage and Inferno, will come out much like they did in the last head-to-head, and Ancient with the decider as well.
Yeah, so what's intriguing about that last head-to-head is it's actually the exact same veto outside of, obviously, the Overpass and the Dust 2. The Vertigo and Nuke's not surprising at all. Mirage and Inferno come in, Ancient as the third map decider. I'm surprised that both squads will not let Anubis in. I know it's strong for both teams, but when that is the go-to every single stage of the time, it's surprising that for Bait, considering that they probably could have been in the grand finals, that they don't feel as if that their Anubis is stronger than their Ancient.
I mean, maybe for Alliance, that's the way they just look at that whole thing and think we don't want to give a strength towards our opponents and don't want to take that risk, if you will. I mean, certainly it's obviously a strength for your own sake, being removed, but that sort of seems like what the philosophy looks like to me on paper. So, I mean, yeah, I do feel like Anubis probably could have been a better option for them personally, just because of the fact that they have that strength, but I at least understand the thinking. I think the one key concern for them is the fact that we are repeating history from what we saw last time about. And remember, that Inferno and Mirage, that was the 2-0 that Alliance were able to take. Those were 13-11 and 13-10. A couple of rounds going different, it could have easily gone the way of Bait.
Yeah, I mean, even just to get on the conversation as the last map decider, for Anubis, while it's the go-to map in the pool for Alliance, they got 2-13'd by Sangal on that map. They got 1-13 versus 9 Pandas and 10-13 versus Nemega. Every single time they picked Anubis in the last rest tournament, they lost their map pick. So I think for Bait, that could have potentially been an in. I don't know. When you have a head-to-head so frequently, we normally say that it goes one direction, goes the other direction. A few days later, this is going to be high on the minds of both Bait and Alliance of how important this opening game really is going to be.
Yeah, and especially considering that was also a similar situation in terms of the Elisa tournament that they played that particular head-to-head in. Obviously, that was a 1-to-1 match in that particular Swiss stage. So, like, it didn't have, like, it had ramifications for their overall tournament runs, but it didn't necessarily, like, make or break their particular tournament. So, because you could say similar situation towards how this matchup is placed up, but again, you are hoping for the sake of just getting that victory into the winners match that both teams really want to hold on to it, especially in the case of Bait, right? I think they've got a lot of fire behind them. I think recently their performances have been slightly better than the likes of Alliance. So given how well things have gone for them in just the general overall tournament landscape, I see no doubt it's the reason why they couldn't turn these results around.
The one concern I do have for Bait in this group stage was comparing their group stage to their playoffs in the last rest tournament. It was night and day. They looked so much better in the playoffs than they did in groups. So I wonder if that is maybe something. I mean, another caveat is that Alex played more games in the tournament, so maybe that's why they got stronger, that they could kind of embed their fifth player more involved into the system. But against Passion UA, I mean, the opening game of the quarterfinals, we spoke about it in the last best of 3. They're up 12. They were down 9-12. They ended up bringing it back to overtime. They had a really good second map, which was Ancient. They went into that Bleed series. They were 9-4 up on map number 1 and 10-5 up on map number 2. Some really convincing scorelines. They put Bleed on the ropes. They really pressured one of our favorites in that series.
And we were really saying throughout the course of those advantages that were taken by the Bait side that there was a serious difference in terms of the quality of the game being played by the two squads. So maybe that is a case that Bait were living up to expectations and Bleed only really came into their own later on during that series. I mean, that certainly is something that could explain things in that respect. And maybe that is obviously a positive for them in terms of where they play against the higher end of the tier 2 environment. So for me, I mean, I'm still sort of looking towards Bait in this series. I think probably 2-1 seems like the most likely outcome in the map scoreline, but I'm picking Bait in my prediction.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go 2-0, just because we've seen a lot of 2-0s today, and it was 2-0 last time to Alliance.
All right, something's in the air tonight. Let's see whether or not it's the air that favours Bait here in the first map of Mirage. Pistols live for the final map, of the final series, rather, of our day today.
Captain Kirker with the util. A lot of players in from ramp and a single lurk out there to Palace. Bodemaster with the Julies with Robin and Ovid. 3 on A.
Set with the smokes coming down towards Connector. Bowden's going to wait for Headtrick to reveal himself. MPL comes up good. Robin with a decent responsive, but Ascential gets right back alongside Avid and his responsive. 3-on-3 situation has been gained.
Now, Avid needs to get some more assistance out from CT. Plesson with the other Julies is not going to come through the murder hole, so all 3 CTs are going to come in from the same angle.
Avid swings forward, spots one player escaping back towards ramp. Captain Kirker. Where does he go with this here? He's trying to get into Palace and try and find a different angle of defensive. His two teammates over at Connector and Jungle. Wait for their moment to strike. CTs are on the bomb side, but they're not quite tapping the bomb, not revealing their exact positions. They haven't got kits in, so they have to make this relatively quick. Plesson does get caught off his 2 kills found. Captain Kirker, he strikes, though, with 2 of his own. Plesson and Twist down and out. Avi not known about until the peak comes in, and the captain makes it a triple to kick things off for Bait.
Now, he should be the go-to guy to keep an eye out for. He was invaluable across the playoffs. Was so sick in those... First off, the derby of the Ukrainians between Passion and Bait, and then that Bleed series. He's a gun rifler. He gets involved with a lot of action. And for Alliance, the scariest concern that I actually had for them in the last Rest tournament, Jay, was that Robin kind of felt like the only guy that was holding his weight. Plesson, Twist, Bodemaster, and Avid all actually posted quite low ratings. It was the in-game leader of Robin that was carrying the majority of the series.
Eyes might be set towards him if he continues to show those performances up. Bates can get flashed in against Bowden's going to kick things off with the kill count of the USP, combining with Plesson as Zeus comes in from Robin as well, but Hedrick and Captain Kirker immediately take back control. Despite that, it's an expensive round as Robin continues fighting here with his Galil. Molotov's out, but finally the automatics gain control for the Bait side. Still 3 casualties taken there.
That's a very expensive round. Nice flash setup to go over high to catch the T-side players that were just getting involved for the exec with the util. Alliance can look at this next round and say, if we come away with round number 3, we could force a bit of a reset. We could allow ourselves to get a round streak together.
Yeah, 2-0 start. 1xBet odds, of course, favouring the Bait side. They might consider changing their minds if the rounds start going awry for them. Galil's in on 3 players, the 2 AKs brought in by the players that stayed alive in the previous round. Orp on Bowden, of course, the big green for the first time out in this series. Glass Cannon in this context, though. Backed out towards the A site.
A lot of Mirage gets played by the Bait organization. 21 maps in the last 3 months, 9 wins and 12 losses. Alliance have 5 wins and 9 losses. Avid towards top con, still being smoked off. MPL and Alex very close by.
Smoke's clear, he'll be allowed the kill back. A double up found for Avid. Head trick able to respond. That bomb has been seen as Plesson starts acting out elsewhere from short. Another kill will come in from his man. Essential pays himself to the AWP as Robin cleans up Captain Kirker. And just start for the Alliance side.
And for the Alliance boys, when we compare the majority of teams in the competition, they're one of the very few outside of Zero Tenacity that have actually kept a stable roster for a very long portion of time. They have not made a single player change since moving up with the Alliance org. The only change they did make was adding a head coach.
Much of a difference that Hawk can make.
Yeah, see that little graph. Now, something I did see on Twitter, just in the little break, Jay, is a lot of the new updates are server-side now, not client-side. So even in-game, when you're spectating a teammate, you'll see if he's left-hand or right-hand. So it's not just a CS2 thing. It's all server-side now.
Right on. Bowden. Opening things up with the AWP. Captain Kirk has fallen to Plesson, and our confidence seems to be on the client side in the case of Alliance. 5 on 3. No responsive's being taken by Bait. Now Sentinel's just been seen.
That re-smoke out there to Palace. Hedrick does get an opening kill, and the Deagle can't quite strike straight away. Actually does get away with a secondary connection with the second bullet. Now this, it's not the best of positions, though, for Bait. 2v3, lack of map presence. Twist with a bit of an off-angle out from Van with the Galil.
And that trade to the aggressive A player. And it's simple enough. The advantage together for Alliance and should hold its nerve unless Twist gets just domed by MPL or Head Trick. The lineup's right there for him, though. Transfers between the two and holds a second round for the Alliance board. Bait. That should be down a harsh reset.
Both of these teams are grinding hard when it comes to tournaments, playing a lot of officials. And this is the 36th best of 3 in the last 3 months for Alliance. Compare that with Bait that are coming closer to their 30th. Both of these teams are in a lot of similar tournaments as one another, and that's why you kind of get regular head-to-heads, one of only a few days ago, and potentially one in an opening game and a decider matchup.
Round 5 seeing the Palace dive in from the Bait side. Avid, though, he's going to get himself a nice load of cash. SMG takes the ace. Nice and easy against the Bait squad. Like the idea, but no plant even being secured by the T's. Alliance. Oh, confident starters here in the early portions of the CT side.
I didn't see too many Mirage picks from Bait in the last rest tournament. They picked Mirage against Passion UA in the quarters and against Harvu in the elimination game. All the rest they picked Anubis. And Mirage is now being picked for just the 8th time, whereas Anubis is up there at 18. Both teams not going down that direction. 0-5 for Alex. That might be a little bit of a concern if that continues onwards.
Talked him up as the super sub, practically speaking, the permanent 5th right now for the Bait side. Robin flanking Ascenthi, although he might become the central forward point of the attacking force as Twist gets involved, finding NPL on short, seeing 2 more players, getting damage on the second man, but unable to get another kill back. 4-on-4. Ascenthi has no idea how quickly this backstab is locked in, so Robin could find himself a hell of a lot of impact. Kill on the first play, it's very awkward on the spray. Captain Kirk is low though, so Robin can convert, and Av is there to support Ascenthi, all very nicely held together for Alliance. 4 players alive. Money is bolstered on the CT side.
And one aspect of CS2 that we're seeing a lot more in Go is the blowout games. And the reason for that is with just MR12 overall, there's less chances to kind of recover. There's less chances to bring yourself back in the game, just with where the economy sits and the key rounds that are being won. So anytime you get off to a fiery start, you get off with sort of 4 or 5 rounds in a row and not giving a bomb plant over, I get very worried because this is a fantastic beginning for the Swedes.
One way they can keep buying as a result of the confidence that they've held, trying to insert against the CT side here, does the half buy, doing good for the opening fight. Robin instantly trades back though. Bowden is still low HP, so it's a workable 4v4.
Avid info play. Timing actually looks pretty good against the pistol. Ascenthiel towards the left-hand side, does not expect it. And just for a moment where it looked to be quite uneasy in mid and an opening man advantage went the way of Bait, it gets answered back quickly.
Well, the AWP opponent ready for MPL's insertion, so kill gets found, the bomb carrier. And none of that towards bench. 27 HP on Captain Kirker as well. Damage prevalent, 60 seconds. Seeing whether Alex and Captain can regroup and try to get into that B bomb site. But feeling rather unlikely that they make anything happen in the round. The best you're realistically hoping for is a bomb plant. But that's a bit of a stretch, honestly.
Yeah, there should be no chance that that even happens. Bit of an off angle from Twist to keep eyes out to Palace. Or from the apartments, I should say. He's got Bowden that can swing on the contact for the AWP and from Market. Alex to try and get the trade-off. Actually does drop the AWP, so Twist will have to go back and recover that one. 5-2, Alliance off to a very strong start. And even for Bait, that Mirage game that we saw against Passion UA, it was 6-6 at the turn of the half. They had a pretty consistent and comfortable T side. And looking at how it's going now, and that's not the case at all.
A tactical taken by this Bait squad as a result of that. You are right. Did go back and forth initially with the Passion squad during that quarterfinal. That blow-for-blow element that kept them within manageable distance, but ultimately not being seen in this map-up. Alliance will face the guns once again. Avid is still rocking the SMG. He hasn't died since he brought it up.
He's playing aggressive angles too. Playing out there from sort of underbout, close towards A main, close to Palace. It's a very good weapon for the position, up until, of course, you have to get reset and upgrade it. And this time around, he's going aggressive up to top mid, and it's extremely passive from Bay.
Alex and Captain beyond the smoke position is going to try and pop it open. Actually go for a deeper smoke out towards Con. Avid make his way up. Spot and spray for the AK. Doesn't even get away with damage on Avid. A bit more down towards Plessin, but counteracted by the HE. So much returned on Alex, so no opening pick, but now he's low.
And they'll know that whoever was the front runner in top mid is going to be tagged up quite heavily. Avid can reposition that MP9 into more of a closer range angle to A. And Bait are only just starting to insert themselves into top mid.
Sendio's watching. AWP shots from Bowden overcooked. No connection found towards mid. The AWP of Headtrick places himself out towards ramp. The rest of the T's are on the way, so this seems to be the A commit.
Now, Robin just needs to be the bait in this scenario. Try and drive more distraction, allow Avid to potentially get 2.
AK fights directly, though, and does win against Ascentio. Low HP on the man, but now Avid is the next port of call. Will they check this corner? Yes, they will, but it'll still get away with a kill. Onto Captain Kirker, dive back in against the AWP player, who's overwhelmed on an HP marker. The bomb now known to the CT side, a 2 versus 5 for Bait to try and outplay here. Avid does get picked up in the end, but he's done more than enough.
Now, Bait just have to hold on to weapons. The issue is they've got to be worried, are we being backstabbed? Are we going to get dropped after time? Plesson's coming into T-spawn, and so is Robin.
AK does get fought upon, but Alex with the kill back does keep himself alive. Needs to hide against Plesson now. CT surrounding the Bait squad, but they won't push on all the way. I would have loved for them to try it, though. They've got plenty of cash on the CT side. They hit minimum 6 on this opening half.
This has been a fundamentally good game of Counter-Strike being played by Robin and co. I'm sure Robin would have been checking out the social media to see that the band is back together out on Endpoint with the Mighty Max, Surreal, and Crucial trio.
Yeah, mate.
Not quite the Quadra, not quite the Robin and the Thomas. But right here on Alliance, they're cooking on CT side.
That they are. Showing echoes of the previous map of Mirage we saw in the last head-to-head. The CT side that looks strong to an 8-4 half overall for Alliance. This could go a lot further than that, honestly. Very broken investment from the T's. Robin able to punish that with the aggression that does come through to a couple of trades. A 2-for-2 trade overall. The AWP not finding angles. The HE is not opening up the smokes for long enough. Senthia will extend towards CT spawn, now revealing himself to try and catch players off. Plesson on the backstab meanwhile.
Yeah, getting the backstab into Palace rather than ramp. And Twist with the HE. He's actually going to get peeked.
Flash timed so perfectly. Essential and NPL get those picks, and Headtrick out to get discovered. Knife's pulled out. Oh, Plesson. Oh, Plesson. What's he going to go for here? What's he going to find? AWP caught, swing back. Oh my god, he's going for it. He's going for it, boys. Smoke, Incendiary, Essential. Is he going to get here in time? I think he'll just about reach the position, but will he find a kill? Yes, he does. Plesson, a last-second moment that damn near came true for him, but not to be.
You know, if Plesson just gets on that bomb straight away and doesn't throw the Incendiary, he probably wins that round. I'm kind of looking at that. Why is the Incendiary out? Maybe the call that he's low. If the call is he's low, then kind of knows that if he runs through the molly, he's going to die. He certainly wasn't. 76 points of health. A very good attempt, and in all honesty, that round wasn't workable. He takes it into a nearly winnable situation, so that does a lot of economical damage, and Alliance have got money to buy.
Double AWP so much. Sprays through. Alex catching the opening kill on Bowden, so the first AWP is out of play. Robin still out here, still fighting, covering the AWP and getting out of position.
I don't see Robin on the AWP all that frequently. Plesson invested himself to an AWP out to the B site on Anchor. HE placement to underpass does a lot of damage.
MPL down a half. So's Alex. HP does match up with the amount done towards Alliance. The difference is they spread out between two individuals, so no kill found against Bait. And they're happy with that thus far. They're playing it slow.
A Headtrick just searching out to top mid to see if there's a little bit of a jiggle or an info play. Window smoke being lined up. The AWPs, though, both of them are kind of maintaining mid. Plesson's waiting for the chair peek.
He just holds. The side contact, Avid. Head of the stairs, smoke's about to fade. He's going to take a fight, which he does end up winning. 4 versus 4 for a moment as Hedrick responds back. Another smoke comes down towards Con. That should block off the Orb's angle. Shot does ring out anyway to try and reveal where Hedrick is. Can't quite spot him. Neither can he see anyone on the bomb site itself. So advantage maintained by Bait. The blind shots do connect damage from beyond that smoke, but not quite the casualty against Captain Kirk. Allowed to sneak in the bomb plant. And from here, Alliance should save.
Maybe if they were able to get a spam kill, if they deny the bomb from going down out there to short, they've got ability to move into that 3v3 and commit. But without it presenting, they have to go and save. And Bait have got a couple of good rounds in a row for them. Just the fight out from mid, very dry this time.
See if Hedrick can get any hunts going. Don't think he can make a massive amount of difference against Alliance, but dropping the AWP certainly would be lovely. And indeed he does, blessed to fall.
And the last head-to-head with the Mirage that got played, Jay, allowed Bait to go 4-8 down at the turn of the half. And looking at where we sit right now, I would say it's pretty realistic that we get that same scoreline.
I wouldn't put it past them, honestly. Small later portion of the half, the 6 in a row that they gained. Money, at least a bit more built up by Bait, but the buy-in for round 11 and round 12, regardless of the circumstances. Decent dink down damage done towards Alex. That HG is a little bit awkward from Bait. Bowden. Orb again down lower. Underpass in the jump face from Twist instantly just gets deleted.
Now, this could be an instant save. No one else in rotating positions. No one that can fight out from short. Pleasant can try and drive some time out here from Market, but he needs kills.
Molly sending him in. He does get a kill on Hedrick, but he continues to burn that. Molly extending quite far out. Plant will eventually be secured. Robin's ready for Alex to come through from the apartments. 3-on-3 with that casualty. There could be another backstab from Senthiel, though.
Now, Bodomaster's probably calling it in now. Robin look for an exit, but save onto the M4. That is a mighty shot on the jump spot.
Robin fighting on a Senthiel. Keeping that weapon in play for him. The AK recovered and still flashing his way out of the apartments, trying to indicate some sort of prod. In the end, they will back off, and Bowden's here for the exit, so this could, again, be a bit awkward for the Bait side. Shot connects on MPL, Captain Kirkcut. Back towards Spawn, should be able to protect this AK. Alliance no longer can replicate the 8-4 half. 7-5 is their best case.
Here it is again. Massive shot. Now, Pleasant just knows that he has to make that play. That 1v1 was probably the best thing they could have asked for. This is getting quite a streak-heavy game, and I wonder if that does continue in the second half.
I guess we'll find out when we get to it. We're not that far away from it. Round 12. Sees an AK in for Robin. Saved the CT side. Damage done very early to Captain Kirk, who's making his way up towards short very quickly into ladder, and Pleasant doesn't hit the killing blow.
Now, HG gets the defining factor, though. Up towards Con, they're coming quickly, and Twist is protected from Connector, but he's not protected from much of a crossfire. His teammates are far away.
Much T-side presence out of Con. Avid seeing what's going on here, continuing to try draw in fights. A bit awkward fight from Essential. MPL starts moving as Alex also makes a bit of noise out towards ramp. MPL will send the utility, so now he's got all the info he needs to play with, but Queso, do they check it? No, they don't. Oh, this is wonderful. This is so wonderful. All the kills all the way for Twist. And Essential now in the 1-on-3 clutch does isolate the AWP, and the second. The third pick is not quite as doable, though. Exciting stuff to close the half, but it closes in favor of Alliance.
And right there for Bait, they actually take the bomb site. They actually slow it to clear as much of the bomb site as possible. Alex even goes all the way out to Rab, and yet no one clears Firebox. Great sequence from Twist. That flashbang from Bowden catches MPL, and then just for a moment, it looks as if Essential might be on for the 1v3.
Imagine if he connected it. Imagine what that would do to Alliance. The 1xBet odds have even at the turn of the half. A lot of faith in Bait. Possibly not so much anymore. Fundamentals from Alliance extremely sound, and the Bait side are struggling to deal with it, or they were struggling to deal with it on the T side. Perhaps the CT switchover might provide some better fortunes.
And maybe the conversation does go of Bait struggling in opening games. Is that maybe something that we need to carry on? Just looking at their previous tournaments, they lost their opening game in ECL. They lost their opening game in Yellow Compass. They lost their opening game in Alyssa Invitational. That might be something. They got absolutely smoked by Zero Tenacity in the last Rest tournament. Could not even hold their way. And for a team that showed us so much, showed us such a great run to nearly making it to the grand final, if you lose your map pick and go a map down against Alliance on Inferno, it's calling for an Alliance 2-0.
We've got to get past this map first. Like they did in the last head-to-head. 2 to the good on the Alliance side as we go to the second half pistol. They are now on the T half. Blocks in on everybody. Utility sent down. The connector jungle and stairs. Smoke set in by 1. Head trick taken. Fights gooshed down to 47 HP with 2 more teammates in tow for this. The HE's down. Full stack against the man. Kills found. Robin continuing to tag players up. MPL down to 4 points of health. Bowden close quarters against the Sentinel. The USB of Alex struggles to get away. Bowden evades all the kill counts. And Pleston comes in with that support. Captain Kirka with a response on the A side, but it doesn't matter. B side is under T control.
Oftentimes for T side players, if they rush a bomb side, the entry fraggers are keeping their heads ducked down and jumping around and just making it so difficult for the opposition to get those headshots. And for Bowden, he does exactly that out towards short. He's jumping around, he's pulling distraction, he's making it so uneasy. Robin, though, I mean, excluding just looking at the raw numbers at 16 and 5, he has just created impact jewels in that first half. And even out here on the pistol, him and Twist nade stack towards CT, and then he gooshes a player towards back a triple. It's just instant success from the in-game leader.
That's one to keep Alliance ahead. 3 to the good. Guns, of course, coming in aplenty for them. Mac 10s on Robin and Twist, and Avid will also join them on that front. USP's out for the Bait side, trying to get the guns out early, which might be their one key opportunity to get into this CT half.
It does mean that Hetrick won't be on the big AWP, though. Twist, him and Robin can try and farm up some cash with this MP, or with the Mac 10 stack, I should say. Back-to-back rounds in which we've seen HE stacks get kills for Alliance. Wonder if we get a 3P. Get the full 180.
Well, no more HE kills for this round. They're dead out of them. Stacking towards that A-bomb site. Bait. Smoke's coming against them towards connector. It's just all a ruse from Alliance, though. They're splitting their way into the B-bomb site, which I realize is completely undefended, so not really much else to say in this one.
Another thing I do want to talk about, thinking about the eco with the new changes, Jay, is the increased kill reward for both the Zeus and the CZ. I wonder if we get more CZ purchases, because very rarely do we see it in Pro CS. Zeus's we're seeing a lot. We'll probably see more of them now with the kill bonus.
I mean, we're seeing a lot more of them when they got buffed, so I imagine there'll be a few more players with options of that in the eco rounds especially. The CZ one does intrigue me the more, though, because we haven't seen that weapon be part of like standard buys in pistol forces or half buys in a very long time.
Yeah, it's always the 5-7 over the CZ in recent years, and I mean, I would say there was a portion of time where both the CZ and the Tech 9 was just completely cracked, where it was just game breaking. So maybe them nerfing it was the right decision, but it's always tough to kind of tempt people to buy certain weapons to just enough of a price decrease, and it's like, yep, it's back in. There we are, kill bonus. Yep, I'm convinced. Get me back in.
Shoutouts to the Krieg from many years ago.
No one knew until the price reduction.
Bait up to the buy. No scopes on this CT side. I mean, no scopes in general on the server right now. No AUGs, no AWPs, no scouts, no Kriegs, no nothing. No Rorties. Straight automatic weapons, straight AKs and M4s, and MAC-10 still involved. Full likes of Avid and a FAMAS for Essential, so there are limitations here and there. More bonus limitations in the T half of things, though, who do take limitations of the HP bars as well. Robin and Twist tagged early. Bates continuing to work them down. It's Plessy with the opening kill, though.
Yeah, bad comms there from Bait. They know that Short's compromised. They know with so much util, and MPL was just not ready for the ladder play at all.
Might be a concern going forward. It certainly might have been a concern going backwards as well. Headtrick at least finds Plesson on the return, so advantage has been negated. But a hard stack over on the B bomb site for those three players, leaving Captain Kirker alone on A, which is now the target.
Yeah, this could be kind of already over for Bait just because of that over-rotation. This is a free and open bomb side where Bodemaster's got deep map territory towards jungle. Unless there's a kill presenting soon, I reckon it has to be an insta-save.
We're not seeing anything as of yet. No prods from Alliance or Bait. They are stacking themselves up towards CT spawn. You've got one player coming in from underpass. Twist is watching from short, so desperate and waiting for that rotator to come his direction. There's attention in soon enough, but Bait took too long to get into a retake, and obviously no kill presented itself.
Watch Bowden and Twist. They're going to do damage here.
Senthiel caught off. Bowden has been caught casualtied out for it. The MAC-10 might get overwhelmed. Robin and Avid do drop, so a little bit done. Twist moving closer to Captain Kirker right around the corner. Actually do lose their lives, so actually the damage done towards Alliance here. Fortunately for them, they've got a couple of cash reserves.
It's funny, because if they legitimately just get one extra kill, it's not a buy for Bait in the next round. They just don't have the funds for it. But because all three CTs stay alive, they can actually get another gun buy. So not the best of hunts there for Alliance. And take their first tactical, have a chat with Hawk. They're in a position where they should topple Mirage. They've looked like the much better team.
By all accounts, Alliance yet to lose one in this particular half. 7-5 at the turn, 10-5 in the now. At least Bait get another buy, like you mentioned. The three players staying in can bring the rifles back, but this might be really their last opportunity if they don't save guns again. Alliance took a tactical, a chance to talk it through, because they might recognize the same things that you do, Dweg. We are on the precipice of an easy win here on Mirage.
Alliance bringing pace for the first couple of players deep into the apartments. Bowden to try and get the opening ult pick, and he gets it straight away.
Senthiel just fallen instant. HG's back at the CT side. We'll try catch him for dead or damage. Bowden starts pressing, trying to look for a bit more in apps. And backed up by a teammate. A third player could also go ahead and join them if they want to. There's a standoff in apps.
The Bodemaster's waiting for that jump spot by the low left-hand side corner. If they do commit out to apps, if there is a short split into B, they do need at least someone to pre-aim this balcony position, because if it's not being cleared, Alex may just recover the round. Now, there's already an info play from Captain Kirker in T-Spawn, so they're going to know it's a B lane. It's just about how they can set themselves up on B.
Less than a minute to go. Captain Kirker starting to press in the brackets backline. He is being watched by Avid as soon as he makes his way in there, but it's still going to be a while till that point. The onus might rest on the defenders here. Twists caught off on timing. Avid with a responsive kill. Headtrick gets back on the player on short. Robin a drop, double up on Avid as well. Plesson responds to MPL, 2 versus 2. Bowden is blocked away from the bomb itself. Going to have to make his way out of apps as Plesson continues closing in the pincers of the Alliance side. Bait have held strong and true for the time being, and if they hold strong and true for 15 more seconds, this will be the round. Bowden is making noise. The back there is being watched by the M4. Plesson caught on the jump. The AWP now left alone. 8 seconds. Kill, close, can't get flicked upon, and Bait have their start in the half.
A Hetrick with 4. That's actually a mental round from him to be able to hold for so long, to stay alive and just keep re-peeking and keep getting damage off. That info play from Captain Kirker, it was enough. Stack up on the B bomb site, have a bit of a strong crossfire, and Alliance just could not get out of apps.
Finally, a little something for bait. Time stalled upon Alliance, caught off from the several positions that they had. Little something as the force buy comes in for the Alliance cam. The AK still setting on Plessin as the hero weapon as part of it. Deagles, Tech 9. Not the best of buys, most certainly here for Alliance. Interesting that Bowden hasn't brought anything down, though.
It needs to protect his economy line for the AWP. And Robin and Avid have also got armor. So if this AK drops, they'll try and shift it across other players. Get maximum damage from that upgraded rifle.
You see Avid is currently hugging Plessin at the moment. Up there towards top mid beyond the stack. They have mid control. Twist is now going to get to underpass and recognize that nobody else is here. So they start their walk-ups, but have to be wary of where these CTs are holding from, particularly Alex.
Alex not giving up the angle to chair completely. And Twist waiting for MPL to strike more aggressively into window rather than back passive of where he is currently. Smoke off towards top con. They need to engage Plessin into a fight.
40 seconds, swing of the M4, gets caught by Plessin. Now that should indicate what the target is going to be for the T side. Even if they haven't seen the bomb carrier, even if they haven't seen the mass numbers of the T side forces, there's still 3 players and a 4th man that may be on the way as well. Plessin is taking his time. Twist starts to make his move with the Eagle. Avid there to trade him back. The AWP watching for the bomb carrier. And indeed, Bowden is going to drop. Essential gets the AK out of play. And Captain Kirker at Dark finds up on Avid. Head trick there to deal with Robin. Nice attempt at a force buy, but it didn't work for Alliance.
And for a moment, it looks like they may just be cooking. I mean, you've got the AK kill out there from Con. You get a 1-for-1 trade from A main, but they just can't set up the AK for more damage. They put Plessin in a bit of a rotator position where he tries to cut the player off from Market of Essential. And that AWP from Hetrick is just having a bit of a field day, isn't he, from CT?
Picks for days. Now there are AKs for the bait side to work with off the back of that round. Headtrick will continue rocking the AWP up. They are slowly trying to bring this back against the Alliance side. The gap is closing on the lead. Should be 2 up by the end of this round because Alliance only have the eco pistols. So bait should dispatch of them.
Alliance have won just 6 out of their past 21 best of 3s on HLTV. And the Swedes have had it tough for a little while. This could be the way in. This could be the opening start to the group stage to try and edge themselves into the playoffs. I felt hard done by losing out to Sangl. Looked at that game as definitely a winnable one. A bit of a derby up against the Swedish in-game leader for them. 2 rounds the difference. 3 to close. Alliance all or nothing here on Mirage.
They'll buy in, as will Bait. As they buy in, Bait, of course, had the money from the previous. The weapons held up from the last round. AK still charged forward of Essential. The AWP of the T side was boosted up for a moment, but didn't quite have enough presence to look over the smoke and get an opening pick. The sprays of the T side will eventually reveal themselves. Essential will try and strike. Kill gets found. MPL with a responsive. The AK of Plessin trying to charge against the man, unawares of how close MPL really is out here, but Robin gets ahead of the game. The AWP misses. It's not punished, though.
Yeah, Plessin was spamming that connector smoke to try and catch the mid player falling back to safety. Resmoke down to window. Plenty of options right now for the T's. Plessin can maintain mid. You've got individuals out to the apartments. You've got a deep lurk from Avid in Palace. If he catches a good timing and catches off Captain Kirkard, that's the A-bomb site opened up.
Minute on the clock for him. His teammates start to prod from short. Walk-ups will continue from Alliance. Their hearts are set on the A-bomb side. There are no real other viable options here. Plessin underpass to hold for the AK. Captain Kirkut trying to check for position, trying to check where these boys are coming from, but he just has no info here.
Timing is everything, and they are going to start the commit on the contact out from Palace. Spots out the first. Great headshot from Captain Kirkut.
Perfect adjust. Robin's down. Alex finds Plessin also in mid. Bait are battling back from the brink, but Avid has something to say about that. Alex has something else to say, though. Bowden now, 1-on-2. His AWP, a chance to really stun the likes of Hetrick and Alex. Scopes in, the flash rings out, but he doesn't get punished on that M4. AK now swapped out to Buddy Orper, the CT side, and Bowden had his knife pulled out, enabling an easy pick for Alex in a 9th round for Bates.
And Bowden's just trying to get out there to Tetris or A-Main, try and see if he can maneuver out without making noise on the bomb site directly. And it's a risk. You have to have your knife pulled out. You're too slow with the AWP. Alliance would have felt in that round that it should have been theirs. And they had man advantage, had a good timing out from Palace. Captain Kirker gets a really good shot. And then Alex just comes involved, catches the time against Pleasant, gets the spam against Avid too.
And Bait are within 1. Alliance within the broken by confines. 4 Galils out for round 20. That's how much that round cost them, even with the bomb plant bonus involved. Bait is a prime position to be at for them. Rifles stay, Alliance struggling, T-side woes continuing despite how confident they looked at the turn of the half. Only those 3 have come in for them.
Robin was 17 and 6 at the end of round 13. Just 1 more kill going into round 20. Pleasant with util out from A main, but it's a bit of a fake. They've still got the bomb and a couple of players to top mids.
Vision blocking on the side, the smoke down over at Darkers. There to extinguish the Molotovs that were put out there for Alliance. The initial smokes to cross have been used and there's nothing more left in it. So as soon as these fade away, they're going to have to go with flashes and peaks. One does come out towards mid, the walk dry. Through towards ramp. Captain Kirker, Molotov out in the open again. Pleasant and Robin combined to win that fight. Advantage now for the T side. There's trades available, particularly on Pleasant here. The bomb's on site and will get planted though.
Yeah, Alex hasn't swung out from CT. MPL with the spam, gonna get caught off from Connector. There's a late player out towards top mid. This should be an easy kill.
Especially with head trick going down towards Twist. Put a little burst through. 2-man advantage now for Alliance. Bates may have just run out of steam. Still trying to make their way into towards the retake, though. The plant is open at Con. They know it. So the T side, Essential, desperate to find an angle, desperate to find a player here. Robin will peek up the back of his teammates' contact. Avid does get overwhelmed, so Alex at least finds that second pick as well in the AK, but not enough time to get back towards shore. Not enough util to cover him off with that defuse. Alliance get to 11.
And just comparing that 4v2 situation in the post plant for Alliance with maybe some of the rounds we saw from Passion UA in the last series just dictates the difference. That is one of the best played post plants you're going to see all game. No one is over peaking. They are all even protected in case CTs are going out and searching. The deep player in underpass, the deep player in main, the deep player in Palace. Alliance know there is no way you're cracking this post plant. There's no way you're getting in.
Up straight in for Bowden. Straight out goes Captain Kirker.
And we saw something similar when he went apartments in a previous gun round. Aggressive maneuver for the AWP.
Santhiel going to make an aggressive maneuver of his own. Footsteps heard, but too far away for the T's to really receive the man. He'll hold apps, but he's very considerate about what could be going on elsewhere because there's no one else on this B bomb site. Short could be compromised, players could be coming in for it. At least they've got some vision right now for the bait camp, but very passive from Essential's angle.
Alliance know, win this round, we win this best of 3. They put themselves in a prime position, and they've already got the man advantage. HE close towards where MPL's been frequently. Pleasant has been baited out there from Con, but they don't know about the double player. They don't know that Alex is close by too.
Molotov will try pushing back. Footsteps heard. Flash sent into site via connector. Alex does strike, as does MPL, but MPL can only do damage. Alex is the man with the kill. A double up, in fact, as he catches Bowden, drops that bomb now down in mid itself, rather than on the catwalk ashore. The smoke's all clear, and it's a 3-on-3 with HP advantage over the T side.
Yeah, Robin's got to cut this rotation out from connector, but he's actually not peeking. Twist has advanced deep into the apartments against Essential.
Pleasant almost got caught. Twist doesn't see him. AK spray through. Head tricks caught Robin. It's Pleasant now on 20 HP to clutch this. It's not going to happen for him. Bates say play on Alliance. Another key opportunity wasted.
And they'll be frustrated with themselves. Had a very good AWP pick from Bodemaster getting aggressive into A main against the Incendiary. And they're just not granted with too much else. Oh, after time? I don't know,
don't
actually.
think so.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is. Yeah. No, it wasn't. You're right. Whatever the outcome is, like in the idea, whether it was after time or not, there's still no money to buy. Money's still awful for round 22.
Okay, so bad money or worse money, really. And the potential issues it would have caused in round 23's buy more than anything else, which is what Alliance are focusing on. Hero AK for Bowden.
Yeah, not for Pleasant, which is intriguing.
Not for Robin, the top fragger of the server right now. 21 and 13 for his efforts. I'm reminded a lot of Dilladez from the last match, honestly.
Yeah, but he has dropped off a lot in this second half.
That is also true. Bowden. What you got for us, son? AK versus AK. Utility into the CT side. Perfectly timed smoke as well.
Essential is just going to keep eyes on the edge in case someone's trying to scale. HE dropped to Alex. Now, that did not make noise. If it did, they would have known that Essential was out there on the balcony.
$60 seconds left, Alliance. Work their way into mid. Bowden's leading the charge with his AK. If there's a man that's going to crack this round open, it is going to be him. Plesson making further noise with that deagle. It's so slow from Alliance here.
Get a boost up on the other side of window. Try and create a bit of an off angle against LPL.
Alex finds the fight on Robin. Meanwhile, M4 scene sprays a little bit too high. Bowden gets nothing. Even losing that AK in the sniper's nest. MPL's going to make sure it does not fall back into Alliance hands. Twist just needs to go down to get the money bonus here. Known, dealt with 11 apiece. Bait. Touching distance from taking map point themselves now. Alliance beginning to bottle this.
And we saw in the last head-to-head, it was very competitive. Went down to round 24 out on Inferno and round 23 on Mirage. So no surprise that it's as close as it is from a competitive standpoint, but it is a surprise that Alliance haven't closed earlier. With the lead that they had at the half, with the pistol and the anti-eco conversions to get that 3-0 beginning, that should have been enough. But 11-11... if they miss this chance, if they miss this opportunity of the 10-5 scoreline, they'll only be frustrated in themselves.
Prime position for Alliance to be in a long time ago. Take away Bates' map pick. This would have been possibly a 2-0 series for them. Need to try and recover that position now. Need to try and recover that possibility. This round would be the one. Bait. Limited money set for the next buy up. Should still be able to bring it together for the most part. The orb of the head trick. Wants to bring in the round itself though. Bowden first to fall. Plesson faced upon, but he does win the fight against Captain Kirker.
That loses a lot of HP. Avid out there from main's got to be careful about overextending because he's got the bomb. So what he's going to do instead is just dip into the smoke and recover that AWP from Bodemaster. Robin is seeing nothing, catching no visuals in top mid.
AK keeping at bay, didn't see the gun barrel, did see the man, but didn't hold the trigger. MPL, advantage for Bait. Oh, Twist, what is that?
I think you got to walk with that smoke rather than run. And that's the smoke for top con. Plesson does at least strike with the AWP out from A main.
One pick back to an even man stance. He's still low HP though. 3-on-3. Slight favoritism towards Bait as a result of that. At least they've left that B bomb site. Not left it, but like they've gone more passive for the part of Essential. Avid was hoping for a cheeky one tap on the jump face. That's not happened though. Outside of sight play, flashes are sent. Essential holds his nerve. Twist also going to keep his eyes on short because Alex is also there to respond. Essential deals with Avid, and they are just cleaned up here on the execution. 1-on-3 for Plesson. Known to be low. Head trick does get caught. 15 seconds for his clutch, and he wants to go no further than short. He won't even be allowed to go further than short. Bait up now to map point of Mirage.
And it's really funny about Essential that some maps he plays hard anchor, so B site and Mirage, that's where he holds. But on Anubis, you'd expect him to be A anchor, and he actually, the first few officials that he played for Bait, even the first few tournaments that he played, he was their A anchor, and then he's been transitioned to the small site anchor of B. So a guy that's moved around a lot in his roles on this Bait team has had a very good game. Been key to any of these B shutdowns, any of the leans or the apartment prods. He's been involved with impact.
Round 24 sees both sides bring their best together. Unfortunately, Alliance is still limited in some regards. 2 Galils out, one of which is Avid facing into the likes of MPL, does win that opening engagement. Low HP for the man, but it's a 5-on-4 for Alliance. The AWP of Headtrick, though, a shoulder is barely being spotted by Twist, but he doesn't opt to pull the trigger. Captain Kirk, meanwhile, finding Pleasant, Bowden and Twist with 2 on the responsive, and it seems like Alliance want to push this to overtime.
It seems that way. Alex has spotted vision out there from Market, but tentative to try and go in for the duel. The timing's just not there, and Alliance, and they just closed that round down easily. It wasn't even a minute on the clock, and they win out their 12.
Where was that for the last, like, 4 or 5?
Well, the first thing is obviously the opening man advantage. I mean, right there, that's the first time that Bait have actually had an aggressive duel. We have not seen someone aggress that far forward in a while, and Avid wins out that first fight, and that just collapses the round because of it.
Given opportunities, Bait cannot seem to close on their map pick, at least not yet. Another overtime set up for our opening of this best of 3. Mirage, we pushed all the distance, but to whose favor is the question?
Well, I always like these situations when we have a lack of map points. When you maybe have a 12-6 and it goes to overtime, there's not much to draw on, but when you get a 12-11, you just had one chance to close. It puts a lot of emphasis and a lot of excitement in overtime on what we can expect.
Well, Bait now. CT side opportunity is available to them to try and get this one under their wraps. Headtrick does strike first. Avid first to go down from mid. Another opening duel that's won out by the Bait side this time.
And missed the con smoke. That's the whole aspect of how they got that opening kill, Jay. Missed con smoke and Avid was going aggressively.
Another miss smoke as well. Saw that in the previous round. Advantage for Bait as a result. Alliance did some damage, or damage was done onto them there towards the apartments. Now Pleasant's been known about his gun barrel sticking ahead of the entryway, so Essential catches the man. Advantage taken, and there's really no response being generated here by Alliance. The bomb's well out of the position as well. Twist does find Captain Kirk. Robin making his walk-up happen. The AWP still strikes. Twist with another pick back. Bowden's Orp involved with 2 versus 2. They're low HP, but Alliance are fighting back here.
They're actually doing quite well to recover this default HP, though, with that HE out there towards Con. That's great chip damage.
Orp v Orp battle doesn't quite connect for the likes of Bowden. Headtrick was just getting out of the position. Bomb is going to commit all the way towards Apps. Bowden knows that he might pull attention away, but he doesn't realize how close the Sentinel really was. Fight to find. Twist now makes his way in, knows that the closest player is a Market. Wary to the cross back onto the plant, he'll look to go, but the concern is all about that fight. As soon as it comes in, 35 HP versus the hundreds and the 89.
Now, Sentinel hears the plant going down, but he has to be wary about over-peaking. He's kept eyes on. He knows that he can't have got to Van.
Hearing footsteps. They're going to go together. They're going to group up. Twist. Sees Headtrick. Fights the fight. Transfers back towards the Sentinel, but doesn't quite connect. The headshot. Oh! The second peak works for him, though. A quadra in that round. And a lead for Alliance again.
And if you are Robin, if you are the in-game leader of the Alliance side, you've got to be just so frustrated and tilted that a lot of the time, right, when misutil happens, I let it go. But when it's those quicker rounds, when it's those gimmicks, you have to get it down, right? And that missed con smoke literally left Avid just as an opening def. It was down to the mid-round situation between both Twist and Bodemaster to work between them to recover it.
Hats off to those individuals. AWP, not aware of how close the CTs really are getting here. The M4's going to strike back, and MPL can just insert for Bait, this time taking the fights towards Alliance and winning them out whole cloth.
Yes, Enthiel thinks the pressure is going to be out to B instantly when they lose top mid. But it's really just Twist there on the default. Alliance have got barely any map territory to work with at all, and Hedrick is still playing aggressively with the AWP in comm.
Expecting more mid-fights. Alex might be the man to get him, though. Smoke's coming against his position, so they're aware that they're still out there somehow. Flashes are sent. 3 players total looking to contest this. One does break away, but the AWP slowly fates and fights onto Avid. Alliance. A 2v5 this time to work.
At this time, it definitely feels impossible. A re-smoke out to Palace, Captain Kirker and Hetrick close by. Even MPL is pretty much in the buddy system.
Twisters find one fight. Captain Kirker caught as well, Twist. Not again, son. Surely you wouldn't win another clutch like this. Bomb's going to cross and get planted.
They get that bomb down. The spam's come very close to the connection. It's doing some chip damage onto Pleasant.
Or his footsteps coming in a CT swing forward. Twist has got himself a triple. The quadra. Oh! NPL's down to the AWP. This is a 2v5 for Alliance. And Pleasant's not even required. Twist is doing it on his lonesome. Alex is being hard. Twist has got himself an ace. What a round!
What is happening? What is going on? Twist never has the AWP. It's always Bone and Master. It's another great recovery from Alliance. And Bait could not have started that round off any better. Aggressive approach out to top mid. They catch the AWP on the boost. They get 2 kills almost instantly within the first 15 seconds. And Twist and Pleasant recover it in the 2v5.
What have I just watched? What have I just watched? Bait. I can't believe that's happened 2 times in a row, right? The idea you've got in the opening fight. The opening fights in that previous one. Remember, they rushed up mid and they got 2 on the lineups. But Twist's AWP just goes 5 better. That was insane. And Alliance stand to benefit from it. Bait. One last round in this first half of this overtime. And it wouldn't shock me if Alliance took 15 here.
And they're in driving position to do so. The one caveat is that they've got to stop giving opening man advantage away. It's hurting the round. And yes, they've recovered 2 from 2, but they can't let this continue.
And no doubt some confidence on the ball would have been lovely. The double AWP setup setting for Twist and Bowden. I guess trust Twist with the AWP, given what we just saw in that previous round.
He's got another AK dropped at spawn, so as soon as he maneuvers back over, he could just pick up the AK.
Mid's cleared out. As is T-Spawn. 2 players pressing for info. When are they going to catch the backstab against them? Alex pressured by Molotovs, pressured by Presence in from mid, damage to 61, but NPL could find play of the round. Pleasant has caught that one pick back into the apartments, into mid. The backstab's closing the site now. Needs to just hold his defensive. Ascenthiel is going to get overwhelmed. 5 on 3 for them.
Pleasant, cut the rotation, easy kill. And most of the times, Jay, with that kind of backstab, we would say round-winning plays.
Wait a second. 2v5 again, Dwayne. We've seen it before, but this time Bait down with the numbers. Captain Kirker and MPL get traded back by Avid, so can't put an Alliance on this one. 3 in a row for the T side, and it's map point for Alliance this time.
And this is where we have to look at the overall conclusion of the regulation, right, and say, was it a little bit of a missed opportunity for Bait not to be able to take it in reg? They were up 12-11. They had the 1 map point, and instead, it's come back to now Alliance having 3 map points.
3 opportunities to close on the CT side. And gain the majority of the rounds on the CT half for Alliance, so let's see where the regulation will apply in the second half of OT. Bait cannot afford to put a foot wrong, even when they're up by 3 players, as has been demonstrated in that first half, and now will be demonstrated in the second. AWP's in, but Pleasant and Bowden again.
Now, both teams were 2-0'd in their opening game of the last rest tournament, and now for Alliance, you think about this. 3 map points of the 3-0 in overtime on an opposition map pick. If we go down that chain logic, if we always get the 2 zeros in either direction, let's close out Mirage. Let's get into Inferno and let's get ourselves into a powerful position to strive for the playoffs, to be in a good position and make it uncomfortable for Bait to even get out of the group.
The Lions to take this leg up. Only map 1 in the series, but Bait's pick. I remind everybody at home, they wanted this and they're going to get it.
And I'll say it now, Jay. This will be the decider map of Group B. I'm convinced. With Bleed in this group, I think Bleed will pretty much beat anyone. And I think DMS are going to go last place. So this kind of rivalry that we're going to get of 4 days ago, now a game, 2 more days' time, another game, I'm keen for it. This has been a really good battle between Alliance and Bay.
And it certainly seemed like the likely outcome of the decider match. Alliance. Seemed like they might edge them out again here. Just like they did a few days ago, like you mentioned, Mirage and Inferno were the team maps played, and that series that we played out is the opening 2 in this one. Both were taken by Alliance to start. And now this one may also look to fall the same sort of fashion, unless Bait can get their heads in the game, can get their opening starts for them. Orb set for Bowden, Essential, catching him on the periphery, start for Bait.
And for Alliance, they need to find an answer elsewhere. And losing the AWP means that they need to pick up probably space, get into A main, take territory away. Bay are just regrouping. Almost the entire team is regrouping.
Getting ready to line up Util, perhaps. Head trick is AWP. Waiting for CTs to aggress. The smoke down towards Palace will come in though, so that'll stop the dive.
So Avid's got another smoke to either main or probably against the molly that's going to go to him at dark. Plessen needs to come up huge. He needs to provide impact from CT with the AWP.
Seen some big AWP moments. See whether this is one of them. Flash is sent, Molly's over, smokes down to connect to jungle instead. Senthio out of the gate, Plessen with the kill. Avid to dark, does get checked by Captain Kirk, and Plessen got caught by Alex elsewhere. Another 2v4 for Alliance. They fought back from worse. Is this going to be one of those rounds? Alex might give up the opening opportunity. Robin's back's turned. Alex will back away himself.
Just pummeling Util out there to Con. The stairs smoke starts to clear, and Captain Kirk is out in the open.
Kill found for Robin. One man to the good still on the Bait side. Alliance trying to find a workable avenue, but the Bait side are now staying committed to their positions, passive in their corners. HG's down towards Firebox. No one's going to get cleared up. The AWP head trick now in the open, ready for a fight against Robin, which is going to take AK of Alex. Will swing off that contact, get Twist, and get Bait a 13th.
And the way Alliance have to look at that round, Jay, is say, oh, we just lost the opening pick. Okay, we can mentally, we can be ready. This is an experienced team. I definitely look at Alliance as a team and as players as being the more experienced against Bay. I know that there's MPL and Hetrick on the other side, but the outside players, I think, have got more experience. Alliance are in prime position to close out Mirage, and for Bay, there's just 2 more to make it another overtime.
Pleasant leading forward. Alliance trying to take the early fights like Bait did on their CT half, this mid-fight particularly. Incendiary is back towards the stack. Alex is backed away. Pleasant's going to try and check for him. Fight taken, M4 wins it.
And nicely done from Pleasant. He's got some help on the crossfire to watch out from underpass from Robin. He's just going to back off. Get the opening pick and not even stay around. Not even look to engage twice.
No need to. You have the advantage. 5 on 4. Bait need to force the issue, and they're going to have to regroup to do so. Slow rotation starts to set into an A commit.
And no incendiaries left for Alliance. They have used all of them. Only smokes and flashes, pretty much. Essential sees nothing out from Sandwich, nothing to stop Stairs at the moment. This is down to a position where Avid is deep in CT and Robin's in jungle.
smoke at Palace. Ascenthiel tries to get ahead of it, though, and does a lot of damage towards Robin, but Robin does it right back. Neither man will fall. They'll turn away from the positions being held at the T side. The walk up does start to set itself in towards that A bomb site. Flash sent Pleasant with a kill. A lineup of a double, nearly a triple, but MPL takes him back. Known towards the open angle, still gets another frag to return the man advantages, but now Twist score head triggers. All MPL alone. A 1-on-3. Bomb in the open. Twist is known about. His teammates coming in from CT will close out the map at last. 16-13. Alliance take Mirage.
And it's quite easy to say that Twist was the reason that that map was won. I know we had a whole regulation right, but his 2 rounds on the recovery in the first 2 rounds of overtime, they set them up. And I'm sure Alliance, they would have been hyped about it. They probably would have been laughing about it, saying, how? How have we done that 2 rounds in a row?
I mean, that's the thing, right? When you get down to the bottom, the end of the matches, I have to say that individual plays made at like, round 20 to 24 are probably more impactful than massive moments made in like, round 1 to 10 or so, because of the nature of how late in the game it is. And in overtime especially, you are right. Those were 2v4 and 2v5 situations that Twist basically single-handedly won, got them up to what ended up being a 3-0 start in the overtime half, and then ran away with it. So hats off to him. He's the reason they took Mirage, and that could be set in for another 2-0 in this rivalry.
It's the thing that I have to reflect on. The last best of 3, how close and competitive the maps were. Right there for Bait, they had map point. They had the opportunity to win it in round 24. They haven't done so. I actually think Inferno is going to be proper competitive.
It certainly will be, but it also still went in the way of the Alliance side last time about. With the fact that Bait couldn't show the closing potential on the first map of Mirage, I feel like once again Alliance are in a favourable position going into their own map pit. We're going to head towards a break, but when we come back, it's Inferno to see whether or not the Swedes will close or whether the Bait squad will keep us alive. Don't go anywhere.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Well, Alliance walk out at map 1 ahead by 1. Bait could not quite close out their one chance to make a map victory happen on Mirage. So Alliance now take us to Inferno, their own map pick, where again, on paper, you would say taking your opponent's map pick would lead to a 2-0. It did last time around, Dwayne, so what to say it won't happen this time around?
Yeah, for Bait, I'm sure there's some PTSD of Inferno of what happened against Bleed in the semis, right? They were 10-5 up, they're in a position, and then all of a sudden, Hampus pushes second mid, gets a triple kill, Cypher gets a double kill at half full, Cirque gets a 4K with the AWP out there on the A site, Hampus gets another 3K with the Trigger Discipline and Coffins. If just one or two of those rounds go differently, it's a 2-0, they're in the grand final. And Inferno looks quite positive, but I don't know. That's going to be in the back of their minds. That legitimately might still be haunting them.
And with the idea as well that you went so close on map 1 as well, then you've got all these compounding factors as how things have gone in their last matches in the rest circuit, and now you got this whole concern about the rivalry that we had in the last head-to-head between these two teams. Again, like I mentioned, the last two maps played in that last head-to-head were Mirage and Inferno. Both were taken by Alliance. Mirage so far has been taken by Alliance in this best of 3. So right now, it does feel like a lot of the signs are pointing towards them, with the major exception of the fact that the win rates still are pretty good for this map for the likes of Bait.
Yeah, the issue for Alliance is, I don't know, the way that I look at their Inferno, they're very hot and cold. Yeah, they beat Bait 13-11, but they've also had a 6-13 in this month loss against Eclair, a 3-13 against Mouse NXT, a 9-13 to Metasport. So only one win out of their past 4 Inferno maps.
Well, maybe this will be one chance to get back in for the bait side. However, Alliance, they know they need to turn it up. They turn it up. T-side start to do just that. Bait into the pistols. They will go with USPs across the board and Glocks for the T-side as well.
Plessing quite aggressively into Banana, but not as aggressively as the CTs down from mids.
Senthiel might cut Plesson off. The engagement from Avid in second mid. Fights onto Alex in the back lines. MPL's going to start making his move, and indeed he does get the drive-by headshot. Senthiel's going to wait up here, though. 4-on-4. His teammates back up, and he'll start to look to join them.
Plesson is sandwiched in from Banana, so worried about both top Banana and from bottom mid. I like that Alliance didn't fight that heavily. And as soon as they realized that it was an aggressive mid stance, they just gave respect and played back passive. Captain Kirker on the jiggle from CT gets gooshed instantly by Plesson.
Low HP, Goosh as well, on towards the Senthiel. Both those kills could come in pretty easy for Plesson, and indeed, that's exactly what he does. 4-on-2 now for Alliance. B site is taken.
And I suppose it's nice to see that Plesson's actually been able to find a team that has been more stable than his previous rosters. I think a lot of teams that he's been involved in, Jay, was a lot of chopping and changing and not that much longevity.
Head trick. Half the time it's hit bar and the bomb plant won't be able to really insert himself in with Twist continuing to hold his nerve, getting both those kills. Nicely held from the pistol players of Alliance. Pistol gained for them, just like it was in the last Inferno between these two.
And very early on in his career, he got the chance of playing on Fnatic Academy with Eccles and Golden, and then kind of started a bit of a trio partnership between him, Freddy Frog, and Relaxer for quite a few different lineups of Red Reserve and Chaos, and of course Yapaleno moving over to Galaxy Racer. But he's also had quite a long stint with Robin and Twist on that whole Savage roster that came together from the last iteration of GXR.
Good old days. Modern times of bait buying into the second round. The CT side opting with the aggression of the investment. Counter smokes will be in effect for it. I think a little bit of a, not quite actually. It looked initially like there was going to be a gap there available to the left-hand side, but not to be in the end.
Now, sometimes what you see with the CS2 smokes is that there'll be a gap for the first couple of seconds and then it will fill. So anytime in top Banana, if there is a missed smoke, you need to act on it quickly.
Senthiel pressing into Twist, but Plesson and Robin have their Mac 10s to quickly counteract any advantages that they would have taken. Captain Kirk, flashbang, sent ahead. 5-7 could catch Robin off guard, but Plesson's there to bail him out. So nice and all good, held together by the Alliance camp. Good efforts from Bait, but 2 versus 4 once again.
Force Buy comes down to a situation where they want to press, they want to put aggressive approaches towards top Banana, and not pre-aiming that cubby hand corner straight away actually led to quite an easy trade upon. Alliance will be very happy with how the start of this T side has gone, try and generate as many T rounds as possible. I would say both teams are going to have some concerns on their T side, mainly because this map just doesn't get played that frequently. Anubis is always the stronger between the two. So Alliance pick Inferno when Anubis isn't available, and for the Bait side, they only play it sometimes if it's an opposition map pick or a third map decider. They played it once against Zero Tenacity in their opening game where they only got 2 rounds, and then we didn't see it at all in the Harvu, the Perivision, the Passion UA series. It was only the semis where we saw it against Bleed.
Credit can be given for taking it as far as they did, but without that closing, and with the extra added context as well as to what Bleed looked like in the finals of that tournament.
Yeah, they probably would have given Omega a better run for their money.
Well, no further bites from Bait. Have to hold on to what little they already had in the previous round and see what they can apply with it. SMG for Alex. Upgrade pistols still passed off between Head Trick and MPL. HE's down against them, actually won't land. They bounce off the walls and go towards the sandbags. Head Trick has now been seen. Plesson, who's Mac 10, leads the charge at Banana.
I like the visibility changes that we're getting to Inferno. Just looks all cleaner. Plesson actually gets himself out of the way of the majority of the damage of the HEs. Considering there were 3 HEs, he's actually done well there to only be on 50 points of health.
Could have been much, much worse. Smoke's down, flashes coming in. The teams that they want to prod, walk forward, a twist. Made a little bit of noise. Got flashes coming in against them, allowing Ascential to peek forward and get that one pick. Damage on the second man does not quite equate to a secondary frag. 5 on 4 gained. Alliance continue to prod.
And there's now an info play aggressively out of the apartments. Alex with the MP9 is starting to set up the backstab. So they have a pretty good tell that it's a B lane. The unfortunate nature is how much damage can Ascential, Captain Kirker, and really Hetrick be able to provide?
Smokes down to Coffin to cross. Molly sent, Captain seen back towards Dark. The Galil will now try and take the range game fight. Another kill for Ascential as Bowden navigate right back. Headtricks, the Eagle is able to keep the man advantage for the moment. He's low HP though. Spray through from Robin, seeing where MPL is. It's 5-7 again, gets away with the pick. Robin now a one-on-one. The bomb's been dropped out in the open. Where's the last man coming from? He does not know. He's making all sorts of noise. Alex is silent as he can be. Tap the bomb, look to all entryways. The SMG at range. Robin can only dish out so much here. Tapped again. Alex forced into a fight, which he is going to win, and Bait steal the round.
And one of those situations where Alliance are very uncomfortable in the site hit. There's some decent crossfires to at least hold each other's cover with some of those insertion points in from the smokes directly, but it's Bait having that info play. It's Bait knowing that it's going to be a B lane with the backstab that Alex comes involved with. And for Alliance, at least they don't get completely reset. At least they took that secondary round quite comfortably. And it means that the buyback is actually pretty good looking.
Opposite on Headtrick, M falls for the other 3. Alliance, PT50 rather on Twist. One of the only pistols in play for them. Ascendial's taking a ton of damage in the early portions of the round though. The utility against the B-bomb site working extremely well against him. He will try and put some HEs back to return some of that damage, which is chunky away on Pleasant particularly.
An aspect of Inferno that you're always going to expect is a lot of nade damage out to Banana. Just the constant back and forth of the retaking nades and the HE stacks. All about sponging as little damage as possible. Alliance have actually got decent map territory. They're pressed up 2 in the apartments. They've taken the half wall as well.
They're watching brackets in case there is an aggressive prod from the CT side, but as Robin tries to take control of this, they'll start to realize that nobody is. Peek towards quad, see nothing. Peek towards long, see nothing. It's passive line of engagement from Bait here on the A side defense, and there's 45 seconds to receive.
It's actually very intriguing that there is not a pit player in this scenario. They are 2 in the bomb site on a cold zero angle and a bit of an off angle for the run up to short. Resmoked out to long. This could get exposed.
Flash is sent, catching Pleasant blinded. Good shot from Headtrick. Reface for more. Another reflash in from his teammates. Did not see the player at the edge of the smoke and trying to adjust towards it. Doesn't connect the kill shot. Fortunately, he doesn't go down of his own right now. The Galil on the center of the bomb site. NPL engaging on top of the boxes. Bowden has been seen at the edge of that smoke. NPL can follow suit. Twist can get one pick back. The Orchid sprays come together only to trade back on NPL's part. 10 seconds for Twist. No idea of exactly where NPL is. Thought he might have gone to the back site. Instead, he went to the back wall. He gets that kill to equalize the scoreline for Bates.
And while Hetrick may have only got 1 kill from Library, he does just slow that round down. That one engagement buys time for rotations for the B players to come back over, allows the A individuals to lean in and around against the Moto smoke. Bodemaster gets quite unfortunate, I would say. He tucks himself into Moto, and for a very small portion of time, it actually just gives away his info, and that's a free kill for the Galil from Alex.
Well, the R8 involved for Alliance. Seen 1 out already today. Whether Robin can get his picks involved in this one for the Swedes. Part of an eco round itself for the Alliance side though, so you're not expecting too much out of round number 5. So it should be easy pickings for Bait to go towards their 3rd, and the T's will try and get their guns out and respond all the same. And no decent efforts there towards the bullet position.
I'd imagine Twister just picked this up and said, you know what, I don't even really want this. Like, it's an upgrade than the Glock, but what am I going to do with the R8?
Press mouse 1 and pray.
Or mouse 2.
Or, yeah, get up close and spam mouse 2. Oh, Pleasant. Unlucky timing onto MPL. Gets the kill back.
Can you imagine if the Julies was like a mouse 1 and mouse 2? Kind of situation going on. Can you imagine that?
Like good old Mustang and Sally.
Yeah,
from,
literally,
COD.
literally actually pressing both.
LT and RT on the good old Xbox. Good times. Simpler times. Simpler rounds for the CT side. SMG of Captain Kirk are getting those 2 kills towards the top end and mid. So money certainly has been stacked up on his own part. All 5, of course, remaining alive, so the economy is well built on Bates' side. Alliance in with the gun buy. Their chance to respond and equalize the board again. Will that be reality?
And for Bait, just getting more familiar with this team as we continue with more tournaments. Alex has only played just 8 best of 3s since standing in and helping out the guys. And within those 8 best of 3s, you've already got a semi-final matchup. Twists aggressively into Banana, but so are the CTs.
Quick in, Robin with a kill back against Captain Kirker. Flashbang timed so perfectly against the Sentinel. The Orb of Head Trick flicks on a Robin, at least catching that casualty to return. And the HG is also dishing out some damage. The flick into Plessin makes it a 3 versus 3s. Facing in for one more, but doesn't connect it. A little bit of luck on Twist's side here today, but they're going to flash their way forward, take the fights directly. Head Trick's blind as a bat. MPL can't provide support from beyond the smoke. He can hear these footsteps. Maybe he might sneak in and catch Bowden on timing. The Orb's not watching him right now. Instead, he's back out towards Banana. Bowden can take this plant down. The 3rd player unknown about.
And they've planted in not an open position for CT. So this wraparound for Avid can't actually protect the bomb in case a defuse comes in.
MPL starts checking. Molly sent. Alex might still get caught up by the CT spawn angle anyway. Indeed, kill does get found by Twist instead. So 1 on 3 now for MPL. Can spam down Bowden. The HG will get him, but Twist instantly in with the orb shot. Had the angle held. MPL, I'm going to give him a chance of retaking that one. Alliance equalized the board indeed.
Yeah, Twist, the more experienced player out of anyone on this Alliance side. Played at many majors and at the tier 1 level with SK and LGB, Godsent, Fnatic, NIP, actually played on flip side. There was a portion of time that organization had a Swedish team, Jay.
Which sounds so wrong to me, knowing the CIS squad that they always used to field. But you are right about that. Very weird time. Alliance, though. Standing at evens in the first quarter, 3 apiece. Only a couple of rounds away from matching their original first half performance in the last head-to-head. It was a 7-5 advantage for Bait. Nades down against their opponents. Just as you mentioned, the HE damage that would come through towards Banana quite frequently. He still allows the AK swing of Plessin, but doesn't get away with a kill.
A really good change of pace from Alliance in that previous round to get up close and fast towards a half wall. They go into round 7 and they slow it in again. And they lose Plessin, who tried to protect himself ever so slightly by smoking off the half wall and trying to peek with it. Alliance can get themselves set up to start taking a bit more from bracket, start putting more emphasis out here to A.
And 45 seconds on the clock. Lean forward from Alliance, looking back to that B bomb site. You still got Head Trick, you still got Ascentio. Ascentio comparatively lowly tagged considering where he was before. Shots on the AWP, missing out from the T side, connecting for the CT forces though, and with that it's an immediate cancel and counter-rotate from Alliance, but only one man has broken away. It's not to the rotate to the A side though, it's back into spawn, save their guns, and give Bait back the 4th.
Do you know what's actually really surprising is how frequently Hetrick is out on B. Now, as an AWPer on Inferno, you kind of want to be a rotator, you want to be in flex, but normally you see them towards long and A, because that's where they can maneuver around quite a bit. You might bring them over to B early rounds, where you want to take Banana and leave him on the half wall to keep 4 and A and have the AWP as a solo B. But to have him 2 rounds a row in the B bomb site, just playing quite defensively, that's going to start putting some thoughts into Robin and maybe Twist on, okay, how can we punish the AWP? Can we maybe put pressure points in short and long? Can we maybe take more space into the apartments early?
A lot of things to discuss there from the Alliance side. Tactical to just go ahead and do that. Of course, this will transition into a technical.
It hasn't been the cleanest of starts for them. The scoreline reads 3-4, but only 1 gun round. And even that one was a 5v3 that then got answered back to a 3v3 pretty quickly because there was a couple of players quite aggressive at top Banana, but not everyone was. They weren't just packing and trading. So they won't be satisfied with how this has gone down.
Even think about round number 3 when Bait started off their CT side. That was basically an eco steal. Lions gave that up towards them. Need to find some confidence here on this map up. T side. Struggling to deliver everything that they want it to. And still got those guns that, of course, saved from the previous round. The buys of Plessin and Robin will feature the Galil and the MAC-10, so not the worst of buys in the world. Still not the best. Automatics on everybody, though. Avid's been heard.
Aggressive play out to the apartments. Alex from the right-hand side, though. All about patience between these two. Who's going to strike first? M4 up against the AK, wins out that first fight.
Plessin expecting Alex to make his way forward, though. Fights on Boiler as Robin's MAC-10 also makes up-close round against the Orb. Still a frag back. M4 involved with MPL. Even line up damage on Bodum after right behind him. Plessin fights. Head tricks Orb, adjusts anyway. 2K to him, and Bodum just shut out of the rounds.
And that's got to be frustrating because that's a really good timing that Plessin's been able to catch to just be in an angle where Alex is retreating and just is not aware that that's a possibility of him just already being out in short. All they've got to do from that point onwards is trade the AWP, trade the other apartments player, and they just can't do it.
Triple in for Hedrick in the end. Number 5 locked in for the CT side. Alliance. No weapons could get saved in that last round. No chance in hell. Bates. Extend that to 6, so minimum's advantage on the CT side. Alliance continue to look flat on the attacking half.
There was an interview that Config had where he mentioned about Hetrick that maybe he's not as committed when he's not enjoying the game, when he's not having fun. A lot of people can sort of translate that to the back-end days of NIP and just how that whole situation went down. So good to see that he's back in action with the local team. As I mentioned that, though, the Eco's actually been very successful to the start here for Alliance.
Yeah, not very fun to lose a 4 versus 3 to the Pistols, especially as Robin's turned another pick back with the P250. Avid caught Alex, I think, just moving ahead of that smoke, just enough information and vision to seemingly lock in this steal round. 1 on 4 for Captain Kirkcott. Maybe get the likes of Twist, but the actual site retake, that seems off the table.
Now, Plessin, as soon as he catches him, can try and set up this Glock. How much damage can the Glock do? Knife? No!
Oh, no.
Glock's good enough. That's actually a really weird round. Just on how quickly some of the kills came in. See it from the replay of how some of them went down. But from Bait, they'll just look at that one. And I suppose we've gone 1 for 1, haven't we?
Yep.
They got an eco, we got an eco.
Alliance try to springboard that eco into another streak as well, just like Bait did in the first 3rd to 5th round. Money broken on the CT side as a result of that. Very little invested in from Alliance in this round, so 4 rifles that were saved. Nate stacks. So this is wonderful stuff against Captain Kirker. He's down to 4 HP. Hedrick still lands the opening pick on Plessin, though, continuing to frag and frag here on Banana. Twist down at 60 points of health as well.
HE stack seemed to go too deep there. AWP that was on the corner just didn't even really take a lot of it. As the captain instead. AWP looking in for another duel, and Hetrick is feeling it on this CT side.
3rd pick, Robin's down. Avid and Bowden, 2 versus 5. Alliance answered back to in an instant off that steal. When the guns come out to play, Bay have something to say. Hedrick has a lot to say of his own right. Triple in this one, 14 kills deep. And he certainly is having fun in my eyes.
Yeah, and you'd expect that he is having a much better time. I mean, out there on NIP, you're working with academy players. The lineup just keeps changing. There's added pressure on being in a tier 1 organization. Now you've come home, and the expectations on Bait are going to be very different. They're going to be grinding up in tier 2, probably qualifying to an RMR before we even say qualifying to a major. So you're held to a different standard. A lot of AWPers that we've seen at the lower end of tier 1, as soon as they drop division, as soon as they come down to tier 2, they can start farming again. They can start getting really comfortable. They can get their whole sort of mental state back into a really strong affair. And while it's only been a very short span of time that he's been out here on bait, he's looked very solid.
Allowed them to get up to 6 on the CT board. 2 more rounds in the half, can try to extend to 8-4. Would love to extend to 8-4. Maybe given that if Alliance can't convert round number 11. Broken investment again for the T's. The AWP stays in for Bowden. AK's on 3 others. Plesson's Mac 10. He'll be able to isolate Hedrick if he can get close enough to the man, but considering how quick those kills are coming in off the utility from range, off the AWP from range, look at the HP of Plesson and Twist. They have ran into these nade stacks and they have just been pummeled.
Yeah, Alliance just back-to-back rounds going aggressively into Banana, and this time the anti-rush util was even harsher. Very surprised how much pace they're bringing towards Banana, because I would say it's worked a single round, and then every other time that they've made this play, it just has been unsuccessful.
Even Bowden trying to recover with the AWP boost up, gets tagged down to 14, missed his chance to find the trade on the Senthiel.
It actually should be a save.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough because there's still so much time, and it means that bait might try and hunt you after time, so you need to still work a default to just protect yourselves. But there shouldn't be a way back into this round at all.
I mean, if there is, I'd love someone to give suggestions, because that HP bar set is just pretty dire, honestly. We'll be right about the hunt later on for the bait side. I mean, still got decent utility on Alliance to try and protect themselves. We get that ball spawn in the last 30-second marker. We'll keep one player out towards second mid in apartments, so Plesson maybe might be able to call in information to his teammates or try to get a pick back later on. It's unlikely if bait even go for the hunt, of course.
Well, they don't even know how low they are. If it was a spam, right, and you hear the connection, then you know roughly how low they are. But because it's anti-rush util, you might think to yourself, it could have just been Robin aggressively. We don't actually know the answer to that. Alliance. It's been a rough T-side. They've not been able to show much ability of success in the opening kill department. They've been given a lot of freedom to Hetrick out on B. And for bait, they'll look at this and say, this is the perfect recovery. 7-4, could go 8-4. And start getting into Ancient, which... I don't even know what I think about that, because I was so convinced it was going to be Anubis if both teams didn't pick it.
Well, we'll assess that when we come to it. There's still the second half to play for Alliance, and remembering that in the last head-to-head, they did battle back from the deficit off the back of the T side. So, as they say, the game's not over till the fat lady sings. Plesson trying to sing a lullaby to Captain Kirk asleep. I'm unfortunately unable to catch him with a kill. Smokes are in the way. He's trying to read positions, and he's got a decent enough read, but the accuracy of the spray just isn't quite 100%.
Boda Master trying to get in here to brackets up against the AWP towards quad. MPO is much more aggressively in long than what we've seen previously.
Making it work for him though. Bowden down and out. Orpa still can't catch a break. Only 2 kills deep in this half. And we'll go no further than that.
Alex even drops off from quad. Spam gets closer and closer to Robin.
Smoke set. Avid tries to make a fight, and he does make it happen against Alex. That's all an important way to start off. Head trick adjustment instantly responds, and he is just continuing to be lights out. Every time you face him, expect your death. MPL now waiting for Robin and his Tech 9 to come out of Boiler. Face, fight, fallen, head trick. Now looking for Plesser next up to drop that bomb and drop the round with it.
It's just such a shame there that Avid gets into a good position and yet no one's to kind of peek on the contact. As soon as he comes out from Moto, you're hoping that maybe someone comes out from short, or maybe someone can work in from long. Just a pincer. And that whole round just felt as if nothing was being created.
Yeah, I have to concur. Very flat half from Alliance. 4 rounds gained, 2 of which were off the pistol and the convert. The odds at 1xBet start shifting over to Bay, despite them still being down a map in this series. It's still a very even money line. But even so, 4 to make up for Alliance. It better just be a T-side issue rather than a map today issue. Tactical taken by Bait before we get into the pistol round.
Bodemaster, the highest rated player for Alliance in the last 3 months on Inferno. You mentioned it, 2 kills at the end of the half. Would love to turn it around. Would like to get more involved. A twist. The reason why map 1 was taken. Had some key rounds in at least the early game. But out here on Inferno, he hasn't developed to the same level. For Bait, I mean, I just want to see more from Hetrick. I mean, I know it's T-side AWPing, so we'll probably see him more on the rifles. But an 8-4 half, Bait have put themselves in a really strong position.
Avid's Julie's one of 2 sets in play for the CT side, trying to jump face and spot them. I don't think you saw them at the window.
Might have seen 1 at absolute most.
Plesson's ready just in case they start making their way in from main mid. They're going to go through second mid entrance. Now seeing MPL here in the firing squad and backing off with his teammate. Avid gets caught. USP struggles to get anything at all, and the A site is down and out of the round.
And they tried to do a bit of a bait and switch there, setting up the Julies, and unfortunately the Julies just drop insta. Even Plesson can't get a trade-off, and this makes the pistol round just so much more uncomfortable.
MPL picking up the Julie sets, didn't spot Robin. I don't think Robin spotted him either. Bowden just instantly dead to the hands of Hetrick. 2 kills to him in the round. Twist and Robin making their moves up. NPL catches Robin off guard, but Robin does respond back with a pick. USP now faced upon the entire rest of the T-side squad. Running out of ammo, knives are pulled. Alex with an easy pick, and Robin's got nothing left in it. A pistol for Bait that may well seal the deal.
Well, for Alliance, they need to make a very tough decision. I know Robin likes a force, but 4-9 down, is it worth it? They need to consider their thoughts and consider options. Risk versus reward. At least you've got Julies, at least you've got armor. Hasn't quite gotten dropped by those hunting last players. They will look at that one and say, we've been in these kind of positions before. They were 9-4 up versus Bleed on Anubis. And if they won the anti-force buy, the map would have been over a lot earlier. Because they lost round 14, it actually drove it into being quite a competitive map.
There won't be a force on this occasion for Alliance, just going with the ecos. Julies of Robin seeing what he can do with that Kevlar. The USPs of the rest of the CT side just hoping that the gamble stack on the A side works out for them. If it doesn't, then they'll have a free piece of Kevlar to play with in the next round, which will be the definitive buy, and the run back that Alliance will need to go 6 that are good on Bait. Now going to execute the B-bomb site, so this round is already over.
The Bait just need to get themselves into a position now where the rifle round's going to be key. Alliance feels at the moment, right, that something's off, that it's not competitive. Just with how the last head-to-head went, how map number 1 went to overtime. I don't know, I have a gut feeling that even though the scoreline is massively one-sided, that there's still going to be some fight left in the second half.
Well, Alliance connected a very streaky CT side in the last head-to-head. Perhaps that's the way in when it comes to the gun buys. Perhaps that's what Robin's recognized. Made the call to just settle, lads. Let this one go. Play the long con. With an isolator pick back and try and do some damage against the T side in the early portions of the matchup, which doesn't seem all that likely given how easily Alan and Plesson fell. Twist and Bowden, a similar story for them. Even Alex, the USP of his own, taking down Bowden. But Alliance, their focus is on the rifle round. It's do or die for round 15 for the CT side.
Okay, so Robin was actually in a position, because he stayed alive with the armor, that he could have dropped an AWP to the hands of Bodemaster, but they've opted against it. Alliance, they have to win this gun round. If they lose this gun round, it is just done. There is legitimately no chance of being able to come back. So a lot of emphasis will kind of come in on an opening kill. I mean, trying to upgrade one of those MP9s or the FAMASas into an AK would be a bit of a helping hand.
When are we going to see those major impact rounds from Twist or Plesson, the 2 top fraggers of the last map for Alliance? Will Robin turn up with his M4? Avid's SMG twists on the FAMAS here in this round. HG's going back and forth, and finally they give a bit of bait. They're tasting a bit of a taste of bait's own medicine.
Yeah, MPL and Alex trying to clear out the majority of the apartments. They're splitting it 2 Banana and 2 Apps. MPL putting some util down, and even though he's detected out from Boiler, he hasn't actually encouraged a fight just yet.
Well, Hedrick was considering beating that smoke to the punch, got caught up on the wall and tapped again, so he dubs against it. Man down of Captain Kirka. Start for Alliance favors them without any damage of major significance returned. Robin and Twist continue to hold down this B bomb site. Further smokes will come back at the 47-second marker. I don't think they've got any more out there, so this might have to be the hold from here.
And they've got an incendiary, so this is actually a pretty good position for Alliance. 2 on B, time being low. Twist can drop the incendiary, and they know already. Yep, it's B, 100%.
Molotov comes out, Flashbang will try to keep the T-side players blinded. MPL crosses out towards spawn. That'll get called out to his teammate. Bowden's going to catch him, continue the spray. Essential now checking first and second. Twist going to get overwhelmed. Player at Coffin, spam down, blind past that smoke. Bowden stuck in the back. Robin denies the bomb plant though. Bowden stuck up. Headtree gets that kill. 3 on 2 still for the Alliance side. The plant's safe from Coffins, but not from CT. As the CT smoke clears, Essential's got no time left. No idea where Alliance are coming from. He'll back away and hold on to his Galil, as indeed the CTs win the all-important rifle.
And rounds like that, Jay, scream volumes on how important it is on a city side of Inferno to be active, to just have those small info plays. And it's not just about maintaining long and short, but getting into brackets and just jiggling. As soon as Avid looks down brackets and sees nothing, it is the instant tell that it's out there on B. And for Alliance, while the B players itself didn't do a huge amount of damage, it's enough time stalling. It's just that one bomb plant denial, and that's enough. That's going to achieve the round for you.
Okay, Alliance going to try and give us a game here. Still well and truly behind on the score lines of bait. 5 to the good. 1 out of 6 to equalize for Alliance in that rifle win. And even then, they are having issues when it comes to the investments. 3 players fell, so 2 SMGs are in. Bait still afford all the major weapons. A key swing opportunity Alliance again will need to take.
Alliance so heavy to brackets. Flash around the corner. Actually doesn't catch MPL, but Bodemaster still didn't see anything.
Now he does. HE sent back. Missed out to the brackets positions. They can't do any damage. There's still a number of players over on the A bomb site. Smokes ahead of NPL. Going to force him back. Now he's got to join his teammates. Twist. Got another smoke to come down. Got to just put that out and try and hold off. SMG versus the mass of the T side. Still gets away with a cheeky pick and a second kill on Captain Kirka. And the cavalry has finally arrived. 2 CTs down towards the CT cross. Spamming through the smoke, trying to catch vision, trying to catch info. The plant will have to go down, but it's a 2-man advantage on the retake.
And they've got to set up Pleasant out there from Banana. What? How does that orb connection not come in?
The second one doesn't go either. Alex forced to fight over at Banana. Pleasant will go falling. NPL, smoke will clear. How many is he going to get? Only the 1-for-1. Twist keeps control. Headtrick now playing double duty as Alex goes dropping towards spawn. Another shot. A third one misses. A fourth one from the orb. Finally goes back, but he's out of ammo. Avid will try punish that. He's round the corner with the pistol. We'll spam him up. We'll get the kill. We'll get the round.
I legitimately think he's been CS2'd, at least on that first kill. At least that first one on the booster to the flower pots. I don't know how that's not a kill. That is mad. Bait. Well, it's another situation there where Twist has had an insane hold. I mean, all he really needs to do, I would say, is stall for time and get a 1-for-1. If he can do that, he's done his job well. And he's got 2 kills and stayed alive.
And now down to pistols for Bait, thanks to that round loss. Alliance. Still in this one with a chance. The streaky CT side is setting itself up to carry the streak as far as they can make it happen. They've lost a ton of money, though. The damage has been very, very heavy against them. The reserve cash isn't all that amazing. This needs to be a confident lockout. Any damage done by bait will be a positive.
Apps Pop trying to get set up. Head trick with the flash.
Doesn't get caught by Plesson. Spray through on 2 players, and Avid there to close out the 3rd man. Bomb known towards the apartments. Bowden's Orb will land head trick over towards Long. MPL 1-on-5 does actually catch Bowden off guard with a double dink, so credit to him. Avid's going to back away, opting not to go and give up any more fights. This is the damage that we're looking for NPL. Does eventually close it. The AWP and the M4 stay in play. And Bait will now look to the gun buy.
And there's a lot of similarities between Map 1 and Map 2, where Map 1 of Mirage, Alliance were up 10-5, and they ended up going 11-12 down. They brought it into overtime and eventually closed out the result at 16-13. Now Route and Inferno, Bait were up 10-4. So 10-4, 10-5. Last time around, it got extremely competitive. It got extremely close to the tail end. And I'm starting to see signs for Alliance where they've obviously shown more in the second half already than what they have in the first. It's just, can they mount up to being able to tie the scoreline? Can they mount up to maybe taking a lead? Can they get themselves in a position where perhaps you're on series points?
Not out of the realm of possibility. 3 more to make up on Bait. 5 more to the aforementioned map and match point for Alliance. AWPs in, M4's out. This could all be snatched away from them because, again, money is still very low in reserve. CT decided to pick and choose its moments, and any unauthorized losses may come back to bite them. If they lose the bomb site, it might be better to go for the directive save.
Look at the util. Captain Kirk down at 44 and Essential at 71.
Burning and HE down towards that banana contact, which similar to apply to what happened to Alliance on their T side several times there when Bait. Pusher Twist now has this map control in his hands. The AWP of Bowden lands on Essential. MPL cannot get the responsive. Teammate also close towards Boiler. Will try and catch him if they start going towards short. They'll smoke off Long, but they back away.
Essential missed a smoke out there from brackets and got punished. Again, a lot of T-side smokes relied off of that building, so a lot of these teams are going to be failing smokes because they don't have the lineups. They've got to learn new ones.
Another HE comes down against Incendiaries at the ready. Bowden's AWP still watching from mid. Avid and a teammate are starting to make plays up from second. They'll clear up mid. They'll start to rotate that AWP soon.
We've seen rounds like this before, haven't we, Jay? Strong info plays from Alliance, and now just pummel the util on B.
Incendiaries down. MPL still fights the fight and gets a double up. Such low HP across the T side line. The HEs can't quite finish off the kill counts, though. Do Bait? No, they should do now. Captain Kirker caught dead to rights, 3-on-3. Alliance are making their way inbound. Head trick in the corner. Plesson caught unknowingly. 4 by Freed out for the double. Head trick makes amends for the AWP's missed shots, but Bottom Master is not done yet. 2 kills to him in this round. Molotovs trying to drive Alex out of position as Flashbang. Will also try to set things up, but no, it's all a ruse. He's just going to back away, hold on to the AK, hold on to the AWP, in fact, as Bait find their breaking point.
Well, the only way that that round is winnable is because of MPL. For the B players, it's a crumble. The first Oranges and Coffin sightline, if they just get, I would even say 1 kill between them. 2 would be ideal, but if they just get 1 kill between those 2 B players, that round is won from Alliance. They had the setup, they had the backstab, the B players let them down, and MPL just cracked a double entry.
No further support at spawn. All players coming in for the backstab of the Alliance side. Info prod could have been everything, but it relied on the defensive. And as you say, it fell apart for Alliance. That could be enough for Bait. Money State, at least supported by that AWP, but you're already seeing the limits. Avid, SMG involved. In a round where if you lose it, surely we go to map 3.
Yeah, you'd expect so. Alliance knew. We cut. It's one of these situations, right? When you're on the back foot, when you're at a round disadvantage, like a 7-10, you just can't afford to let sloppy rounds go. And that's one of them. You had everything in the setup, and Robin knows that that cost them, and probably has cost them the map. It's going to be extremely uncomfortable in round 19 to somehow manage success just because of the weaponry. Probably think you maybe need to take more risk. Maybe Bodemaster as an AWPer thinks, I need to get a kill. Maybe he's going to be more advanced than what he would be otherwise if they would have won that last round.
Force of the lead of Bait. Alliance have been in must-win situations basically since the first rifle of this half came to fruition. This is another must-win situation with 3 SMGs to do it with. This is going to have to be something special. We have seen the MP9s have their impact over the course of this half to their credit, but they're up against 4 AKs.
Alliance. Where is the opening kill going to come from? Who is going to be the man to strike? Is it going to be a veteran? Is it going to be a youngster? Hetrick with the opening molly, and a deeper smoke normally would indicate aggression down from mid, but it's delayed.
MPL just charges up second. Pleasant get caught, putting utility down towards top of mid, and now they crunch into the bomb site. Bowden with a pick back, unawares of the long presence coming in from the T-side line. He gets another kill though. SMG set up. Alex is damaged. His teammates inbound. Twist ahead of the smoke here. Avid with a kill back on Hetrick. Captain Kirk are overwhelmed. They don't know that Alex is still back here though at long. Twist is caught. Robin in a 1 versus 2. He's desperate to get his man. Now he's flagged. SMG swapped out towards, but he's only good for the 1 pick. Alex holds his 3K in, and Bates have map points.
Just a huge change of pace. Now, right there from Pleasant, he just gets caught off guard with timing. He tries to HE bottom of mid. He gets just annihilated from the aggression out there in second. And Bodemaster has got 2 kills, I think, and a tag up on the third. Avid gets a 1-for-1 trade. It's a 2v2. It's so chaotic. That's so quick from Bait. That's the quickest T-side round of just pure acceleration that we have seen all map so far.
5 map points. Alliance in trouble here. Twist already aware of the heavy-handed flesh towards Banana. Nade stacks against him will dish out some damage. Heavy damage, but not to the casualty. P250 almost gets away with the kill on Hetrick. Tagged extremely low, as is Captain Kirker. The P250 keeps fighting, and Twist gets away with so much, but it's still not kills.
Now, Alex, this timing as a player's above him is going to actually start rotating a bit of a gamble stack. They are legitimately just going to leave this one player at Pleasant towards A, and everyone else is going to shift up B.
Not even watching the mid presence where the T's are starting to act out towards now. He could find so much info with this. Alex checking apps. Is he going to check the bedroom? Will the Eagle start moving? Oh, he's so close to finding out what's going on. Alliance's gamble may not come out for them.
Pleasant might still be out of strike from Boiler. It is all timing.
Hetrick. Oh, he's checked it. Did he see him? I don't think he did. Pleasant. He is so close to finding contact. He is so close to finding the T's. He has no idea the A site's been lost. Hetrick now discovered. He waits. He holds. He now has to strike, and now has to call in his teammates.
Sees nothing out from mid. Knows now it's an A play. Out to long. They have no idea if it's compromised. They don't even know if Deep CT's been taken.
They do now. Smokes on Moto just stalling out for time. There are no kits in play for Alliance. Have to act quick, and Pleasant has to be the forward man of this in amongst the smoke. Flash is being sent out over against Alex. 2 of them coming out. Look towards Graveyard. Fight on MPL. Avid can get him back. AK involved towards Pit. Sprays through. Gets 2. Robin is 5-7 with 1 pick. With 2. Returns back for the 3rd. And the HP was there. The accuracy was not. Bates take us to a 3rd and final map.
And unsimilar to Mirage, it's actually a closing moment a lot earlier on. From the 10-4 scoreline, they give a little bit of a lifeline, and then that's just it. It doesn't even get close to double digits. It doesn't even come close to a conversation of potentially this being a 2-0 on point. For Bait, this was a strong performance on Inferno.
Indeed it was, and the idea that you've gone so far as to press all the way to OT on that Mirage, and obviously had to even then they had to come back, and they managed to make it work all the way towards that map plan. Like one good round, and that would have ended 13-11 on Mirage, and then with the follow-up stomp on Inferno, that felt so unbelievably confident from Bait. They really turned it up in that second map, and they have returned the favor because that is the most one-sided we've seen this rivalry get so far.
And now knowing you're kind of going into a bit of an unknown of Ancient, a map that neither team plays that frequently, Anubis has always been the more positive one out of the two. It puts a lot of question marks into the fold, and then maybe that's where we have to draw the conclusion. Well, Bait made the playoffs. Alliance, they didn't get there. They got grouped.
Well, Alliance opted not to go towards the strength of both teams in the veto process. They decided that Ancient to be the more appropriate third map between these two, just like they thought about it in the last run as well. So repeating opportunities now with a third map press, this time coming forward in this best of three. But the question is who is going to edge who out? We're going towards a break, and it'll be our final map of the day after this.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Well, push the distance all the way to Ancient we shall go, where things will get very unpredictable from here on out. As you were saying before the break, Dwayne, a map that we don't typically see from either of these two sides. If it was Anubis, then perhaps it could have been very, very interesting and certainly a thing we could explore. So we're taking a look back more so at the rest of this series and how it's gone. I think a lot of momentum favours the Bait side because of how close map 1 was and how one-sided map 2 was.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Anubis, and it's definitely a map that's towards the higher end of the pool for both teams. Ancient certainly isn't. Ancient's one of the weakest maps for both teams. So I actually do think it can be quite scrappy. I just want to list off a couple of numbers here. Hedrick went 23 and 19 in map 1 and 23 and 11 in map 2. Bodenmaster, the AWP on the other side, 15 and 19 and 8 and 15. There is a complete difference of impact from AWPers between Alliance and this side of Bait today.
And that's certainly encouraging for a team like a Bait, for instance, right? And possibly that's part of the reason why they were looking so good across the whole series, and the idea that you've got that overtime that you couldn't quite edge out, and obviously down to a couple of very key moments from the likes of Twist, who isn't even an AWPer on the opposing force, right? And you've got that whole idea that perhaps if he wasn't able to score those 2 versus 4s and 2 versus 5s with his teammates, then maybe it would have actually ended up being a case where actually Bait could have won out that Mirage. But as it stands, we do go towards our 3rd map in the series. We do go towards Ancient, and you mentioned obviously it not being the greatest map in the pool for either team. Certainly the wins don't come through, but they both play it quite frequently.
Yeah, they do. It's oftentimes either an opposition map pick or they try and squeeze it into a 3rd map decider just because there's not really any other option. For Bait, I mean, the performance that we saw against Bleed on Ancient was shocking. Map 1 and map 2 was really close. On Inferno and Anubis, they go into Ancient. They just can't even hold their weight. So that is concerning, that a map that they played, 3 days ago, and probably the most important map that entire best of 3, the 3rd map decider, they just got bodied on. And Bleed, we obviously know, got absolutely bodied by Nemega on Ancient too. So I think for Alliance, there's probably a little bit of favoritism towards them just because they win this map more frequently and they've got a couple of wins in the last few officials, but there's not going to be much in it for the decider on me.
Yeah, I'm left wondering in that Bleed series for Bait is how much of that was just down to Bleed coming up to being a stellar team like we expected them to be, and how much of that was Bait not doing all that fantastic in terms of that last in the series. I mean, there's a lot of question marks surrounding it because you could make an argument for both to a certain capacity. Yeah. So I guess maybe this will be a bit more revealing as to which side certainly comes up to the favorites. Now, Alliance will get the knife round. They'll choose the CT side start, not too surprising in that respect. So any final words or thoughts on how this is going to play out?
Well, again, we haven't seen Hedrick and Alex play a huge amount of this map. Hedrick's only played it 7 times and Alex has only played it 3 times, while the rest of his team are up at 15.
Here we go then, folks. It's time for the final map of the day, the final map of this best of 3 to see who is going to take their first win in the opening game of Group B. Bait and Alliance have done battle all the way until the finish, as Ancient will be our final battleground of this war. CD side start for Alliance. Twist straight in with the pistol with the USP, taking fight, seeing a mass number of T-side players. That'll draw attention back of the rotate.
Robin doesn't come in from CT, actually holds out from red. Twist has definitely got the call on this.
Fighting on with the damage being done towards the Senthil. He tries to rush down. MPL will get the kill to open up first blood. Bomb on him will plant down in the center of the bomb site. Retake is on.
Bodenmaster being pressured from 2 areas of Donut, setting up the backstab towards A main. MPL looks to try and strike at the Pleasant.
Indeed he does. Headshot gain, the goose down with a body shot kill count. 3 versus 5, 2 versus 5 as Robin gets that one try back on a Senthil, but MPL is still the bigger threat here, facing onto that pistol. The fuse kit is out here and suppressed towards Temple. Meanwhile, Boden out towards main is challenged with the backstab, gets overwhelmed by Captain Kirker. MPL gets a quadra. And Bait get a pistol.
Do you know what actually is surprising is looking at the stats between map 1 and map 2 is the underperformance from Captain Kirker. He was the highest rated player for Bait in the entirety of the last tournament. He's been their go-to guy in important best of threes. He has 20 kills and 33 deaths going into Ancient. So maybe a better showing from him, and it could be even more one-sided for Bait.
It's actually the lowest stat line of the entire board, and in both teams, in fact.
That's really surprising for such a key player.
Well, it's fortunate that Head Trick and Alex are doing all the work that they're doing right now, particularly Head Trick, who's started things off in this particular round. Anti-eco, of course, should be dealt with pretty easy by the Bait side, but maybe raising that basement is going to be the pivotal point in which Bait could actually take a one-sided affair, right? And then maybe they could return onto Alliance, but Bleed gave onto them. But the conversions are over, the formalities are done in the early portions of the game, so the gun buys all coming from Alliance. Glass Cannon AWP for Bowden.
And maybe similar to Bleed, it's impressive to see how much success has come from Bait early on this year. Their new core only got established in the 22nd of January. So we're talking just over a 3-month period, and they've been in semi-finals, they've been able to make top 4s. It's quite a distance for such a new team. That previous core of the sort of owner, Amster, and Captain Kirker, those guys were going for a really long time. But it's new generation of players, it's some familiar faces, and giving the opportunity to inexperienced guys like Essential, someone that no one had even heard of before joining up here on Bait, and not just bringing back an Amster, or not just maybe bringing someone over from the X and Eta lot, and not just recycling some of the older guard, actually bringing in some new talent.
He's been making a name for himself on this Bait roster. Yet to find a name on this map up, though. Early doors still, Alliance set the 3-1-1, favourable to LZB bomb site. Robbins, blind spray, catches NPL and even reads Alex. Double up from blind, all for Bowden, now contesting Head Trick, down to 2 players go the Bait squad. Now one as Robin finished off a Sentinel. This is over. This is so over.
That's a very good round from Robin, just with the spams out there from Red Room. That sets up initial damage. And if you are Bait, you're just thinking, all right, we've lost that round a little bit down to luck. I mean, 2 kills just in spammable areas. You look at Alliance in the last 3 months of Ancient, 7 wins and 10 losses. There's only a single player in that time window, Jay, that averages a rating of over 1, which is Pleasant. Bodemaster is at 0.97, 0.99 for Robin, 0.94 for Avid, and 0.94 for Twist.
Bait responded to very early by the Alliance camp. Senthil. Mac 10 involved with this, trying to get involved over at Cave. Initial prods did spot one CT player, but didn't quite catch the kill against him. Bait happy to play passive as a Alliance.
And in the last 3 months, the T-side round win percentage of Ancient is actually the lowest out of any pool for the Ukrainians at just 37.9. So that does make you wonder how much success is going to get granted in this first half. Aggressive play into Cheetah, Avid to fall, Pleasant for the trade. Well, he attempted the trade, but didn't win it out.
Twist will try to respond back and only get 1 pick for it. Robin's still involved here towards the back of short. 3-on-2 for Bait as a result. Expecting more presence towards long. He's going to see both individuals, though, take a fight. They do line up for a second, but he's unable to line up a decent strong spray. And now the AWP Bowden left to run back and save on the A bomb site. Heard by Alex. The hunt may be inbound against him, and indeed, he is overwhelmed.
And I actually don't feel that we saw a lot from MPL in the last Rest tournament, Jay. And the reason for that is you had Hetrick that was very consistent, and you had that rifle pack between Captain Kirker and Amster that was just putting up really good performances. They were edging them closer and deeper into playoff runs. But the discussion is that MPL's a fairly high-fragging in-game leader, and he's had a pretty consistent game so far, 37 kills and 37 deaths. He's come out here to the decider and currently 7-1, setting an example.
Work done, most certainly. Early portions of Bait down to him and his performances. Of course, Alliance will still try and answer back with their gun buys. They're running out of definitive funds, but Robin still turns that M4 into success. He also gets up to 7 early on. In fact, against the likes of MPL, he's down.
A Bodemaster, very strong position for the XM. He should get at least 1, potentially 2 kills from this angle.
Captain mode through, head trick, tag to half. Alex next around the corner. The auto shotgun's working so well on damage. Eventually, he is overwhelmed, and the man advantage still stays with Alliance here. Twist unawares of Alex boosting up towards Tree. Flash is sent, Incendiaries will try block off. Twist is not going to get driven back. Alex swings in and does get Robin. Avid with a response on 2 players, drops that bomb, and Bates responded to again by the CT side.
Robin is now getting himself involved in opening kill departments, and that could be quite a scary prospect for Bait, is if he's always leaning down mid, if he's always trying to strike for opening contact, could that just be the way in where Alliance find their success? A Bodemaster, if you're going to run an XM, it's probably Cave or Tree. Back and forth rounds. Both teams trying to reset one another.
Robin, one of the 2 guys on the top of the board for his squad in this series so far. Him and Twist on 35 apiece. Made all the difference on Mirage. Twist will try to make the difference here and now on the A bomb site defense. Only player towards A. The mid prod see nothing. The teams have also got half-bought pistols. Will try and make their way in for a bomb plant bonus. MPL will maybe given at least that much. Twist does catch Captain Kirk. Alex playing distraction against Robin, who actually does get bursted forward towards. So 4 versus 4.
Yeah, if they can get the M4 in the hands of a Senthiel with armor, this could actually be on for a bit more damage.
No, Twist mows down 2 more though. Head trick, Deagle versus 4. Low HP on Pleasant, maybe 1 more exit to make it a little bit expensive. Still keep 3 players in round of this one. Bowden does get caught damaged up. They start swinging, and actually Pleasant is forced to take a TK against the likes of Head trick. So yeah, they do get their 3rd kill in the end. Oh, their 2nd kill in the end, rather. The 3rd round is for Alliance.
Do you know what has been quite intriguing is that both series today, the insta-bans haven't changed because of the map pool. Now, I reckon as we maybe get into the winners matchup and the elimination matchup, we actually might have some of these teams just insta-banning Dust 2, being afraid of playing it. And that whole sort of battle over the next few days, obviously with us being one of the only tournaments running Dust 2 at the moment.
Yep.
Haven't seen it on day 1, Jay, but I reckon we might see it tomorrow.
If we don't see it tomorrow, we could see it the day after.
Yeah,
the day after.
That's very true. Yeah, at some point it's going to happen.
Plenty of CS action coming up here in the Rest European Series. Our 3rd of 6 European Series. Head trick. A 4th of many frags coming his way on the base side. Bodemaster in his board pick back on MPL. Avid starts sneaking his way in ahead of the cave position, but does lose his life. His head trick caught Bowden on the trade. His triple turning into a quadra, not quite. Twist takes him back.
And they can't even go B now because they've lost the bomb site. So back in towards A, and Robin's already starting that rotation. Deep in from Temple, Alex has got the bomb site, but his teammate is so far away, and Alex has already been seen towards Big Box and back plat.
Flash against him, counter HEs to try and drive Robin away. The smoke will come in towards CT, so the bomb can cross successfully. Captain Kirk has tried to wait. I think Robin just caught vision. Both players grouped up will now put the plant in. It could be denied by Twist. It certainly could be, as Robin reads the angle right through the smoke. Another through-smoke kill for the man. And Alliance now have the advantage.
And that round got very scrappy off of the opening kill out from ramp. Alliance were in a position where they answered back after Hetrick got that one. Do you know, I get the vibe, just with how the rounds have gone down, that this actually is going to be a map where there's not a lot in some of the rounds. Maybe one good kill here or there, and that's just it. That just decides what the round victory is going to be like.
And one round to completely cripple potentially a streak in the other direction. I mean, look at Alliance's money stakes. They lost 3 players in that previous. They weren't able to build a massive amount of cash in the anti-eco round, and Bait, of course, got their bomb plants and all. Unfortunately for them, they don't actually have the funds to continue forcing the buys here. They've only got the half invest, the Deagles, the P250s are standard.
And no util upgrades, so it's going to be tough to break into the bomb site.
Especially if they're outside of the B doors. I mean, if they can just continue smoking those doors and have Robin inserted over at lane. basically would mean the bait might not even make it even close to the bomb site.
Avid, the only player on this crossfire that's got a smoke. Robin sees quite a bit, and Twist can establish a crossfire, actually not get away with a huge amount of damage.
Kills at the very least. HP is a little bit awkward for the T side as the kills and trades start to get awkward for Alliance. 3-on-2, 2-on-2 with Plesson's responsive. Back over to Captain Kirker, Essential. Now his Deagle over towards this long position. Flashbang turns in. Plesson completely blinded. Bowden gets it back to evens. 1 versus 1. Tapping that bomb. Getting behind the harder cover. Essential's got to take face. He's making noise for it though. He's forced Bowden off the defuse. Tapped again with the kit. Essential. He's got to swing now. He's got to get the casualty. But Bowden's covered off. And he will find himself the 5th round for the Alliance side. Heavy damage sustained by the CTs though.
And that is actually an M4 being picked up. That's a great eco. That's really well done from Bait. And from Bodemaster, notice how he gets on that bomb the first time and he almost has to tap it and get off because he knows he's exposed towards short. So get up, tap it the second time. The footstep at long draws him off, but he's not going to get drawn the 3rd time. There's no way he's going to get faked out again.
AK swing of Alex, Robin caught, blinded, opening star, 2nd player pops forward and Bait dismantle the mid setup. The SMG goes wild on Avid and just comes away with the kill on Essential, aware that Alex is still out there in mid, but opting to fall back into the bomb site. Leave it up to Bowden, who has to play double duty to the A defense.
So they're going to leave Plesson as the lone player on B, just because he's got bottom ramp and he's got lane. They might try and fight from Red Room. They need to find an advantage. They can't just sit back on the bomb site.
They're expecting further press at the T side. And Avid particularly has got his eyes set over at Temple. So he thinks the Bait have more than made their way out towards the A site. Will fall back towards the back lanes. The T start to make moves in towards Donut. The AWP starts to look on, or they gamble stack the B play. Prod from Pleston see nothing though.
The saving on B actually might not be that terrible. Money is low though. They need to make sure if they are saving on B that they save as in no one could drop. They cannot afford any one of these 3 to go down.
Well, Orba Bowden's out in the open. Might be the most in-risk player here. Unfortunately, Avid hasn't got a rifle that he can play with, so close quarters on the B site. Plesson starting to back away from Cheetah. An advanced angle against Alex, whose AK is now closest port of call. They won't face towards CT spawn, so it seems like Bowden's going to protect himself by virtue of no contact established on the Bait side. See how far Alex extends out for this. We'll just try the wallbang sprays, but ultimately deciding not to go too aggressive with it. Money will now bolster by Bait as a result of 4 players staying alive. So perhaps that was the right call.
Alliance gonna be able to drop MP9s for both. This should probably be a bit more aggressive. I actually would like to see maybe Alliance take mid as 3 and fight up from shelf. Even a ramp aggro play, whatever it's gonna be, it should be aggressive. It should be taking space away early because you need to upgrade those MP9s and you need an opening man advantage.
Well, Robin will send himself initially towards red, but just for the incendiary rather than the aggressive fights. Aggression to be taken by Avid, but then the HC's down towards lane, and Bowden's AWP over on the A site towards Donut. Watching mid, waiting for the entries to come forward from that on the Bait side. They're generally very passive from Alliance here.
And get a boost up, allow Hetrick to look in towards long. Incendiary and HE. Plesson's only given a jiggle so far. The swing comes out, and Hetrick punishes the duel.
M4 lost. See if Robin can get back and pick it up. Molotov sent this direction. He will go back to the rifle in the end. Meanwhile, Avid, his SMG on the corner boost. MPL isn't going to check it all the way. Captain Kirker is very fast to respond though. Robin now pressured on all sides. No backup coming his way either. Head trick and Essential in from Ram. The other 2 players right behind him over at Cave. Robin good for the 1 frag. But that's it.
Unfortunately, Plesson lost that round for Alliance. When you're in that kind of buy state where you've got a lot of MP9s, don't have a huge amount of util, you can't afford to have an opening casualty. And for Hetrick, it was kind of like the double peak, wasn't it? The first jiggle came in, they saw each other, and then Plesson went back into the fight, and that was just it. You just get denied.
Yeah, you're right about that. Round lost with a single gunfight, and that is basically it here for the Alliance side. They'll try and look for exits and try and keep their guns in check, but they are facing very quickly. They're going to remove those rifles. SMG doesn't even stay in play for Twist. Yes, they will lose 4 on the bait camp, but what money do Alliance have to punish that with?
Nah, nothing at all. And honestly, I would have looked at this from the initial outset and said 5-ish rounds would probably be a good T-side. So the idea that they're going to get 6 at a minimum, they might be able to get 7, they are putting Alliance in a very uncomfortable position moving into their second half.
Minimum 6 to be taken by bait, surely. Maybe even have the half advantage, which would really put the hurt on the Alliance side. Twist. Dead to rights first and foremost. The A stacks. Keeping them held behind the contact positions, ahead of the walls, ahead of the boxes. Zeus up close for Robin, hoping he can try and utilize some of those buffs. Alex does get away with the kill against the man, and Bowden will drop the Captain Kirker. All 5 alive, not even a lick of damage done to the bait side. Perfect stuff now going into round number 12. Alliance with their weapons.
And what has been a massive helping hand to bait has got to be Alex's individual performance. Anytime you've maybe got a new player or a sub or a stand-in, you want them to fill the gaps, but I get the vibe that Alex is doing more than that. Alex is not only helping out the positions of the team, but he's actually fragging to a very high level.
Alex top frag at the board. Very fast in from bait. Essential's going to be the man that leads the charge. Twist, because that smoking doesn't stop him. Head trick is up. May have been a little bit quiet throughout this map compared to where he was in the previous few, but it doesn't stop him from opening things up, and Captain Kirker following up on that start. Bowden down, as is Twist. Close quarters from the CT side. Blesson makes his way to the bomb site, catches Captain, captures MPL. Back to a 3-on-3, the retake is on.
A double out from Donut, but a backstab coming in from Elbow. This is all about time stalling now.
Head trick finds Robin, Essential gets Blesson. Forget time stalling, just get the kills. 1-on-3 for Avid. Sneaking ahead of the smoke, does Burn reveal himself, catching Essential at least down for that one pick. Smoke towards the bomb plant position. He's going to hold the defuse here. He'll try it, tap it once. Nays to open up position against him. Head trick gets the kill, and Bates will get the half.
And when you kind of get the announcement that Wrinkle gets picked up by NIP, I suppose a lot of people would have been looking at Bait and thinking, who can they get? Who's actually going to be able to be capable of filling those shoes? Because he's been a revelation for the last 12 months, 18 months or so. He's easily been Bait's best player. And Head Trick is basically gone 1 for 1. One player goes into NIP, one player goes out of NIP. Exact same country, a vibe with the team. And, well, today, he's played very well, hasn't he?
That he has. Head trick at 10, Alex at 11, still leading the charge on the Bates side, and now they go to that CT half. Bates engaging the pistol round. MPL is going to start things off this time as Blesson is caught dead to rights.
Now, Robin's hearing so many footsteps out here from Shelf, and he's alone. He's got no one to fight with him.
Block. Catching Captain Kirker off guard. Twist with a follow-up. Essential backed up. Avid turns it to a 3-on-2. Head Trick is still fighting out open in mid, getting Twist, but not getting the P250. Now, where is the last man? Alliance don't know about this, but they will soon reveal themselves. Alex, diffuse kit and smoke, backed up towards main. Plant could be denied. Bowden, headshot gain. Last man still known about here. Avid making his way out. Alex taking risky fights. Might get hurt, but no. Still gets his double anyway. Extending his top frag position and getting Bait the pistol.
And there we go for Alex. Alliance, you're never going to be able to clear out all of the bomb site. You feel that once you've dealt with Robin and you've been able to keep trading out to mid, Alex should be the other B player, that he should be in a kind of situation where maybe he's out on long, maybe he's out to short, so get the 2v2, put a smoke down towards CT, get the bomb down insta, and then Alex is just out there in A main. He's in such a strong position for that situation.
1xBet odds swinging in favor of Bait heavy now. Alliance got those pistols. Concede 9 back to the Bait squad. Allow them to really mount up position. Sprays of the SMGs of Senthio and Alex's M4 will also provide support. Plenty of cash stacked up by Bait here. We will go to 9. Alliance will go to the bye.
And I think it's quite easy, Jay, to say if a few rounds went differently, Bait could have won this series in 2. I don't think I could say if a few rounds went differently, Alliance could have won in 2. I mean, Inferno, they weren't in the same game as they were out on Mirage. And sometimes you have to use the chain logic of what we've seen in the series so far to come out with a bit of an outcome of what map 3 should expect. And for Bait, they're proving that they could basically win every map in this best of 3.
Head on the CT side. Head with pistol victories and the rifle rounds that they've been winning very well so far. Another one to come in from the Alliance camp, their first one of the T side. Still playing the bonus weapons of Head Trick, MPL and Captain Kirk, or even Ascentio for that matter. Alliance hold their tongue.
It gets so slow, doesn't it? Very passive on the default, and just constant re-utility from Bait. The incendiary down to elbow, the re-smokes out to doors. They are trying to contain the default.
Doing very well at that. Alliance. Some smokes down to try and block off some of the common positions of the attacks. The Molotov, the source of Senthio out away from the wood corner. Plessin slow walking his way up through mid, trying to set in the backstab, but to the B bomb site. Will that be the final commitment? It might have to be. Captain Kirk has taken main.
A Head Trick just caught off completely, but now they know it's a B play. There's backstabs on both teams.
Captain closes in, Twist just barely spotted. MPL's going to fight on Pless, and that's what he does. 4-on-4, upgrading to the AK. The M4 of Alex in the backlines. MPL gets overwhelmed. Robin thinks he's safe, and he thinks incorrectly. Twist still keeps the trades going. Avid fights. Bowden also gets involved with extra support. Plant should now be secured. Captain caught off at range by Twist, and Alliance answer back.
And that whole round came down to a couple of key jewels out on the B-bomb site. Bait had the read. Plessin had the backstab in from Red. Captain Kirker is telling them it's a B-lean, it's a B-lean. But they can't deal with the ramp individuals, even after trading Plessin 1-for-1. And maybe a helping hand is 2 for 2 in pistols on the third map decider, Jay. At least on Mirage and Inferno, it was 1 each.
It was that second pistol of Inferno where Bait pulled ahead. Alliance were allowed back for a moment, but in the end, Bait were able to shut it down with economical damage. In this case, it's opening kill damage done by Bowden onto Alex. 5-on-4, gain Ascentio very far away from the bomb site as he makes his way away from Cave. They've already gained the round here.
Just a bit more brawly for Alliance. Dryer on the approach, 3 players in from ramp. Really good opening pick. Pleasant doesn't quite catch the mid-frag, but it still is a save call.
You say that, MPL and Co are starting to form up around Ascentio. Bomb has crossed. Bowden watching is caught by Ascentio. Now the round is on.
It definitely is, but do they get sent into a fake? Avid getting flashed into Cave. He's going to see nothing, so the tell is ramp and CT.
Slow from Captain, quiet from his teammates. They walk up here. MPL and Ascentio are caught back. Advantage taken. SMG storms the bomb site. Captain Kirk with a kill. Not the second. Head Trick seeing contact from range. Avid on bomb site. His AK reveals. Head Trick with a pick. But where is Robin repositioned to? Nowhere that Head Trick can find onto. Not with enough time on the defuse kit either. He hasn't got one. Hold on to the AK. Happy with the damage that Bait have done. But Alliance still finds 7. Still close the gap.
And we say it quite frequently, Jay. Sometimes you get sold and maybe missold. That's one of those retakes where it's a 4v4, you're waiting, a kill presents, and it's still uneasy to go for it because of the HP bars and the lack of util. If they would have saved 4 players, if they would have maybe just looked for exit kills, there would have been a full buy on the table. There would have been a strong rifle round to continue for round 17. Instead, they've committed for it. They've made it expensive, but they can't buy again.
Get the heart up on Alliance. We won't be able to do that any further here. Missed smokes to the CT side. Don't cover off elbow. I think they may be aware of that. Not like it matters too much. Now they certainly are aware of it. Stacking against the AK of Avid, takes some damage, but ultimately him and Robin come out on top of the beat. Aggressors, the AK has lost of Headtrick. And this should be the round now officially going the way of the Alliance camp. Captain and MPL do not have the firepower to sustain in any sort of clutch situation. I say that, and Pleston does choke the spray of ages. Maybe a rifle that can be held by MPL, but Twist shuts that off the line of thinking down. 1 round left in it. Bates back on the bye.
Similar to the last head-to-head and similar to map number 1, we are going to have a very close scoreline. There is not a lot that's going to separate the two over these next few gun rounds. 1 round the difference at the moment. Guns come back, but with limitations. No AWP and even an SMG of the MP9 for Zentheal.
Well, that damage that was hurt onto Alliance previous in the last round has now been negated by the fact that all 5 players, or most of all 5 players, maintain their lives. Bates looking for aggressive fights from Captain Kirker. He's not going to see anything back here. His teammates also converging from Cave. Alliance have read it. They'll spray back through the smoke, but neither side is going to get a tag.
Alliance seem to be quite happy to give map control away to Bait. They're not really fighting lane aggressively, other than when they're going for the ramp pops. They're not fighting mid either. And missed a main smoke, and Twist is going to try and punish.
MPL, dry face, is going to catch 2 players worth of damage. He knows that he tagged them. He got Twist in the end. Plessin allowed to be left to his own devices. Captain Kirk, meanwhile, continuing to work back down ramp. Robin and Avid are right around this corner. SMG as well involved. Could be a util piece sent by the likes of Alex. Captain Kirk peeks in blind off the back of Essential's fight. Even spray down Robin to 7 points of health. Bit of his own medicine dished out there.
A Headtrick jump spotting out from Red. They need to get this kill. Resmoke comes down. Headtrick doesn't even give him another chance.
HE at the ready. Pop open that smoke, see what you can gain out of it. Plessen's low, he's dead. Second man not seen, doesn't opt for the reface, aware that they're firing back. Just barely missed that body block. Bowden, edge of the smoke stuff. CT player tries to fight back. Headtrick now knows the info. Bowden's revealed himself. Could be a responsive from the rest of his teammates because of 1-on-4. For the base side, they're closing in the pincers ever so slowly, and Bowden will concede 10.
And that's got to be quite frustrating for Alliance, because I actually think they've done well in that round on the adaptation. So they realize there's a missed ace main smoke. So anytime you see that, you think, okay, let's try and abuse. Let's try and work off of the back of it. They spot MPL out in Temple, and Twist and Plessin, they just can't deal with him, can they? It's just one of those angles where there's a lot of damage going in one direction and not a lot of damage going in the other.
Alliance now start to get set back in their own economy state. Bite does return the limitations, and much more storage limitations by comparison to what Bait had to deal with. Deagle and Galil with the 2 AKs and the orb still left in for Bowden. M4 of Essential spamming down Robin, and Alex catches the killing blow.
Robin can't do anything there, literally just being spammed from 2 sides. Bodemaster and Twist not making progress out from A-Main either. In-game leader to fall, and in a round which I would say survives them in this best of 3, that's the worst outcome you could start with.
Minute to play with. Bowden. Shot rings, but does not connect. Avid starts moving. Meanwhile, as Essential goes down the trade at last.
It just gives him enough. And there's actually a ramp play that's going to be backed up by a walk in red. Bowden with the orb is scoped in, waiting for the rotation, and he gets exactly that, but the flash assist is perfect for Alex.
Alex finds himself 3 now. The bomb separated from its backup. Bowden known towards that red position, and they should be aware of the fact that there is no A play. Mid's been taken back by the likes of MPL. Plessin has got to make something happen here. He's walking, the Orb is watching. Plessin fights on Captain Kirker. Alex backed up. Bowden with a shot, but Alex has caught the all-important kill against the bomb carrier. A quadra held. Bowden making his way in, but Alex is playing for time. Util thrown down. The Orb position held towards long. Swung upon the spray for the ace. Alex, 666. He's a beast and a half as Bates continue to grind up to the win.
Come on, where's the signing? Where's the announcement? When are we going to know officially that Alex is the 5th player here from Bait? They may have signed Baz, but they're playing with Alex, and my word, is he delivering. That's a sick round. And Alliance know they're probably done now. That was the one that had to be won. That was the one that at least needed a bomb plant to help out maybe a bit of a hero or a slight heavier upgrade for round 20.
The only thing they got was further damage on Bait, which still equates to a decent buy, a far better buy than what Alliance are bringing to the table for round number 20. The best they can do is probably look for a bomb plant. A steal round would be the only real way they stave off map and match point, as MPL just strikes on 2, takes the bomb carrier out. Robin with 1 trade, but Captain Kirker is all over them. Plessin doesn't stand a chance, and it's map and match points for the CT side.
Alliance know they haven't taken the key rounds out here on Ancient. They've lost both pistols. They went down 1-3 at the first half and 0-2 at the second half. But there's been a couple of key gun rounds, a couple that you can pinpoint in the first half and second half and say, if you won those, you would have broken the economy. You would have been able to get yourself out of survival territory. 12-8. This is closing time.
No way it's not. Bait. Gun set in against them. Alliance bringing all the AKs out to the fold. Alex, M4 swing for the first contact to Bowden, but opting not to take a secondary fight. The SMG of Ascenthiel gets involved on Avid.
Alex is preempted out here to ramp. Bodemaster's already trying to challenge.
Alex expecting him to be out there, but the AK spray doesn't even get the headshot. Alex is such low HP. Finally, Robin can respond and spot MPL. But the HG's down to less than half. Robin will have to fall back. Plessin starting to make his way in from mid. Ascenthiel's still there, though. In at Cheetah. Cheats him out of the round. 2-man advantage, make it 3 as Ascenthiel gets another. A triple for him. A quadra even allowed against Robin as Bait take the series 13-8. Proven to be the better team across map 1 and map number 2 in combination. Now with map 3, they take it in 2-1 fashion over Alliance.
And this is now Alliance winning just 6 out of the past 22 best of 3s, when one of those wins was Bait only a few days ago. This has got to hurt from the Swedes, because the outcome of the last best of 3 in the head-to-head, the lack of form that you've got here, even in this series, they only really took Mirage. That was it. Inferno and Ancient, it was disappointing.
And I'll remind you as well, Mirage was down to an overtime, remember, right? There's even down to a comeback from the Bait side because they had a pretty staunch lead. Then Bait came back to get to map point first. And then Alliance had to rely on 2 sick rounds from Twist to even get that first half of overtime to be as perfect as it was. So it really wasn't even the most comfortable of Mirage wins from Alliance.
No, and I don't know where we go forward. I honestly think the summer break, we will see a player change for this team. I think it's always the perfect window for the next few months to just try and keep progressing, wait for the player break, and then changes have got to be made, because it feels as if the ceiling's been hit for this team and they just can't go further. They just can't get themselves in more positions like Bait, where you're constantly driving for playoffs, you're constantly looking for more victories.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like, it just, I don't, again, the word that springs to mind is flat, because I feel like that's how you described that, or one of us described that T-side half on Inferno, but I feel like this is the case to describe Alliance in general, right? Because I don't know where this team is supposed to be. I mean, I don't know where they are. I mean, I know where they are right now, but it's just like, I just don't know where the spot is for this Alliance squad. So perhaps you are right. Maybe there are some changes inbound when it comes to the player break, but for the time being, like, there's still a couple months off that. So they've got to just kind of keep working at this, and then the questions have to start getting asked: who is the guy that leaves? Who is the guy they replace?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's quite easy to say that Bodemaster on the AWP is towards the weaker side, but you don't know the internals. You don't know what it's like of his ability to work off other players. I mean, take someone like like Cirque. The first few tournaments that Bleed started doing really well in, he was an AWPer that wasn't delivering because he's maybe finding success in other avenues of setting other players up and reading the game. So you can't always tell the outcome from just a raw statistics point of view, but it's got to be up for discussion, both from Robin's point of view and from the organization's point of view. I mean, Alliance is a big org, and this is a roster where